Part 1. Chapter 1. The call came in to the Department of Hygiene and Public Works just before 5 in the afternoon. Something messy down on the ledge. Maybe a faller from one of the overhanging buildings in 4th. Maybe all the way from Circuit City. The dispatcher turned to the wall map, surveyed the pin lights and found a clean-up van close enough to take the call. It was one of the older crews, men he knew. He lifted the black handset of the telephone and spun the dial, taking a drag on his cigarette while the switchboard clunked and whirred. 307. Got a smear for you, Cultel. Something out on the ledge, just west of the waterworks. Not much else out there, so you should spot it easy enough. Take the service duct on 7th and Electric and walk the rest of the way. Keys on the blue hook should get you through any municipal locks. We're loaded here, and we're about a minute from coming off shift. Can't you pull in someone else? Not at rush hour, I can't. We wait for another van. Smear's going to start attracting a crowd and smelling bad. Seagulls are already taking an interest. Sorry, Cultel, but you're going to have to suck it up and earn some overtime. Fine, but I was serious about being loaded. You'd better get another van to meet us, in case we have to move some stiffs around. I'll see what I can do. Call in when you've peeled it off the concrete. We'll start the paperwork at this end. Copy, Cultel said. And watch your step out there, boys. It's a long way down, and I don't want to have to call Steamville and tell them they need to deal with a couple of smears of their own. In the clean-up van, Cultel clicked off his handset and hung it back under the dashboard. He turned to his partner, Gerber, who was digging through a paper bag for the last donut. You get all that? Enough. Another fucking ledge job. They know how much I love ledge jobs. Like the man said, suck it up and earn some overtime. Gerber bit into the donut and wiped the grease off his lips. Sounds good to me. That's because you've got a sweet tooth and expensive girlfriends. It's called having a life outside of scraping pancakes off pavement, Cultel. You should try it sometime. Cultel, who always did the driving, grunted something derogatory, engaged the flywheel and powered the van back onto the pickup slot. Traffic was indeed already thickening into rush hour. Cars, taxis, buses and trucks moving sluggishly in one direction, almost nose to tail in the other. Being municipal, they could go off-slot when they needed to, but it still required expert knowledge of the streets and traffic flow not to get snarled up. Cultel always reckoned he could make more money driving taxis than a clean-up wagon, but the advantage of ferrying corpses around was that he mostly didn't need to make conversation. Gerber, who generally had his nose into a bag of donuts, didn't really count. It took them 20 minutes to make it to 7th and Electric. The service duct was accessed by a sloping ramp between two buildings, the ramp facing out from Spire Point, an arched grillwork door at the bottom of it. Cultel disengaged the pickup shoe and flywheeled down the slope, hoping he'd still have enough spin to get back up it when they had the smear loaded. No sign of the other van yet. He snatched the key set from the blue tag, grabbed the equipment from behind his seat, and left the corrugated-sided van, Gerber carrying a camera and a heavy police-styled torch. When Cultel was new in hygiene and works, the cops were always first on the scene at a faller, with the clean-up crew just there to go through the menial business of peel-off and hose-down. But the cops couldn't keep up lately, and so they were perfectly willing for hygiene and works to handle the smears, provided everything was documented and signed off properly. Anything that looked like foul play, the cops could always get involved down the line. Mostly, though, the fallers were just accident victims. Cultel had no reason to expect anything different this time. They passed through the municipal gate and walked down the concrete-lined service duct, which was dark and dank with bits of cladding peeling off every few spans. Rainwater runoff seeped through the cracks and formed into a slow-moving stream deep enough to soak through Cultel's shoes. It smelled a little bit of sewer. Beyond, at the far end of the service duct, was a half-circle of indigo sky. Cultel could already feel the cool evening wind picking up. Back from the ledge, with buildings all around, you didn't feel it much. But it was always colder towards the edges. Quieter, too. It didn't take much to absorb the hum of traffic, the rattle of commuter trains, the moaning of cop car sirens as they wound their way up and down the city's lazy spiral. Beyond the duct, The concrete flooring gave way to Spear Point's underlying fabric. No one had ever bothered giving the black stuff a name because it was as ubiquitous as air. The ledge began level and then took on a gradually steepening slope. Kaltel watched his footing. The stuff was treacherous, everyone knew that. Felt firm as a rock 1 second, slippery as ice the next. Gerber waved the torch down slope. "There's our baby." "I see it." They edged closer, walking sideways as the angle of slope increased, taking increasingly cautious footsteps. The faller had come down about 30 spans from the very edge. In the evening gloom, Kaltel made out a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, all where they ought to have been, and something crumpled beneath the pale form, like a flimsy, translucent gown. You could never be too sure with fallers, but it didn't look as though this one had come down very far. Dismemberment was commonplace. Limbs, heads tended to pop off easily, either with the impact or from glancing collisions on the way down, as the faller bumped against the sides of buildings or the rising wall to the next ledge. But this jigsaw came with all the pieces. Kaltel looked up over his shoulder and lifted the rim of his hat to get a better view. No buildings or overhangs near enough for the faller to have come off, and even if they'd stepped off the next highest ledge, with the way the winds were working, they'd have ended up at the base, back behind the rising tide of buildings. Should have been a lot more damage, too. "Something's screwed up here," Kaltel said. "Just starting to feel that way myself." Gerber raised the camera to his eye single-handedly and flashed off 2 exposures. They crept forward some more, planting each footstep gently, hardly daring to breathe. Gerber directed the torch a bit more steadily. It was then that Kaltel knew what they were dealing with. Crushed beneath the form, that wasn't any gown. It was wings. "It's—" Gerber started saying. "Yeah." What they had was an angel. Kaltel looked up again, higher this time, not just to the nearest line of buildings but all the way up past the pastel flicker of Neon Heights, up past the hologram shimmer of Circuit City, up past the pink plasma aura of the cybertowns. He could just see them circling around up there, leagues overhead, wheeling and gyring around Spear Point's tapering needle like flies around an insect zapper. And he thought to himself, how the fuck did one of them get down here? And why did it have to happen on my watch? "Let's bag and tag," Gerber said. "Things creeping me out already." "You ever dealt with one of these?" "First time. You?" "Once when I was new on the job. Fell onto the 3rd rail of the Green Line elevated. Fucking thing was like burnt toast by the time we pulled it off. Then again 3, maybe 4 years back. That one was a lot more mashed up than this. Not a whole lot you could recognize at first glance." Gerber fired off another shot with the camera. In the afterflash, Kaltel had the weird feeling that the corpse had twitched, shifting almost subliminally from one position to another. He crept up beside the fallen creature and knelt down with his equipment next to him. Overhead the seagulls really were taking an interest, mewling and squabbling in the evening air. Kaltel examined the creature, taking in its nearly naked form, the wings the only visibly broken part of it. It had come to rest with its head lolling to one side, looking at him with huge midnight blue eyes. It could have been alive, except there was nothing happening behind those eyes. "Damn thing must have been alive almost all the way down," he said. "This was a controlled landing, not a crash." "What a way to go," Gerber said. "You think it was suicide, or did it just, lose its way?" "Maybe there was a fault with its pack," Kaltel said, fingering the hard alien alloy of the Angel's propulsion harness. "Hell, who knows? Cover all the angles, then we'll get it zipped up and into the van. Sooner this is off our hands, the better." They got the Angel bagged and tagged, taking care not to worsen the damage to the wings or break any of the creature's stick-thin limbs. Lifting the bag, Kaltel could easily manage it on his own. It was like carrying a sack of bones and not much else. They didn't even need to hose down the ground. The Angel hadn't shed a drop of whatever passed for blood in its veins. The other van hadn't arrived when they called back to the dispatcher. "Sorry, Kaltel. Had to send them over to the boundary with steam. Had a report that the zone was shifting around again." "Well, you might want to rethink that. We got the smear." He glanced at Gerber, grinning in the moment. "You ready for this? It's an angel." "No reports of anything falling down from the levels, 307. "This one didn't fall. It must have flown almost all the way, then died." "As they do." He could hear the practiced skepticism in the dispatcher's voice. Didn't much blame him either. It wouldn't be the first time an angel corpse had been faked up for someone's twisted amusement. Might even be the kind of sick joke someone in hygiene and works would play on another cleanup crew, to see how gullible they were. But Caltel knew this was a real one. "You want us to squeeze the angel in? We will. Might get a little crumpled in there, but we'll manage. Just so you understand, I'm not taking responsibility for any breakages. I take it you'd like us to ship this thing over to Third?" "If you think it's the real deal." "I'll take the fall if it isn't." "Fine. Stop by at Third, but remove anything technical, bag them separately, and we'll box them over to imports." Caltel hung up. "Why Third? We never deal with Third," Gerber said. They secured the angel, closed up the van and flywheeled back up the access ramp. It was another 20-minute drive to the 3rd District morgue, dodging through shortcuts and back alleys, winding their way a little further up the spiralling ledge. The building was an ash-grey slab with a flat roof and a frontage of small square windows, lower than any of the office and apartment blocks crowding in around it. They drove to the rear and backed the van up to the dock, where a white-coated receiving clerk was waiting for them. "Dispatch phoned through," the clerk said as Caltel unlocked the van's rear doors. "Said you had something juicy for Quillen." He scratched a pen against his nose. "Been a while, you know. I think he was starting to wonder if you'd forgotten about the arrangement." "Like we'd forget," Caltel said, countersigning the delivery form. "What's this all about?" Gerber asked. "Quillen likes to get first dibs on anything freaky," the clerk explained. "Kind of a hobby of his, I guess." Gerber shrugged. "Each to their own." "Suits everyone," the clerk said. "Quillen gets his kicks. The other morgues don't have to wade through a ton of paperwork, and there's always a lot of triplicate when one of these things comes in." He peered at the bagged form as Caltel and Gerber eased it onto a wheeled stretcher. "Mind if I take a look?" "Hey, be my guest," Caltel said. The clerk zipped the bag down half a span, wrinkled his nose at the dead, pale, broken thing inside. "They look so beautiful flying around up there, wings all lit up and glowing." "Cut him some slack." Caltel zipped the bag tight. "He's not having the best of days." "You sure it's a he?" "Now that you mention it." "Wheel it through to Quillen if you want," the clerk said. "Take the freight elevator to the 3rd. He'll be up there someplace. Gotta wait down here to see in another delivery." "Busy night?" "Busy week. They say the boundary's getting itchy feet again." "What I heard," Caltel said. "Guess we'd better batten down the hatches and get our watches wound." They pushed the wheeled stretcher into the building. It was all green walls, stark white tiles, and the chlorine reek of industrial cleaning solution. The lights in the ceiling were turned down almost to brown. Most of the staff had gone home for the day, leaving the morgue to the night shift and the ghosts of former clients. Caltel hated the place, as he hated all morgues. How could anyone work in a building where all they did was cut open bodies? At least being on the cleanup crew got him out into fresh air. They took the freight elevator to the 3rd floor, heaved open the heavy trellis-work door and rolled the stretcher out into the corridor. Quillen was waiting at the far end, flicking the butt of a cigarette into a wall-mounted ashtray. It had been 3 or 4 years, but Caltel recognized him straight away, which wasn't to say that Quillen hadn't changed in all that time. "When I heard there was a delivery coming in, I was hoping it was the new medicines," Quillen said, in his slow, measured, slightly too deep voice. "Cupboards were any barer. We'd have to start turning away dead people." "We brought you a present," Caltel said. "Be nice." "How's work?" "Ups and downs, Quillen, ups and downs. But while there's a city and corpses, I guess you and I don't have to worry about gainful employment." Quillen had always been thin, always been gaunt, but now he looked as if he'd just opened his eyes and climbed off one of the dissection tables. A white surgical coat draped off his thin-ridged shoulders, as if it was still on the hanger, and a white cap covered his hairless skull. He wore glasses, tinted slightly, even though the lights in the morgue were hardly on the bright side. Green surgical gloves that still made his fingers look too long and skeletal for comfort. There were deep shadows under his cheekbones, and his skin looked colourless and waxy and not quite alive. No getting away from it, Chaltel thought. The guy had picked the ideal place of employment. "So, what have you got for me?" "Got you an angel, my friend. Came down on the ledge." Quillen's reaction was hard to judge behind the glasses. The rest of his face didn't move much even when he spoke. "All the way down from the celestial levels?" "What we figured. Funny thing is, though, there's not much sign that this one was going fast when it hit." "That's interesting." Quillen said this in the uninflected tones of someone who'd be hard-pushed to think of anything less interesting, but Chaltel wasn't sure. "Had some gadgetry on it. We removed all that. What you've got is essentially just a naked corpse with wings." "That's what we deal with." "You, cut many of these things open, Quillen?" Gerber asked. "The odd one or two. Can't say they drop in with great regularity." "Have we met?" "I don't think so. What is it about them you like so much?" "I wouldn't say 'like' comes into it. It's just a specialty, that's all. We're set up for it here. Got the positive pressure room in case anything toxic boils out of them. Got the blast-proof doors. And once you've done one, the paperwork's fairly routine." "Takes the pressure off the other morgues," Chaltel said. Quillen flexed his scrawny neck in a nod. "Everyone's a winner." There was an awkward moment. The two of them by the trolley, Quillen still standing there with his green-gloved hands at his sides. "Well, I guess we're done here," Chaltel said. "Docket tells you everything you need to know. Usual deal. When you're through with the bag, send it back to Hygiene and Works. Preferably hosed down." "I'll see to it." "Well, until next time," Chaltel said, backing into the still-open freight elevator. "Until next time," Quillen said, raising a forearm by way of farewell. "It's been great meeting you," Gerber said. Chaltel closed the elevator doors. The elevator descended, the motor whining at the head of the shaft. Quillen stood still at the end of the corridor until the panel over the door told him that the elevator had reached the ground floor. Then he walked slowly up to the stretcher, examined the docket, and placed one gloved hand on the black zip-up bag containing the angel. Then he wheeled it into the examination room, donned a surgical mask, transferred the bag onto the dissection plinth, and carefully removed the angel from the bag. It seemed to Quillen to be beautiful, even in death. He had placed the angel on its back, its eyes closed, the ruined wings hanging down on either side, so that their tips brushed the tiled floor, the floor sloping runnels designed to channel away bodily fluids. Under the hard lights of the dissection plinth, it was as ghost-pale, naked and hairless as a rat fetus. Not expecting to be disturbed, he took off his glasses. He pushed a squeaking-wheeled trolley next to the table, pulling aside the green sheet to expose an assortment of medical tools. There were scalpels, forceps, bone-cutting devices, gleaming sterile scoops and spatulas, and an array of glass and stainless steel receptacles to receive the dissected tissue samples. These tools had once struck him as laughably crude, but now they felt to hand with an easy, reassuring familiarity. A microphone dangled from the ceiling. Quillen tugged it closer to his face and threw a heavy rocker switch in its side. Somewhere beyond the room, tape reels started whirring through recording heads. He cleared his throat and enunciated clearly, to make himself heard through the distorting mask. "Dr. Quillen speaking. Continuation of previous record." He glanced up at the row of clocks on the far wall. "Time is now 6:15 p.m. Beginning autopsy of a corpse. Docket number 58334. Recently delivered to the 3rd District Morgue by the Department of Hygiene and Public Works." He paused and cast his eyes over the corpse, the appropriate observations springing to mind with a minimum of conscious effort. Initial indications are that the corpse is an angel, probably an adult male. Angel appears uninjured, save for impact damage to the wings. There are some longitudinal bruises and scars on the limbs, together with marked subepidermal swelling, recent enough to suggest they might be contributory factors in the angel's death, but the limbs appear otherwise uninjured, with no sign of major breaks or dislocations. Indications are that the angel's descent was controlled until the last moment, at which point it fell with enough force to damage the wings, but not to inflict any other visible injuries. Reason for the descent is unknown, but the likely cause of death would appear to be massive maladaptive trauma due to sudden exposure to our zone, rather than impact onto the ledge. He paused again, letting the tape continue recording while he reached for a syringe. He punched the needle into a small rubber-capped bottle, one of the last dozen such bottles in the morgue's inventory, and loaded the tube, taking care not to draw more than was strictly necessary. In accordance with protocol, he continued, I am now administering a lethal dose of Morphax 55 to ensure final morbidity. He tapped the glass until there were no more bubbles, then leaned over to push the needle into the bare skin of the angel's chest. In the 6 years that he had been working as a pathologist, Quillen had cut open many hundreds of human bodies, victims of accident, homicide, medical negligence, but only 11 angels. That was still more than most pathologists saw in their careers. He pressed the tip of the syringe against the skin. Commencing injection of... he started. The angel's left arm whipped over to seize his hand. "Stop!" it said. Quillen halted, but it was more out of reflex than a considered response to the angel's actions. He was so startled that he almost dropped the syringe. "The angel is still alive," he said into the microphone. "It has exhibited comprehension, visual awareness and fine motor control. I will now attempt to alleviate the subject's suffering by—" He hesitated and looked into the dying creature's eyes, which were now fully alert, fully and terrifyingly focused on his own. The angel still had his hand on Quillen's wrist, the syringe hovering dagger-like above the angel's sternum. "Let me do this," he said. "It'll take away the pain." "You mean kill me?" the angel said, speaking slowly and with effort, as if barely enough air remained in his lungs to make the sounds. His eyes were large and midnight blue, characteristically lacking visible structures. His head rolled slightly on the dissection table as the angel took in his surroundings. "You're going to die anyway," Quillen said. "Break it to me nicely, why don't you?" "There's nothing nice to break. You've fallen out of the celestial levels into neon heights. You don't belong down here, and your cells can't take it. Even if we could get you back home, too much damage has already been done." "You think I don't know that?" The angel's piping, childlike voice was just deep enough to confirm him as male. "I'm fully aware of what's going to happen. But I don't want your medicine. Not just yet." The angel let go of his hand, allowing Quillen to place the syringe back on the trolley. "I need to ask you something." "Of course." The angel was looking at him, the blue eyes windows into an alien soul. His head was only a little smaller than an adult human's, but almost entirely hairless, beautiful and unworldly, as if it were made of porcelain and stained glass rather than living matter and machines. "You must answer me truthfully." "I will." "Are you Quillen?" He was silent for a few seconds. He had often wondered how it would happen when his pursuers finally caught up with him. Strangely, he had never envisaged the encounter taking place in the morgue. He had always assumed that the time would come in some dark alley, a packed commuter train, or even his own apartment as he clicked on the light after returning home, a shadow moving into view, a glint of metal. There would be no reason to ask his adopted name. If they had managed to track him down that efficiently, his real identity would have been beyond question. The only reason for asking, in other words, would be to taunt him with the sure and certain knowledge that he had failed. "Of course," he said, with as much dignity and calm as he could muster. "That's good. They said I'd be brought to you." The unease had begun deep in his belly and was now climbing slowly up his spine. "Who said that?" "The people who sent me here, of course. You don't think any of this happened by accident, do you? Quillen thought about killing the Angel there and then. He still had the Morphax 55 to hand, ready to inject, but the Angel knew he was capable of doing that and was still talking. His mind raced. Perhaps trying to kill the Angel would be the very trigger that caused him to kill Quillen. He kept his composure. Then why did you fall? Because I chose to. This was the quickest, if not the least risky, way. The Angel swallowed hard, his whole body flexing from the table. I was under no illusions. I knew this was a suicide mission, that I would not be returning to the celestial levels. But still I did it. I fell, and stayed alive long enough to be brought to you. They said, when an angel falls into Neon Heights, it almost always gets taken to Quillen to be cut open. Is that true? Most of the time. I can see why that would work for you. The tape reels were still running, recording every detail of the conversation. Quillen reached up and clicked off the microphone, for all the good that would do. Can you? You were once one of us. Then something happened and now you live here, down amongst the pre-humans, with their stinking factories, buzzing cars, and dull electric lights. Do I look like an angel? I know what happened to you. You were remade to look pre-human, your wings removed, your body reshaped, your blood cleansed of machines. You were sent to live among the pre-humans, to learn their ways, to prove that it could be done. There were others. The Angel drew an exhausted, rasping breath. Then something went wrong. And now there's just you. And you can't ever go back. You work here because you need to be on guard, in case the celestial levels send agents down to find you. Ordinary angels can't reach you, so you know that whatever they send will have to be unusual, or prepared to die very soon after finding you. There's just you and me in this room, Quillen said slowly. Why haven't you killed me yet? Because that's not what I was sent to do. The Angel inhaled again, the breath ragged and wet-sounding. I came to warn you. Things are moving in the levels. You're back on the radar. What do you mean, things are moving? Signs and portents, indications of unusual instability in the Maya, or the Eye of God, if you're religious. You're not religious, are you, Quillen? Not really. If you were, you'd say God was getting restless again. You've probably noticed the pre-shocks down here, boundary tremors, warnings of zone slippage. There's something inside Spire Point that no one really understands, not even the angels, and it's got a lot of us rattled. The people who sent you down here, the ones you're hiding from, they want you back. I'm useless to them now. Not what they believe, unfortunately. There's information in your head that they'd very much like to suck out, and if they can't, they'll kill you anyway to make sure no one else gets their hands on it. Who else cares? The people who sent me. We want that information as well. Difference is we'd rather you stayed alive. Are the others here? Yes, they're like you, to some extent. Modified to work down here, but without the expertise you brought to the first infiltration program, the modifications aren't as effective. They can't stay as long and they don't blend in as well. The Angel studied him. Inasmuch as you blend in, Quillen. How near are they? Chances are they already have you under observation. They may already be covering likely exit points, in case you try to leave Neon Heights. Then I'll hide. You're already hiding, and it hasn't worked. They'll have a chemical trace on you by now, sniffing you out by your forensic trail. Running's your only option. Being here is already pushing them to the limit. They won't be able to track you if you cross zones. Leave Neon Heights. The Angel licked his lips with a fine blue tongue. Spire Point. All the way down, all the way out. Into the great wide open. The thought made Quillen shiver. There's nothing out there. There's enough for survival. If you've adapted to life down here, you'll cope. What matters above all else is that the information in your head never reaches your enemies. Why do they care now? The work you were involved with was only ever the tip of a project, a covert program designed to create an occupying force, an army of angels with sufficient built-in tolerance to take over the rest of Spire Point. I know. Without you, the work stalled. But now the prospect of a zone shift has heightened the urgency. They want that occupying force, which means they want your knowledge. And what do your people want? The same knowledge, but to use for different purposes. Not to take over the rest of Spire Point, but to provide for emergency assistance if the worst does happen. Seems to me the safest thing would still be to have me killed. That was considered. I won't lie to you. The angel gave him a weak, pitying smile. But in the end it was agreed that you were too valuable for that. We can't see your knowledge wasted. Then help me get back home. Not an option. Best we can do for you is warn you to get out. After that, you're on your own. The blue eyes regarded him with deep, penetrating intelligence. Can you leave Spire Point without being followed, Quillen? I don't know. Because if you can't be certain, there's very little point in trying. There's no one you can turn to. After a moment, Quillen said, There is someone. A pre-human? A man who's helped me from time to time. Can he be trusted? He knows what I am. He's never betrayed me. And now? I've no reason to assume otherwise. If this man can help you, then go to him, but only if your trust in him is absolute. If you're not sure of that, you have to get out on your own. How long am I supposed to be away? You'll know when it's safe to return. Soon there's going to be a change in the power balance in the celestial levels. I can't just drop everything and leave. I've got a life down here. Our intelligence says you have no one, Quillen. No wife, no family, hardly any friends. Just your work. You cut open corpses, and lately you're starting to look like one. If you want to call that a life, fine by me. Quillen stared down at the angel. Did you really sacrifice yourself for this? To reach you, Quillen? Yes, I did, knowing that I would die, and that my death would not be an easy one. But I also knew that if I could reach you, and persuade you to take your own survival seriously, something good might come of it. Something that would make my own death seem a very small price to pay. I don't even know your name. Do you remember yours? No. They scrubbed that from me when they layered in the new memories. Then we'll part as strangers. It's better that way. I understand, Quillen said softly. I'll take that injection now, if you have no objections. Quillen's hand closed around the syringe of Morphax 55. If I could do more for you, I would. You don't have to feel bad about this. It was my choice to come here, not yours. Just don't waste this chance. I won't. Quillen made sure the syringe was still free of air. He touched his other hand to the angel's bare sternum, applying gentle pressure. Hold still. This won't hurt. He pushed the syringe in and squeezed the plunger. The angel sighed. His breathing became slower and more relaxed. How long? Couple of minutes. Maybe less. Good. Because there's something I forgot to tell you. Chapter 2. The whir of gears, the clunk and chatter of an electromechanical telephone exchange, relays tapping in and out, the purr of a dialing tone, Frey picking up after 10 or 11 rings. Who the fuck? Quillen. My favourite monster. Frey paused. Bar sounds in the background, rowdy laughter, the chinking of glass, a television or wireless turned up loud, the time bell of a boxing match. Bit early, aren't we? I don't have the sewing kit with me right now. I'm in trouble. We need to talk in person. Where are you calling from? A delicatessen. On my way home. Quillen cupped one hand around his mouth, conscious of the shopkeeper eyeing him from the front of the store. The man had wanted Quillen to use the public booth down the road, rather than the private one tucked away at the back of the store. "They're on to me," he said. "You think, or you know?" "Something happened today. That's all I can tell you right now." "All right," Frey said after long seconds. "One thing I know. You're not the kind to jump at shadows unless there's good reason. Forget about going home. You think you can make it up here without being followed?" "I'll do my best." "Stay vigilant, stay alert, but try to act perfectly normal and relaxed at the same time." "That's a good trick, Frey." "You could do this once. Start getting back into the groove." Frey hung up. Quillen stood with the telephone still pressed against his ear, struck by the feeling that he had set something in motion that could not be stopped. Frey was an avalanche waiting to happen. It took only a nudge to set him off, but from that point on the only option open to him was to gather momentum, rumbling and roaring towards some cataclysmic landscape-altering event. Quillen replaced the handset, walked to the front of the store and threw a handful of coins onto the counter. "Thanks," he said. "Cheer up," the shopkeeper said, scratching at the roll of fat under his chin. "Might never happen." He took the car off the slot, parked it at the curb and reached over to the passenger seat for his bag. It had travelled with him all the way from the morgue. The bag was finished in black leather, scuffed to a fleshy brown at the edges. It had a black leather handle, a label marked Dr. M. Quillen. It was secured by a gold clasp and opened like a concertina, disclosing an assortment of padded pockets and receptacles. He locked the car and adjusted his hat. Fifth was a bad neighborhood and it was getting late. He wondered if he'd see the car again. The Pink Peacock was easily missed. It lay at the end of a blind alley that terminated in the rising black wall of Spear Point's underlying fabric, a cliff that soared into the heavens, rising ever higher until it jogged back to form the next shelf. Bracketed on one side by a flea pit hotel, and on the other by the derelict offices of a failed taxi business, there was little to identify the nature of the premises. A metal fixture marked where the peppermint green neon illumination used to hang, until Malkin gave up having it repaired. Metal bars fenced the outside windows, the glass so grimed by dirt and cigarette smoke that it was difficult to tell if the lights were on inside. Posters and graffiti covered the walls in layers of archaeological thickness. Quillen walked to the end of the alley and knocked on the door. It opened a crack, a fan of pink-red light spilling across the asphalt. "Here to see Frey." "You're the cutter." Quillen nodded, though the dismissive term repulsed him. The doorman, it wasn't the usual one, grunted and let him in. Inside, the sudden humidity fogged over Quillen's small, round, blue-tinted spectacles. He took them off and rubbed the flat lenses on his sleeve before slipping the glasses back onto the narrow ridge of his nose. The lights were turned down, but that was the way Malkin and most of his customers preferred it. Malkin himself was behind the bar, polishing glasses while he kept one eye on the fight that was still playing out on the television. He was raked thin and mean-looking, with cryptic tattoos on his forearms, all smudged purples and liver reds. They looked like they'd been done with a piece of scrap metal and a bottle of low-grade transmission oil. Malkin wore a yellowing vest and a towel draped around his shoulders, the vest showing off his scrawny, leathery-skinned neck, and a thin circumferential scar where, Quillen could only assume, Malkin had survived being garroted. Certainly there had been some damage to his larynx, because when he opened his mouth, all he could produce was a croaking noise, a sustained guttural rasp that forced his clients to lean in close when they wanted to understand. "That time of year again?" Malkin asked. "Must be getting punchy, because I could have sworn it wasn't long since your last visit. When was it? June? June prime?" "August, and that's not why I've come." "Always welcome to drop by. You know that." Malkin reached for a bottle behind the bar. "Your usual?" "No ice." Malkin poured out a measure of red-eye. "How's life down in the morgue, anyway? Cut open anything interesting lately?" "This and that." Malkin put the bottle back on the shelf. "You know,
We could always use a man with a steady hand on the blade, a man who knows his way around anatomy, so to speak. What to cut and what not to cut, if you get my drift. What you can live with for a few hours and what you can't.
I'm sure you and Frey know more than enough on that score already.
Well, maybe, but Frey's not the man he used to be, and my problem is I like to make them squeal. Sometimes I go too far too fast, you know.
Malkin looked as if he was expecting sympathy for being too enthusiastic with his interrogation and torture methods.
You, though, you've got the necessary restraint. All I'm saying, and I know I speak for Frey in this matter, there's always potential employment here, if work dries up in the morgue.
Thanks for the offer. Work's not very likely to dry up in a hurry, though.
I take your point, it being a morgue and all.
Anyway, I'm not looking for a new line of work. Quillen took a sip of the red-eye. It was sharp, and he felt it trickle down his throat in fiery rivulets. Alcohol had no significant effect on the angel nervous system, even given his modified physiology. But the taste wasn't unpleasant, and it helped him fit in with the bar's other customers, insofar as any were bothering to pay attention to the thin man in a coat talking to the thin man behind the bar.
You in trouble?
Malkin asked. I've never been out of it.
I mean, something other than whatever shit it was brought you into Frey's sphere of influence.
Malkin fixed him with his small, pale yellow eyes. They were the exact colour of urine drops on the rim of a toilet.
Which, incidentally, I have never seen fit to pry about.
That's good.
Just like it's never occurred to me to pry about what exactly happens each time you come up here and go into that back room.
That's also good. Malkin was part of Frey's organization, but to the best of Quillen's knowledge he did not know the truth of Quillen's identity. Frey, Quillen believed, had never told a living soul what he knew.
Well, he's in the back. Usual haunt.
Quillen reached for change, but Malkin shook his head.
On the house tonight. The least we can do, you choose to pay us a visit.
Frey could normally be found in a small room set back from the rest of the bar, entered by a narrow stoop-under archway. The windowless nook was only just big enough to accommodate the table and chairs around it. With its narrow entrance, there was a claustrophobic sense of entrapment about the place. Today Frey nursed a cigarette and a half-empty shot glass, and according to his usual custom, was sitting alone. There was something in his demeanour, some subtle, hard-to-articulate quality of expression and posture that caused people to orbit away from him. He was a big man, black-skinned, almost too big for the chair he was sitting in. His hair had been black when they first met, but in 9 years it had turned first to grey, and then to a brilliant, pure white.
"Starting to think I'd imagined that phone call," Frey said, his voice a low, threatening rumble. He blinked and twitched. "Uptown traffic's a bitch, right?"
"I made it, didn't I?"
"So take a seat. Look like you plan on spending more than 5 seconds in my presence."
Quillen eased into a chair opposite the bottled force that was Frey. "Thanks for agreeing to see me." He took off his hat and placed it on a wall hook. Frey sucked on the cigarette, the orange tip the only bright thing in the gloom of his favoured nook. His hand shook terribly, as if there was a hook in it, and someone was jerking an invisible string. "I took the liberty of calling Maroka. She's on her way." "Who's Maroka?" "One of my extraction specialists. You'll like her." "Who said anything about extraction?" "I did, and we're doing it. Pieces are already falling into place. Aren't we jumping the gun a little here?" "You told me enough on the telephone." Frey sipped from his own drink. "Joining the dots, that's one of my specialties. I joined the dots where you were concerned, didn't I?" "That was your job back then," Quillen said, "before you hung up your badge." "Worst mistake I ever made, other than not turning you in." "Do you want to know what happened or not?" Without waiting for an answer, Quillen told him about the angel and their conversation during the examination and autopsy. "Then I called you. I drove by my apartment. I know you told me not to go home, but I didn't stop or slow down. And then I came here." "Told you not to do that, Cutter." "No one saw me." "You hope. Did you notice anyone there who shouldn't have been? Only a van from the Boundary Commission, badly disguised as a vehicle from Hygiene and Works. I assume that didn't have anything to do with the mess I'm in. Right now I wouldn't assume anything. It isn't just the local administration getting twitchy. They're stockpiling farms all over the city. You've probably heard about that. There have been some shortages in drug deliveries, Quillen said, thinking back to the morgue's dwindling inventory. I just assumed there was a problem in the supply chain. There isn't. This is coordinated and deliberate, and it smells of someone being very scared indeed. Word is it goes all the way up and all the way down. That includes the celestial levels in case you weren't paying attention. A big shift, a major realignment, would hurt the angels just as badly as it hurts us. So yes, it could all be tied in. Frey gave him a grin that was somewhere between pitying and sympathetic. Hate to break it to you, but you're a loose end. Could be someone's decided to tidy you up before the big one hits. Judging by what the angels said, they had more in mind than just tidying me up. Getting at those buried memories, in the hope that you know something vital about the infiltration process. Doesn't that strike you as a long shot? Maybe I do know something. It isn't beyond the bounds of possibility. The angel give you any idea about how long you need to lie low? Not really. He said something about a change in celestial levels, some kind of coup. If it works, I can return. If it doesn't, it's always going to be dangerous for me here, and dangerous for anyone who tries to shelter me. This coup, are we talking about something imminent? Could be months away for all I know, but however long it takes, that's how long I'll have to keep out of Spear Point. It isn't just about protecting my own neck either. If I'm valuable, then I'm valuable to the people who sent the angel down as well. Whose motives we don't know for sure. They gave me the weapon, Frey. That suggests they have my best interests in mind. This weapon you still haven't shown me. I've got it with me. Quillen took another sip of the red-eye. You mentioned your extraction specialist. That was news to me. Whenever we talked about this, it was always you who was going to get me out of Spear Point. Frey leaned back in his chair. Maybe it's escaped your attention, but I'm getting a little ragged around the edges lately. The drugs aren't doing it for me anymore. Not unless I dial up the dosage. Looks to me as if you've dialed it up about as far as it'll go, Quillen said. The decline since their last meeting was worse than he had expected. Frey accepted this diagnosis with a powerful twitch-like shrug. He scratched a finger under his right eye. There's no way I can go deeper than Steamville, much less survive beyond Spear Point. I'll see you to the station, but from then on you'll be in Maroka's hands. You don't have to worry about her. She has her quirks, but she gets the job done. Already more than a dozen successful extractions under her belt. Out of how many attempts? Oh, please. What matters is that she can do this, and she's ready and waiting. You'll take the train. Now, you're going to show me what the angel gave you? Is it safe here? Provided you don't think it'll blow up on us. Quillen lifted the medical bag onto the table and sprung open the gold clasp. I suppose if the angel meant to hurt me, he had ample opportunity in the morgue. But that's only my theory. We'll roll with it for now. The bag yawned open. Quillen reached into it and dug to the bottom. He pulled out a heavy, bandaged object, like a severed hand wrapped in linen. Quillen let the linen unroll across the table, revealing that it contained 8 smaller packages, each individually wrapped. This is how it came out of him, in pieces. What do you mean, out of him? The pieces were surgically implanted. I noticed bruising and swelling as soon as I saw him on the table. That was the only way to do it. If the angel had come down bearing some obvious item of advanced technology, it would have been separated by the cleanup crew and sent up to the bureau boys before I ever got a look at it. Proves they were serious about getting it to you at least. It wasn't just an afterthought. No, I don't think so. There's a problem, though. Why send down something that isn't going to work? Nothing from the celestial levels functions down here. You know that as well as anyone. I don't think the angels would have gone to so much trouble if they knew it would be a futile gesture. Quillen unwrapped the pieces one by one, placing them on the bare table with the wrapping beneath them. The linen had been white before, but now it was soaked through with pink and yellow discoloration. None of the components was any larger than the palm of Quillen's hand, and each was still covered in a thin slime of blood and tissue. Frey tapped a finger in the air, pointing at the objects and mouthing silently, "You're sure ya didn't miss anything?" He told me precisely where to cut and how many parts I'd find. This is all we have. Frey took one of the larger parts, smeared off most of the residue onto the edge of the linen, and held it up to his eyes with a trembling hand. Like the other pieces, it was made of hard, matte silver metal. "Expecting it to be heavier?" "Everything they make is light," Quillen said. "They're light. They've got very good at it." "How long did it take before you stopped saying we, Cutter?" "Protective camouflage. It doesn't mean I've forgotten who or what I am." Quillen retrieved a fresh sheet of linen from the medical bag and set about cleaning up the other 7 parts. Frey watched with an expression of quiet fascination, as if he were studying the opening moves of a high-stakes card game. One by one, Quillen put the cleaned parts back down on the table. "Anything leap out at you?" Frey asked. "I don't know where to start." Quillen sifted through the parts, fingering each in turn. The angel hadn't given him any detailed instructions on what to do with the pieces. It wasn't even clear that the angel had known the exact nature of the weapon it had been carrying. 8 pieces, which will fit together. That was all he had been told. Frey jabbed a finger. "That piece looks like it might go with that one." Quillen picked up a kind of elongated pipe, ribbed with lateral flanges, and decided, provisionally, that it might be a barrel or focusing device. There was another piece, a thicker cylinder with an open end, which appeared to slot into place on one end of the barrel. He slid the pieces together and felt a tiny microscopic click, too precise to be accidental. "Good call." "Anything started ticking yet?" Frey asked. Quillen said nothing. He tried pulling the pieces back apart, but they were fixed solidly together. He couldn't even see a visible join where one piece fitted over the other. It was as if the parts had fused seamlessly. He picked up the other pieces in turn, searching for something that would mate in an obvious fashion with the component he had already assembled. There was nothing obvious, but during his examination, he spotted 2 other pieces that appeared to fit together. As carefully as he dared, he pushed them together, and felt the same tiny click as the parts engaged. He had made something like a pistol grip, but scaled for a small, delicate hand. "Wild stab in the dark here, Cutter, but I think it might possibly be a gun." "I'm not fond of guns." "I am," said a new voice, "especially when they're shiny. Guess this is the new package, right?" Quillen turned around from the table as the woman entered the nook. She was short enough not to need to duck under the low arch. Her clothes were utilitarian and drab, shapeless trousers, heavy toe-capped boots that might have belonged to a welder, a dark olive coat that was several sizes too big. She had a nondescript, melt-into-the-crowd face and very short hair, mostly dark but flecked with grey at the temples. He guessed her age at somewhere between 15 and 20. "Miroka, meet Dr. Quillen," Frey said. "He is, as you correctly surmised, the new package. I've just been telling him how you're going to do such an excellent job of getting him out of Spear Point. Hope you told him it isn't going to be no joyride." "I'm under no illusions," Quillen said. "Looking at 3 hard days to get you out, if all goes to plan, which mostly it won't. 3 days of dirt and worry and less sleep than you've ever had in your life. Then we have to find the people Frey's lined up to take you to Fortune's Landing, and hope they haven't changed their minds." "You can throw in danger as well," Frey said. "Cutter's ticked off some angels. They've got deep penetration agents in Neon Heights, and they'll be aiming to stop him leaving town." "You didn't mention angels on the phone, Frey. You said there was local heat. In my book, that ain't the same thing." "Must have slipped my mind." He contorted his face into a mask of fake contrition. "Not that a little thing like that would be enough to scare you off, would it?" "I've dealt with angels. They don't worry me." "What I figured. Bonus is, Cutter's come into a little inheritance. It's what we're trying to put together now." Moroka looked at the gore-stained puzzle on the table. "That's the weapon you were talking about?"
"It's Angel technology, supposed to give him an edge, so he can get out with his skin intact."
"Looks like something a dog sicked up."
"You don't want to know where it came from, trust me." Frey brushed fingers through the white thatch of his hair. "Well, any new insights, Cutter?" Quillen stared at the still unassembled gun. For a moment the part seemed impossible to reconcile. Then, with a shudder of intuitive understanding, it all made sense to him. One element fitted under the other and formed an aperture into which the barrel could be slid and locked, the grip assembly slotted into the rear of the hull, entering at a slight angle to the line of the barrel. He pushed it home, anticipating the click that would signify correct assembly. The click arrived, but at the same moment the weapon also came alive in his hand. A tracery of luminous blue lines appeared over it, flickering and branching as if the weapon were validating its own operational integrity. The change was so sudden that he nearly dropped it. "Guess you got that right," Frey said.
"So it would seem."
"What I said before still stands, though. That's Angel technology. It shouldn't work down here."
"If it does, then we're all—"
Moroka started saying. The gun spoke.
"Thank you for reassembling me. Be advised that I am programmed to bloodlock to the individual now holding me."
Its voice was hard and metallic, with a slight feminine edge.
"If you wish bloodlock to be assigned to another individual, they must handle me within the next 30 seconds. Bloodlock may only be assigned once to one individual. I am now initiating the 30-second countdown. You will be alerted when bloodlock is established."
"I guess that's you," Frey said to Quillen, with a sly smile on his face, as if he was enjoying every moment of this.
"Or maybe it should be me," Moroka said. "After all, I'm the one doing the protecting around here."
Quillen held on to the weapon, although part of his mind was screaming at him to release it.
"There's intelligence in this thing," he said. "That shouldn't be possible. Machines can't think down here."
Frey shrugged. "Things keep working for a while."
"Not when they've been taken apart and put back together again," Quillen said.
"Give me the gun,"
Moroka said.
"It's Cutter's tie now." Frey looked up at her, daring Moroka to contradict him. "The Angel meant it for him."
The gun said, "Bloodlock has now been established. Please be advised that ambient conditions are such that my operational effectiveness in energy discharge mode is now 81% and falling."
"What?" Frey said.
"Assuming that present conditions remain stable, I will become inoperable in energy discharge mode in 5 hours, 22 minutes, with an estimated error margin of plus or minus 8 minutes. Functionality will be severely compromised within 3 hours, 45 minutes.
"It's already failing," Quillen said, turning the barrel to face the wall, making sure his finger was nowhere near the trigger.
5 hours and change, Frey said. "What time is it?"
"I got 9,
Moroka said, lifting up her sleeve to examine her watches.
"Last downbound train's 10:15.
"Still doable, wouldn't you say?" asked Frey.
"If we move now," Moroka said.
"Slow down," Quillen said, feeling like a man on a moving sidewalk that was accelerating ever faster. "I came here to discuss the possibility of leaving, that's all. I thought we might make arrangements for tomorrow, or the day after. Not start the journey right now with no preparation." "Things have moved up a notch," Frey said. "Besides, the Angel told you not to stick around. Tomorrow might already be too late."
"Moroka and I don't know each other. How can I be sure she's any good?" Quickly he added, "No disrespect."
"None taken,"
Moroka said.
"Moroka works for me. That's all the recommendation you need."
Frey looked expectantly at Moroka.
"Maybe a silly question, but I take it you came equipped."
She screwed up her face. "Shit, I forgot."
"Moroka," Frey said warningly.
She allowed her coat to hang open. Stitched to the inside seam was an array of armaments and equipment, each item in a little pouch or hoop of its own. There was a submachine gun, a revolver, an automatic, some kind of blunderbuss, something like a pistol-sized crossbow, and a vicious assortment of edged weapons, some of which were evidently for throwing and some for close combat. There were also bullets, magazines,
powder boxes, and an apothecary's dream of colour-coded vials and stoppered bottles. I didn't forget.
Told you she was good, Frey said, pushing back his chair so that he could stand up. And now it's time to let you in on a little operational secret, Cutter. I guess it never occurred to you that it wouldn't be very smart for a man in my position to allow himself to be cornered in a room like this.
Now that you mention it. Frey produced a bunch of heavy iron keys from his pocket, then pushed a shoe against a section of the wall behind him. What had appeared to be part of the panelling hinged inwards, into darkness.
What's that? Quillen asked.
What it looks like, a secret tunnel. He passed the keys to Maroka. Go ahead, I'll bring up the rear. You don't need to come with us, Frey. I can do this on my own. I don't doubt it, Maroka, but I told Cutter I'd see him to the station. Least I can do. Maroka stooped through the door, then straightened up once she was inside. Quillen followed her into a short, narrow tunnel, bending almost double to squeeze through. Ahead was another door blocking their passage. This one was made of plated metal and looked like it could stop a train, or at the very least a determined safecracker. Maroka poked a key into the dark eye of a lock and twisted it with a grunt. There was a thunk as the mechanism worked. She pushed at the door, which must have been very nearly airtight. As it swung wide, warm, humid air gusted against Quillen's face. The tunnel stretched on much further. Where does it lead? Out, Maroka said. Frey pushed the outer door almost closed, leaving only a pencil-thin shaft of light leaking through from the interior of the Pink Peacock. Frey must have had a spare set of keys, since he was able to lock the secondary door on his own. The bar sounds, which had been muffled but present a moment earlier, were now entirely absent. It was just the three of them and the sound of their own breathing. They advanced into darkness, the gloom relieved only by the wavering light from Maroka's pen-sized electric torch. When Quillen touched the dark marble-like surface of the wall, it gave off an ancient reptilian cold. He had heard rumours of tunnels such as this, cutting back into spear points fabric from within the oldest buildings, but this was the first time he had seen the evidence with his own eyes. He had taken his tinted spectacles off to see better in the darkness. The tunnels had been bored, it could only be presumed, during an earlier phase, centuries or millennia ago, when local conditions allowed the use of high-energy cutting equipment such as plasma lances. Nothing that now worked in Neon Heights could inflict more than a scratch on the dense black fabric. It would have taken lifetimes to manually dig this far. You never told me about these tunnels, Quillen said to Frey. That's sort of the idea with a secret, Cutter. I didn't think you and I had any. Now I'm wondering what else I didn't need to know. Frey's a businessman, Maroka said, butting in on their conversation. He may have made you think you had some special relationship going, but the bottom line is you're just one of his clients. Ain't that right, Frey? Cutter's more than a client, Frey said. Despite his size, he was keeping up with the pace. What's the deal with the name? Maroka asked. Quillen took off his hat so he didn't have to stoop as much, clutching it against the dark prize of his medical bag. Frey's idea of wit. I'm a pathologist. I cut things open. It means he doesn't have to use my real name when it might be overheard. But for what it's worth, I'd much rather you called me Quillen. Good enough for Frey? Good enough for me. Cutter it is. Thanks. Is it going to be like this all the way to... what was the place you mentioned? Fortune's Landing, Frey said. I've heard of it. That's about all. You'll do fine there, Frey said. It's on one of the semaphore lines, so you won't feel out of touch. I trust Maroka will make introductions for me when we arrive. I don't go that far, she said. I drop you off with some nomads we've had dealings with, bunch of traders who loop between the main towns, selling and bartering what they can, generally trying to stay out of the way of the skulls and the vorgs. People I can trust. They'll see you right, Frey said, but once you get to Fortune's Landing, you're on your own, which is no problem, you being a medicine man and all that. Those ladylike hands of yours, I'm sure you won't have too much trouble finding employment. I hope it's not the same kind Malkin had in mind. He gets carried away with the torturing thing, Frey admitted, but you've got to admire a man who enjoys his work. You said you cut things open, Moroka said. How's that going to help you if they've already got the pathologist's job covered? I was trained as a doctor. I can diagnose ailments, prescribe drugs, and perform simple surgical procedures. That's good, Moroka said. Plenty of diseases out there to treat, that's for sure, provided they don't get you first. You're a ray of sunshine. I can see the next 3 days are just going to fly by. Give her time, Frey said. She's an acquired taste. Besides, none of it's personal with Moroka. She likes you, really. She just doesn't want to get too close to the commodity. Might have something to do with how few of them ever show up again, Moroka added. Frey seems to think I'll make it back. Don't you, Frey? Absolutely, he called from the rear. Not a doubt in my mind. Frey's an optimist, Moroka said scathingly. Always did tell him it was his biggest flaw. But there must have been some tiny flicker of curiosity in Moroka, some realization that Quillen was not just another client, because a short while later she said, So how'd you two hook up anyway? Frey got you into one of his business insurance schemes? It isn't a protection racket, Frey said. I don't do protection rackets. But you're not above setting your enemies on fire, Moroka said. That's different. Quillen stooped even more, having the impression that the tunnel was becoming tighter the further they went into it. How far are we going? Far as we have to. Need to pick up the pace or we'll miss the train. You all right back there, Frey? I'm fine. But Frey was clearly beginning to flag. Quillen could hear it in his increasingly laboured breathing, the gradual weakening of his voice. The tunnel began to bend around to the left. Although neither Moroka nor Frey made any mention of it, Quillen was conscious of passing a separate shaft running off to the right. Warm, fetid air gusted out of the dark mouth. They were surely an awesome distance into the fabric of Spear Point now. Quillen sensed the crushing press of all this ancient matter, resentful at the tunnels cut through it, nothing on its mind except the need to close them up for all eternity. For all the hazards that awaited him in the inhabited part of Neon Heights, he was very keen to leave this place. I'd heard about these tunnels, he said, but I didn't know whether they were real or not. Part of me just assumed they were another urban myth, like the giant rats in the sewer drains. They're real enough, Frey said. Then is the rest of it real as well? The stories about the things inside them? Been using these tunnels for half my life, Moroka said. Been deep, too. In all that time, I ain't never seen anything I couldn't explain. Been spooked a few times, but... She paused, as if she had given away too much by admitting to having been frightened. We've all been spooked, Frey said. There's no shame in it. Thing is, though, these tunnels aren't any kind of secret. Cops know about them. I did before I left the force. We'd use them to intimidate suspects, threaten to leave them alone in here. Didn't exactly go out of our way to spike the scare stories. Scare stories, Quillen said. Bad shit happens down here, Moroka said. Get lost down here quicker than you can blink, or bump into people you don't want to bump into, which would be me on a bad day. But the rest of it? So much steaming horse shit, metaphorically speaking. I couldn't have put it more eloquently, Frey said. And the mad machines? Quillen asked. Man's been reading too many bedtime stories, Moroka said, just as her torch flickered out, plunging them into absolute darkness. No machines, big or small, cutter. Just because the tunnels exist, don't mean all the other made-up crap turns out to be real as well. She shook the torch until it faltered back to life. So neither of you has ever seen anything strange, in all the times you've been coming through these tunnels? Seen some dead bodies, Moroka said. Seen some things I'd rather not know what they used to be. But big scary machines wandering around in here? Afraid not. Spear Point's just a big old spike jammed into the ground. Nothing's changed in here for thousands of years. Have you ever been lost? Happened once or twice, especially when the package was doing too much talking. Hint taken. Moroka wasn't done, though. Being lost isn't the worst thing that can happen. At least if you get lost, you might wander out again. Cross a zone? That's a different story. You'd hardly fail to notice if you crossed a zone, Quillen said. Yeah, you'd notice, but that doesn't mean you'd feel it coming, or be able to cross back over. You think you know Spear Point pretty well, Cutter, but all you really know is life on the skin, out on the ledges. The zones are big out there. Someone like Frey, he hardly ever needs to leave Neon Heights. Her voice took on an admonitory tone. Different story once you get inside. Now they get smaller and smaller, crowding in around the Eye of God, or the Mire, or whatever you want to call it. Shit gets blurred together, hard to map. Reason my light isn't working so well, it can feel us getting closer to the transition. Do we have to cross over? Not until we leave the tunnel and get to Steamville, unless things have shifted around in here since last time, which is a possibility. Clock boys are already worked up about it, and not just in Neon Heights. Rest of us saw this coming way back. Last 2-3 years, easily. Serious movement. Something heavy heading down the pike. Without waiting for his opinion, she added, "Blame the angels myself. Anything unexplained, they're top of my shit list."
I see. Quillen swallowed hard. And this assumption is based on what, exactly?
I'd just take it as a given, I were you, Frey said. Angels piss me off, Moroka said. That's all you need to know.
They walked on in silence, Quillen unwilling to press her on the matter for fear that she would start wondering exactly why he was so interested. At least it told him one thing. Frey must have kept their mutual secret. Unless she was lying for reasons of her own, Moroka knew nothing of his origins, and that meant Frey had never broken his word.
"How close are you taking us to the boundary?" Quillen asked. "Within half a league. Can't be more accurate than that." Presently he had the sense of the tunnel widening, and when he tried to reach out, he could only touch the nearest wall. "Keep right," Moroka said again, and though he could see almost nothing except the wavering spot cast by Moroka's torch, he knew they were edging past a huge duct or shaft, leading much deeper into Spear Point. In the darkness, he heard a quick rustle of fabric. There was a flash of yellow light and a bang that echoed and echoed into a diminishing infinity. In the afterimage of the yellow flash, he saw Moroka's fist holding one of her guns, the revolver, firing it into the warm draft. He steeled himself, wondering what she had seen or sensed. Then her torch beam alighted on a scampering black form, a soot-black rat. Part of its tail was missing. The rat looked up at them with ochre eyes and rubbed its snout with its forepaws. He heard the click as Moroka put the safety catch back on and slipped the gun into her coat. "Nothing to see. Let's move." "We're only a few hundred spans from the exit," Frey said, wheezing heavily now. "Reckon I'd better turn around here, or I'll be slowing you down too much. Moroka'll take care of you the rest of the way. Send me a postcard from Fortune's Landing. Anonymous, of course. Don't want everyone knowing you've skipped town."
In the gloom of the tunnel, Quillen shook the bigger man's hand. "I'll be sure to, and thanks for coming this far. You didn't need to." He paused and remembered something he had meant to give to Frey earlier. "Would you shine the torch over here?" he asked Moroka. He waited until the beam fell on his medical bag, then opened the fasteners. He took out a small package from near the top. "It's not as much as usual, but our supplies haven't been restocked for weeks. I'm afraid you'll just have to make do until I find another source."
Frey took the package of Morphax 55, crumpling the white paper in his fist. "You saved any for yourself, Cutter?" "Enough." Frey passed the package back. "I'm pretty sure you'll need this more than I do. I'm not going anywhere. You are. If you don't make it back from the outside, I don't know where I'd find another supplier." "I'm sure you'd find someone," Quillen said, but he knew better than to press the point. He returned the anti-zonals to his bag, secretly grateful that Frey had turned them down. "When you two are done," Moroka said, "we got a train to make." "Go," Frey said, squeezing Quillen's hand once before releasing his grip, "and enjoy the scenery." Chapter 3. They emerged from the tunnel through a low door that led into the back room of an all-night laundrette. Quillen replaced his hat and pushed his spectacles back onto his nose, even though the steam fogged them almost instantly. With its pale green walls, sacks of soiled linen and churning coin-operated machines, the laundrette was a bright, steam-filled oasis. Despite the lateness of the hour, two people were sitting apart on hard benches, waiting for their washing cycles to end, staring into the hypnotic vortices of their whirling clothes. In that moment, he would gladly have joined them, choosing life in the laundrette over the uncertainties that lay ahead beyond Spear Point. Then they were outside, in the night and the rain. Quillen caught himself looking around, eyeing the surrounding streets, buildings and vehicles for a potential spy or assailant. "Try not to look like you've got a target on your head," Meroka said. They took the funicular down to the next ledge, then rode the elevated. Slot cars and slot cabs buzzed by in racing blue flashes. Blade, the female pop singer, winked at them from an animated neon advertisement covering the whole side of a tenement building, while she took sultry puffs from a Mariner cigarette. The few pedestrians about were stooped under umbrellas or had their hats jammed low against the weather. Quillen felt conspicuous, wondering what explanation he would offer if anyone questioned him about his association with the scowling, illegally armed Meroka. But none of the vehicles slowed. No one in the passing slot buses or overhead trains gave them more than a second glance, and the other pedestrians seemed much more concerned with avoiding puddles and potholes than noticing Quillen and his new accomplice. It was nearly 10 by the time they got to the station. Quillen looked up at the cluster of golden clocks set into the stonework above the arched entranceway. "Can we still make it?" Meroka nodded at one of the several all-night diners across the other side of the road from the station. "Wait in there. I'll buy the tickets. Shouldn't I stay with you?" "Don't want you hanging around in the station. Angels want you this badly? They'll have every station scoped. We get in, get out fast. On the train and out." Understood. He watched Meroka vanish into the station, then walked into the yellow glow of the all-night diner. There was a long zinc-topped bar, a trio of morose-looking customers perched at one end of it, none of whom acknowledged his arrival. The bartender gave him a non-committal look. Quillen pulled up a red-cushioned stool at the far end and ordered a coffee and a donut. He lit a cigarette and smoked it hard. Like alcohol, the plant extract in the cigarette had no detectable effect on his nervous system, but smoking eased the tightness in his lungs. They were changing, just like the rest of him. When the coffee arrived, he forced half the cup down immediately. He ate the donut in a few dutiful mouthfuls, wiped sticky residue from his lips and studied the station entrance, waiting for Meroka to emerge. Perhaps they had cut things too fine after all. 5 minutes later, she came out and walked over to the all-night diner. There was nothing on her face to say how the transaction had gone. She pushed open the door and took the stool next to Quillen's. "We're ready?" "Finish your drink." They sat in brooding silence like a pair of lovers after a public tiff. Every now and then Meroka glanced at the clocks behind the counter, checked her own watches, or the time shown above the station entrance. It was already 10 minutes past the hour, with the train due to leave in less than 5 minutes. It must already be in the station, waiting to depart. "Shouldn't we be on our way?" "You want to do this on your own? Be my guest." "Did you see anyone inside?" "1 or 2. I mean anyone who looked suspicious." He caught the bartender's eye and slipped a bill onto the counter, waving aside any change. "Like they might be the ones after me." She gave him a sidelong look. "You think they'd be that obvious?" "No," he said, "but I'm assuming you're good enough at your job to spot the signs most people would miss." Meroka simmered, clearly distressed at not being able to come back with a suitably cutting response. "Didn't see anyone," she said eventually, "but that don't mean no one's there. They're good. They're going to be hard to spot, even for me." Quillen checked his own watches. "Then there's nothing for it but to hope for the best. Isn't it time?" "Train ain't leaving for another 3 minutes." "It'll take us at least 2 minutes to get to the platform." 90 seconds, she said, with fierce certainty. They sat in silence for another half-minute, at which point Meroka nodded and they were moving. He was aware of the bartender watching them, of the expert disinterest of the other 3 patrons. They crossed the street and entered the station. Above the arch, all the mechanical clocks paused their minute hands at the top of the hour, as if the hidden mechanisms behind their faces were drawing breath. Then the hands resumed their progress, and it was less than a minute until the train departed. They walked quickly through the vaulted gloom of the station, never quite breaking into a run. Down blue-tiled staircases, onto wooden flooring, the smell of steam, oil and ozone heavy in the air. Moroka had cut their departure to the second, but at least it meant there were no crowds pressing around the boarding gates, where the station clerks checked tickets. They were waved through and instructed not to dawdle. The platform alongside the waiting train was nearly empty, all other passengers and luggage already aboard. The only people now standing on the platform were station staff, pillbox-hatted guards with crisp white gloves and silver whistles at the ready, porters waiting by empty trolleys. At the head of the train was an internal combustion-powered locomotive, the fiery red of a transistor radio. On the opposite side of the platform, waiting to be relieved after it had climbed all the way up from the next zone down, was a black steam engine at the end of a long line of freight cars. The black engine was veiled in its own steam, hissing from pipes and valves, as if the machine was on the point of exploding from its own pressure. They boarded the red-engined train, climbing into the vestibule at the end of a carriage. Moroka lingered nervously at the threshold, looking up and down the steam-cloaked platform. Most of the doors were already closed. One of the guards blew his whistle. The locomotive answered with a blast of its air horn. The train began to inch forwards. Moroka closed the door. Quillen saw the figure at the same moment she did. A man, little more than a walking silhouette, emerged from the black fog around the steam engine on the other side of the platform. He wasn't wearing a railway uniform, rather a wide-brimmed hat and a knee-length coat cinched at the waist. He could have been an evening commuter waiting for the last train home. Something in his left hand caught the scarlet gleam of a signal light. "That's one of them," Moroka said, as the same paralyzing realization formed in Quillen's own mind. What was the man going to do? Get on the train, or wait as it rolled out of the station, picking up speed as it hit the descending grade, the start of the long spiral all the way down to Steamville? The moment stretched agonizingly. Quillen wanted to act for himself, wanted to take the initiative, but it had been too long since he had faced a similar crisis, and the certainty of action he had once relied upon was not there. He watched in a state of numb indecision as the man grabbed the handrail of a passing carriage and swung himself aboard, opening the door and letting himself in, the difficult sequence of movements completed with a weirdly inhuman elegance, as if Quillen had just seen a movie run through the projector backwards. The man had stepped onto the train only 4 or 5 carriages from where they were standing. "We're leaving," Moroka said, opening the door again. Quillen looked down at the platform, the wooden boards moving by more quickly with each instant that he delayed. It was already fast enough that if he did not judge his landing well, he would be seriously injured. "It's going too fast." "Do it, Cutter!" He couldn't. He was paralyzed with fear and indecision, part of him wanting to place his complete trust in Moroka, another part unable to surrender. She grabbed his wrist, and for a moment he thought she was going to launch herself into space and take him with her. The train was rocketing now, picking up speed quickly as the front portion reached the descending grade beyond the platform. His only instinct was to hold on tighter to the handrail, refusing to be dragged free. "It's too fast," he said again, this time on a falling note, because he knew that any possibility of jumping was now behind them. "I'm sorry." "You blew the extraction," Moroka said, "less than a minute into the journey, and you fucking blew it." Something snapped inside him. He shoved Moroka against the wall of the carriage, surprising himself with his own violence and the suddenness with which it had emerged. "Listen to me," he said, still pinning her in place. "I may seem meek and mild to you, and maybe I am compared to you, but there's something you need to understand." He pushed harder, with a savagery he had not expected in himself. "I am not your damned package. I'm a man who spent 9 years surviving alone, 9 years after I killed 2 of my colleagues because they murdered someone I loved. And when I say killed, I mean that I tortured them with drugs, slowly and painfully until they died, because that's what happens when you get on the wrong side of me. And I've been down here for 9 years, minding my own business, never so much as treading on a fly, until today, when my world turned upside down again. I've had to go from that to this in less time than it takes most people to pick somewhere nice to eat. I left work, and now, only a few hours later, I'm leaving the city. So I apologize if my adjustment isn't as quick as you'd like, but you're just going to have to deal with it." He released the pressure on Moroka. She moved her chin back and forth, licked her lips.
You finished, Cutter? For now.
She reached up to readjust the collar of her coat where he had held her.
For something that looks like it crawled out of the ground, you have some strength, I'll give you that. Felt good to get that off your chest, didn't it?
I'm just saying, it would be a mistake to underestimate me.
You serious about the torturing and killing part?
He closed his eyes against the memory of what he had been forced to do.
Yes.
She slammed the door shut, the rushing air of their progress doing most of the work for her. Outside, the train rattled and swayed over a silvery labyrinth of crisscrossing rails.
Well, guess we're on the train now, whether we like it or not.
We don't know how many of them were hiding in that station, apart from the one who got aboard. For all you know, we'd be dead if we'd jumped off. Maroka looked down the long corridor that ran the length of the carriage on the left-hand side,
whereas it's a stone-cold certainty that there's one of them on the train now.
I don't know that he saw us. He may just have got on this train on the off chance that we were on it.
He saw us. Saw you, anyway.
We should move along the train, closer to the front. Maybe he won't have time to reach us.
Next stop's 20 minutes away, when they switch the engine. He'll have time.
That doesn't mean we should just wait here for him, does it?
Quillen breathed in and out, trying to find some calm, however transitory it might prove.
We're not defenseless. We're both armed. There's two of us, just one of him.
Just the one we saw doesn't mean he don't have friends already inside.
Maroka looked along the corridor again. They could only see as far as the opposite end of this carriage, where the corridor jogged inwards to pass through the connecting bellows between one coach and the next. 4 or 5 carriages down, Quillen thought, trying to hold the image in his mind like a photograph, scanning it for details he might have missed at the time. If the agent was working his way towards them now, the first warning they would have would be when he came around that corner.
You ready with that angel gun? Maroka asked.
Quillen squeezed his palm around the waiting weapon, still safe in his coat pocket. He drew it out slowly. Do you still work?
Operational effectiveness is now 63% and falling, the gun answered,
quietly enough that its voice would not have been heard in the adjoining compartments.
I will become inoperable in energy discharge mode in 4 hours, 3 minutes. Functionality will be severely compromised within 2 hours, 25 minutes. Error margins are available for these estimates.
I'll skip the error margins. He returned the gun to his pocket before someone happened along the corridor. 4 hours is still good, isn't it? Once we've lost his tail, we'll be fine, won't we?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Maroka opened her coat and selected one of her own weapons, a bulky machine pistol with squared-off utilitarian lines. It had a stamped metal barrel and a straight grip enclosing a long magazine. Maroka thumbed a lever on the side of the black painted housing, clicking it to its 3rd setting.
Anything else you need reassuring about?
I thought you didn't do reassurance.
Got 2 choices. Wait at the front of the train for him to find us, which he will, sooner or later, and he'll know he's got us cornered. Or take the fight to him.
I'm guessing you like the second one best.
Maroka concealed the gun back inside her coat, the flap covering her hand and sleeve. Stay behind me. Don't shoot at anyone until I do.
They started walking down the corridor, passing compartments on the right. The first 2 were empty and the 3rd contained only 1 passenger, a young woman looking out of the window. Neon heights slid by in a rain-smeared blur of mingled colours, the succession of advertisements and slogans tending to a rushing electric white as the train gathered speed. The next compartment was empty, and the one after that contained 2 men who were smoking and laughing. The next and last compartment in that coach was also empty, with only a couple of discarded newspapers on the seats. Quillen could feel the descending grade now, the train winding its anti-clockwise way down the long, gentle spiral cut into Spear Point side, losing a league in altitude for every 30 leagues it travelled along the tracks. There was still a long way to go before he reached the ground. He didn't want to think about exactly how far it was. Maroka paused at the bend in the corridor, whipping out her gun and swinging around the blind corner. Quillen waited until she gave him the nod and followed behind, through the swaying connecting bellows between the 2 carriages. Then she held him back while she swung around into the next corridor.
Clear,
she said quietly. They moved along the next series of compartments. Again, some were empty and some were partially occupied. Only one was anywhere near full, the second along, with 5 rowdy businessmen trading stories, their shirt collars and ties loosened, the smell of an evening's hard drinking hanging in the air. In the next compartment sat a mother and daughter, bolt upright in their seats, the girl wearing a bonnet, the mother a veil that covered the upper half of her face, both of them dressed in the elaborate and formal clothes that marked them as respectable citizens of Steamville, returning from what must have been an arduous and costly excursion to Neon Heights. On the mother's lap, clutched as if it were the most precious artifact in the universe, lay a large brown envelope. The girl was pale of complexion, thinner than she should have been, and in the grip of a constant shivering tremor. The mother probably couldn't have afforded the expense of a full operation in Neon Heights, but she might have had the means to pay for a set of X-rays, the images intended to guide the hand of an affordable surgeon back in Steamville. He wanted to talk to them. He had the tools in his bag to perform basic tests of neurological function. Even if he couldn't do anything for the girl, he could at least settle the mother's doubts, reassure her that she had done all that she could. He must have hesitated. The girl turned to look at him through the partition glass. The mother met his gaze, eyes dark and unreadable behind her veil, but there was inexpressible sadness and resignation in the lines around her mouth. The tendons stood out on the backs of her hands, clutching the envelope with its fearful cargo of medical truth. Then Maroka was looking back at him, urging him to follow. "I'm sorry," Quillen mouthed, as if that made a difference. Then a man came around the bend of the corridor beyond Maroka. He saw her twitch, ready to bring out the pistol. The man wore the cap and waistcoated uniform of a railway worker. He was shorter and bulkier than the figure they had seen on the platform, his frame filling the width of the corridor. In his hand was a ticket clipper, in the other a pocket timetable. "Be with you in a minute," the man called, before sliding open the first compartment door and vanishing inside. Maroka kept moving. There was only one person in the 4th compartment, deeply asleep, and no one in the 5th. The guard spoke to whoever was in the 6th compartment. There was the sound of his ticket punch, and then he emerged back into the corridor, to be met by Maroka, standing there with one hand still tucked into her coat, and Quillen behind her, the angel gun held out of view. "If I could just see your tickets," the guard said, "then you can get right on back to your compartment." Maroka reached into her coat with the other hand and produced the tickets. The guard took them from her and squinted down the length of his nose, eyes narrowing behind glasses. "I think you need to turn around," he said not unhelpfully. "Looks like you overshot your compartment back in the 3rd coach. Guess you were coming back from the dining car?" "Guess so," Maroka said. The guard jabbed a finger over his shoulder. "It's all 1st class behind me, right to the end of the train." He held his clipper up to the tickets and punched them together, then handed them back to Maroka, beaming with the satisfaction of a job well done. "We need to get past you," she said. The pleasant demeanour began to crack. "Maybe you didn't quite understand me, miss. These tickets of yours are 2nd class only. You really don't have any business going into the 1st class section." "How would you know about our business?" Maroka asked. "Let's not make more of this than we need to. You miscounted the number of coaches, that's all. Easy mistake. Anyone could do it. You just need to turn around and—" It was all too quick for Quillen. One instant the guard was looking down at Maroka, the next she had the machine pistol pushed right up into his face, the barrel digging into the fleshy mound of his cheek. The guard dropped the ticket punch and timetable, falling back against the partition between the corridor and the compartments. "You could have made this so much easier," Maroka said. She spun him around, then nodded at Quillen to open the sliding door into the empty compartment next to the one the guard had just been checking. She propelled the guard through, then gave him a hard kick in the testicles, sending him sprawling onto one of the cigarette-stained couches. "Don't shoot me," the guard said, recovering his glasses just as they slipped from his nose. "You think I can trust you to sit here and be awfully nice about not stopping this train as soon as we're out of your sight?" Of course." "Yeah, right." Still holding the machine pistol in her left hand, Maroka dug back into her coat and produced a small silver-plated device resembling a cross between a tiny pistol and a needleless hypodermic. She tossed it over to the stunned guard. "Pick it up," she said, as the device tumbled down between his buckled legs. There was, Quillen noticed, a growing dark spot on his groin. "What do you want?" "Got two choices here, fat man. Either you press that against your neck and squeeze, or I have to shoot you. What's it going to be?" "What's in it?" the man asked, picking up the device with nervous, fumbling fingers. "How do I know it isn't going to kill me?" "You don't." "I'd do it if I were you," Quillen said, hoping and praying that the device was loaded with some kind of tranquilizer. "Trigger fingers getting itchy here," Moroka said. The guard must have realized that he had very little option, for he pressed the tip of the device against the skin of his neck, just above the starched collar of his uniform, jammed his eyes shut and pulled the spring-loaded trigger. The device clicked and hissed, firing its chemical payload through his skin. The effect was rapid. The guard's fingers loosened, the anesthetic device dropping to the floor. His eyes opened, rolled senselessly, and then the guard slumped against the back of the seat, only his uniform distinguishing him from another drunk commuter dozing off the booze. "Please tell me I was right to convince him to use it," Quillen said. Moroka ducked in and retrieved the device, slipping it back into her coat. "He's tranked. It'll wear off in half an hour or so." "So now we just leave him? Shouldn't we remove his uniform or something, make him look less like a guard?" "Yeah, you do that, while I go on and kill the man who's on his way down the train to kill you." Moroka came back out of the compartment and slid the partition door closed. As she spoke, the adjoining door slid open. A man poked his head out of the gap, appraising Moroka and Quillen. "Something the matter here?" he asked in a low, threatening rasp of a voice. He had the thick-set face of a born troublemaker, the beady, questioning eyes of someone who wouldn't consider the evening complete if he didn't get into at least one good brawl. "No, we're fine," Moroka said, the machine pistol once more secreted within her coat. "Where's the guard? He was here a moment ago." "We didn't see any guard," Quillen said. He must have turned back and gone the other way. "How'd you know which way he was going if you didn't see him?" The man emerged into the corridor, suspicion deepening in his face. He tried to see past Moroka, through the compartment door she had just slid shut. "Who's in there?" "No one inside just now." "Not your problem," Moroka said. "Trust me on this." "Let me past." The man grabbed Moroka's shoulder and made to shove her against the corridor's outside wall. Moroka didn't give him a chance. She pulled the machine pistol out and rammed it under the man's chin. "I did tell you it wasn't your problem, didn't I?" The big man made a choking sound. "It would probably be a good idea to get back in your compartment," Quillen said, wondering if Moroka had enough tranquilizer to knock out everyone on the train. The big man, for all that he might have been spoiling for a confrontation, evidently knew better than to argue with the gun pressed under his jaw. He started shuffling backwards, his eyes straining to look down as Moroka forced his head up at an unnatural angle. That was when a figure appeared around the corner at the end of the corridor. Quillen, looking past both Moroka and the man she was holding at gunpoint, had only an instant to recognize the newcomer as the same man they had seen on the platform. In the half-light of the platform, he had passed for normal. Here in the electric brightness of the railway carriage, there was nothing about the hatted man that could ever be right. Quillen didn't even have the sense that he was looking at another angel. The figure was a grey-skinned ghoul, a corpse going through the parodic motions of life. Moroka acted swiftly. She jerked back the machine pistol and used her right boot to kick the big man off kilter, sending him careering back into the newcomer. The newcomer looked stick-thin even in his coat, but he had unexpected resources of strength and balance. In what seemed like slow motion, the ghoul began to draw the glinting weapon they had seen him carrying on the platform. With the same slowness, Moroka lowered the barrel of the machine pistol, aiming it squarely at the ghoul. Most of him was still hidden behind the big man who, Quillen realized, the ghoul was supporting with his free hand, improvising a shield. Quillen began to bring the angel gun up. The ghoul was the first to fire. He shot through the big man, punching a red-rimmed hole from his back to his chest, neat and central through the sternum. Quillen flinched away, gore spattering the left side of his face like a drizzle of warm rain, bone and blood, muscle and lung tissue erupting from the wound in a widening fan. The ghoul had missed Quillen, but only by a tiny margin. An eye blink later, Moroka returned fire, releasing a deafening burst of bullets from the machine pistol, the barrel spitting blue flame, shell casings ratcheting from the side, the torso of the big man. He had died instantly the moment the ghoul fired, turning into a pulverized red chaos. Moroka kept on firing until she had exhausted the magazine. The ghoul staggered back, his coat plastered with blood and tissue, at last relinquishing the human shield. He came to rest with his spine against the rear wall, and produced a hideously exaggerated smile, as if invisible hooks were pulling up the extremities of his mouth. Behind the blue-grey lips was a compacted horror of black teeth and tongue, as if there was too much squeezed into too little space.
"I am but one of many,"
the ghoul said, his voice like wind through trees, dry and spectral.
"You are but one, Quillen."
The ghoul let go of his weapon. "Did you come alone?" Moroka asked, dropping the magazine and reaching into her coat for a spare.
"Of course I didn't."
"Where are the others?"
"All around you. There's no point in running."
The ghoul coughed black treacle out of his mouth.
"There are too many of us, and now we know exactly where you are, and exactly where you think you are going."
"But you probably don't know about this," Quillen said, aiming the angel gun. He waited an instant for the ghoul's eyes to alight on it, another instant for a flicker of recognition to show in his face.
"That won't work down."
Quillen fired. The gun twitched in his hand. It wasn't so much recoil as a kind of quickening, the weapon stirring from sleep. Crimson light, bright enough to etch an afterimage in his vision, lanced from the barrel. The beam boiled into the ghoul and turned half of him to black char in no more than a second. The smell hit Quillen an instant later, along with the realization that he had just killed for the third time. Chapter 4. The angel left a slick of black blood as they dragged it to the nearest outer door. Bits of it kept flaking off like charred newspaper. If there was anything useful on the corpse, some weapon or gadget that might help them, it was going to have to remain undiscovered. Moroka pulled open the window, then reached down to the door handle. She had to push it open against the force of the wind. The train was passing over a latticework bridge, spanning one of the points where some impossibly ancient cataclysm had chipped a crevasse in the black fabric of Spear Point, ripping a tapering cleft all the way down to the next ledge. She shoved the dead ghoul, and the body tumbled to the tracks, the train's forward motion snatching it away. Quillen only just had time to see the angel slip through a gap in the rails and plummet into the dark void under the bridge. There would be precious little to recognize after it had hit the ground again, leagues below. He imagined the corpse providing some puzzle for a counterpart to himself, a striving young pathologist in Horsetown's equivalent of the 3rd District morgue. They were struggling with the other body when a partition door slid open further down the carriage, and 2 of the rowdy businessmen peered cautiously out. So did the mother, who had been sitting in the next compartment along. None of them said anything. They merely looked at Moroka and Quillen, at the remaining body and the tableau of carnage surrounding them. "As you were," Moroka said. All 3 moved quietly back into their compartments. "Perhaps we shouldn't throw him overboard after all," Quillen said. "What do you care? He was an innocent man. If he falls all the way down to the next ledge, no one will ever know what happened to him. At least if we leave him on the train, he'll be found by someone. With your fingerprints all over him." "The least of my worries, Moroka." There was no need to add that his fingerprints were purposefully non-specific, making a unique match very hard to prove. They moved the dead man into the empty compartment and slid the door closed on him. Propped up in the seat, a hole blown through his chest, there was no way he could be mistaken for anything other than a corpse, but at least he wasn't lying in the corridor anymore. "Still another 10 minutes from the stop," Moroka said, checking her watches. "Better find us an empty compartment somewhere else." "Do you think there's another angel on the train?" "If that thing was an angel, it wasn't like any I've ever seen. Fucker didn't even have wings. You sure you know who's really after you?" As they walked towards the rear of the train, Quillen said, "It was an angel. Just not like the ones we see flying overhead. The angels have been trying to find a way to survive beyond the celestial levels for years. That thing, the ghoul,
was one of their deep penetration agents, surgically and genetically adapted to function down here.
Looked half past dead to me.
He was dying from the moment he crossed into our zone, but just being able to operate down here at all is a significant step forwards for them. You know a lot about angels. When they're trying to kill you, you make a point of studying your enemy. He paused as they passed a washroom. I need to get this mess off my face, Maroka. Do you mind? Don't take all week. He went inside and locked the door. The light came on automatically, bathing everything in a liverish yellow. He took off his hat and glasses and looked at himself in the mirror, trying to match his face against the ghouls, trying to convince himself that there was a world of difference. He'd been able to pass as human in daylight when he had first come to Neon Heights, but forced into exile, cut off from home, he was reverting to type. He had shaved his head when the hair started falling out. He had taken to wearing spectacles when the blue tint of his eyes began to deepen unnaturally. As he dabbed away at the spatter and gore with soap, water, and a handful of scratchy paper towels, his skin seemed little more than a translucent membrane, stretched perilously tight over alien bone structure. He had been amongst humans long enough to know how weird he was starting to look. Half past dead. He reached behind his back and felt through the fabric of his coat and clothes for what should have been the hard ridge of his shoulder blade. It wasn't there. Instead, he felt a soft, cancerous bud. There was one on the other side as well, precisely symmetrical. For years he had practiced a kind of chemotherapy on himself, dosing himself with a cocktail of drugs, holding the process of reversion at bay. When that began to fail, he had gone back to Frey, black market surgery, performed in a squalid annex of the Pink Peacock, kept the wing buds from growing back. Every 12 months, the buds had been meticulously cut away, the wounds stitched and bandaged. Then every 6, as the growth rate began to accelerate. Then every 3. And now he was overdue. By the time Maroka and Quillen had disembarked, a snorting black dragon of a steam engine was already being backed into place where the internal combustion locomotive had been, ready to take the train on the next leg of its journey. Everything happened with stopwatch precision, fixed to a routine that hadn't changed in centuries. Maybe we should have stayed on it, he said as they followed the handful of other disembarking passengers away from the platform to the station hall. Either way, it's a risk, Maroka said. At least now we aren't stuck on that thing with nowhere else to go. From somewhere behind them came a scream, followed by shouting and a growing commotion. Sounds as if they just found the body, Quillen said, making a conscious effort not to alter his stride. You can look back, Maroka said in a low voice. Everyone else is. He risked a wary glance over his shoulder. Passengers and station staff were gathering around the coach where the confrontation had taken place, including some of the rowdy businessmen. There was a great deal of enthusiastic shouting and finger-pointing. A white-whiskered man in a railway uniform began blowing a code on his whistle, the whistle blasts echoing off the station's high metal roof. 2 men emerged from the end of the coach, supporting the barely conscious form of the guard. That's them, called one of the businessmen, singling out Maroka and Quillen. They were there. I saw them. They killed that man. Quillen turned around slowly, trying to look agreeably perplexed, as if he had no possible idea what he was being accused of. Is something the matter? He started to say, not even sounding convincing to himself. Stop there! Another man called, a black-bearded uniformed figure who might have been a senior guard, station master, or perhaps an agent of the railway police. He began to unbuckle something from his belt, advancing steadily on Maroka and Quillen. The item turned out to be a long-nosed service revolver, which the man gripped two-handed and began to level at his targets. Stop! He declaimed, his voice booming out in actorly fashion. Stop, or I will shoot! This isn't going to end well, Maroka said. She began to reach into her coat again. No more deaths, Quillen said. Please. The bearded man fired a warning shot, ringing high into the vaulted roof, disturbing the night's audience of roosting bats and birds, a vast eruption of sooty wings. This is your last warning, he called again. Stop now! Maroka flung something at the man. For an instant, Quillen had the absurd impression that she had thrown him a candy or a glass marble.
It landed near his feet and exploded, a bright, concussive flash, louder even than the discharge of his revolver. The grenade threw up a screen of choking blue-white smoke. Moroka tossed another into the melee for good luck, then spun around and started running. Quillen followed her, his medical bag swinging ridiculously from his left hand, drawing his right hand and the angel gun from his pocket so that he could run more freely. They exited the platform area and passed through a wide doorway into the black-and-white tiled booking hall and waiting room, where late-night travellers were only now beginning to register the commotion outside. A station official, more alert than most, was just putting down the handset of a wall-mounted telephone. He spotted the two fugitives and dashed across to the outer door, bravely set on blocking their escape. Moroka pulled out the machine pistol and fired off a burst from the fresh magazine she had loaded on the train, aiming not at the station official, but at the tilework mosaic above the open door. Shards and chips exploded away, the official shielding his eyes as the pieces rained down on him. Quillen risked another glance over his shoulder. The bearded man with the service revolver wasn't far behind them, stumbling slightly as if he were still dealing with the effects of the smoke grenade. He stopped for a moment, leaning over with one hand on his knee, the other still holding the gun, and then resumed his pursuit. Other officials, not to mention several passers-by, were hard on his heels. Just then Quillen registered one of the passengers in the waiting room. With elegant, unhurried calm, the man began folding his newspaper. He placed it down on the vacant chair next to him. No one else was sitting anywhere near him, and rose slowly to his feet. He wore a long grey coat, cinched at the waist, a low-brimmed hat and patent leather shoes. The ghoul reached a black-gloved hand into his coat pocket as if he were searching for a cigarette lighter. Quillen was holding the angel gun, but he didn't dare risk a shot now. As sparsely occupied as the waiting room was, there were still people between him and the ghoul, who was now walking slowly out of the seating area, the black slash of his mouth beginning to curve up at the ends. Moroka grabbed Quillen's arm and dragged him out into the night, just as the service revolver roared again. Rain hit his face, dirty and cold where it had sluiced down from the higher levels. For a moment the world was a moving confusion of cabs, trams, slot cars and slot buses. He stood transfixed. Then Moroka picked a cab and ran straight at it, making the driver slam on his brakes to avoid hitting her. She flung open the passenger door and stood by it until Quillen was inside, sitting behind the driver on the left. Then she climbed in after him, slammed the door and told the cabman to start driving. "Where are we going?" he asked, turning back to talk through the glass panel. "Just drive," Moroka said. Quillen looked behind. He saw the ghoul emerge from the station entrance, then walk slowly towards one of the other cabs. Then they pulled away, and a slot bus swerved in to block his view. When it had cleared, all he could see was a rain-washed confusion of moving headlights. The cabman kept asking where he was meant to drive, and Moroka kept giving him the same non-answer. "Just get us away from the station," she said. Quillen tore his attention from the rear view and fished out a 10 bill. He tapped his wrist against the glass screen. "We can pay you. Take this up front." The driver snatched the bill out of his fingers. "Still be good to know where we're going." "Hit a right here," Moroka said. The driver yanked at the wheel, guiding his pickup shoe into the diverging slot, the vehicle jerking sharply as it followed the shoe. The cab sped down a side road lined by cheap hotels and low-rent tenements. This was not a prosperous part of Neon Heights, lying as close as it did to the edge of the zone. No one lived here if they could afford to live further away from the boundary, where the likelihood of being caught in a zone shift was much reduced. "Hit a left," Moroka said. The cab veered sharply, rejoining thicker traffic. Just as they cleared the bend, Quillen saw headlights swing onto the side road. "I think we're being followed," he said. "You think?" Moroka asked. "I saw the ghoul going for another cab. Someone's behind us." "Hit another right," Moroka said. The cabman shook his head. "Can't do that. Takes us too close to the boundary." She tapped the gun barrel against the glass. "Do it anyway." He glanced around, saw the weapon and gave an unimpressed shrug, as if this was the kind of thing he expected to happen at least once a shift. "It won't get you far. We'll be off-grid in a couple of blocks." "This cab got flywheels and batteries?" "Of course." "Then do what I said." He made a right at the next intersection, driving down a dark street walled on either side by abandoned tenements, with the occasional vacant lot between them. The ride became rougher, and not just because of the bad condition of the asphalt under the tires. Years of dirt and garbage had compacted into the slot, and not enough traffic came this way to keep the electrical path clear. The cab kept surging as the pickup shoe lost traction current, the flywheel kicking in jerkily. Quillen glanced back. They had come quite some way down the dark street, and nothing had turned off the main thoroughfare to pursue them. Perhaps he had been wrong about the other cab after all. He exhaled. Headlights swung onto the street. "It's them." "Which way is the boundary?" Moroka asked the cabman. "Straight ahead." "Then keep going. Cutter, see if you can take them out. Prove to me what a badass you really are." Quillen started to wind the window down and then halted, his hand trembling. "I can't shoot at the cab. I'll risk hitting the driver." "Then fucking improvise!" Moroka glared at him, her eyes wild and angry. "The slot. See if you can burn it out." Quillen drew the angel gun from his pocket. He twisted around and leaned cautiously out of the left-hand window. The other cab was gaining on them slowly, headlamps flickering as it hit the power brakes in the slot, blue sparks lighting under it as the current jumped the gap. With the unsteady motion of their own cab, it was difficult to keep the gun aimed at the slot. Holding his nerve, he squeezed gently on the trigger, flinching in expectation of the crimson beam. Nothing happened. He squeezed again, and this time the beam lanced out, but with what seemed to Quillen to be less brilliance than before. It missed the slot and blew a manhole-sized crater in the asphalt. He centered his aim and tried another shot. Again the weapon was unresponsive. He pumped the trigger a couple of times. This time the beam sputtered out almost as soon as it had appeared. He twisted back into the cab. He thought he had hit the slot, but as the pursuing car reached the damaged spot, it continued moving, flywheel and its own momentum carrying it over the dead stretch. "Something's not right," he said, shaking the gun as if that might make a difference. "It's dying on me, but there should still be several hours of good function left." "Ask it," Moroka said, winding down the window on her own side. She fired a burst from the machine pistol, not appearing to care whether she hit the slot or the cab. She exhausted the magazine in a single burst, then slumped down low to slip in a replacement. A shot rang against the small aperture of the cab's rear window, punching a neat little hole surrounded by white fracture lines. "This isn't my problem," the cabman called. "I'll let you out now. You don't have to pay. You even get your 10 back." "If you stop," Moroka said, "I'll shoot you." She twisted around and resumed firing, only the fact that she was holding the weapon outside of the cab preventing Quillen from being deafened. "You're not working properly," he told the gun. "What's wrong?" "Earlier estimates based on stable zone conditions," the gun responded, its voice slower and more machine-like than before. "Transition to lower state zone detected. Operational effectiveness in energy discharge mode is now 22% and falling. I will become inoperable in 35 minutes. Functionality will be severely compromised within 8. In order to preserve optimum functionality, I am now sacrificing all non-essential functions. All non-essential fung. The gun fell silent. 2 more shots rang against the cab. Moroka delivered another burst of bullets. Quillen leaned out of his own side and squeezed the trigger repeatedly until the gun emitted a single pulse of the crimson beam. This time even Quillen didn't care whether he hit the road or the cab. Someone in the cab was trying to kill him. That eclipsed all other considerations. Suddenly the cab swerved hard to the left. Moroka yanked herself back in, swapping out the machine pistol magazine again. "Did I tell you to turn?" "Slot was about to end," the cabman said. "Turn right again." She leaned out and resumed firing. The cabman spun his wheel to the right, the pickup shoe disengaging from the slot, the cab surging forwards on the stored energy of its flywheel. Shots clanged against the right side door, and then they had the shelter of another dark side street. At first the flywheel gave them an edge, but the wheel's slowly dying scream attested to the fact that it was losing speed all the time. Quillen risked looking back, unsurprised when the other cab came off slot at the same point, headlamps dimming as it lost current. He leaned out and tried firing the angel gun. Nothing happened until the 6th or 7th squeeze of the trigger, and then all he got was a flash of crimson, the beam appearing to exhaust itself of energy long before it washed against the pursuing car. The cab slowed as the driver swerved it around the wrecks of abandoned cars still parked on the deserted street, fender kissing metal with a series of agonized squeals. Each time they lost momentum, the flywheel unable to push the cab back up to its previous speed. The only consolation was that the other cab had to negotiate the same set of obstacles.
"Can't go any further,"
the driver said, desperation in his voice.
"Shoot me if you want, but we're about to hit the no-man's land. From now we'll start to feel it."
"Keep driving," Moroka said.
"I'll black out. I'm not good with zone shifts."
Quillen placed down the angel gun. He wasn't certain it was going to be much more use to him anyway, and dived into his medical bag. He produced a stoppered vial of small white pills. He tipped 6 into his hand and passed 2 through the hole in the glass screen. "Take these," he said, with as much commanding authority as he could muster.
"You trying to poison me?"
"These are anti-zonals. You're going to cross the zone anyway. You may as well take them." Moroka snatched 2 of the pills for herself.
"Do what the nice man says,"
she told the cabman. With one hand on the wheel, he held the pills up to his lips, hesitated for an instant, then popped them down.
"We just need to get to the other side," Quillen said. "After that you can make your way back to Neon Heights. The pills will stave off the worst effects of the zone transition."
"I already feel weird." "That's the transition coming up, not the pills. They'll take a few minutes to have any effect." As he spoke, one of the electric watches on Quillen's sleeve began to buzz, alerting him to an imminent transition. He could already feel the physiological effects gaining in strength. He felt lightheaded. He was sweating and his heart was beginning to race. The transition from Neon Heights to Steamville was mild in comparison to the hell that the Angel had gone through when it plummeted from the celestial levels. All Quillen could hope for was that it would prove too much for the ghoul, already stressed by the time it had spent in Neon Heights. But if the ghoul had once been an angel, then so too had Quillen. He had no idea how he was going to take the transition. All he could do was place maximum faith in his physical resilience, his medical judgment, and the arsenal of potions in his bag. It would have to suffice. The high whine of the flywheel had become a low, complaining moan. The car was bouncing along at half the speed it had been maintaining before coming off the slot. At the end of the road, the remaining buildings thinned out to the desolate urban no-man's land. Almost nothing stood intact. Any buildings that had been here before the last zone shift had long since succumbed to weather and rot and fire, not to mention the occasional intrepid pillager, with only the barest shells remaining. On the other side of the wasteland, a strip running away in either direction, more or less concentric with the gentle curvature of the shelf, was the outskirts of Steamville, a tentative margin of low, dark buildings lit predominantly by gaslight. Quillen looked back again, hoping to see some sign that the other car was abandoning the chase, but it was still behind them, and if anything, it was gaining ground. The rutted, barely serviceable road had now reduced their speed to little more than a brisk running pace. Vehicular traffic between zones was rare, most people preferring to use the trains, elevators, and other public transit systems, all of which had been carefully engineered to tolerate many crossings. Quillen tensed. The feelings of transition intensified, sharp nausea rising in his throat. There was a moment of absolute cosmic cold, as if a billion tiny doors had opened in every cell of his body, letting in the draft of creation. The cab lurched and stalled, and then resumed its ailing progress. The sensations of transition gradually eased, but even as they abated, there remained an impression that something profound had changed. It was the first time he had left Neon Heights in 9 years.
"I don't feel good,"
the cabman said. "It'll pass," said Quillen. "Keep driving." From somewhere under the floor came a sudden metallic crunching sound, followed by a violent shuddering. The cab slowed to below walking pace.
"Flywheel's just seized," Moroka said. "Couldn't cope with the shift. Switch to batteries."
The driver threw a toggle on his dashboard.
"I'm switching, but they won't get us far."
The cab resumed its hesitant progress, the electric transmission making a shrill whining sound. Another shot clanged into the back, ricocheting off into darkness. Moroka leaned out and fired off another burst from the machine pistol. This time the burst ended abruptly. She leaned back in, gritting her teeth as she worked the safety lever back and forth, then tried firing again. The gun gave a short burst, then jammed again. "Everything's quitting on us," Moroka said, flinging the machine pistol aside. She reached into her coat and pulled out a heavy black revolver. "They're slowing," Quillen said, "I think. Try the angel gun again." He leaned out and squeezed the trigger, but even though he kept trying, the weapon now appeared totally inert. He was about to throw it away, but some impulse made him place it back in his pocket. Most technologies were damaged beyond repair when they passed from a high zone into a low zone, but for all he knew, the angel gun had the ability to heal itself, or at least effect some kind of temporary recovery. "Car's stopping," Quillen said. "Maybe he's decided to give up." But he had not completed his sentence before one of the other cab's front doors was flung open, and the ghoul came out, articulating his grey-coated frame like a spider emerging from a burrow. There was no sign of the other cabman. "You were saying?" The ghoul paused to reach back into the cab for his hat, pressing it down on the hairless grey-green dome of his head. He started walking, taking determined paces away from the abandoned cab, long legs rising and falling in exaggerated puppet-like strides. Every few steps he raised his gun and shot at the cab. "He's gaining," Quillen said. "Stop," Moroka told the driver. He looked at her, incredulous. "Stop? Stop!" To emphasize her point, she brought the revolver around and shot through the glass screen, boring a smoking hole in the dashboard. The cabman snatched his hands away from the wheel as the cab crunched to a halt. Moroka opened the passenger door on her side. She levered herself out, using the door handle for support, while she kept her feet in the passenger compartment and emptied the revolver at the ghoul. The figure stumbled back, the hat blowing off, but the ghoul kept his footing. He resumed his advance, limping on one side, his right foot dragging across the ground, the ankle bent horribly, his shadowed face all but unreadable. Shots chimed into the door, one shattering the window. Moroka was oblivious, calmly swinging open the revolver's cylinder to reload it. Halfway through the task she paused, dug into her coat and passed a much smaller, more ladylike revolver to Quillen. "Is it loaded?" "Pull the trigger once, then you're good. You know where to find the trigger?" "I'll manage." Through the remains of the screen, the cabman said, "You got anything for me?" "Yeah," Moroka said. "Advice. Keep your fucking head down." She began to empty the revolver again, popping up to shoot through the door's ruined window, the long barrel jerking up with each shot. Her bullets ripped ragged holes through the ghoul's clothes and flesh, yet he absorbed the impacts as if they were pebbles being tossed into a deep lake. Even when Quillen leaned out of the other side and fired the smaller revolver, the little gun whipping back into his hand with fierce recoil, for all that it looked like a toy, he had the impression that he was shooting into a mirage, an insubstantial figment that wasn't really there. Then, just when he had begun to think nothing they had was going to do more than slow him, the ghoul staggered again, one of Moroka's shots blasting half his hand away, along with the revolver he had been carrying. The ghoul knelt down and retrieved the gun with his good hand. He staggered up and forwards, continued shooting. He had now crossed half the distance from the abandoned cab. "What's that sound?" Moroka asked as she paused to slip bullets into the revolver. "What sound?" "The one coming from the angel gun." Quillen had had too much on his mind to notice it until she spoke, but now that she had drawn his attention to the gun, he couldn't ignore it. It was on the back seat of the cab where it must have fallen out of his pocket. It was buzzing, and the buzzing was growing steadily louder, as if an increasingly angry wasp was loose inside it. He reached for the gun, closing his fingers around it, and it was hot, so hot that he flinched back and yelped involuntarily. The buzzing grew stronger. A pink glow leaked from the previously invisible seals where the weapon had fused together. "I think you'd better do something with that," Moroka said. He put down the revolver and dug into his coat pocket for a handkerchief. He bundled it around his hand and grabbed the buzzing gun. The heat penetrated the cloth almost instantly. The gun was rattling in his hand, as if it was on the point of shaking itself to pieces. He leaned out and was about to lob the gun in the direction of the ghoul when the rattling ceased abruptly, the gun still hot, but no longer buzzing. "Cutter!" Moroka snarled. "Throw the damn thing before it blows us all up." But Quillen brought the gun back towards him. He still had the handkerchief wrapped around it, but even through the fabric sensed that the weapon's form had altered slightly. Although the gun remained hot to the touch, he had the conviction that it had completed some profound, larval transformation to a more primitive state of being. He aimed at the ghoul and squeezed the trigger again. There was no energy discharge this time, but there was a result. His aim had been approximate, but as he fired, he thought he felt the gun twist in his hand. Now there was recoil, and the thunder of a bullet being released from the chamber. Then there was silence, and the ghoul wasn't coming any nearer. Moroka waited a minute, then got out of the cab and walked carefully over to the last point where the ghoul had been. She still had the heavy revolver aimed in front of her. Quillen climbed out of his own side, leaving the medical bag in the cab, and followed slowly behind her. "Do you think he's dead?" Moroka found something pink-grey with the tip of her boot, an offcut of soiled meat, and kicked it into the dirt. "Say that's a fair bet, Cutter." "I didn't expect him to get as far as he did." Quillen looked down at the scattered remains, mentally reassembling the parts that had not been blown out of all recognition. He could see how the ghoul worked. He had been an angel once, and then knives and genetic intervention had remodeled him for life under the celestial levels. It was the same kind of forced adaptation that had been worked on him, but less elegant, less refined. If Quillen had been remade with watchmaker precision, the ghoul was a disposable cigarette lighter. "You think this was a suicide mission?" Moroka asked. Quillen still had the angel gun in his hand. His hand was shaking. "Almost certainly." "What made them come down here? They knew they were going to die."
"Belief, I suppose. The burning conviction that they were acting correctly, serving the true cause, aided and abetted by some form of psychosurgical brainwashing, I don't doubt." He paused, studying her expression for the slightest clue that she knew his true nature. "It's all entirely feasible."
"You know a lot about how they operate."
"As I said, it helps when they're after you."
Moroka found another piece of meat and stabbed her boot against it. "Good call with the gun, by the way. You were right not to listen to me."
"Can I get that in writing?"
"Quit while you're ahead, Cutter." Then she bent double and ejected a thin stream of vomit over the ghoul's remains. Chapter 5. Quillen clutched his medical bag as if it were his final link to his life of the last 9 years. They were on the upper deck of a rumbling, rattling steam coach with hard wooden seats. They had walked for an hour before finding it, leaving the hapless cabman to make his own way back to Neon Heights. The coach was gaslit, the few other passengers on the upper deck huddled in coats and scarves. Above the windows were monochrome advertisements for brands of soap and bleach, distemper and cold remedies. Quillen recognized none of them. He had travelled only a few leagues from Neon Heights, and already it felt as if he had sailed off the edge of the world. "Slight change of plan coming up," Moroka said. "Can't risk the trains anymore, so we've got to find ourselves another way down."
"What will that entail?" Quillen asked, clutching his medical bag to his lap.
"A trip to the bathhouse. There's a man there can help us, name of Tulwar. He's a friend, associate, of Frey's. Looks after Frey's interests in Steamville, now that Frey can't get down here so much these days."
"Is this someone we can trust?"
"Why shouldn't we be able to trust him?"
"In all the conversations Frey and I had, I don't think the name Tulwar ever came up once."
"Tulwar's reliable. He won't fuck us over."
Quillen looked out of the window, abject tiredness and zone sickness dulling his will to continue the conversation. If he had to trust this Tulwar, so be it. It was only one remove from trusting Moroka, or Frey for that matter. He had never felt so hopeless. Buildings slid by outside at little more than a brisk walking pace, the architecture not unlike that of Neon Heights. But the lights were brown, quivering and quavering with the random flickering of gas filaments,
and nowhere was there the cold, steady radiance of televisions, the pink auroral glow of neon tubes, the actinic flash of slot cars and electric trains. Electricity existed in Steamville. The continued functioning of his own nervous system attested to that, but the machinery needed to generate and distribute it on a useful scale could not be made to work reliably. Steam and gas power, on the other hand, were still readily applicable technologies. There had been efforts, Quillen knew, to pump electricity in from outside the zone, and to make machines that were rugged enough to continue functioning once inside it. But all these efforts, along with similar endeavours elsewhere in Spear Point, had come to naught. There was an old adage amongst spear pointers, "What works, works." As the steam coach trundled from block to block, so the signs of inhabitation and civilization grew steadily more apparent. The seedier tenements gave way to long rows of well-maintained facades, each frontage bathed in its own lemony pool of gaslight from the tall black lanterns lining the avenues. They passed pedestrians and horseback riders, abroad even at this late hour. Meroka had chosen well with her own clothes. They had looked unremarkable in Neon Heights, and unremarkable here. Quillen presumed that he had achieved a similar effect with his own garments, although that was undoubtedly more by luck than judgment. With his long black coat, black-brimmed hat and anonymous black bag, he fancied that he cut a vaguely clerical figure, a minister or priest conveying some fallen child to sanctuary. "Show me the angel gun," Meroka said. Quillen withdrew it from his pocket. It was still warm to the touch, but not as hot as before. Furtively, he unwrapped the handkerchief and let Meroka look at the weapon, keeping it low down in his lap where the other passengers wouldn't see it. "It shot something," Quillen said. "Not a beam this time. Some kind of bullet." "Whatever it was made a serious mess of that thing chasing you. Must have been high explosive, I reckon." "I don't think it has any intelligence left in it now. It's just inert metal. Probably can't change again either, and I've no idea how many shots are left in it, if any." "Got to hand it to them angels. They're clever. But why can't they do something useful with that cleverness, like making life easier for the rest of us?" "They're not as clever as you think," Quillen said, choosing his words carefully. He had already slipped a couple of times, mentioning to Meroka that he had been living down here for 9 years. She seemed not to have picked up on it, but he was wary of making any more similar errors. "They're good with gadgets, with making little toys like this gun. Sometimes it seems as if they've made something genuinely new, something that didn't exist in the world before, but it's almost never the case. All they do is dig back into the past, hundreds or thousands of years if necessary, and find a solution someone already came up with. There's nothing new under the sun, and if you asked an angel to explain how this gun really worked, how it locked onto my blood, how it changed itself, I don't think you'd be very satisfied with the answers you got." "So angels are as dumb as the rest of us, then? They've just got shinier toys." "Something like that." "You ever been up there, Cutter?" "To the celestial levels?" The directness of her question unsettled him. "No, I've had no cause." "Never been sick enough to need their medicine, then?" "I'm healthier than I look." He bundled the gun back into the handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. "What about you?" "I ain't ever needed their medicine. If I did, I'd spit it back in their faces. Rather die than let one of those fuckers touch me." "And does Frey feel the same way you do?" "You know him that well, why not ask him yourself?" "Not exactly an option now," Quillen said. "I guess it isn't. Still, you knowing him as long as you have, exactly how far back do you go anyway?" "Don't tell me you're interested in me all of a sudden." "I'm interested in Frey's past. You're a piece of the jigsaw, that's all. You're his drug supplier, or one of them. I figured that much out. But when did you get mixed up with him? And what's he got on you to keep you bringing the goods?" Quillen grimaced. Exactly how much did Meroka know of his past? How much was she deliberately testing him on? He had no idea what information Frey had given her, only that to have told her almost anything beyond the bare essentials would have constituted a grievous betrayal of trust. "You know of Frey's old line of work, I take it?" "Him being a detective and all? Not exactly the biggest secret around here. especially as he still hangs his badge behind the bar in the Pink Peacock. You meet him on one of his cases."
"Something like that." He sighed, knowing that this would not be sufficient to end her probing. Frey was working on a murder investigation, one that had been dropped by the rest of the department. A body had been discovered at the bottom of a lift shaft in a pharmaceuticals warehouse in the 2nd District. I happened to feature in that investigation.
"Suspect or a witness?"
"Both. I didn't kill the woman in the lift shaft, but he was right to have his doubts about me. I had killed 2 people. When Moroka said nothing, he'd been expecting some kind of reaction, either dismissive or admiring. He coughed and went on, but I only did so because they killed the woman, someone who mattered to me."
"And Frey found all this out?"
"Frey worked out what had happened. I stated my case. At that point, there were just the 2 of us. No one else knew about how far he'd carried the investigation."
"You think about killing him?"
"There'd been enough murder. I'm a doctor, a healer. I meant to put lives back together, not end them."
"Which is why you were so keen to keep your hands on that shiny little gun, I guess."
"There wasn't a lot of time to think things through," Quillen said. "If I made the wrong decision, I apologize." He waited in vain for Moroka to offer him a crumb of acknowledgement, then said, "Frey left the force soon after. When he started expanding his activities, so to speak, he found that he had to cross over into the other zones more often than he had before. I was able to supply him with clinical-grade Morphax 55, stronger and purer than anything he could have obtained elsewhere." "So that's all it was? Simple protection racket, like I said. You fenced him the drugs, or he turned you in?" "No," Quillen said carefully. "There was more to it than that. Frey helped me. Frey kept helping me. I owe more to him than just my freedom. That's why I came to him this time."
"Helped you how?"
"He couldn't tell her about the wings, of course. Couldn't explain how they had to be cut away, the wound stitched closed, while the pain of the cutting, it could only be done under a weak local anesthetic, caused Quillen to thrash and writhe on the makeshift operating table where Frey did his sterile knife work, all the while knowing that the wings would start regrowing almost immediately, and that this pain would have to be revisited upon him at increasingly short intervals. He couldn't tell her any of that. He helped me to keep ahead of the people looking for me, that's all."
"Sounds like he got the good side of the bargain."
"He didn't," Quillen said.
They exited the steam coach a few blocks further on.
Moroka led him through the bustle of late-night revellers spilling out of bars and bordellos and gambling houses, barging through anyone who didn't have the wisdom to get out of her way, Quillen following in the wake she opened up. Jugglers, fire-breathers, and hustlers provided rowdy entertainment, while a big busted woman with too much makeup was standing on a pile of crates, bellowing along to the music from a steam organ. The Calliope had been wheeled into the middle of the street and was piping its way through a score punched onto cards, while its operator kept it stoked with wood and monitored the steam pressure. Quillen recognized the tune as belonging to the singer Blade. "I didn't know they had her music down here," he said.
"Got it arse over tit, Cutter. That tune's been doing the rounds here for years. It's Blade who's picked up on it."
He smiled at his ignorance. "I didn't realize."
"City's more complicated than people figure. Ain't just shit and bricks crossing between the zones. Spend some time moving around and you realise that Spear Point's more like a living thing, with stuff flowing in all directions. Shouldn't need to tell you how tangled up bodies get inside."
"No, you shouldn't." Quillen let Moroka pick a path through the hurly-burly. "You like it here, don't you? In Spear Point, I mean."
"Damn right I do. Left the place enough times. Got to be something dragging me back to it."
The Calliope stood in front of a pale green wooden-boarded building with an elaborate portico and many red-painted balconies. Chains of pastel-coloured paper lanterns illuminated the frontage. A carved serpentine lizard lorded it over the entrance, entwined around a sign identifying the premises as the Red Dragon Bathhouse. Evidenced by the lights and the amount of steam issuing from its windows and chimneys, the bathhouse was still open for business.
"This is the place," Moroka said.
"How do you know Tulwar's going to be in?"
"Tulwar's always in. Being in is what Tulwar does. It's sort of his party trick. She paused. "You got a strong stomach, Cutter?" "I'm a pathologist." "Enough said." Moroka walked up the steps to the entrance and spoke quietly to the burly, long-whiskered doorman waiting under the portico. He gave Quillen an appraising glance, then nodded once, admitting them into the bathhouse. Moroka clearly knew her way. She led Quillen along a winding corridor from which branched various steaming chambers, bathing pools, and changing rooms. The air was oppressively humid, reeking with scented oils and perfumes. Quillen already felt stifled under his coat, sweat beading around his collar and forehead. He removed his glasses quickly, wiping and replacing them before Moroka had a chance to look at his eyes. Now and then a toweled patron passed them by. It was always a glistening, overweight man, ambling from one room to another. The bathhouse girls wore long silk dresses, their hair elevated off their necks by jewelled pins. They could have been made from wax. At the end of the corridor was an office. Moroka knocked on the glass-panelled door and entered. There were two women in the office. An older woman sat behind a lavish, leather-topped desk, dipping a pen into an inkwell as they arrived. Her grey hair was tied back with a floral-painted papier-mâché clasp. A much younger woman, one of the bathhouse girls, was in the process of being reprimanded, judging by the severe expression on the older woman's face, and the way the younger one kept her head down, her chin trembling slightly as if she was trying hard not to cry.
"Let this be a lesson, Itzel," the older woman said. "Go now, and we'll speak no more of the matter. But I won't give you the benefit of a second warning."
The girl gathered her skirt and sidled out, moving as if she travelled on hidden caster wheels.
"Ah, Moroka," the older woman said, "how unexpected of you to grace us again. Your charming presence has been much missed here in the bathhouse."
"Sorry I didn't give you more notice, Madame Bisturi."
"It would have made precious little difference if you had."
She pinched reading glasses from her nose.
"Who, might I ask, is your companion?"
"Name's Quillen," Moroka said.
"On his way up or down?"
Madame Bisturi scrutinized him carefully.
"Down, I think. He doesn't have the look of someone who's been outside. You may remove your hat, sir, and it must be very difficult to see anything behind those heavily tinted spectacles."
"I'm fine, thank you," Quillen said, touching a finger to the rim of his hat.
"As you will."
"We came to see," Moroka began.
"Tulwar, of course. Who else?"
"I figured you'd be glad we didn't come as clients, lowering the tone of this place and all."
"One must clutch at such crumbs of consolation, of course. How are you finding your guide, Mr. Quillen, if that's your surname? I trust you have a robust tolerance for profanity." "All I will say in her defense is that Moroka was not always this way. Once, she could almost be allowed to circulate in polite society. I did warn her, of course. I've seen it so many times before. But she wouldn't listen."
She put the reading glasses back on and scratched something into one of the ledgers spread open on the desk.
"Well, I won't keep you. You know exactly where to find Tulwar. Do pass on my regards, won't you?"
"Count on it," Moroka answered.
"Mr. Quillen, good luck with the rest of your journey, wherever it takes you."
"Thank you," Quillen said. They left Madame Bisturi to her accounting. Quillen said nothing, letting Moroka show him the way. She led him to a plain door in one of the corridors, marked for employees only. 2 flights of stairs took them down into what could only be the basement, or part of it. It was oppressively warm, with only faint gaslight filtering down from windows at the top of the basement walls. Moroka walked across stone tiles to a heavy door with a circular metal-barred window in its upper half. A dim orange light wavered through the glass. She hammered on the door.
"Tulwar!"
The orange light was suddenly eclipsed. Now all was darkness beyond the door. There came a laboured shuffling sound, accompanied by a heavy, bellows-like wheezing. A man-shaped form, carrying a hand lantern, loomed beyond the door. A metal cover slid aside beneath the barred window, and a gruff voice spoke through it.
"Wasn't expecting you tonight, Moroka."
Quillen recognized the accent as belonging to Steamville. It was softer, slower, more drawling than the way people spoke in Neon Heights. We hit a few snags, Moroka said. Are you going to let us in?
Do I have a choice?
I guess that depends on whether you want to keep on Frey's good side or not, Tulwar.
It's always an idea.
The speaker opened the door and hinged it wide enough to survey his visitors. A face, sinisterly underlit by the hand-held lantern, hovered in the darkness. Quillen caught a wild white eye set into a deeply wrinkled socket. The other eye was lost in shadow. The rhythmic bellows sound that he had taken for breathing was, he now realized, nothing of the sort. It was definitely coming from the man, but it continued uninterrupted even as he spoke. Tulwar stood aside to let them pass through the door. It was even hotter in the main boiler room. Quillen made out the boiler's vague presence, a squatting black kettle as large as a small house, an ever-devouring monster that would never be sated, no matter how much wood was stuffed into its belly. A labyrinth of ironwork pipes and return tubes threaded into the ceiling, distributing steam to all quarters of the Red Dragon bathhouse. Tulwar closed the door behind him. Quillen still couldn't make out much of their new host.
You've been busy tonight,
Tulwar said. What gives you that idea? Moroka asked.
It's all over town. Someone found a body on the train, and there's talk of something going down in the railway station on the other side of the boundary.
Fancy.
You telling me you had nothing to do with any of that?
All right, maybe a bit. Let's just say we've run into a few unforeseen complications with an extraction.
The eye settled on Quillen.
This gentleman?
Guy's got half of the celestial fucking levels on his case.
Special customer.
The head nodded approvingly. What's he done to get on the wrong side of the angels?
Better ask him.
These aren't your ordinary angels we were dealing with. I dealt with a few of the stranger variants in my time.
Tulwar led them past the boiler, heat bleeding off it, even though the stoking hole was currently shut. He paused and tapped the back of his hand against a pressure valve until the phosphorescent dial quivered back to its proper setting. The hand made a dull ringing tone, as of wood on metal,
but it was a long time ago.
They're infiltration units, Quillen said, feeling a prickle of uneasiness down in his belly. That's my understanding anyway. Modified to be able to survive down in Neon Heights. No machines in their blood. They don't have wings either. Unless you see one up close. They're normal enough to blend in. He paused and swallowed. You've had much experience with angels?
Fought and killed several hundred of them, Tulwar said offhandedly.
You were some kind of soldier.
Some kind of soldier,
Tulwar echoed. I'm guessing Moroka didn't fill you in about me.
Not exactly.
You'll get the full picture soon enough. Mind you don't trip on the cable.
What cable?
The one coming out of me.
Tulwar escorted them out of the main boiler room into a separate annex that appeared to serve as his quarters. He swung the door to behind him, but not completely shut. He placed the handheld lantern on a table in the middle of the room, then lit a slightly brighter version suspended from the ceiling. The filament flared in intensity, gradually dispelling some of the darkness. The table was circular and set with cards, arranged into the depleted regiments of some half-finished game, accompanied by a glass and a tall bottle of liquor with a sepia-coloured label Quillen didn't recognize. The room was fractionally cooler than the adjacent boiler room, aided by a slowly rotating ceiling fan, which must have been driven by steam pressure. There was a serving hatch in one corner. Presumably it led to the bathhouse kitchens, and a neatly made bed in the other.
My little abode, Tulwar said. Sit yourselves down.
We don't have a lot of time to talk, Moroka said, if we're going to make the next connection for Horsetown.
Have a seat anyway.
The eye turned to fix itself on Quillen.
You too, whoever you are.
Quillen. He took a chair, his mind reeling, but trying to let none of his consternation show on his face. Tulwar shuffled to one end of the room and slid open a cupboard under the serving hatch. There was a chink of glasses. Then Tulwar came shuffling back. He put 2 new glasses down on the table and began pouring slugs from the bottle into them.
Line of work?
I'm a doctor, a pathologist, from the 3rd District Morgue in Neon Heights.
How did a doctor get mixed up in something that meant he had to get out of Spear Point? It's a long story. No one's going anywhere for a moment. Tulwa pushed one of the glasses at Quillen, and the other towards Maroka. Drink up. I'm sure you could both use some. We're taking antizonals, Quillen said, even as Maroka downed half her glass in a single gulp. So am I. The liquor won't be the thing that kills you. With something close to menace, Tulwa added, bottoms up. Tulwa pulled up his own seat and sat opposite them, giving Quillen the first chance to get a good look at him. He controlled his reaction as best he could, but Tulwa was not for the faint-hearted. He was a big man, largely hairless, clearly older than Quillen or Frey, but his age was otherwise hard to judge. He only had one visible eye. The right one was lost behind an eye patch seemingly made of cast iron, leather and wood, the patch extending around the side of his face, down to his cheek and up to his temples. There were 2 rectangular metal plates on either side of his skull, secured with screws. Only his right arm, the one that had been holding the lantern, was living. His other arm was a mechanical prosthesis, connected by a heavy shoulder harness of leather and metal. The arm was human in shape, ending in a wooden hand with elegantly jointed fingers, tensioned wire tendons running in grooves in the wood. Tulwa wore a white blouse shirt, unbuttoned halfway down his chest. Covering most of his torso was some kind of buckled-on apparatus, a green-painted chest plate mottled with rust and condensation, with steam pressure dials twitching under thick glass. The bellows sound, Quillen now realized, was coming from inside that machinery. A segmented copper hose emerged from one side of it and trailed off across the floor and through the gap where Tulwa had left the door ajar. "Might I ask what happened to you?" Quillen inquired. "Take a guess." "If I knew nothing about you, I'd say that you were the victim of an industrial accident, but that wouldn't account for the symmetry of the metal plates on either side of your head, nor the fact that you mentioned killing angels. Were you a soldier, Tulwa? What do you think, Doctor?" "It's been generations since anyone went to war against the angels. Even then it was only 1 or 2 cyborg polities, and that was a long time ago. But they say cyborgs live nearly as long as angels. Is that what you used to be, Tulwa?" "Judge for yourself." Quillen took a careful sip from his own glass. "You would have been neurally integrated into your battle armor. Much of your nervous system bonded directly to the armor's sensory interface. Those plates in your head were probably where the primary input trunks fed through your skull. The missing eye might be an old injury that was never repaired, or it might have been where the organic eye was replaced by some kind of targeting device. I don't know how you lost the arm, whether that was deliberate or not. I do know that your internal organs would have been extensively modified, your heart and lungs replaced with an oxygen exchange pump, the rest of your insides plumbed directly into the battle armor's recycling system. Inside it, you could live indefinitely. Without the armor, you'd be dead in seconds, even in the polities. I seem to be clinging on. Only because someone was very ingenious. Someone found a way to keep you alive, in a world where even the simplest electrical device cannot function. You run on steam from a wood-burning boiler. Tulwa started to unbutton the rest of his shirt. You want a closer look? See what really makes me tick? Maroka took another gulp from her glass and looked away. No offense, Tulwa, but you're hard enough on the eyes before you start the guided tour. Quillen raised a hand. It's not necessary. Come on, Doctor. And you a man of medicine. How could you possibly turn down an offer like that? Tulwa tugged the shirt wide around his navel area, exposing a hinged inspection panel curving across the base of the chest plate. He began to undo the catch at the other end. I'm not ashamed of what I am. I was proud to be a soldier, proud to be given the honor of defending the polity against angels. So what if the war took half of me away? I still earned these scars. I don't need to see inside you, Quillen said. Not even a little bit curious? Of course I am. If I could help you, I would. But I'd have to examine you properly, and there wouldn't be any point in doing that until I've returned to Spear Point.
At the moment, this little bag is all I'm travelling with." Quillen paused delicately. "I take it you've been like this for a while."
"Longer than you'd credit."
"Then you're probably not going to catch anything before I have a chance to come back." Tulwa locked the catch and began to button his shirt again.
"You do that?"
"You're a friend of Frey's. That's all the recommendation I need." Amusement glittered in Tulwa's eye.
"Friend? That's what he said."
"That's what I said," Meroka cut in. "Quillen's only repeating what I told him."
"Underling might have been a more apposite term to describe my relationship to Frey, don't you think?"
"That's between you and the man upstairs."
"You shouldn't speak of Frey as if he's God," Tulwa said disapprovingly. "Especially you, Meroka, being so religiously inclined. She's never without her testament, Doctor. Goes everywhere with her, it does. You'd never think it, would you, with that tongue of hers?"
Quillen started to say something, then thought better of it. "Frey's been good to you," Meroka said. "He set you up down here, didn't he, when you became an embarrassment to your own side? Gave you a place to hide, a nice steady supply of steam?"
"He gets his cut from Madame Bisturi, so let's not pretend there's anything philanthropic about it. Do you see him paying me many visits, inquiring about my welfare, asking if there's something I'd rather be doing than shoveling coal into a boiler for the rest of my time on Earth?"
"You know he doesn't get out much more than you do, Tulwa."
"At least Frey gets to leave the basement occasionally."
Quillen put down his glass and looked at Meroka. "We shouldn't take too long before moving on, should we?"
"Oh, don't mind us," Tulwa said, breaking into a lopsided smile. "Meroka and I fight like cats and bicker incessantly over Frey, but we go back a long way. It's just our act."
"Although sometimes it starts wearing thin," Meroka said.
"Go easy. I'm having a bad day. We're down a consignment of wood, which means steam pressure might have to be dropped. That hurts me as much as it hurts the bathhouse. Ordinarily, I'd put out the feelers for some more fuel, but it's not like anyone else is rolling in wood either. Been the same all winter. Supplies running low, having to be dragged in from further and further away, and what you get isn't the best quality. Fire saps in just a short supply. It's going to be a cold one, too. You wouldn't think I feel it down here, but you'd be wrong." He gave a philosophic shrug. "Good for business, though. You think this is cold? Wait until you've left Spear Point."
Tulwa gave Quillen a lingering look.
"Hope you've got the constitution for it, Doctor. It can take its toll."
"Speaking of leaving," Meroka said, "I don't think it would be a good idea to go on the train."
"Forget it," Tulwa agreed. "After that trouble you caused, there'll be more than just angels trying to track you down. Police in Neon Heights will already have tube descriptions down to the Steamville Constabulary. They'll have every station scoped by now."
"We'll need to use one of the alternatives, then. Is that an option?"
"We'll sort something out. In the meantime, given the amount of ammunition you appear to have discarded on the way down, you're welcome to replenish your supplies."
He jerked his head in a kind of stiff-necked nod over his shoulder.
"Through the back door, remember? Take what you need, and leave anything you don't."
"Thanks," Meroka said.
"Pick up some new watches as well. Good for anti-zonals?"
"We have all we require," Quillen said, patting the bag.
"Fine."
Tulwa refilled his drink and offered the bottle to Quillen, who declined with a polite elevation of his hand.
"While you're in there are some medical issues I'd like to go over with Dr. Quillen."
Meroka nodded and went into the back room, seemingly glad to have the chore to herself. Tulwa waited silently until she was out of earshot, then made the lopsided smile at Quillen.
"You're good. I'll give you that," he said.
"Good at what?"
"Good at hiding what you really are. Unless I'm mistaken, Meroka hasn't got a clue what she's escorting out of Spear Point. Probably all the better for you. She's about as keen on angels as I am, Dr. Quillen."
"You seem to be under some misapprehension."
"No, I don't think so. It's all about smell, you see."
Tulwa tapped a wooden finger against the side of his nose.
"I could smell an angel halfway across the street. Doesn't matter what they look like.
Sure, you've been made to look human. Pretty damn well, I have to say. But they still didn't get it quite right. Talwar frowned, drawing the skin tight at the corners of the metal plates in his head. Did Frey know? When he set up this extraction? Of course he knew. How could Frey not know? Quillen looked down at his hands. Part of him wanted to persist with his denials, but a shrewder part knew that there was no point in doing so. Frey knew, he answered quietly. What I figured. And Meroka? Not as far as I'm aware. Quillen stiffened in his seat. I'm sorry that we've ended up in this position. No deception was intended, I assure you. You're a walking deception. What good would it do for the truth to be revealed? I'm running from angels. My cover is the only protection I have. Do you think I'm going to advertise what I am? Let me tell you about Meroka, Talwar said. She wasn't always like this. She likes women. That's her bag. I'm not making any judgments here, just telling you how it is. Once upon a time there was someone special. Someone she really loved. But that woman got ill with something they can't treat down here. The angels, though? Maybe. They can do wonders up there in the celestial levels. So they were petitioned. There are channels for that, and asked if they'd consent to fix the woman, make her better. They do this, take a certain number of deserving cases each year, just the same way it works on Ascension Day. But the woman, her name was Ida, couldn't afford to go all the way up there on her own, and no one around her could afford it either. The angels said they couldn't help. They weren't really interested, I think. They suck your soul out up there, read your mind. But that's only of use to them if your mind hasn't been half eaten away to begin with. So Ida got worse, and Ida's friends tried to find the means to send her up there. But by the time they scraped enough together, it was too late. They dosed her with anti-zonals, but she still didn't get further up than Circuit City. Meroka was with her, died in her arms. That's why she doesn't go a bundle on angels. That's why she won't go a bundle on you, she finds out. Talwar studied Quillen for several silent moments. So what do you think's going to happen now? I've no idea. Take a stab. Perhaps you're going to kill me, or reveal my nature to Meroka, or turn me into the authorities, or keep me hostage until you're able to hand me over to the angels. And get on Frey's bad side? He could end me if I betrayed him. He's been good to me, I can't deny that, even if he is a stupid, unimaginative fuck who wouldn't recognize an opportunity to better himself if it landed on his skull. He's been good to me, Quillen said. Then we're in the same boat, both hiding from something, both owing Frey. There are few things I'd rather do right now than reach across this table and strangle you. But as the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But there's something you need to understand. We're not all monsters. I made enemies precisely because I refused to countenance an evil deed. Talwar looked towards the back room, where Meroka was still busy sorting through the munitions stockpile. What kind of deed? There was an experimental program. The stated intention was to modify angels so that we could live under conditions similar to those in Neon Heights. The theory was that we could engineer in resilience to a future zone shift, so that we wouldn't all have to die if the boundary shifted catastrophically. So the angels are nervous as well. About what? The big one. I'm sure you've noticed the signs. Everyone getting more jittery by the day. It might not happen for 100 years, or 1,000. Some folks think otherwise. Your angel programs suggest that at least a few in the celestial levels have grounds for concern. Quillen leaned forwards, lowering his voice even as he spoke more urgently. That's the point, though. The program's stated objectives were a sham. We were sent to Neon Heights to test our ability to survive inside a different zone, with only the simplest of medicines to assist us. Obviously, those conditions couldn't be simulated in the levels. It had to be done covertly. I understood that, just as I understood that we had to maintain maximum secrecy at all times. But there was more to it than just a proof of concept. The ultimate purpose of the program was to prepare an occupying force, a division of zone-tolerant angels able to storm and conquer large tracts of spear point.
There were 4 members of the infiltration party. 2 of us didn't know anything about that ultimate purpose. When one of us found out, the other 2 had no choice but to silence her. But she'd already shared her fears with me. They'd have silenced me eventually. I chose not to give them the chance. I killed them using medicine. That's why I'm hiding now.
At least you were built for the terrain, Tulwar said.
It's been easier for me than it has for you. But there's one thing you need to understand. When they sent me down to Neon Heights, they equipped me to live there undetected. They suppressed my real memories and gave me the ghost memories of someone who had been born and raised in the Heights. I've been wearing that mask for 9 years, long enough that it feels like a part of me. I still care about the celestial levels, but I also care about Neon Heights, and for that matter the rest of Spear Point. If something big is coming, then the last thing we should be doing is fostering more divisions between our different enclaves.
And if I kill you, or turn you in, that's what I'll be doing?
All I know is that the knowledge I carry, the knowledge I'm told I carry, could be a force for good as well as evil. I really don't care about my own life, but I do care about Spear Point, and if my continued survival benefits it, then I have a moral obligation to keep myself alive.
This woman they killed, the one who got too close to the truth, she wasn't just a colleague, was she?
No, Quillen said. She wasn't.
She have a name?
Aruval. That was her cover. I don't remember her real name.
I lost someone special once, to angels as well. I don't know if that means I ought to empathize with you or hate you even more.
I can't help you there, Quillen said. Tulwar leaned back, only the wheezing chuff of his life support system filling the silence. He bent over to inspect one of the dials in his belly.
Need to put some more fuel in shortly. Needle's starting to drop.
Does that mean you've made a decision? Meroka came back in through the door, her coat hanging visibly heavier about her frame. Quillen imagined every pocket crammed with instruments of bloody death and dismemberment. Somehow he didn't think she had lingered overly long on the watches. "What decision?" she asked.
"About when to leave," Tulwar said breezily. "I was just telling the good doctor how we get the wood for the furnace, and what we send back down in the empty hoppers."
"Right," Meroka said. She dropped 5 or 6 clockwork watches on the table. "So we're taking the meat wagon again. I can't tell you how fucking delighted I am about that." The funicular had little in common with the swift electric commuter services that connected Neon Heights' different levels. At the top end, in Steamville, stood a wood-fired stationary steam engine. This in turn drove a giant horizontal winding wheel, connected to a haulage rope long enough to reach all the way down to the Horsetown terminus, half a league beneath the Steamville end of the operation, and as far out again in horizontal terms. Even though the cars never went down the slope empty, there was always something to send down to Horsetown. It was never quite enough to balance the weight of the ascending cars. The Enterprise, one of a dozen or so similar funiculars dotted around Spear Point's base, was slow, unreliable, and prone to appalling, limb-shattering accidents. But it was still the most efficient means of moving goods, and occasionally people, between Steamville and Horsetown. Once Tulwar's contact had delivered them to the upper terminus, there was bribery to be done before Meroka and Quillen found themselves shivering in one of the dozen cars of a downbound corpse consignment. It was an insulated wooden cabin mounted on the steeply angled chassis of a funicular carriage, with hatched compartments in the roof where ice was shoveled in to keep the corpses from warming up. The dead were bunked on horizontal racks, covered with thin white sheets. Tulwar had found them extra coats and scarves. The Red Dragon bathhouse had a well-stocked supply of lost clothing, but it did not take long for the cold to penetrate. The actual descent would only last a few minutes, but there was at least half an hour's wait at either end, while the procession of cars was slowly drawn forwards to be loaded and unloaded. Quillen struggled with his gloves, trying to sort through his medical bag to find the right type of antizonals for the crossing ahead of them, a dose that could be safely taken on top of the pills they had already ingested. He was off the chart now in prescribing terms. The best he could do was navigate a course between his own instincts and Meroka's previous experiences in making this journey. "Just dose me up," she kept saying. He doled out the extra pills with icy fingertips, having removed his gloves to open the vial. "Take these for now," he said, palming 2 pills. "That all?" "Too much would be as dangerous as too little. I don't even know what kind of cumulative damage your nervous system has already sustained." "Damage is already done, Cutter." "Nonetheless, we don't want to do any more harm on top of that. You know what Frey's like. For all I know, you're only one miscalculated dose from ending up exactly like him." Moroka took the pills with sullen bad grace, but at least resisted the urge to augment them with her own drugs. The cabin lurched into motion, descending in near silence save for the occasional creak and squeal of strained rope or metal on metal. They sat opposite each other, on the lowest level of the planked racks where the corpses were stored. Quillen and Moroka were sharing the carriage with corpses making their final downward journey after Ascension Day. Those who didn't adhere to the custom tended to refer to practitioners as ghost riders, pre-corpses, or, less charitably, angel meat. While advanced medical services were unavailable to most citizens of Spire Point by dint of the fact that they lived in the wrong zone, there was one exception. Those who were sufficiently close to death that they had little to lose could submit to being scanned, and perhaps even healed in the celestial levels. To do so they would have to leave their own zone and travel as rapidly as possible through Spire Point's intervening enclaves until they reached the domain of the angels. Most citizens could only hope to undertake such a journey alone, having saved for it over many years. If the sudden onset of massive maladaptive trauma hadn't killed them by the time they arrived, then they stood a chance of having their minds preserved after death in the imperishable, massively redundant data stores of the celestial levels. In most instances, something could be recovered, and in a few cases the accumulated damage, perhaps even the underlying illness that had necessitated the journey in the first place, could be made good. Nonetheless, less than 1 in 100 souls who travelled to the celestial levels ever came back down alive. For the majority, Ascension Day was a one-way trip, unless coming back down as a corpse counted. Quillen put the gloves back on and tucked his hands under his armpits. His breath was a jet of white vapour. Ice crystals had already started to form on Moroka's eyebrows. He had made no allowance for how the cold would affect their metabolisms, impeding or accelerating the uptake of the antizonals. Nothing could be done now. It would have been sheer guesswork, even if it had occurred to him to take the cold into consideration. He checked his clockwork watches and found that they were beginning to read different times. How much of that was due to the imminent transition, and how much to the watches being of cheap manufacture, he couldn't guess. "Might I ask something?" he said, as much to keep his teeth from chattering as from a desire for information. "Back in the bathhouse, Madame Bisturi, that was her name, I think, mentioned something about you not always being the way you are now, and then what Tulwa said about the good book, and that tongue of yours." "2 different things, Cutter." "Would you care to enlighten me? We're going to be together a little longer, and yet I barely know the first thing about you." "Seems to be working out fine for us." "I'm still entitled to my curiosity. I've read about certain kinds of long-term neurological trauma, brain damage associated with repeated zone crossings, and the use of high-strength antizonals. In certain cases, this damage can manifest as impairments or idiosyncrasies of the speech center. There are instances of people becoming profane after suffering brain injuries, often distressingly so. Is that what happened to you?" "Congratulations," she said sourly. "You've hit the nail on the fucking head." "You needn't feel any shame about it." "Who said anything about shame?" "I'm sorry. I just presumed that it must occasionally lead to situations of social awkwardness. But what you have is a medical problem, no more or less. It may even be treatable with the right therapies." "Thanks. I'll be sure to look them up." "And the other matter? The testament?" "Never mind the other fucking matter." The transition came, arriving more quickly than it had when they crossed the no-man's land between Neon Heights and Steamville. The carriage kept descending at a steady rate, carrying them smoothly through the boundary. Moroka's eyes met his own, acknowledging the moment when it came. He was cold already, But when the transition passed through his body, the cosmic chill of it made the carriage seem cosily warm by comparison. That fierce, sucking cold lingered in his bones for minutes. Then he began to feel, if not better, then at least no worse than he had any right to expect. His heart was racing a little, he was perspiring excessively, despite the temperature in the carriage, and his surroundings were wheeling around him. But all such unpleasantnesses were nothing more than the anticipated residual effects of zone sickness. Had the pills not cushioned the brunt of the transition, he would be bent double and vomiting. He had, he knew, judged the dose more or less correctly. "Is it always this bad?" he asked Meroka, when at last the wheeling sensation had begun to abate, and it seemed safe to open his eyes. "Only the first few 100 times. Then it gets easier." Quillen's first thought, when they had bribed the relevant parties into allowing them to leave the transshipment dock unmolested, was that there was nothing about Horsetown that he had not already seen in Steamville, half a league up Spearpoint's rising thread. The warehouses and clerical offices bordering the funicular terminus were, at least to Quillen's eyes, architecturally and functionally similar to those at the upper terminus. The lamps burned wood resin rather than gas, the illumination more sparsely distributed and more subdued in its effects, but he was still surprised by how fundamentally civilized and well-ordered the community seemed. Looking down from Neon Heights at night, Horsetown had been little more than a black margin bordering Spearpoint's footslopes, a place that appeared to have no nocturnal existence at all. He saw now how inaccurate that impression had been, and felt a small, visceral tingle of shifting preconceptions. But when his eyes had begun to adjust to the oil lamps, the darkness between the buildings beginning to yield its secrets, he only had to glance up and have the wild, shimmering glare of Neon Heights brand colours into his retina. It was, he realized, why the citizens of Horsetown favored wide-brimmed hats, even at night. They didn't want to keep looking up, didn't want to be permanently reminded of a place of swift machines and electric marvels. A place only a few would ever know, and even then only when they passed through it on Ascension Day. Beyond the transshipment dock, Quillen slowly revised his initial impressions. Only a handful of buildings were made of anything other than wood, with brick reserved for civic and corporate structures of obvious importance. Nearly everything else had the ramshackle look of having been rebuilt many times, with new structures perched on the sagging, tumble-down remnants of the old. Streets and thoroughfares were ludicrously narrow, even allowing for the fact that the only form of motive power lay in horses. Nowhere were the buildings taller than 4 or 5 stories high, but the manner in which they sagged in over the streets, with opposing buildings almost meeting overhead, occasioned more vertigo in Quillen than he had ever felt when staring up at one of Neon Heights' 50-story blocks. Like lovers pushing out their tongues to kiss, the buildings were linked by covered walkways of unsettling flimsiness. Walls were criss-crossed with black-painted timbers, buff-white renderings smeared between them. Every horizontal surface was white with pigeon droppings. Between the gaps in the buildings lay the utter emptiness of the Great Plains stretching away from Spearpoint's base, a blackness only relieved, or in some way intensified, by the dim lights of tiny huddled communities scattered across the land all the way to the horizon. Meroka and Quillen were near Spearpoint's base now. The winding spiral of the ledge met the ground less than half a turn from their present position. The smell was the worst. It hit him almost as soon as he cleared the ordered precincts of the transshipment area. It came in stately, fugal waves, like a symphony. Beneath everything was a permanent sewer stink, impossible to separate into its human and animal components. Above that, and only fractionally more tolerable, was the heavy chemical reek of the various industries associated with the production of animal byproducts, the abattoirs, the smoking plants, the glue factories and tanneries. And with every frigid breath he sucked into his lungs, Quillen tasted wood smoke. He was still wearing 2 layers of coats, and grateful for them. "You thought it was going to get warmer closer to the ground," Meroka said as he drew the collar higher around his face. "Maybe that's how it used to be." "And now?" "Been getting colder beyond Spearpoint for years. Only reason you don't feel it in Neon Heights is you've got the heat coming off all those levels below you, warming up the air, giving the angels some thermals to play with. Down here, though, ain't no more levels to go.
This is what it's going to be like from now on, and we're the lucky ones, sitting on the equator like we do. Further north, further south, gets cold enough to freeze a witch's tits.
What if the Earth really was turning colder, Quillen wondered, and what if no one in the warm, lit levels of Spear Point had been bothering to pay attention? There would be no possibility of renting horses until morning. Besides, Moroka had said they would need all their energy for the day's ride, and that this would be their last chance for a decent night's sleep before they left Spear Point. She found them a room above a gaming house, not too far from the rental stables she normally used. There were 2 metal-framed beds with thin sheets, a drafty window, and something scuttling around in the overhead floorboards, rushing back and forth as if it had a long list of errands to do. None of that mattered. Moroka washed her hands and face at the rusty old basin in one corner of the room, removed her coat, then lay down on the bed and fell into immediate sleep. Quillen extinguished the oil lamp and removed his own coat, spectacles and hat. Exhaustion closed on him like a velvet vice. He woke to colourless, wintry daylight pushing through the curtains. Moroka was gone. He could still see the imprint of her head on the pillow she had been using. The room key was still on the nightstand, along with his medical bag. He rose from the bed, stretching the stiffness out of his bones. He stripped to the waist, tolerating the cold long enough to wash. He turned until he could see his back in the tarnished mirror over the basin, spinal column showing through his skin with anatomical clarity, his wing buds soft and obscene, like a pair of tiny clenched fists growing out of his back. He dressed again and was settling his hat on his head when he saw the little black book by Moroka's bedside. Something compelled him to pick it up. The testament was bound in black leather, creased and worn like his medical bag. He opened it gently, half expecting some kind of trap to spring out into his face. The pages were translucently thin, the ink on one side showing through the other. Dense columns of scripture, with numbers at the start of every paragraph, some parts in plain font, others italicized or printed in boldface. The book looked older than Moroka, though he could not say precisely why he was certain of this. He turned the pages, something furtive in the sound the sheets made as they whisked against each other. And in that time, before the gates of paradise were closed to them, men and women were as children, and so plentiful were the fruits and bounties of paradise that they lived for 80 years, and some lived longer than that. And in that time the earth was warm and blue and green, and many were its provinces. He closed the book, hearing footsteps coming up the creaking staircase from below, then along the landing. There was a knock at the door. He put the testament down on the table as Moroka entered, subtly conscious that it was not quite as he had found it, and that she could not fail to notice this. "Time to ship," she said. "Got us some horses." Moroka reached for the testament and slipped it into a deep pocket of her coat, without giving it a second glance. Chapter 6. Quillen had never been close to a horse before. The ghost-white creatures, with their preposterously slender legs, blade-sharp faces, nervous dark eyes, and scarlet, flaring nostrils, seemed not quite of a part with the rest of the world. He tucked his bag into a vacant pocket in one of the panniers, jammed a boot into one of the stirrups, and, inelegantly he was sure, managed to lever himself astride. Although there was a saddle between his posterior and the horse's back, he could nonetheless feel the sinuous undulation of its spine as it hoofed the ground, willing and eager to get going. There was a tiny mind in that skull, he knew, but it was attached to a large, strong animal, and it was capable of entertaining at least one idea. The stable owner showed him how to take the reins, giving him just enough tuition to be able to stop the horse if needed. Moroka would ride ahead, and his horse, he was assured, would follow hers over a cliff. They had taken antizonals and were symptom-free for the time being. Soon they were ambling through Horsetown, following the descending curve of the ledge all the way to the ground. The cobbled streets were treacherous with ice, so there was never any prospect of breaking into a trot. Occasionally his horse stumbled, Quillen seizing the reins in panic. The horse seemed to resent this intrusion of human authority into its business, so he soon learned to leave well alone. They had been riding for 2 hours when it occurred to Quillen that the road was no longer sloping to any visible degree. that there was little sense of the ground level beyond the surrounding buildings being lower than their present elevation. He supposed, with a shiver of realization, that they were now riding on the face of the earth itself, having completed the descent of Spear Point. There had been no obvious point of transition to mark this passage. Even if there had been a clearly defined foundation, some point where the spiral shelf reached a definite termination, thousands of years of weathering and human habitation had smothered it under rubble and wind-blown dirt. They were still very clearly in Horsetown, and therefore still potentially in reach of his enemies. The God-scraper's effective domain extended much further than the geometric limit of its base. But as they rode on, even Horsetown became more attenuated. The streets widened, increasingly large gaps appearing between the buildings. Trees began to assert the presence of forest beyond the city's margins. The landscape was rocky and undulating, broken here and there by the pale sentry of a semaphore tower, the cranked arms moving constantly, sending information to the next tower in the chain, relaying news and intelligence far beyond Spear Point. The horses now travelled on roads of compacted dirt rather than cobbles. Now their footing was surer. Meroka even broke them into the occasional trot. Quillen bounced around in the saddle until, more by accident than intention, he settled into a rhythm, putting weight through his legs into the stirrups to absorb the rise and fall of the horse's back. He wasn't cold now. There was enough heat boiling off the animal to keep him nicely warmed, and his own exertions helped. They were following the line of an aerial ropeway, suspended from wooden pylons. An endless succession of buckets, laden with freshly cut wood, was being hauled to Spear Point. There were hundreds of ropeways like this, feeding the structure's unquenchable appetite for fuel. They came in from all directions, stretching away to the great woods and forests beyond the horizon. Some of the wood would be burned in stoves in Horsetown, some would end up in Tulwar's boiler, more still would feed the electricity-generating power stations of Neon Heights. As the buckets creaked overhead, it was easy to imagine that the supply was limitless. They had been riding for nearly 3 hours, when he felt the first suggestion that the antizonals were wearing off. He took another pill and called ahead for Meroka to do likewise. But even after he had swallowed and digested his, the effects of zone sickness lingered. Belatedly he checked his watches, the clockwork ones Tulwar had given him, and saw the hands beginning to diverge. There was no question but that they were approaching the end of the zone. It was nearing midday, the sun a cold yellow coin that had climbed as high as it was going to get. Ahead lay a rustic trading post, with a dozen or so horses hitched around it. Beyond, the road deteriorated even more severely. Quillen saw weed-choked cracks and cavernous potholes that looked 100 years old. This was as far as the horses could go, it transpired. Animals were even worse at tolerating zone shifts than humans, and there remained comparatively little scholarship on the arcane matter of veterinarian antizonals. Quillen was certain that nothing in his bag would do more good than harm, and besides, Meroka had only paid to ride the horses this far. They dismounted, hitched the horses to vacant posts, removed their gear from the panniers and went inside to eat. They washed the meal down with strong coffee and collected their belongings. They crossed the boundary via the ropeway, riding one of the empty buckets, returning to the forests. It was quicker than walking, even if it did mean climbing a rickety platform and timing their entry into the moving receptacle. There was a door in the side which made it easier. From on high, clutching his hat to his head against the wind, Quillen saw that the staging post was also helping the buckets move. Behind the compound, teams of horses were driving a huge wheel, which was in turn coupled to the ropeway. "I should at least examine you for zone sickness before we attempt the crossing," Quillen said, as the bucket bobbed on its way. "We'll be fine. Gets easier on the other side. If you could take Steamville, you'll cope." "Do machines work there?" "Mostly, but there aren't that many of them, and them that exist tend to end up in the wrong hands. You aren't in the clear just yet." It was his third crossing since leaving Neon Heights, and perhaps the easiest. For the first time, the shift was in the opposite direction, taking him closer to the conditions he had grown accustomed to. Although there would still be a need to monitor the two of them for zone sickness, he could feel his body breathing a colossal sigh of subcellular relief. It was as if they had scaled a high mountain, breathed perilously thin air, and were now descending again. The blood sang gladly in his veins. "I don't even know where we are now," he said, smiling at the depth of his own ignorance. "What this place is called, how far it extends, who runs it." "Ain't much to say, Cutter. Out here there are just zones. They go on for hundreds of leagues, most of them. Some go on further than that. The one with the Bane in, well, never mind that for now. Ain't no government or boundary commission neither. Ain't much resembling law and order, come to think of it. You got a few townships, places like Fortune's Landing, that make a living cutting and exporting wood and fire sap to the scraper, and you got a few caravans that live off trading. That's about as far as civilization goes, though. We sure as fuck aren't including the Skull Boys." "Who are the Skull Boys?" "With luck on our side, you won't get to find out." The bucket bobbed its way to the trading post on the other side of the boundary. It was similar to the one they had left behind, if a little more rustic and run down. Moroka threw open the door as the bucket approached the platform, and they stepped off, Moroka catching Quillen's sleeve as he nearly lost his balance and keeled over the low-railinged side. "You're all skin and bones under that suit," she said, letting go slowly. They rented new horses and rode for the rest of the day, travelling west from Spear Point. The lowering sun bestowed a pale honeyed light, but offered nothing that Quillen would have dignified by calling warmth. He nestled into his coats and tugged his hat down further on his head. His hands were numb on the reins. He had drifted into something like sleep, lulled by the horse's motion, when Moroka drew her ride to a halt. Quillen's horse stopped before he had a chance to tug on the reins. It snuffled the dry, cold ground and snorted disappointedly, as if until that moment it had been expecting a verdant green meadow. A breeze stirred dirt around the animal's hooves. They must have come a long way. At some point the track had pulled away from the line of the ropeway, forging its own meandering path across the plain. They had passed the occasional hamlet, the occasional copse or small wood, but the forests were still far away. The ground had risen slightly in the last couple of leagues, and was now descending, littered with rocks and boulders. A few hundred spans further on, their trail met a wider path, one that showed evidence of heavy and frequent traffic. Wagon ruts etched its chalky yellow surface, but no one was moving on it now. "This is the place," Moroka said with sudden decisiveness. "Come morning, they'll be along for you. Next stop, Fortune's Landing." Assuming Frey got word through. "He won't let us down. Regardless, we'll figure something out." She dismounted, swinging off the saddle and thudding to the ground. "We'll camp here. Ain't going to be the height of luxury, but you'll cope." She set about unpacking the saddlebags. "Anyone or anything comes along, keep out of sight." Quillen nodded and, less elegantly, got off his own horse and began to empty the bags of what they needed for the night. The horse snorted and started to walk away, but he grabbed the bridle and gave it a sharp yank, as he had seen Moroka do. She was already scouting a sheltered spot in the shadow of a house-sized boulder, tucked away from easy visibility of anyone on either the pass or the wider road. They spread ground sheets, made pillows out of the saddlebags, preparing to sleep under the stars. It would be cold, even with thermal blankets, but Quillen told himself that he would only have to put up with it for one night. "You can sleep now if you want," Moroka said, sounding as if that was the last thing she had in mind. "Or you can tuck into the rations, long as you don't mind eating cold. Can't risk a fire." Quillen understood. The darkening air was perfectly clear. Venus was already bright in the western sky, and the golden eye of Mars shone balefully in the east. Soon one of the moon's two halves would rise, but until then the Milky Way was quite visible, numberless stars describing a spine of pearly luminescence across the vault of the heavens. It was a glorious evening for stargazing, but not one for subterfuge. Even if they concealed the flames, the column of smoke would be visible from afar, and it would stand every chance of drawing unwanted attention. "How do you feel?" "Fine, Cutter. You worry about yourself." Moroka was by her horse, taking off its bridle and slipping on a leather halter that would allow it to graze on what meagre pickings it could find. She let the rope trail on the ground, not tied to anything. The horse would take it as a signal not to stray too far. Moroka didn't seem to have an appetite, so Quillen tucked into the rations by himself. not caring that the food was neither warm nor particularly fresh. As he ate, the day's light diminished still further. Occasionally a bat or nocturnal bird flitted overhead, and now and then he heard the inquisitive snuffling of some small mammal, foraging in the darkness. There were undoubtedly wild things out there that could do them real harm, but Moroka seemed unconcerned, and so he took that as an indication that he need not be too troubled himself. In any case, the horses would give them fair warning of any predators. Sleep still out of the question, he walked around the perimeter of their little camp until he came to a rise that took him 6 spans higher. "Don't go far," Moroka said, raising her voice only as much as was necessary. "I just want to see how far we've come," Quillen replied. He had barely given Spear Point a glance since leaving, preferring to concentrate on the rigours of the journey ahead and not be reminded of the pitifully small progress they had made. Now, though, sensing that the first phase of his exodus was nearing its end, he felt ready to face the truth. In the morning he would be with friends, or at least people who would give him shelter and value his talents. They had come no more than 15 leagues from the base of Spear Point, which was itself 15 leagues across at its widest point. From its base it soared into the sky, gently tapering as it rose, until, 50 leagues above the ground, it was no more than 1/3 of a league wide. But it kept on rising beyond that point, never narrowing beyond a thickness of 1/3 of a league, a quill-thin black column pushing beyond the veil of the atmosphere itself, into the impassable vacuum of space. Had the whole thing been dark, it would still have stood out against the deepening purple of the eastern sky. Most of it, however, was gloriously aglow with evidence of inhabitation. The city lights twinkled. Quillen tracked up from the base, striving to identify the zones and their interior districts against the mental map he carried, mindful that it would be easy to misjudge familiar scales and heights from this new perspective. He thought he could see the band of Spear Point that was Neon Heights, beginning 5 or 6 leagues from the base, and rising until the neon glow met the brighter but colder lights of Circuit City. Beneath Neon Heights was the much fainter ember-like glow of Steamville, and beneath that, Horsetown was almost lost in darkness, its fires and torches scarcely visible at this distance. The spiral structure of Spear Point's outer skin, the ever-winding shelf that rose in a continuous clockwise gradient from the base to the very summit, beyond the air itself, was only intermittently discernible, where it was traced by a line of buildings or delineated by the faint ascending thread of an electric train. Very few buildings were tall enough to reach from one level of the shelf to the next. The shelf was widest at the base, and narrowed in width in harmony with Spear Point's own tapering form. Even seen from this modest distance, the city districts appeared to be little more than a coating of light, a phosphorescent daub on the rising, screw-like structure. It seemed impossible that people could live and work in those perched communities, and not be constantly assailed by the thought that they were a dizzying number of leagues from the ground, teetering on the edge of oblivion. But that was simply not how it felt when one was up there, in Neon Heights or Steamville, or even within the glittering plasma-light precincts of Circuit City. For even as it diminished in width, the ledge remained more than wide enough to support a teeming grid of streets, and with the edge usually screened from view by at least one row of buildings, it required no great effort of will to put it out of mind. True, there was always the wall that supported the shelf on its next coil around the spike, but for the most part that was either a dark cliff leaning over the streets and houses, or simply hidden behind a barricade of taller structures, traversed by elevators and funiculars. It too could be ignored most of the time, as could the levels of Spear Point soaring far above. The mire, that node of confusion where the zones tended towards a state of unimaginable, unmappable compactedness, was somewhere level with Quillen's viewpoint, inside Spear Point's awesome base. He imagined it as a boiling, seething knot. The zones radiated out from that focus, becoming larger and more tectomorphically stable with increasing distance, but their essential nature, whether they supported high or low degrees of technological sophistication, was, insofar as anyone had been able to ascertain, determined according to entirely random factors. Had randomness been the sole factor, high and low society should have been mingled together, with no regard for their vertical placement. There was no reason why the angels should claim the high reaches of the celestial levels, or why horses should be the primary form of motive power near the base. But there was more to the present order of things than fortuitous happenstance. This was clear from the profoundly dark blotches in Spear Point's illumination, the places where nothing lived and nothing moved. There were blotches at all levels, right up to the celestial. The zones determined basic technological limits, but the mere possibility of a particular technology working in a given zone did not necessarily imply that people could live there. A zone like Horsetown, where almost nothing of any complexity could be made to work, could only exist near the base, where there was a ready supply of the basic amenities. Air, water, and heat were all to hand, with nothing needing to be pumped or transported in by anything other than the simplest of machines. And there was also the possibility of trade in goods and resources with outlying communities, such as the small hamlets they had already passed. By the same token, while it was feasible for angels and other post-human entities to survive in zones further down Spear Point from the celestial levels, they gained little advantage in doing so, and rather more pertinently preferred not to breathe the same air as lesser pre-human mortals. They lived high up because no one else could, enjoying the possibility of flight in those silent currents where the sky was a deep blue at the zenith, and the warm airs rising from Spear Point's lower levels made for ideal gliding conditions. Quillen could see them now, tiny specks orbiting the narrowing column, glowing like embers around a fire. He thought again of the angel that had fallen down from those far reaches to crash onto one of Neon Height's ledges, and how the angel's dying message had brought him to this desolate place. Quillen did not know how long he had been staring at Spear Point when Meroka sidled up alongside. He had not heard her approach, had in fact been completely unaware of any sounds or movements in his vicinity. He started slightly, gathering his composure. "Homesickness is a bitch," Meroka observed. "You think I'm feeling homesick already?" "Don't have to think, Cutter. See it in your face. You're telling yourself, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. Maybe I should have stayed." Her tone niggled him. Staying was never an option. I knew exactly what I was letting myself in for. "All the same, you got a lump in your throat and a tear in your eye." "If you say so." He turned away, irritated with himself for allowing her to get to him. "You're such an expert on homesickness, Meroka. But you'd never admit to feeling it, would you?" "Shut up," she said. "Gladly. But I suggest you don't begin a conversation, unless you have some vague intention of continuing it." "I said shut up. Something's coming." He lowered his voice. "Something." "Along the main trail." She nodded into darkness. "Go fetch your horse. Bring it back to the camp. Don't make any noise doing it." The horse had not wandered far, encumbered by its rope. It walked back uncomplainingly. Meroka trudged out of the gloom with her own horse, its pale hide ghostly in the evening light. Only then did Quillen hear something that might have been the rumble of hooves and wheels, an engine's howl, whooping and hollering carried on the night's air. With the horses tethered out of sight of the road, they crouched low by their bedding. "Who do you think it might be?" Quillen asked in a whisper. "The people we're supposed to be meeting?" "Too soon for that." Maybe the message got confused. "It's not them." By way of explanation, she added, "Too many horses, too many wheels." The rumble grew quieter and then louder, and sometimes fell away completely, but was always coming closer. The fragments of conversation almost resolved into something he could understand. The dialect had a guttural, harsh quality, words stripped down to single vowels and emotive grunts. "The horses spook. This turn's nasty. You hide," Meroka said. "It's safe. I fire 3 times. And if I don't hear 3 shots?" "Been nice knowing you." He caught movement then, a glimmer of torchlight in the distance. Meroka crept slowly away from the camp, eventually pausing and crouching low, overlooking the main road where it was joined by the narrower trail of the pass. The trails were paths of shimmering mercury against the shadow darkness of the surrounding terrain. He heard the click as she released the safety catch on one of her weapons. She would be visible against the purple skyline, but if she remained perfectly still, she would be hard to distinguish from a rock or boulder. Cautiously, before the horses and wagons were too close, he crept over to Meroka's side and flattened himself against the ground. He had drawn out the angel gun again.
"Not a good idea," she hissed.
"I'm sticking with you. If you get shot, how long do you think I'll last out here anyway?" Moroka said nothing, leaving Quillen to draw his own conclusions about her likely answer. He lay very still, trying to ignore the hard stones digging into his chest. The rumble and clatter of the approaching procession grew louder, and with it came the lights of torches, casting a sullen, moving glow on the roadside. With the rumble and clatter came also the sharper overtone of buzzing, revving motors. He heard raucous, drunken laughter. Gradually his eyes picked out the salient details. There were riders at the front, white and grey-armoured men astride massive, burly horses that were also armoured, their muscular forms almost hidden behind a cunning arrangement of jointed and quilted plates, with animal bones nailed and tied on to the armour for effect. The riders wore metal masks covering the upper parts of their faces, the masks' empty eye sockets and exposed teeth either resembling skulls or actually fashioned from them. Behind the riders, flanked on either side both by horsemen and men driving powered vehicles, came a trundling array of huge wagons, each of which was pulled by at least 2 horses, sometimes as many as 6. Most of the wagons consisted of a wide platform, railed on 4 sides, with a tent or wooden hut in the middle. Thuggish-looking guards stood on the balconies, carrying various forms of weaponry. There were guards with pikes and swords, others with pistols, rifles, and small machine guns, while some of the larger wagons sported artillery pieces at their corners, swivel-mounted cannon or brutish weapons with multiple barrel clusters, shields and double-handed grips for their operators. Some of the riders held pennanted staffs, while flags and banners trailed from the tents and huts on the backs of the wagons. The torches, some of them carried by the horsemen, some attached to the wagons, cast a wavering orange light over the entire spectacle. The tricycles and quadcycles accompanying the procession were ramshackle in appearance, seemingly welded together from the salvaged parts of older wrecks. They had skeletal chassis with machine guns, spikes, and ramming devices bolted onto the frames. They bounced along quickly, apparently incapable of slowing down to keep pace with the horses and wagons. They were constantly having to swerve off the main track, making S-bends and loops, suspension jinking the vehicles high into the air, their riders only just managing to stay in their seats. As the procession neared, it seemed inconceivable to Quillen that Moroka and he would avoid detection. "Skullboys," she said. "The Skullboys I wasn't supposed to meet. Kind of hoped we wouldn't cross paths." She had the gun before her, held low to the ground just in front of her face. "Lie still and shut up. We'll be all right. Seems they're in a hurry to get somewhere. Skullboys only look for trouble when they're in a fighting mood." "What kind of mood is this?" "Shut up." The head of the procession gradually drew level with their position. With all the noise and spectacle, Quillen wondered how long it would be before one or both of their horses made a sound. The Skullboys were making a decent enough racket of their own, perhaps enough to drown out the horses, but the guards standing at the corners of the heavy wagons looked sober, vigilant, and alert. Quillen thought it unlikely that night vision technology would work here, but he still felt luminously bright, a warm human smudge against the cooling ground. Yet the procession kept passing, and the horses remained quiet enough not to be heard. Dozens of wagons rumbled past, each seemingly larger than the last, until even the combined muscle of multiple horses proved insufficient, and the wagons had to be hitched to traction engines, black behemoths of whirling metal flywheels and gushing ghost-white steam. Behind the traction engines came wagons holding metal cages as large as small houses. There were people in the cages, glimpsed in dismal huddles between the bars. Men and women tied together and shackled, wearing little more than rags. "Prisoners," Moroka whispered, as if they could have been anything else. "Skullboys buy 'em from villages and towns along the way, or sometimes just take 'em without asking." "Have they done anything wrong?" "Some of 'em, not all." She paused. "Some just didn't get out the way fast enough." "What will happen to them now?" "Nothing good." "You can tell me, Moroka. I'd rather know the risks." She drew an audible breath as the procession continued to pass, almost blanketed in dust and steam. "Some of 'em, the women mostly, They'll be sold on as slaves, or used by the Skullboys themselves. Why are they like this? Mostly they're pissed off and surly for the sake of it. Anyone who gets kicked out of the respectable communities around here, your murderers, rapists, thieves, there's a good chance they'll end up being recruited into the Skulls. They might only be borderline psychotic to start with, but by the time they've been force-fed the same drugs that the rest of them are on, they start drooling and snarling like they were born to it.
What drugs are we talking about here?
Not your common or garden antizonals, Cutter. Skulls need to cross between zones to do their dirty business, but they can't get hold of the good stuff, so they improvise, brew up their own replacements, or take what the Vorgs will give them in return for victims. Over time, it all messes with their heads, turns them a little cranky, and that's before you factor in all the other shit they put into themselves.
You mentioned the Vorgs back at Frey's place. Who are they?
What are they, you mean? Fucked up biomechanical machines, but you don't have to worry about them.
Just like I didn't need to worry about the Skullboys.
Skullboys make a point of being mobile. Vorgs don't. They can't get this deep into the zone. The line of caged wagons was almost past now. Smaller vehicles brought up the rear, pulled by more teams of horses. Quillen started to relax, daring to believe that they would remain undetected. The maximum noise and fury had moved on, and their own horses had retained enough dim cunning to keep quiet. Then he noticed the last and smallest of the cages, half the size of any that had passed so far, and containing what he first took to be only one prisoner, a young woman standing up at the bars, wearing a tattered dress or gown with the sleeves torn away. Her arms were very thin, yet knotted with hard muscle. She was either bald, or her hair had been shaved almost to the scalp. She was not alone, for at the woman's side was a child of indeterminate sex, a boy or girl clothed in rags, face hidden behind a wild thicket of dirty black hair. No more than 4 or 5 years old at the most, Quillen judged, and he doubted that the mother, if she was indeed the child's parent, was more than 15. "What will happen to them?" he asked, meaning the woman. "Most likely end up as slaves."
"This is barbaric."
"Welcome to the real world, Cutter. You want to stand up and make a point? You're more than welcome. Just give me time to get away first."
"You mean what's done is done? We just stand by and accept it?"
"Skullboys are everywhere, Cutter. They own the outzone. You piss off one lot of them, word soon gets around. Fine if you don't plan on coming back too often. Me? I've got a living to make." The procession was ending, the last few wagons and riders roaring and rattling into the night, the whooping cries gradually fading. But he could still see the woman and child in the cage. She seemed to be looking almost directly at him, as if she had seen something in the darkness. He flinched, telling himself it was no more than coincidence, and then the woman turned slowly away to face the direction of travel, drawing the child closer to her side. As the woman presented her back to him, he made out a large scar or birthmark on the back of her skull, reaching almost all the way from the crown to the nape. He wanted desperately to act, but he knew it was senseless, that Meroka was right. How ludicrous he must seem to her now, he thought, fresh from the city, stung with bruising indignation at the inhumanity he had only now begun to take notice of. But it had been out there all along, not just for years or decades, but for millennia, a grinding toll of cruelty and injustice, going on ceaselessly for every waking moment of his life. "I know it's hard," Meroka said eventually, when the clamour of the Skullboy caravan had all but faded, "but you get used to it. It's get used to it or go insane. I already made my choice."
"I can't blame you for that."
They had stood up from the ground and put their guns away. "It's not that I don't care. But there are lots of them, and not many of us." Long silences stretched between each sentence, Meroka assembling the words with obvious effort. "If everyone in Spear Point got together, made an army, came down here, maybe that would make a difference. And that's likely, right? Swarm will forgive us before that'll happen."
"What's Swarm?"
"Just one more thing you don't need to worry about, Cutter."
Chapter 7.
It was the horses, not the lightening sky, that eventually roused him to alertness. They were whinnying, and in the still present darkness he could hear Maroka cursing and muttering as she tried to quieten the animals. He divested himself of the blanket and stood up, shivering slightly, for the air had cooled and he had been tolerably warm under the covering. He felt light-headed, as if he had rushed to his feet too quickly. The horses were still upset about something. He looked in the direction of the road, but there was no sign of anyone else coming along it, and certainly no audible indication of another Skullboy caravan. Still unsteady on his feet, the light-headedness persisting, he made his way to the commotion. Maroka was a shape in the dark, one hand on the muzzle of each horse trying to settle them. Their eyes and teeth flashed white and wild and terrified. Their ears were flattened back. "Something's got 'em riled, Cutter." She was out of breath with the effort of restraining the animals, which were still thrashing and kicking against her grip. That much I surmised. He took hold of his own horse and laid a hand on the sweat-sheened column of its neck. He could feel its pulse like an overwound clock. "Did you hear or see anything?" "Been as quiet as a crypt all night. Then they start this shit." At the back of his mind the truth was already forming, although he was reluctant to give it room. "How do you feel, Maroka?" "Like I've been up all night and the day before." "I mean apart from that." She turned to look at him, her face a little more than a featureless oval. "Why are you asking?" "Because I'm not feeling well myself. Either that food I ate was bad or else—" He halted, still holding the horse, and used his other hand to tug up his sleeve, exposing enough of his forearm to read his watches. The dials and hands glowed feeble blue-green. It was hard to read them, with the agitated horse jerking its head up and down. He concentrated until he could be certain. The watches were beginning to show different times, the minute hands no longer winding around in perfect lockstep. The cumulative difference between the fastest and slowest watch was already a quarter of an hour. "Something wrong?" "I checked the synchronization before I slept. The watches were all keeping good time. Now they're drifting." "So what are you saying?" It was hard to come out with the words. He almost felt that by voicing his suspicion, he was in danger of concretizing it into reality. "My symptoms match those of zone sickness. My watches are telling me something's happening, and our horses aren't happy. Animals sense these things sooner than people or machines." "Could just be a squall?" "Yes, it could just be a squall." But he thought about Fry's suspicion that there was something big coming down the line. More than a squall, for certain. "I think we're in trouble," he said. "I need to gauge the change vector and issue us both a dose of antizonals." But even as he spoke, some fight seemed to go out of the horses. They stopped kicking the ground and yanking their heads, their eyes narrowing and their ears pricking forwards. They snorted and snuffled, letting the humans know that while they were in no way placated, whatever had stirred them up appeared to have passed, for now. Quillen still felt light-headed and unsteady, but even that was beginning to ease. He released his horse, letting it wander off, then adjusted his watches back into synchronization, as near as he could judge it. He would monitor them carefully from now on. "You were saying?" "Maybe it was a squall after all." "Squalls happen. I feel all right. What about you?" "Whatever it was seems to be passing." "The boundary must have wandered over us for a few moments before snapping back." Again Quillen listened into the night, but still there was nothing to be heard. "I don't think I'm going to be able to get much more sleep, though. I feel wide awake." "Got a long wait until your ride arrives." "I'll be fine. Perhaps you're the one who ought to be getting some rest. I can look after the horses." "You insist?" she said, after several moments' reflection. "But don't go dozing off on me." "No plans to doze off, I assure you." Satisfied that the horses were as settled as they were going to get, Maroka lay down under a blanket. Quillen watched her dark form, observing the regularity of her breathing until he was certain she was asleep. Maroka also had a taxing day ahead of her. She had to take both horses back alone, riding one and guiding the other, through the pass and back to the base of Spear Point. He found a hummock in the ground that made a passable seat, and lowered himself onto it, the wheels of his mind spinning with dizzy alertness. The horses snuffled and snorted, but were otherwise docile. They had enviably short memories, animals. He examined his watches, the luminous dots on the dials and hands forming a series of circular constellations. The hands were all moving in lockstep again now. Watches were carefully engineered, and later selected by the purchaser, so that they would respond to zone changes in subtly different ways, rather than all of them slowing or speeding up in unison. But it still took attention to read the signs accurately, and care to ensure that the watches were wound and functioning properly. In Neon Heights, the majority of citizens had become lax in the business of watch reading, secure in the knowledge that the ever-present Boundary Commission would alert them to a zone shift as soon as it happened. Most of them only wore watches as fashion accessories, barely remembering how to interpret the signs. The same applied to the other districts in varying measure, but out here watches were all one had. There was no Boundary Commission, and Quillen would be entirely reliant on his own judgment as to when to administer antizonal medicine, and of what type and dosage. But when the shift came again, the watches barely had time to respond. What had been lightheadedness before was now a vicious, vice-like pressure mounting behind his eyeballs. The suddenness of the pain, the intensity of it, made him gasp. He stood up, more out of a flight reflex than any conscious volition, clutching the sides of his head. The pain increased, until it felt as if a sharp wedge were being driven down through his skull, splitting his brain between the hemispheres. Vomit rose in his throat. He staggered directionlessly, the landscape seeming to tilt madly into the sky. He pivoted around, fighting the urge to vomit, and saw the horses lying still on the ground like piles of black sacks, as if they had been shot. They were either dead or unconscious. He couldn't tell, and he sensed it wouldn't make much difference either way if he didn't keep himself from slipping under. Already there was a dreamlike quality to his actions, a feeling that his mind was isolating itself from the real world, slamming down protective barriers. He found Meroka. Something was very wrong with her. She was palsying under the blanket, her body convulsing. Her zone tolerance was not as robust as his own. He was disorientated and in pain, but if Meroka did not receive the right medication quickly, she would not survive very long. Yet to administer the wrong kind of antizonal would be worse than not treating her at all. He knelt down and touched her, hoping the pressure of his hand would calm her or at least bring her to consciousness, but she kept shaking. He found her mouth and his hand came away wet with blood and spittle. This was not a squall. The squall had just been a wave breaking on a shoreline. This was an inundation, another zone completely swamping the one they had been inside. And so far it wasn't passing. It wasn't snapping back to its earlier configuration. He bent over and retched. The pain was still inside his head, the dizziness and sense of detachment, but the nausea eased slightly. He forced himself to look down, to survey his watches. It could only have been a minute or so since the episode had begun, not enough time for the hands to have diverged to any useful extent, but the second hands were still ticking around. None of the watches had stopped. If one or more of them had, then it might be an indication that the shift was to a lower state zone, where even the simple clockwork of a watch was too complex and finicky to function. Since the watches were all still ticking, he could only draw the opposite conclusion. The shift was in the other direction, to a higher state zone, where the clockwork operated too well, too freely. Tolerances had slackened. Gears and cams were now whirring faster than they were supposed to. He reached for his medical bag, snapped it open with trembling fingers. His vision was beginning to tunnel, his hand-to-eye coordination degrading. Like a drunk trying to untie shoelaces, he fumbled open the rack that contained the direction-specific antizonals, the rubber-topped vials, and the waiting hypodermics. They swam in and out of focus. He checked his watches again, all still running. The minute hands beginning to pull apart, the second hands ticking at visibly different rates. He took one of the syringes and plunged it into a vial. Drew out a measure of thick, resinous fluid. Every instinct told him to treat himself first. He was the physician, Meroka the patient. Still he went to Meroka, leaning down on her to quell her movements, drawing back the blanket to expose an arm, finding bare skin under her sleeve, locating a vein, pushing the thick needle in, depressing the plunger. all the while seeing the hypodermic in his hand like a glittering glass toy held at an absurd distance, Moroka's body stretching halfway to the horizon. The drug worked quickly. Her convulsions became less violent, less frequent. He knelt back and staggered to his feet, hoping he had done the right thing. Too soon to tell. Even the wrong antizonal could have an initially calming effect, lulling the physician into thinking he had made the right decision. He looked at the watches again, relieved to see that they were still telling him the same story. He injected himself with the other syringe, and then returned both to their slots in the medical bag. If they could not be sterilized, he would at least make sure that Moroka was only injected using one syringe, and he the other. He began to feel an improvement almost immediately. His vision started to clear, the headache fading. There would still be grogginess for some while, a sluggish quality to his thoughts and actions, but if he had made the right choice, the antizonal would gradually free him from the immediately obvious symptoms of zone sickness, until either the ambient conditions changed again, for better or worse, or the drug had time to wear off, which it would. The horses were still lying on the ground, inert as shadows. Perhaps they were dead after all. He could see no sign that they were still breathing, but the prognosis was better for Moroka. She had stopped convulsing and was now lying on her side, almost as if she had been watching him inject his own dose. As he walked over, she moved a hand across her face. The sky had begun to lighten in the east, and now he could make out her open eyes. The blood daubed around her mouth.
"I'm a mess,"
Moroka said, slurring almost to the point of incomprehension. "You bit your tongue."
"What happened?"
The squall came back. He knelt beside her. Worse this time. It got you so fast you didn't even have time to wake up before you went into palsy. I think the horses might not have made it. I took a risk and decided the shift was in the upward direction. Fortunately, it appears I was right. I injected both of us with what I hoped was the right form of antizonal.
"I feel like shit."
You may not believe it, but that's probably a good sign. Can you sit up? Moroka did as he suggested, letting out only a single groan of discomfort.
"Something hurts in my chest."
You might have done some damage when you were convulsing. Fractured a rib, perhaps, or torn a muscle. I didn't get to you fast enough.
"Guess you had problems of your own."
She pinched her fingers into the corners of her eyes, digging out grit.
"You did good, Cutter. Made the right judgment."
"I hope so. In daylight, I'll give you a proper examination, see if I can work out what you've done. In the meantime, it's best if we stay here and monitor our progress. If I've overshot, I'll need to administer a corrective dose." He tapped at the row of watches on his still exposed wrist. "We'll know soon enough." Moroka got to her feet.
"That's not going to work."
"We weren't planning on going anywhere until your friends arrived to take me. I don't see that anything has changed, barring the zone shift. Are you worried that they won't be able to get here now?"
"They've got drugs. Maybe not as good as your city stuff, but it won't stop 'em getting through."
"What then?"
"You say we've shifted up?"
"Most likely, yes. If we hadn't, you and I would probably be starting to feel even worse now."
"How far up?"
"I don't know. I couldn't make that kind of measurement, not in the time I had. That's why I may have overshot, or undershot, for that matter, but the severity of the symptoms, that would suggest to me that this isn't a small shift."
"Not the same as just going from Neon Heights to Circuit City, then?"
"More severe than that, I suspect."
"Severe enough that Vorgs might be able to survive here when they couldn't before?"
"I can't say. I haven't had a wealth of experience with Vorgs." He paused, the remark hanging in the air like a neon-lit challenge. "Should we be moving on?"
"Need to look at the horses."
Quillen placed a restraining hand on his patient. "You need to stay where you are, until we know I got that dosage right." Moroka brushed him aside and stood up, more steadily than he would have imagined possible. He watched her stalk off in the direction of the fallen animals, taking the occasional lurch or stumble, but somehow managing not to fall down. Either she had gained a sudden medically unlikely tolerance for the zone transition, or she was as tough as saddle leather. Quillen couldn't draw any measure of superiority from the fact that he felt clear-headed and in full control of his faculties. Tolerance was a genetic gift, not something you acquired through diligence and determination. She stopped at the fallen horses, knelt down and touched the neck of Quillen's animal, under the hard, round swell of its cheek. She waited silently and then moved to the other one. "Both dead." "I'm sorry. I can't say I'm surprised, though." Meroka stood up. "None of that medicine of yours would have made a difference. Human-specific antizonals don't even work on monkeys, Meroka. Do you think you can make it back on foot?" "Who said anything about going back?" "That was the arrangement. You hand me over to these people who are supposed to show up. You return to Spear Point." "Things are different now." She left the horses and started up the slope towards the higher ground, talking back to Quillen all the while. "Can't stay here, not now. Not if the Vorgs are on their way." "What about the people? They'll be expecting to find us here now." "They'll figure we had to shift things around. If they're coming from that way," she gesticulated in the vague direction of the main path, "then they're going to be in one motherfucking hurry to get away from the old boundary. There are other routes they can take, avoiding this place." "Then we'll never meet them." "Didn't say that. Just that we gotta be flexible now. There's another meeting point, 10, 12 leagues further on. Done some business there already. That's where they'll head, lest the zone shifts again." "And if they're not there?" "Then we need to find some new friends. Someone else who can give you a ride to Fortune's Landing." Meroka paused. He'd had the sense that she was going to say something else. "Hey, Cutter, maybe you ought to see this." "See what?" "Just get up here." He followed the rise to where Meroka was standing, exactly where he had stood earlier that night, looking back at Spear Point. It was still there, still illuminated against the purple and orange streaked dawn sky, a light-studded dagger pushed up through the skin of the world, twinkling in the cold distance, too near to make him feel as if they had travelled any significant distance, too far away to offer the promise of sanctuary. "At least the shift doesn't seem to have affected it," Quillen said. "Keep watching." He did, and then he saw what she meant. Because even in the few seconds that had passed since his arrival at her side, he had seen a patch of illumination go out, a swath of lights, a whole precinct or district, turn suddenly dark. The lights did not return. There was a ribbon of blackness cutting across Spear Point that had previously been illuminated. And as he kept watching, another ribbon appeared below that one, the lights flickering on and off this time, as if some ancient, overstrained generator had just cut out and then restarted, before losing the battle against the darkness. It didn't end there either. In seemingly disconnected parts of Spear Point, squares and rectangles of darkness appeared, not just in Neon Heights but in the upper levels, taking out parts of Circuit City and even the Angel spaces. The squares and rectangles pushed out fingers and filaments of blackness, joining disconnected areas, squeezing the visible light into narrow, harried moats and margins, as if the visible lights were people being herded into stifling pens by armies of dark enforcers. The moats and margins dwindled to nothing. The pace of the shutdown appeared to be quickening across all of Spear Point. No part of the city was spared, irrespective of the prevalent technology. Only those low-lying gas and fire-lit quarters did not seem to be strongly affected, but their contribution to Spear Point's brilliance was so limited and feeble that it was as if the darkness had already taken them. As the brighter lights died, electric, neon, and plasma banks guttering out, so the faint, ruddy glow of the lanterns and fires of Steamville and Horsetown shone unchallenged for the first time, a sombre orange-tinged radiance that only reached a small distance up Spear Point's rising flanks. The rest of the vast structure, save for a few moats and margins that had not yet been entirely eclipsed, was pitifully dark. Then he saw the angels. They had been in flight before, circling the high elevations, tiny moving dots reflecting pastel light from their glowing wings. Now they were falling, tumbling down on the buffeting thermals, wings flickering and fading into darkness. "Looks like you got out at the right time," Meroka said. For a moment he couldn't answer her, stunned into silence by the callous off-handedness of her remark. In Quillen's lifetime there had been squalls and shifts that had occasionally interfered with part of the city, but nothing remotely on the scale of the blackout he was now witnessing. This was a storm to rival anything that had happened in recent generations, perhaps even centuries. Nor was it some vicious but temporary spasm, the mire lashing out with petulant fury before returning to normality. The lights would have begun to come on again by now if that were the case, but the darkness only grew more sullen with each minute that passed. A few spots of illumination remained, dotted here and there at different altitudes, but they looked likely to be choked out and swallowed at any moment. "You think I care about myself now?" he asked. He paused, waiting for her to say something he could spit back in her face. "That's a city, Meroka. 30 million people. Right now most of them are either going to be dealing with the onset of crippling zone sickness, what we just went through only without drugs, or they're coming to the realization that they've just lost every life support system they've ever known. Or both." He paused. "Air, water, medicine. It's all over, until the zones snap back, if they snap back." He spoke with a fierce resolution, barely recognizing his own voice. "They're either hurting, or they're going to hurt really badly. All of them, except for the very few that anyone's going to be able to help. The Boundary Commission was right. Something big was coming. But they couldn't have imagined anything on this scale. This is the end of everything." "They'll fix things, Cutter. The lights will come back on." "Meroka, listen to me. I spoke to Frey about this. The authorities knew something awful was going to happen. They were waiting, getting ready for it to hit. Not some local reorganization of boundary lines, but something big, something catastrophic. That's why there was a drug shortage. They've been stockpiling antizonals, knowing this was coming at us. So it'll be all right. They're in control." "Look," he said, forcing her to stare back at the darkening spire. "It's getting worse. There are fewer lights than even a minute ago. The parts that held out until now are failing. Does it look to you as if there's anyone in control? Does it look to you as if that's a city about to pick itself up and carry on?" "It's only been a few minutes." She was right, and he knew it. It was too soon to make rash assumptions. But in his heart, he felt an icy conviction that things were not going to improve quickly. Even if they stockpiled drugs, there won't be enough to go around. They'll be lucky if they can get enough medicine to the people supposed to be in charge, let alone to the citizens. "It's not our problem right now," Meroka said. "Doesn't mean I don't care, all right? Doesn't mean I haven't got a heart. But the zone change has happened here as well, only we don't have a city around us to hide in." "We've got the drugs," Quillen said. She inhaled deeply. "Ain't nothing we can do for the city now. Take us 2-3 days to get back without the horses anyway. And what use are we going to be then? That dinky little bag of medicines won't stretch far, will it?" "If I could do something, I would." But Quillen knew he would need to tap deeply into his supply of antizonals just to keep the two of them alive from now on. "We keep moving," Meroka said, "just like I was telling you. Find the other meeting place and hope someone shows up. What we don't do is spend any longer here. Place is already starting to creep me out. I can smell those fucking Vorgs." "We just leave the horses." "What did you have in mind?" "I don't know. Bury them or something." He shrugged helplessly. "So it's not so obvious we were here." Meroka seemed to give the idea at least a moment's consideration before answering. "Done much horse burying?" "What do you think?" "Take you a day with a little shovel like that? Open a grave big enough? Assuming the ground doesn't turn to rock as soon as you get under the topsoil. Then you've still got the other horse to get rid of. 2 days, and that's assuming you've got the strength to move a ton of dead meat when you're done shoveling." "So we just leave? Just leave and start walking?" "Couldn't put it simpler if I tried." "This is easy for you, isn't it? Change plans, change gear, keep moving. It's what you do. But I'm not you, Meroka. I'm frightened and I'm not sure you really know what you're doing." She looked around theatrically. "You see anyone else around offering you advice?" "No." "Then it doesn't look like you've got a fuck of a lot of choice, does it?" Meroka went back down to the camp and began to sort through their belongings, throwing aside what they could not carry on foot. Quillen lingered for a while before walking down the slope to join her. Behind him, Spearpoint's darkness had only intensified. even as the sky paled towards daylight and the steel-cold promise of a new day. Chapter 8. They walked into dawn and then sunrise, following the wide wheel-rutted path that the Skullboys had already traversed, Meroka never once looking back, as if she had seen all that she needed to. Quillen envied her that pragmatic acceptance, taking it to be that, rather than some fundamental lack of curiosity, but he could not stop turning around to view Spear Point, always with the hope that something might have changed, that there might be a glimmer of light where before there had been darkness. But as the day brightened, it became increasingly difficult to tell in any case. Spear Point was no longer a black sliver against night skies, but a distant blue-grey mass, a mountain of impossible steepness, its intrinsic blackness muted by leagues of intervening atmosphere, making it virtually impossible to tell whether there were lights burning or not. Certainly he saw no evidence of movement, no trains or flying things, but that didn't mean that there wasn't some kind of civil recovery in progress. The complex, energy-hungry infrastructure of transit systems would be the last thing to return in any district. Across the land, the semaphore towers stood deathly still. Meroka's pace was unforgiving, but he still insisted that they stop every couple of hours, either to re-administer the antizonals or to perform enough tests to satisfy himself that he had estimated the dose well. He had been monitoring his watches carefully. While they were no longer keeping synchronous time, the cumulative differences were no more than he would have expected if the zone had remained fixed after the convulsive change of the previous night. They would need to keep taking the drugs, but at least the situation did not seem to be worsening. Based on the dosages he was giving out now, there was sufficient vector-specific medicine in the box to last the two of them somewhere between a week and 10 days. When that was exhausted, there were other drugs, less effective, less finely tuned, but which would still keep them alive for a few days more, but not weeks, and definitely not months. The medicines had been calculated to serve him under entirely more benign conditions, where it would only have been necessary to administer a tiny fraction of the daily dosage he was now measuring out. During their second stop, when the day had brightened even further, he found Meroka kneeling on the ground with a map spread before her. The map was tattered, brown at the edges as if it had been rescued from a fire. Meroka was making corrections to it with the stub of a pencil, crossing out one zone boundary and adding another. "You think that's accurate?" he asked. "Unless you got a better guess, I'm going with it. We hit another boundary, I can make some refinements. For now, this is as good as we've got." The map had two sides. One face showed the terrain within a few hundred leagues of Spear Point, the dashed line of the equator cutting almost perfectly through the city's base. Quillen saw the road or trail they had followed since Horsetown, the point where it met the track where the Skullboys had passed, and along which they were now moving. They had been going due west. Now they appeared to be moving in a southwesterly direction, although without a gyroscope or an accurate fix based on celestial navigation, there was no means of verifying this. Aside from the roads and semaphore tracks, a number of landmarks and surface communities had been marked on the map, but few of them meant anything to him. Fortune's Landing, one of the names he did recognize, lay to the south, at least 100 leagues from their present position. He knew it to be the nearest large community to Spear Point, but it might as well have been halfway around the world for all the hope he had of getting there without Meroka's assistance. Even with the map, he would be all but lost. The other side of the map was not much of an improvement, but at least he recognized more of the landmarks. Soul's Rest was the largest community anywhere on Earth, with the exception of Spear Point, and that really was halfway around the world. It lay far to the west, beyond the Daughters, the 3 mountains punched in a sloping line with the regularity of bullet holes, beyond even the Mother Goddess, the tallest of all mountains, so tall and wide that from its footslopes it no longer seemed a mountain, but merely a gentle steepening of the ground. It lay west of the shrunken waters of the Long Gash and the Old Sea, marked in black on the map, although he had a suspicion that the waters had retreated even further since the map was drawn. Here, as on the other face, were the sinuous margins of zone boundaries. In Spear Point, zones were large enough to encompass the precincts and districts of a city. Where Quillen and Meroka now stood, the zones were larger still, but the zones on the other side of the map were expansive enough to swallow entire geographies, whole mountain ranges, plains, and former seas. Despite the vastly different scales between one side of the map and the other, Meroka was even attempting to redraw the zone boundaries on this side as well, as if it mattered. Quillen's eye fell on a patch of the map that was completely blank, a featureless absence to the east of the northernmost daughter. It was as if all the details and inked shadings had been bleached away.
What's that?
The Bane, but you don't need to worry about that. It's a long way from wherever we'll find ourselves. She looked up, the pencil in her mouth. Trust me. Why isn't there anything marked on that part? Hasn't anyone been into it? The emptiness, the Bane, was hundreds of leagues across, big enough to swallow everything on the other side of the map. No one goes in, no one comes out. It's just a big old dust bowl. Makes the rest of this cold, dry shit bucket of a planet look like the Garden of fucking Eden on a good day. It's a good job you're not religious, Quillen said sarcastically. Can't help what comes out of my mouth, Cutter. Don't mean it correlates with what's in my head. Satisfied with her corrections, she put the pencil away and folded up the map, doing so very carefully, so as not to tear the fragile document. Break over, she announced. Got to keep moving. Meroka was right about that. They couldn't stay in this zone indefinitely, even if they had a limitless supply of drugs. They hadn't been born to it, and it was still killing them, just somewhat more slowly than if there had been no medicines. But in the long run, they needed to cross into another zone, one to which they were better adapted. Quillen had only the vaguest idea of the old configuration of boundaries, let alone the new one, so he wasn't sure how much faith to put in Meroka's hand-corrected map. They would just have to travel, and hope that sooner or later the watches registered the shift to conditions they could live in. Of course, there were no guarantees that would happen. There was no law of nature that said zones retained their characteristics when they shifted size and shape. They were not like countries moving around on a map, retaining political and cultural identities even as their margins shrank or enlarged, even as they oozed and squirmed halfway across the world like roving amoeba. When a zone shifted, almost anything could change, including the very character of the zone itself. Even if there had been a way out of this zone before, a passage into a more habitable volume, there was no guarantee that one existed now. They might be hemmed in on all sides by zones that were even less hospitable than this one. But they couldn't think about that, not now. All they could do was keep moving, and hope that something better lay ahead. Fires, Meroka said an hour after noon, pointing to a series of smoke lines rising from the horizon. Bad news for someone. Could be Skullboys burning some villages, or villages burning a few Skullboys. Lot of scores being settled today.
How far do you think we've come?
4 leagues, maybe 5. Whenever Quillen looked back, Spear Point did not seem any more distant than the last time. It was as if the whole edifice was crunching slowly along in their wake, following them like a sick animal. He fancied he could make out thin lines of smoke rising from different levels, braided and tugged by the crosswinds and thermals as they rose. And this meeting point, how much further is it? Without an obvious scale on the map, he hadn't been able to work out how far they had to go. 10, 12 leagues. That's what you said last time. Figured the pill needed sugaring, but rest easy. I'm telling the truth now. We'll be there by this time tomorrow. If we make it through the night, with all these machines and Vorgs you keep going on about. You think I made them up, just to gee you along? I'm just saying, there isn't any sign of anything behind us. No fires that way, and no signs of anything coming along the same road. Meroka slowed and, for the first time since leaving the camp, turned to face the way they had come. Your call, Cutter. You can mosey on home now if you think your luck's in. Maybe you won't meet anything coming the other way either. But I'm going on, with or without you. I'm with you, he said, readjusting the strap on his backpack, where it had begun to dig into his shoulder. All the way. All I ask is that you tell me the truth. No sugaring, all right? No matter how bad things look, I can take it. Meroka began walking again. You think so? There's really only one way to find out. After a few paces, she said, It's a bit more than 12 leagues.
Thanks.
More like 15, and that's God's honest truth. But we can make it. We keep walking until we drop. You can rest all you like when we get there.
Pity the horses died, Quillen said, gritting his teeth against the ordeal that lay ahead. They came upon the wreckage and the bodies 3 hours later, when the sun was a good way towards the western horizon. A yellow and black liveried steam coach had come off the road and tipped over onto its side, smokestack buckled like a smashed limb, steam still hissing from its ruptured joints. One spoked wheel had broken from its axle and come to rest in the rut. The one that was still tilted to the sky was turning backwards and forwards as the breeze caressed it, squeaking gently. Luggage lay in piles where it had toppled from the roof. 2 bodies lay on the ground, flung violently as the coach crashed. From their postures, one head down, as if they had been rammed into the earth by a giant hand, the other lying on their side with one leg bent under them, it was quite clear that they had not survived the accident or ambush. Perhaps they had even been dead before they hit the ground. Meroka kept walking so unconcernedly that Quillen began to wonder if she was just going to keep on past the wreck without giving it a glance. He even began to wonder if he was hallucinating it, or that Meroka was somehow hallucinating the absence of a wreck where one existed. Figments and mirages were to be expected when the antizonal dosage began to wear off, or was not quite correct to begin with. A steam coach, however, seemed entirely too specific to be the product of Quillen's imagination. Meroka was fully aware of it, however. Quite casually, she dug into her coat and drew a gun, a long-barreled brass-ornamented thing of vague provenance. She had better weapons, Quillen knew, but they would be useless now, their functionality ruined by the passage through the low-state zone of Horsetown. It didn't matter that they were in a high-state zone again. The iron rule was that what had been damaged remained damaged forevermore. The only reason she hadn't thrown anything away, he presumed, was that the gun still had some residual value, either as scrap metal, bludgeoning instruments, or as broken goods a skilled gunsmith might be able to repair. He took out the Angel gun. Meroka stepped off the road and crept around the ruined steam coach, paying little heed to the bodies on the ground. The wagon wheel kept squeaking, an eerie, melancholy rhythm that only emphasized the silent desolation of the road. Quillen followed her and knelt by the figure that had landed head down. It was a youngish man, wearing a dark, long-hemmed coat of tanned animal hide. The impact had broken his neck. Quillen doubted that had killed him, though. There was a bullet hole in his forehead, the wound circular and neat as if it had been made by a piece of industrial punching machinery. Quillen tilted the head slightly in search of an exit wound, but there was none. "I was hoping this might have been an accident," he said aloud, "that they were traveling when the zone storm happened, fell unconscious and lost control. But this man's been shot." "Shot?" Meroka called back. "Clean through the forehead. Someone was a damned fine marksman to hit a steam coach driver. It would have been fast. I don't think he felt anything." "Problem is," Meroka said, "this wagon wouldn't have been travelling empty." Quillen moved to the second body, the one with the broken leg, and found another dead man. This one was older, with a sharp red-veined nose, straggly grey moustache, long grey hair down to his collar, and small round glasses similar to his own, one coin-sized lens, now a star of shattered glass. He also had a bullet wound through the centre of his forehead. The 2 men must have been sitting high up at the front of the coach, steering it as if it was still being drawn by a team of horses. "This man's been shot as well," Quillen said. "You don't say." Meroka peered into the now horizontal windows of the steam coach, steadying herself on the door handle and the rails either side of it. "You sound skeptical, but if someone was a good enough shot to hit one of these men, I suppose they could also have hit the other man. They wouldn't have had to reload." "Oh, no," she said, on a falling note. "Why did it have to be a family?" Quillen stood up and made his way over to her. "How many?" "4. Mum and Dad and 2 girls. "Have they been shot?" "No. Looks like they just died in here. Zone sickness, I figure. Want to take a look?" "Not that I can help them, but..."
He watched as she scrambled up onto the side of the steam coach and opened the door, then dropped elegantly into the compartment. "What are you doing?" "Looting. What does it look like?" "I'm not sure this is right." "Don't go growing a conscience on me now, Cutter. These people are dead and gone. Anything they can give us that helps us, we take. Pretty soon someone else will be along anyway." She tossed something out of the compartment, a brown bottle. Quillen caught it, more by luck than judgment, and surveyed the sepia-coloured label and the pale pills the cork-stoppered bottle contained. "Something we can use?" "I don't know." The label was written in a fussy antique script with lots of capitals and exclamation marks. "Tell me later," Moroka grunted. Then, "Hey!" "Hey what?" "Pa's got himself quite a firearm here. Still has a good grip on it." "Rigor mortis," Quillen said, suggesting that these people have been dead at least 3 hours. Moroka's hand emerged, clutching a heavy black weapon with a wooden stock and multiple barrels. "Volley gun. Always wanted to get my hands on one of these. Friend of mine had one once, but—" "Is it something special?" "Impractical, but pretty good for scaring the living crap out of people. Kicks like a mule, too, especially if you fire all the barrels at once. You don't so much aim as choose a hemisphere." She worked to catch and folded down part of the weapon. Breech loader, with separate hammers on each barrel, able to be fired individually or all at once. Good to go as well. Got off a couple of shots, but the rest of the rounds are still chambered. Now, why would anyone walk around with one of these half-loaded? I'm presuming that's a rhetorical question. You either keep the thing loaded or barrels, or you keep it empty because you don't trust it not to go off. Meaning they used it, Quillen said, presumably against the people who shot those men in the forehead. But where did they go? A worm of anxiety was beginning to uncoil in his stomach. 3 hours isn't that long. I don't think it happened the way you're thinking, Moroka said. It wasn't an accident. Could have been an accident made the carriage crash over, the drivers blacked out or something, then someone found them afterwards and decided to do some shooting and looting. These people stuck in here, they probably survived the crash. Don't see no broken bones or nothing. But they'd have been suffering from the zone shift just the same as us. They'd have taken some kind of antizonals. Quillen looked dubiously at the bottle he was still holding. But whatever it was, it only bought them time, not the ability to function in this zone as if nothing had happened. Even if they managed to stave off unconsciousness and somehow avoided going into seizure the way you did, they'd have been in a very poor way. No hope of getting very far from the carriage, which is probably why they stayed inside, hoping someone was going to come along and help them. Eventually zone sickness would have overwhelmed them. Moroka climbed out, carrying a haul of looted goods. A part of Quillen still felt what they were doing was wrong, but he didn't doubt that Moroka had their best interests at heart. Even the watches she had taken, he could see them glittering in her hand. The straps around her fingers were for strictly utilitarian purposes. There was an old spear-point saying, "You can never have too many watches." She had taken some clothes, gloves, a scarf, some kind of fur hat, and a small linen bag. "Some more pills and potions for you," she said, slinging the bag in his direction. If they were coming this way, Quillen said, the bag landing at his feet like a shot carcass, they'd have been bound to meet the Skullboys. Maybe they were the ones who killed the drivers. Skullboys aren't that good a shot. Anyway, they didn't have to meet them. She lowered herself down from the coach. That meeting place, it's not far if you're in one of these steam coaches. The Skullboys could have passed right through on the main track before these people joined it from the other road. Never had to set eyes on each other. Quillen gathered up the bag, glass and porcelain receptacles chinking around inside it. Maybe we ought to be moving on. No argument from me. Just wanted to see what we could salvage. We can't bury these poor people, can we? A statement this time, not a question. Moroka shook her head. Same deal as for the horses. You check those other two. Give me a moment. See if one of them has some bullets. He returned to the bodies and explored their coat pockets and wrists, taking a pair of heavy company watches from each man, as well as a cased timepiece from each man's coat pocket. The watches and timepieces were all wound and ticking, with their multiple dials showing different times. "You want me to take their coats as well?" he asked, fearing the answer she was likely to give. "Just the clockwork, and anything that shoots or cuts." The men were carrying no guns or knives, but one of them did have a heavy holster strapped to his leg. The holster was empty now, and Quillen fancied that it would have been about the right size to take the volley gun Meroka was now sporting. Perhaps the traveller had crawled out of the overturned carriage, retrieved the company-issued weapon, and returned to the rest of his family, hoping to hold out long enough for help to arrive, or for the zone to snap back to its former state. He opened the man's coat and found a single bandolier reaching from shoulder to hip, with several rounds still in it. He unbuckled the bandolier, reckoning that the man in the coach must not have had time to look for it. "I found some bullets," he called. "Good," Meroka replied. "I just found something I hoped I wouldn't." She reached down and scooped up an object from the ground, something that must have been there all along, unnoticed until now. At first glance, Quillen thought it was a weirdly knotted stick or animal bone, still with ropes and wires of sinew attached. But when he caught the evil glint of metal, he knew it was neither of those things. "Vorgs were here," Meroka said. "One of them anyway. Left us a little present." It was a limb, a silver-grey mechanical arm, but more like the forelimb of a wolf or dog than a human arm. It had been wrenched away from the main body at the shoulder. It was jointed halfway along and at the wrist, and beyond the wrist end was a small simplified hand or paw, 3 clawed fingers and an opposed thumb, with curved nails or claws gleaming cobalt blue, as if they were made from some harder, sharper metal than the rest of it. The skeletal bones and articulation points were elegantly slender and ingeniously compact, as if they had evolved under viciously stringent selection pressures. But there was more to it than just sleek machinery. There was a nervous system attached to the arm, or the remains of one. The sinews, Quillen had already noticed. There was something like musculature. These organic parts were slimy and haphazardly organized, colored a liverish purple. It looked as if a robot had dipped its arm into the waste vat at an abattoir, ruining its steely perfection with a coating of random gobbets of meat and gristle. But metal and meat and gristle, Quillen now knew, was what the carnivorgs were. "Maybe there was just one," Meroka said, holding the arm at the shoulder joint, turning it this way and that with open revulsion. "Broke away from the other vorgs, maybe. Some of 'em are outcasts, but they still trailed the main packs, looking for scraps and easy pickings." "What happened to it?" "Maybe the guy in the carriage got a good shot. Maybe the vorg was already injured, or it knew it had to skedaddle before the others got here." "You said they might be behind us," Quillen said. "That's why we've been walking this way. You never said anything about running into them ahead of us." "We haven't. We've only found a part of one." "Meaning they were here?" "One of them, but it could be leagues away by now, or lying dead in a ditch somewhere." She cast away the severed arm. "Not our problem now, but we shouldn't hang around here." "I still don't understand. We know there was a carnivorg here, but we still don't know who shot the drivers." "Nobody did." "You haven't even looked at the wounds?" "Don't have to. Soon as I found that a vorg had been sniffing around here, it all made sense. There was an accident. The steam coach crashed and the men hit the ground. They were probably already dead by then, and definitely dead by the time the vorg got to them." "What do you mean, got to them?" "Those holes you saw, they weren't made by bullets. That was where the vorg drilled into their skulls. That was where it got to their brains and took what it wanted." Meroka tapped a finger against her own forehead. "Good prefrontal lobe tissue. The kind they like best, rich in synaptic structure, all ready to be sucked out and wired into the vorg's own nervous system." "Are you telling me it ate their brains?" "What they do, how they survive on the border where smart machines stop working. They could culture their own tissue, I guess, but vorgs aren't that smart anymore. And anyway, this is quicker, easier. Meat machines." She stopped and looked at him with narrowed, judgmental eyes. "You know, for a pathologist, or whatever it was they used to call your line of work, you're kind of squeamish around dead things." Quillen gave her a tight smile, trying to fight the bile climbing up his throat. That was the part of the job I never liked. It was nearly dark when they made out another fire. Not just smoke now, but actual flames, flickering orange and crimson amongst a complication of solid dark shapes directly ahead of them, on the road itself. Black smoke pushed into the oppressively low ceiling of the sky. "This isn't good," Moroka said. "Has anything been good since we left Spear Point?" "Don't get clever with me, dickhead. I mean, someone's been ambushed. For real this time." Moroka was just as rattled as he was, even if she wouldn't admit it to his face. She had the volley gun in her hands at all times, preferring it to any of her own weapons. Now and then, even as she kept on walking, she would flinch and aim the sheath of clustered black barrels at some crouching spectre only she could see. This is how Skull Boys operate, when they don't get what they want. Slash and burn. "So perhaps we should consider giving this disaster a wide berth," Quillen said. But Moroka wanted to get closer. She wouldn't say why, but Quillen guessed for himself. She was thinking that whoever had been ambushed, whoever had been caught and set alight, might well be the same people who were meant to take Quillen away. She had to know, because if that was the case they were going to need to change plans. They came closer to the fire. They could hear it now, the occasional dull thump as something exploded, the splinter and crash of something collapsing. Human voices occasionally pushing through the crackle and roar of the flames. Frightened voices, cries and screams of anguish and fear. An icy terror, a premonition of something unspeakably wrong, settled over Quillen like a lowering shroud. Maybe this is as far as we should go. "We have to know what happened. You want to stay here, take your chances with whatever's waiting out there, it's your funeral." Moroka pushed the volley gun ahead of her like a battering ram. "Me? I'd stick with the one who has the most barrels. Whatever's happening here, it isn't our problem." "Everything's our problem now, Cutter." She shot him a challenging look, as if everything rested on this one decision. "You coming or staying?" He followed her, even made an effort to walk by her side, but the fear was still there. He gripped the angel gun, comforted by it, even though he had no idea whether it was still capable of firing. "Try not to shoot at the first thing that moves," she cautioned. "Might turn out to be a friend of mine." Gradually his eyes began to resolve the dark, burning forms into individual shapes. It wasn't just one thing on fire. It was a whole collection of things, strewn across the road and on either side of it, stretching far into the distance. They approached a black hump in the road, like a half-buried boulder, which turned out to be a dead horse, still armored. Moroka kicked at the dead animal's intricately fashioned carapace. "Skullboy," she said. "They did this." "This used to be them. Weren't you paying attention back there?" He realized now that the dead horse was wearing the same armor they had seen when the Skullboy caravan passed them by, half a lifetime ago, before the storm. Someone got them. "Give the man a gold star for observation." They came upon a dismounted rider a little further on, perhaps the same one who had been on the dead horse. The man was dead, his half-skull helmet lying by his side, but there was no sign that a carnivore had tried sucking his brains out. He had, however, been gashed across the throat with something sharp. "Can't say they didn't have it coming," Moroka said, kicking the man with her boot before walking on. "Have we seen enough? It's the Skullboys. What more do we need to know?" "I'm hoping we might find something we can use, one of those machines, or a horse that hasn't died." The flames were warm on Quillen's face now. Ahead was another fallen rider, this one trapped under his horse. The man was still alive, whimpering as they approached, his legs buckled and crushed beneath the massive bulk of his charge. Moroka went straight up to him and put a heel on his chest plate, pushing down as if she meant to squeeze the last gasp of breath from his lungs. "Not looking so fucking fierce now, are you?" he heard her say, addressing the man in a low, confidential tone, as if the two of them were friends at a dinner party. "You're dying, you piece of shit, shrivelling up like a day-old turd. Hope it's hurting good. Bet you always wondered how being crushed under a dead horse would feel." "Moroka," Quillen said, coming to her side, "this isn't necessary." "It's very fucking necessary. Trust me on this, Cutter. I've seen what these bastards do to people." "Two wrongs," he started saying, then shook his head, knowing exactly how Moroka would respond to that sentiment. "At least let me examine him. He's still alive, despite the zone shift. Must have a fair degree of inherited tolerance." The man's mouth, where it was visible through a matted thicket of beard, was lathered with blood, spittle, and foam. He had stopped whimpering, looking at them with fiercely defiant eyes, white and wide like the eyes of a mad dog. "I told you they have drugs," Moroka said, refusing to budge her foot. "Let me look at him. He's going to die anyway. You don't need to help him on his way." She grunted something, but removed her heel. Quillen put down the angel gun so that he could use both hands to open his medical kit. "Do you understand me?" he asked. "He understands you, just won't admit to it." Quillen shrugged. He had no reason to doubt her. "I don't know if you have any idea what's happened. There's been a zone storm, worse than anything in recent experience. Spear Point, well, you can't have missed that."
"Spear pointer,"
the trapped rider said, and then, despite his evident discomfort, managed to spit in Quillen's face. Quillen wiped away the pink-tinged foam.
"Fuck you, spear pointer. Die like the rest of us. Soon."
The man spat again, but this time it was weaker and his aim less effective. The spit splashed back onto his beard, lying there like a slug trail. The man groaned, unable to hide his pain. "How long do you think he's been lying here?" Quillen asked. "Long enough," she said, touching the fallen horse. "It's cold. Couple hours at least, with him under it." "You're going to die," Quillen told the man. "Even if you didn't have zone sickness, that horse has almost certainly been on you for too long. It's cut off your circulation. Toxins have accumulated in your blood, trapped in your legs. If I were to release the pressure on you, those toxins would be released, and you'd die." The man wheezed and made a kind of death mask smile.
"You too."
"Yes, you were saying. The thing is, I can take some of your pain away." Quillen could barely drag his eyes off the dying skullboy, so his hands had to dig through the medical kit unassisted. "Don't you go giving him no precious medicines," Moroka said. "I'll give him what I see fit." He found a vial of granulated Morphax 55, recognizing it by shape. "Open your mouth," he told the man. The skullboy widened his lips, revealing a cave entrance of sharpened and metal-capped teeth, through which emerged a hellish, kitchen-waste stench of rotting meat and vegetables. His tongue had been split into two, the double-pronged end probing between his teeth. "I'm going to put this under your tongue," he said. "There'll be no pain. Will you let me do that?" "Making a big mistake," Moroka said. The skullboy lifted his tongue, inviting Quillen to administer the Morphax 55. He thought of just tipping the bottle in and hoping for the best, but that was wasteful and would risk contaminating the bottle itself. Instead, he cupped his left hand and poured out what he judged to be a sufficient number of pills. He would take away the skullboy's pain, both from the horse and the zone sickness, and ease his passing, and feel that he had done some small measure of good, however insignificant the act was when set against the unthinkable misery playing out around him. Using the fingers of his right hand, he pinched at the pills with his thumb and forefinger until he had about half of them, as many as he could carry in one go, and transferred that quantity to the skullboy's mouth. The tongue was still elevated, flexing and questing in a vile way, but permitting him to deposit the pills. Then he went back for the rest, and was placing them when the skullboy clamped down his teeth hard on Quillen's fingers, the agony instant and exquisite, sharpened teeth and edged metal cutting flesh to the bone, crunching into the bone itself, threatening to sever his thumb and forefinger. Quillen let out a yelp of surprise and pain. With his right hand still trapped in the skullboy's mouth, he snatched at the angel gun with his left. He jammed the barrel against the skullboy's forehead and jerked the trigger. Nothing happened, so he tried again, with the skullboy still biting down on his finger. But the gun was dead. In a berserk fury, he grabbed hold of the barrel instead and started hammering the grip against the skullboy's head, grunting with pain and exertion, knowing nothing but fury and the need to murder another human being. The gun cracked against bone, and on the fifth or sixth swing he felt something give way under the skin, the skull beginning to fracture, and at the same moment there was a bang, concussive and vast, as if the world itself had just cracked open, and the skullboy's mouth turned slack. Quillen staggered away, blood already welling up from the wounds in his fingers, dropping the angel gun, barely able to look at what Meroka had done to the skullboy's head. He saw enough. Meroka had emptied several barrels of the volley gun in one go, at practically point-blank range. Little remained of the skullboy's head, except for his jaw. Brain and bone sprayed away on either side, plastered onto the road in the shape of an obscene pinkish-grey butterfly. "Could have told you that was going to end in tears," Meroka said. Chapter 9. Quillen dug into his medical kit with his good hand until he found a bottle of disinfectant. He passed it to Meroka. "Open this for me." "Please?" "Just open the damned thing." "Hey," she said, sounding impressed. "The doctor has his limits after all." She unscrewed the cap, extracted the wadding from the top and passed the bottle back to Quillen. Without preamble he splashed it over his fingers, the blood still gushing from the wounds, the sting of the disinfectant like liquid fire where it touched. "Damn," Quillen said, but this time in response to the pain, not his irritation with Meroka. He poured more, and this time almost passed out as the antiseptic fluid penetrated the wounds, sinking its own chemical teeth into his flesh. "You need someone to stitch those cuts?" Meroka asked. "No." He forced authority into his voice, even though he was almost weeping. "Cut a length off those bandages, at the bottom of the case. Please." To her credit, she was fast and efficient, shouldering the volley gun while she worked, scissoring off a strip of bandage, cutting the strip into two, and helping him wrap one strip around his thumb and the other around the index and forefinger, so that he could still retain some use of his hand. "Pins in the upper compartment," Quillen said. Meroka secured the bandages, and then did something Quillen hadn't been expecting, which was to pat him on the shoulder, almost maternally. "Sorry for the lecture. Guess it was surplus to requirements." "Somewhat." "You going to be all right?" "Given our circumstances, I suspect I'll be doing very well if it's this wound that kills me. Still need to keep an eye on it. Fuckers have been known to keep dead meat lodged twixt their teeth, turning rotten, just so's they can poison people when they bite. Information that, strangely enough, you neglected to mention earlier." "You're the doctor. Guess I just assumed you knew what you were doing." She dug into her coat and produced a small pistol. "Take this. I think you've about exhausted the possibilities with the angel gun, unless you're planning to shove it down someone's throat and choke them with it." Quillen took the pistol awkwardly with his bandaged hand. "Thanks," he said. They walked on. Meroka reloaded the volley gun as she strolled, one of the burning wagons looming ahead, its wooden and fabric skin all but consumed, leaving only a sagging metal frame that was itself beginning to succumb to the fire. The frame, Quillen realized, was one of the cages they had seen when the caravan passed. The blazing heat from the other wagons was now almost unbearable, but he held his bandaged hand up to shield his face, gun pocketed so that he could carry his bag, and advanced as close as he dared. Meroka was only a little way ahead, shielding her own face with one hand and holding the volley gun in the other. "They got out," she called above the roar and hiss of the fire. "Doors open." "You think someone let them leave?" "Could be, if there was anyone around who wasn't already blacking out." "Someone other than the Skullboys, you mean?" "Yeah, or they all just broke out. Amazing what you'll do when burning to death is a real possibility." Quillen nodded, although, having seen how secure the cages looked, he doubted that any amount of adrenaline-fueled strength would have made enough of a difference to the captives. It was much more likely they had been freed by bystanders, locals with a grudge against the Skullboys. "I hope all of them got out." Meroka walked on a little further, pushing the volley gun's barrel ahead of her, then said, "These two certainly didn't." The wagon in question had come to rest in the ditch at the roadside. sufficiently far from the other vehicles that the flames had, at least until recently, managed to avoid it. Its rear wheels were now ablaze, the spokes columned in fire, tongues of flame beginning to lick along its chassis. Before very long the whole thing would be alight, the fire engulfing the cage resting on its back. For now, though, the flames had yet to reach the cage, and the two people inside it were still alive. It was the woman and child. Quillen remembered the birthmark on the back of the woman's head, and then she turned to face him. She was exactly as he remembered her from the night before, the same tattered, sleeveless dress, the same combination of thinness and hard-earned strength, the same hairless head. She was staring straight at him, and the child, could have been a girl or a boy, was still at her side. He expected the woman to say something, to call out to them and ask to be freed, but instead she just kept on staring, her deep-set eyes emotionless, and her strong jaw clenched in resignation, as if she had long ago reconciled herself to never leaving the cage. Even the child, a girl, Quillen decided, had a look of defiant acceptance, as if she had been studying her mother intently, learning to stare at the world with the same blazing refusal to show weakness. "Why didn't anyone let them out?" Quillen asked as Moroka slowed, aiming the volley gun directly at the cage. "I know," Moroka said, before stopping and turning back to look at him. "Are you going to tell me?" Moroka raised the gun until it was pointed right at the woman. "Turn around." The woman did nothing. Her expression registered only the tiniest shift, to a kind of imperious disdain. "I said, turn the fuck around!" Moroka altered her aim slightly. "Do it, or I put a hole through the sprat." The child gave no sign of being in any way alarmed by having the volley gun pointed right at her head. Either she was too backwards or uneducated to understand the significance of the gesture, or she was heroically brave. "Fingers getting twitchy," Moroka said. The woman seemed to consider, then turned slowly around so that she had her back to Quillen and his companion. He could see the birthmark much more clearly now, the woman's hairless skull bathed in flickering orange from the nearby fires. Except it wasn't a birthmark, or at least no birthmark Quillen had ever seen with his own eyes. It was far too regular, far too precise and geometric to be the work of nature, more like a tattoo or a brand, a mark of ownership or fealty. It was a 5-pointed star, with circular dots at the tip of each point. "She's a witch," Moroka said. "That's what it means." "There are no such things as witches," Quillen said, but with rather less certainty than he might have wished. "Maybe not, but there are such things as tectomancers. That's what we're looking at here." "Are you sure?" "I know the score, Cutter. She's got the mark. Makes her one of them." Quillen didn't know what to think. Until leaving Spear Point, he had never been required to have an opinion on the existence or otherwise of tectomancers. He knew that they were poised somewhere on the brink between myth and reality, dismissed as superstition by some, accepted as a real phenomenon, albeit frightening, rarely encountered and misunderstood by others. On consideration, he would probably have admitted to accepting their reality, while balancing that acceptance with a grave skepticism as to the actual scope and efficacy of their powers. There was simply too much scholarship to dismiss tectomancers as a fiction, something made up to frighten children and the superstitious, and yet within that scholarship their gifts had almost certainly been exaggerated, blown out of all proportion by fearful witnesses and avid retellers of second-hand experience. At no point, though, had Quillen expected to actually encounter one. Even if one accepted their reality, and that some of the powers credited to them were real, it was still a given that tectomancers were exotically rare. It was said that they were born to normal mothers, mothers who did not carry the mark of the baubled star. Just as some diseases only manifested when ill-fated parents met and produced a child, the causative factor carried silently by mother and father, so a tectomancer could be presumed to be the result of inherited influences that had lurked undetected in previous generations. But tectomancy was something other than a disease. Tectomancers might not have long life expectancies, but that wasn't because of their condition bestowing any systematic infirmity. It was because they tended to be hounded to early deaths, often involving stones or pyres. They were, in other words, regarded exactly like witches. And he appeared to be staring at one. "Do you believe?" he asked Moroka. "It don't matter whether I do or don't, Cutter. What matters is what the skull-boys and the half-wit fucking inbreeds who live out here believe. And to them there's no doubt at all. She's a walking bad omen, something you lock up in a cage and set fire to. That's why no one let her out. Too chicken shit to face the consequences of freeing her." The woman turned slowly back to face them. Something in the regal bearing of her posture disarmed all Quillen's assumptions. It was like watching a fashion model turn around after displaying some fabulously expensive item of high couture. She was inside the cage, but the thin woman in the ragged dress still seemed to have a subtle power beyond her confinement. "But we're not chicken shit," Quillen said, noticing that the fire had advanced since their arrival, now beginning to lick at the bottom of the cage. "We can let them out. Someone has to. Or we can walk on, because this isn't our problem. I think it's just become our problem. Like that skull boy, the one who nearly bit your hand off back there. This is different. I was wrong then, but I'm right now." The woman kept staring. She had said nothing yet. Perhaps she was incapable of speech, but Quillen had the feeling she was observing them, witnessing their exchange without a shred of doubt in her mind as to how events were going to run. She would speak only when it suited her, and perhaps not at all. "Cutter, listen to me. There's a lot of superstitious horse shit surrounding tectomancers, like how they can part waves, walk on water and heal the sick. But if only 1/10 of it's true, this is not something to be messed with lightly." "So it's superstitious horse shit, apart from the bit that happens to be true." "Don't mock me, Cutter. I've seen enough weird shit out here to know that you don't get to pick and choose what you believe in." Moroka paused and looked to her right. A figure came stumbling out of the screen of smoke between two burning wagons, his arms reaching before him, moaning softly. It was a skullboy, his helmet gone and his eyes gouged out, leaving only blood-clotted sockets. Snot and drool spilled from his nose and mouth. Moroka aimed the volley gun and fired a single shot, blowing the skullboy's right leg away below the knee. "Maybe they can alter zones," she went on as the figure crashed to the ground. "Maybe they can't. Way I figure it don't really matter what they can and can't do. It's what people believe, what they project onto them. Just because of what people think they are, tectomancers are a magnet for all kinds of trouble we'd be better off avoiding. And that's before we deal with the powers they do have." She jerked the gun at something else in the smoke, squinted at whatever figment she had seen, then eased the barrel back towards the cage. "From what little I know of the matter," Quillen said, over the whimpering and groaning of the fallen skullboy, "it's not going to make much difference to the power of a tectomancer whether they're in a cage or not." "Meaning what?" "Meaning that woman is no more dangerous to us freed than she is caged. Meaning we should have the courage of our convictions. We're not going to walk away from here and leave a woman and child to burn to death." "There are at least 2 other options." Moroka hefted the volley gun. "This is one of them. I'm sure you can find another in that box of yours. You look hard enough." "Kill them." "Way I see it, we'd be doing them a favour." Quillen thrust the medical bag in Moroka's direction, not bothering to wait until she had her hand on it, the bag dropping to the ground as soon as he let go. "I'm going to release them. If you have a problem with that, shoot me now and be done with it." "Can't say it isn't tempting." Moroka watched him with slitted venomous eyes, as if she really was only a twitch away from killing him. "What you planning on using to bust that cage open anyway? Sarcasm and fingernails?" Quillen picked his spot and climbed into the wagon as far from the burning end as possible, avoiding the worst of the flames, but still singeing the palms of his hands against the fabric. He coughed and righted himself, placing a steadying hand against the side of the cage. The metal was itself beginning to warm. "I am what she says," the woman said, her voice commanding and calm, as if it would have been remiss of her not to confirm Moroka's fears. "I am a witch. I have the gift of tectomancy." There was a hinged latch securing the door of the cage, which would have presented no difficulties were the latch not also padlocked. Meroka, Quillen realized, must already have seen the lock. "Can you pick a lock?" he called down. "Honest answer, Meroka." She grimaced, as if the answer itself caused her anguish. "Not in the time you've got." "You should heed her warnings," the woman said. "There is a power in me beyond your understanding. Let me out, and everything changes." "You may believe that," Quillen said. "And you don't?" the woman asked, her voice almost masculine in its deepness, her searing calm beginning to unsettle him. "If you are a tectomancer, your being caged shouldn't make any difference to your abilities." "Then you know something of our ways." "Enough to know that if I was a tectomancer, I'm not sure I'd be in such a hurry to convince people of that fact." He took Meroka's pistol from his pocket, forcing his bandaged fingers around the grip and into the trigger guard, not trusting his left to aim accurately enough. "Stand back, please. I'm going to try to shoot away this lock." The woman stood her ground for a moment, and then she stepped a couple of paces back. But it was more as if the child had made the decision for her, tugging on her mother's dress. In the strong outline of the girl's face he thought he could see something of the mother, the same prominent chin and broad cheekbones, although the girl did not look anywhere near as starved. He nodded and aimed the barrel at the lock, holding it only a few fingers' widths away. Was that too close, or not close enough? He had no idea, nor had he any idea whether shooting away the padlock was even remotely feasible. He raised his free hand to shield his eyes and squeezed the trigger. When nothing happened, he realized that the safety catch must still be set. He released it and aimed the pistol again. The gun discharged, and in the same instant, as near as he could judge, there was the ricocheting sound of bullet on metal. He stared down, hoping to see a shattered padlock, but instead he'd done little more than gouge the casing. He squeezed the trigger again, but the gun didn't fire. "Stand aside," Meroka said. He hadn't been aware of her climbing onto the wagon, but there she was, the volley gun at the ready. "For what it's worth," she said, directing the barrel cluster at the padlock, "I still think it's a bad idea." "She's no witch," Quillen said. "Delusional maybe, but not a witch." The volley gun went off. The padlock did not so much break as cease to exist, along with a good portion of the latch. Meroka flung the rusty, blackened remains aside. The cage door creaked open. She aimed the volley gun at the woman and child. "That's our good deed for the day. Now get out of here." The woman advanced, drawing the child with her. "You fear me," she said, directing the statement at Meroka. "Yeah, kind of, but seeing as I'm the one with the big bastard gun with lots of barrels, I wouldn't push the point." Meroka hopped back onto the ground, still aiming the weapon at the cage and its former prisoners. The woman had reached the door now. She was standing on the threshold, almost as if she was uncertain whether she really wanted to leave. Her feet were bare and dirty, as were the girl's. The girl looked up with apprehensive eyes. "They're here," she said. "What's that sound?" Quillen asked. It was a droning noise he had not been aware of until that moment. It was coming from above, or within, the bellying canopy of fire-lit clouds. "Skullboys," Meroka said. "They're in the air now." "They have some blimps, don't usually operate this close to spear point, but I guess everything's changed now. We really don't want to be hanging around here much longer." "The storm came," the mother said, looking into Quillen's eyes now. "Yes." His mouth was suddenly quite dry, more than could be explained by the heat of the fires. "It was a bad one, a major tectomorphic shift. The people who took you prisoner fell ill because of it. Do you feel unwell yourself?" "Do I seem ill to you?" "I'm a doctor. I have drugs, medicines, that can help you endure. I presume she's your daughter?" "We have no need of your medicine." She spoke clearly enough, but spear-pointish was evidently not her native language. "Your zone tolerance must be unusually strong," Quillen said. "Your city science means nothing to me. I am strong because of what I am." "Yes, a witch, Well, we'll let that pass for now. All I'm saying is, if there's anything you need. He paused awkwardly, conscious of Meroka chewing on something impatiently, waiting for the least excuse to fire the remaining barrels of the volley gun. Need to be on our way, Cutter? You have done what had to be done, the woman said. She stepped down from the wagon, then lifted her daughter down after her, the muscles in her arms turning firm as steel cables as she took the girl's weight. You showed courage. You have our gratitude. Now put us from your thoughts. We can't just leave you, not with everything that's been happening. We can give it a shot, Meroka said. Your friend spoke the truth, the woman said, eyeing Meroka with haughty derision. I bring ill fortune. That is why we travel alone. That is why you will never see us again. Ignore Meroka. You say you feel no ill effects of the storm, but there could still be hidden dangers working their way to the surface. No one alive has lived through a storm like this, and please don't tell me you're any different. At the very least, let me examine your daughter. We haven't got time for this, Meroka said. Then we'll move. The four of us can travel together. No, the woman said. We travel alone. But your friend is right. You must leave now. She had turned her head away from him, allowing him a better look at the pattern on the back of her skull. The skin was reddened where it formed the bauble-tipped star. Let me see that, Quillen said. Something in his tone of voice must have worked, because the woman did not pull away as he reached up and touched the back of her head, gently tracing the border of the pattern. You know the sign of a tectomancer, the woman said. Yes, he said, for the sake of argument. But this isn't... It's... I don't know. Some kind of badly done tattoo, or a superficial burn or chemical injury. Probably a tattoo. I can see puncture scars where she's been pricked with a needle to get the ink into her skin. It's not due to pigmentation. What are you saying? Meroka asked. I'm saying this is faked, he said. Someone's made this woman look like a witch. Someone shaved her hair and made this mark on her skin, so she looks like a tectomancer. You know nothing, the woman said. The mark of a tectomancer waxes and wanes with the seasons. Quillen took hold of the woman's wrist. It was like holding a hawser, something taut and dangerous when under tension. Someone did this to you, he said urgently. Maybe it was the Skullboys, trying to make you into something you weren't, so they could sell you on to the next bunch of superstitious fools they chanced upon. But it isn't real. No matter what you've been told, no matter what you've been made to believe, you aren't a witch. You're a woman, a mother, a woman with unusual zone tolerance, yes, but no witch. And we don't fear you, do we, Meroka? We only want to help. If she isn't one, why is she working so damned hard to make us think she is? Meroka said. I don't know, Quillen said, letting go of the woman's wrist. Maybe she's just bugfuck. How sane do you think you'd be if you'd been captured by Skullboys, branded to look like a witch, locked in a cage, all the while knowing that you were probably going to be burned alive? Throw in a few psychoactive drugs, some suggestion, and I think that could easily push someone over the edge. You say so, Cutter. Me, I think we'd be doing well if we all said goodbye now and went our separate ways. Your friend is wise, the woman said, nodding gravely. You should do as she says. If I did as she said, you'd still be in that cage. Can't argue with that, Meroka said darkly, as if the admission caused her actual pain. At least let me examine the girl, Quillen said again, but not here. If we walk a while and find somewhere to stop, I can perform some simple tests. In the dark? Meroka asked. Then we wait until daylight. He turned back to the woman. Neither of you have shoes. Can you walk? I'm afraid we lost our horses last night. He sensed the woman reviewing the possibilities open to her, her mind swarming with calculations. As deluded as she might be, and he had not quite made up his mind about that, there was an undeniable intelligence about her, an electric emanation that made his skin prickle. Her eyes were shockingly alert and sharp, her focus disarmingly penetrating. He wondered if she saw him for what he truly was. We will walk with you, she said.
You may make your examination, if it pleases you. Then we will leave. My name is Quillen. I'm a doctor from the city. Meroka is—" He paused, searching for the words. "My guide. She knows her way around the outzone. We were heading along this road, hoping to meet some friends of hers who might be able to help me reach Fortune's Landing." The woman looked at Quillen with dwindling interest. "You have travelled from the gods, Scraper?" "Yes." "I hope you said your farewells. Your city is dead." Then she paused and added, "I am Kalis. My daughter is Nimcha. That's all you need to know." Then she started walking, the girl at her side, picking a path through the rutted verge, away from the burning procession. "Charming conversationalist," Meroka said, walking alongside Quillen, far enough behind the woman and girl that it was unlikely they would be overheard. "Real easy-going manner." "You can talk." "With me, it's neurological." "For all we know, it's neurological with her. Perhaps she just needs time to decide if she can trust us or not." "You just rescued her, Cutter. What more does she want?" "I would think it's self-evident. She's placed her trust in people before, and it's cost her dearly. Shouldn't we give her the benefit of the doubt, until she's had time to recognize that we don't mean her any harm?" "We talk in weeks or months here?" "In the morning. If she's still with us, I'll examine the child, and the mother too, if she'll let me. If they need drugs, I'll do what I can. Then they can go their own way." Meroka shook her head. "This is another one of those things that isn't going to end well." It was all very well being doctorly, insisting on looking after the woman and her child, but if he didn't rest, he would be exhausted beyond measure by dawn. Certainly he would be in no fit state to conduct an examination for the subtle indicators of latent zone sickness. There were preparations in his bag that could give him a few hours of chemically stimulated alertness, but even under normal circumstances he would pay for it afterwards. Given that he was also taking antizonals, the combination of drugs could easily prove fatal. He would just have to manage on his own reserves of endurance. Meroka, by contrast, did not seem tired at all. She was in her element now, doing the thing she did best of all, which was survival, and, perhaps, a little retribution on the side. He watched as she spotted a skullboy lying on the ground near one of the powered vehicles, now furiously alight. She left the verge and started walking towards him. The skullboy had been still until her approach, but as she neared, he began to claw at the road, attempting to haul himself away, even though his legs trailed uselessly behind him, crushed or paralyzed. From the rear, Quillen saw Meroka's coat flap open as she dug into her personal armory. Something glinted in her hand. He heard a short, sharp crack, and the skullboy jerked once and then lay perfectly still. Meroka walked back, returning whatever weapon she had just used to the sanctuary of her coat. "You still think she's a fake?" she asked nonchalantly, as if she had just stepped aside to dispose of a cigarette. "There's still something screwed up about her, that's for sure. Makes me nervous, having her around." "You should see the effect you have on people." "Don't tell me you haven't felt it." "All right, there's something unnerving about her. I'm not saying she's normal, or that there isn't something a little strange going on in her head, but I've yet to see any objective evidence that she has superhuman powers. The girl creeps me out as well. You seen the way she stares? Like her mother. She's been through a lot." "She's fucked up," Meroka said. Quillen shrugged. "Then we'll all get along famously." They reached the head of the burning procession. Ahead lay darkness and the open road, arrowing onwards into the coming night. Kalis and Nimcha walked confidently ahead, seeming to feel neither the coldness of the air nor the hardness of the worn and rutted ground under their feet. They were walking in the middle of the road, two ragged figures the colour of ash, the baubled star vivid on the back of the woman's head, the girl's filth-matted hair blowing sideways as the wind picked up. Overhead, the clouds began to curdle and race, vaults of star-dappled sky opening up between their harried edges. The droning sound hadn't gone away. Now it was harsher, like a bone saw. Kalis halted. Nimcha stood perfectly still by her side, the two of them waiting like stone sentinels in the road.
Instinctively, Quillen slowed his own pace, wondering what was ahead.
"They've seen something," Moroka said. "Hand me that pistol again, Cutter." "Why?" "Might be an idea to reload it." He reached into his pocket and passed her the weapon. "Why don't you keep it? I can't shoot very well with my left hand anyway." "You'll do your best. We ran into Vorgs. I don't want to be the one doing all the work. Hold this." Moroka passed him the volley gun while she attended to the pistol, loading it as quickly and effortlessly as if she had been doing it since birth. While she was reloading, they walked on slowly, the crunch of each footstep painfully loud, until they had almost caught up with the woman and girl. They were both still staring further down the road. Moroka was about to pass the pistol back to Quillen when a hoarse voice bellowed out from the darkness on the left side of the road. "Hello, hello, hello, hello. Got us some fellow travellers." The voice paused to laugh at itself. "Nice night for it too. Why don't you folks stop there for a moment so we can all get acquainted?" It was a skullboy. He stepped out of the gloom, pointing a long rifle or musket at Quillen and Moroka. He was heavily armoured, the covering made from plates of metal and scavenged composites, with bones nailed on the outside to form ribs and spikes. His helmet was metal, covering most of his face, and with sides that flared down to his shoulders, the effect enhanced by various bits of skull and bone fixed onto the metal, forming grotesquely enlarged eye sockets through which his own eyes were only dimly visible. He wore a plaited skirt that extended down to his knees, with spike-augmented boots on his feet. Moroka raised the pistol, and for an instant Quillen thought she was going to fire. Then she lowered it, not because she had decided the skullboy posed no threat, but because he had not come alone. Emerging from the same gloom were at least 5 others, all carrying weapons of similar fierceness. "We're screwed," she said quietly, with all the sense of occasion as if she had just drawn a bad hand in a low-stakes card game. Quillen was still holding the volley gun, the only thing that might have saved them, and he didn't have the faintest idea what he should do with it. Moroka was stuck with the pistol, unable to draw anything more substantial. "We mean you no harm," Quillen said, trying to keep the quaver out of his voice. That made the skullboy laugh, which was not the effect he had intended. The skullboy turned around to address his companions. "Man means us no harm, boys. Ain't that a relief?" And there we were, shitting ourselves with consternation. The other skullboys, none of them dressed quite alike, yet all obviously belonging to the same faction, found this uproarious. They were not all men, either. He heard the mad cackle of a woman, sounding as if her mind was already broken beyond repair. "We're just passing through," Quillen said. "That's all. Let us go and you'll hear no more of us." "Just passing through?" the skullboy asked, as if the question was reasonable and sincerely meant. "We were caught by the storm. We lost our horses and now we're just trying to get to safety." "Lost your poor little horses? All 4 of you? Including the 2 of you in rags?" Moroka said nothing. Quillen couldn't tell if she was simply shocked into silence or had decided there was nothing to be gained by negotiating with these thugs. "They're friends of ours," Quillen said. "Friends you decided to let out of their cage, by any chance? We heard about them, see? Was on our way to collect them from these other friends of ours when the storm changed things around." The skullboy touched a hand to the jawpiece of his helmet, the carved yellow spikes of his teeth moving behind the mouth slit. "Unless, of course, that wasn't your doing." "She isn't a witch," Quillen said, his heart beginning to race. "That's an area of expertise for you, is it?" "She's a fake. That mark on her head wouldn't fool a child, let alone an adult." "So we got ourselves an authority," the skullboy said. He was up in Quillen's face now, seemingly unconcerned by the volley gun. His breath was an open sewer. He jabbed the barrel of his weapon against Quillen's medical bag. "Figuring there must be something awful precious in there, you clutching it so tightly." "Medicines," Quillen said resignedly. "That's all. I'm a doctor. I carry medicines." "Medicines?" The man said the word mockingly, as if it implied a world of lily-livered scholarship he wanted no part of, Now ain't that a wonder, boys? Especially as we might know some people who could use some medicines.
You don't seem to be doing too badly, Quillen said.
Well, we found ourselves a temporary supply, but it's not something we can count on forever.
What's in the bag won't last forever either.
No, but it'll tide us over.
You're making a mistake, dickhead, Moroka said, speaking at last. A bad one. One of the other Skullboys, Quillen fancied it was the woman he had already heard laugh, though it was difficult to tell under all that armour, strode over to Moroka.
Maybe you should shut your trap before it gets you into trouble.
I'd say trouble's already here and taken off its boots, wouldn't you? The Skullboy slapped her hard across the face, then tore the still-loaded pistol from her hand, flipped it around and pushed the barrel against her forehead, pressing it into the skin like a leather punch. Moroka didn't flinch back. If anything, she leaned into the pressure.
Don't shoot her, the leader said. You'll only stir up her brains. You know they don't like that.
The other one made a clicking sound and withdrew the pistol. The barrel left a circular indentation in Moroka's forehead. They? Quillen asked, although he suspected he already knew the answer. The leader ripped the volley gun out of Quillen's grip, then stared down at his prize.
You could have shot us, he said, with something close to wonder. Nasty thing like that, we'd have stood no chance.
I didn't want us to get off on the wrong footing, Quillen said. That earned him a stab in the stomach from the man's rifle, but it was intended to hurt, not wound. The four of them, Quillen, Moroka, Kalis, and Nimcha, were escorted off the road, their hands tied behind their backs with rope. No one had bothered checking Moroka's coat. It was as if they didn't care. After a few hundred paces across rough ground, they came to a flatbed steam truck with high slatted sides. It had the tall spoked wheels of a traction engine. The vehicle's huge iron flywheel was turning slowly, steam hissing from valves. Two Skullboys were waiting on the high platform between the back of the squat black boiler and the front of the flatbed. It was lit up with lanterns and ready to roll.
"Load it up, boys," said the leader. "Time to go see our friends with the long teeth."
One of the Skullboys hopped off the steam truck and dropped the tailgate, forming a ramp up into the slatted open-air compartment built onto the flatbed. The four prisoners were marshalled aboard. The first Skullboy closed the tailgate, then climbed aboard the control platform. The others split into pairs and clambered onto the running board stretching the length of the flatbed. They grasped handholds and aimed their guns into the holding pen. The steam truck, which seemed to lack any form of suspension, wheezed and snorted into motion, bumping and yawing across the cold, broken ground until it reached the comparatively level and smooth surface of the road. It started heading in the same direction Quillen and the others had been walking before their capture. Though they were now imprisoned, there was a dreamy sense of continuation. "I'm sorry," he said to Moroka. "I should have asked you to show me how to use the volley gun. Perhaps I might have made a difference." "Don't kill yourself, Cutter. Would have been touch and go even if I'd been holding it." He wondered if she was just being uncharacteristically kind, or merely stating the unembellished facts of their predicament. "I still feel I should have done something." "Maybe it isn't me you should be talking to." He nodded and turned to Kalis, expecting her to be staring out into the black distance, detached from reality. He started under the pressure of her gaze. "It will be all right," she said. The girl, Nimcha, was listening, of course. She had said nothing, but that didn't mean she was incapable of understanding. Kalis was just doing what any mother would have done under the same circumstances, which was to buffer her child from the full lacerating bore of the truth. It was not going to be all right by any measure, but what good would it do Nimcha to know this now? "Perhaps I should have left you in the cage," he said, "not to die, but for someone else to rescue you. Then you wouldn't be in this mess. You did what you had to do. It was for the best. This is for the best. It will be all right," she said, with savage self-assurance. "Do not think to fight these men. You cannot beat them." "Do you know where they're taking us?" he asked. "Yes," Kalis said. "I know. And it will still be all right." So she is insane after all, he thought. Even now, with the threat of death closing in on them, she still clung to her delusion. He began to wonder if the mark on Callus's head was of her own doing, part of the web of self-deceit she had spun around herself. She was truly, tragically deranged in that case. Under better circumstances, he would have been sorry for her, and even sorrier for her daughter, who had to labour under her mother's warped view of the world. The steam truck swerved off the road, the ride becoming bumpier again. Its lantern swept ahead, glancing off featureless, frost-mottled terrain, only the occasional rock or boulder serving to give a sense of scale. The driver must have been steering a random course, were it not for the visible marks in the ground, wheel ruts crisscrossing each other, showing that the steam truck had come this way more than once. They had gone perhaps a league at little more than walking pace when the driver brought the snorting machine to a halt. Nothing about the location suggested anything significant, but here the confusion of earlier wheel marks curved around, turning back on themselves. The leader stepped down from the platform and walked to the rear of the flatbed. He kept glancing over his shoulder at something in the distance. For all the ferocity of his mask and armour, there was something nervous about him now. Quickly he flipped down the ramp and thrust his rifle up at the prisoners. "Surprised you didn't try shooting your way out and making a run for it, back when we cornered you?"
"Futile gestures aren't really my style," Quillen said, "and it would have been futile, wouldn't it?"
"Pretty much."
"There you go, then. We've saved ourselves a lot of fuss and bother for nothing. You know, you being a medical man and everything, maybe you're worth more to us alive than dead. Hurt my friends, and you'll get nothing from me." With Nimcha in earshot, he had been careful not to talk of killing. He hoped that when death came for the girl, it would be fast and painless. He didn't want her knowing what was going to happen ahead of time. "Oh, I don't know," the leader said. "We can be persuasive."
"You'd be surprised how little good that would do you."
"Think you're strong-willed?"
"No stronger than the next man. But how much trust would you place in a doctor if you'd given him reason to hate you? The drugs in my bag all look remarkably similar to the uneducated. Would you trust me not to reach for something that might kill you when you think I'm going to help you?"
"Saying we're uneducated?"
"Not to put too fine a point on it, I think you're as dumb as rocks."
"Far be it for me to agree with Cutter," Moroka said, "but the man's got a point there."
"Well, it was just a thought." The skullboy fell silent for a moment, and then in one easy movement swung the stock of his rifle into Quillen's face. He felt it mash against his nose, breaking something. He felt his spectacles crush as the glass in one of the lenses shattered. He fell back, staggering into the flatbed's slatted side, Moroka making an effort to arrest his fall, but uselessly so with her hands tied. Quillen slumped to the ground, the pain arriving belatedly in his skull, all lit up and electric like a late-running commuter train.
"They're here," one of the other skullboys said.
Moroka, Callus, and Nimcha were herded out of the steam truck. Quillen watched them through a gauze of pain. Their hands were untied, then Quillen's. At gunpoint, Moroka was made to remove her backpack and coat.
The leader spread the coat open on the ground, beaming at the vicious delights it held. Someone grabbed Quillen's coat by the collar and hauled him roughly to his feet.
The ruined glasses slid from his ruined nose. He wanted to grab for them, but his hands were still tied. He watched as a booted foot pulverized them to mangled metal and brilliant blue shards.
"You too, city boy."
Quillen was too stunned to speak, even if he'd had something to say. Blood drooled from his nose into his mouth. All he could do was submit to the men with the guns and allow them to poke and prod him down the ramp until he stood on the ground next to the other 3 prisoners.
"Walk," the leader said.
There was something in the distance, picked out in furtive glimpses by the wavering lanterns. At first he thought it was a copse of silvery trees, standing alone in the emptiness. Then he realized that it was a huddle of steely figures, perhaps a dozen in all, some of them standing, some of them on the ground. For a lulling moment, Quillen thought he was looking at armoured men, another party come to take them away from the young thugs with guns. Not that that would necessarily improve their situation, but at least it would delay the ultimate outcome. Yet as they covered the ground, and the lantern light fell more strongly on the assembled group, he saw what he had been dreading. They were not people. They were not human. They were not even, properly speaking, living things. "Vorgs," Maroka said. Chapter 10. The machines were man-sized, more or less man-shaped, with legs and arms and heads. Some of them stood erect, some of them crouched on all fours, while others sat on their haunches like trained dogs. There was indeed something canine or vulpine about them, something of the night and the wolf. Their bodies and limbs were little more than skeletal chassis, with their internal workings disgustingly visible. He recalled the severed limb Maroka had found by the crashed steam coach, the vile melding of metal and meat, chrome-coloured joints and pistons, the liverish contamination of muscle and sinew and living nervous system, the one entwined with the other. Now he saw the creatures in their entirety, and it was no better. Organs and machines glistened under their chrome rib cages. Lung-like things, veined and wired, bellowed slowly in and out. Steel hearts pumped and whirred. There was even some kind of hideous digestive system, a tight-packed biomechanical nightmare of scarlet tubes, purple kidneys, and silvery valves. The only thing protecting these delicate assemblies from damage was a thin, perforated meshwork. It was their heads that he liked least of all. They were elongated, tapering frames, more like the skull of a horse than a man. They ended not in mouths but in a complex mechanism of drills, cutting tools, and probes. They didn't seem to have living eyes, rather goggling masses of camera lenses. He could see something grey and doughy inside the framework. The Carnivorg's head mechanisms were constantly clicking and swivelling, devices extending and retracting, as if the machines were going through some nervous autonomic anticipation, dogs drooling at the bell. Most of them, anyway. One of the Carnivorgs was already engaged in its business. It was crouched on the ground, neck stretched forwards like a dog drinking from a bowl. It was eating someone's brain, one of its head probes sunk into the victim's skull. It was a middle-aged woman, her greying hair fanned on the ground under her head. Her body twitched as the Carnivorg extracted the neural material it needed for its own functioning. Quillen hoped the woman was dead, and that the movements her body made were merely a side effect of the extraction process. But he wondered. At one time, the treatment for a certain kind of psychosis had been to push an ice pick up through the orbit of the eye, into the frontal lobe. The ice pick was then stirred around until it reduced the problematic brain tissue to non-functioning porridge. If a person could live through that, then Quillen thought it entirely likely that someone could live through the far more precise and directed extraction of tissue by a Carnivorg. Abruptly the machine withdrew its probe, rising on its rear legs, its forelimbs reaching up in an oddly endearing fashion as it cleaned the human contamination from its snout. "Keep walking," the Skullboy leader said, jabbing his rifle into the small of Quillen's back. "Don't give them the girl," Quillen said, finding the strength to speak at last. His tongue was thick, each utterance costing him pain. "They won't miss her, will they? At least let her go, even if you give the rest of us to the machines." "Sorry," the man said. "Got ourselves an arrangement here. It's all meat to them." Two of the machines, including the one that had just stood up, moved to the body and hoisted it aloft, carrying her between them as if she were no more substantial than smoke. The party halted. The two machines walked to meet the waiting humans, while the other Vorgs clicked and whirred their snout mechanisms. They moved like puppets, gliding across the ground with feather-light footfalls as if they were being worked by hidden strings. Up close, they had the rank odour of a butcher's shop on a hot day, mingled with something acrid and mechanical, like an overheating axle box. "Vorgs, give this one back," said the Vorg that had just finished dining. Its voice was crudely synthesized and atonal, no better an approximation of human speech than the buzzing drone of an artificial larynx. Together with its silent partner, the Vorg knelt to place the woman on the ground. "Vorgs take what Vorgs need now. This one still good. Humans bring back later. Vorgs need more brain." Quillen's hopes crashed. She was still breathing. "Take her, boys," the leader said to his companions, "but go easy. It's just a loan." "I see," Quillen said, watching as two of the thugs took the woman back towards the steam truck. "Easier to rape her after she's been lobotomized, I suppose. Puts up less of a fight." "You'd be happier if the boys had their fun first?" the man asked. No answer seemed adequate, but Quillen couldn't remain silent now. "Why do you do this? Are you so scared of the Vorgs that you have to do their work for them?" "Nothing about being scared. It's all about reciprocity." He said the last word slowly, as if he had been practicing it. "We're not friends, just business partners." He turned to face the Vorg that had spoken. "We got 4 subjects for you here," held up a hand with his fingers outstretched. 4. With the woman we got you last time, that brings us up to 5 again. Does that mean we have us a deal?" "Vorgs, happy? Bring first donor. Vorgs want brain." "You can see they're alive and healthy. How about you give us a little sample of what you promised first, so we can see if it's as good as before?" At first the Vorg did not seem to understand the skullboy. Quillen had the sense that something had stalled, some decision-action impulse blocked in the butcher shop horror of its half-cybernetic, half-organic mind. If the Vorg was in any sense intelligent, it was the opportunistic slyness of an organism that had learned to live on scraps, without ever thinking to improve its station. Then the Vorg said, "Vorgs make good drug. Vorgs give gift. This one time only. Bring human for gift." The leader began to undo the clasp of his helmet. "That'll be me, boys, if none of you has any objections. Vorgs make drug. Human accept gift." The leader tugged his helmet off. He was thick-necked, his thuggish head bald, the cranium scarred and pocked like one of the moon's 2 halves. His ears were tiny and piggy. He knelt and the skeletal machine towered over him. Its snout mechanisms swapped around, different devices clicking into position before being swiveled or retracted, as if the Vorg could not quite remember what it was meant to do. At last a syringe-like needle emerged, long and gleaming. With the swiftness of a striking snake, the Vorg plunged the needle into the leader's neck. A pump whirred. The leader grunted and stumbled back, the needle popping free. He cuffed his hand over the puncture wound in his neck. "Still hurts like a bitch, boys," he declared, with a kind of wild glee at his own discomfort. "But the fog's lifting already. Looks like we've got us a deal, Vorg." "Give Vorgs brain." The machine's buzzing inflection was unchanged from before. What was the least cruel, Quillen wondered? Let Nimcha go first and be spared the sight of the others becoming food for the carnivores, especially her mother? Or should he put himself forward, offering himself as a sacrifice, before the machines worked their way to the girl? She would die either way, but there seemed a special evil in the adults watching the child be taken first of all. "Get out of my way," Maroka said, barging free of the men with guns. "Give Vorgs brain." The machine creature tracked her with its eyeless head. "You think I'm going to give you the satisfaction of pleading or running?" Maroka said, kneeling down on the ground. The other Vorg, the one that had not been feasting when they arrived, stalked over to her. They had tails, Quillen realized for the first time, segmented counterweights, spined with the same kind of blue metal material as their claws. The tails swished and swayed with a life of their own. It was as if the Vorgs were hungry and excited, prey animals at the kill. "Maroka," Quillen said, "I'm sorry it came to this." She looked up at him, cupping her hands around the back of her head. "Me too, Cutter. But you don't have to apologize. It's me who fucked things up, not you." "It's no one's fault." He turned to look at Callis. "Forgive us. It wasn't meant to end like this." He had expected Nimcha to be screaming in terror by this point, but the girl looked through him as if he were made of glass. Perhaps, after all, there was just as much wrong with the daughter as the mother. Never mind, he told himself. It was hardly a problem now. "Now,"
Nimcha, Carlis said. Now.
Nothing happened. The Vorg knelt down facing Meroka, still leaning over. It reached out with its clawed forelimbs, bracing her into position like a lover about to plant a kiss. Meroka lifted her chin, a last act of defiance before the Vorg did its work. Its mouthparts swiveled and clicked, the thick chrome tube of its skull-opening apparatus locking into position. The tip consisted of 3 intermeshing circular drills. They began to rotate as the apparatus telescoped slowly out from the head. If the other Vorg had moved quickly to inject the antizonal drug into the skullboy, this machine felt no need to hasten its work.
Now,
Carlis said, with increasing shrillness.
Do it, Nimcha!
Quillen's attention flicked back to the girl. She looked confused, her eyes wide and uncomprehending. He felt the faintest ghost of something skirl through his mind, the flutter of a moth's wing across his cerebellum. There was a shot, then another. The Vorg keeled over, a hole punched right through its abdomen, a gory tapestry of organs and machine parts splattered on the ground behind it. The drill kept whirring, the telescoping apparatus moving in and out with neurotic repetition. The other Vorg, and the party of machines waiting in the distance, became agitated. They all sank onto their forelimbs, taut as springs, tails lashing back and forth. Their heads gyred from side to side and their mouthparts moved furiously. The skullboys pointed their rifles into the darkness. There was another shot, and one of them dropped to the ground, screaming at the fist-sized hole that had just appeared in his shin. 6 people came out of the night. They were not skullboys. They were uniformed, with black body armor over dark uniforms, 5 of them with helmets on their heads, carrying heavy machine guns slung from shoulder straps and gripped two-handed, with curving magazines and thick perforated barrels. The 6th member of the party was a woman, her helmet in one hand, a small service revolver in the other. She had very dark skin and was taller than most men Quillen had met. "Take out the Vorgs," she said, her voice calm with the confidence of authority. "Leave that one alive for Ricasso. It'll make his day." One of her party swung his machine gun and discharged it, blue-pink muzzle exhaust flaring out like a flamethrower. He doused the Vorgs, the machines exploding apart under the impact of the bullets. 2 of them sprang away, jaguaring into the darkness. The others writhed and thrashed, even as they were reduced to bloody scrap. Then the shooter selected semi-automatic fire and delivered a volley of shots into the one remaining Vorg, the one that had spoken, blasting away one leg and one forearm. The Vorg keeled over and pawed at the ground ineffectually, unable to achieve locomotion. "The rest of you can surrender," the tall woman said, before turning to examine Meroka. She had elegant, bird-like features, the whites of her eyes flashing bright in the gloom. "You, kneeling on the ground, get up. This isn't the day you die." Without raising herself, Meroka said, "And who the fuck are you?" "You imagine I owe you an introduction, after rescuing you?" Meroka stood to her full height, fixing the woman with insolent disregard. "If I'm being rescued, why am I being told what to do?" The woman holstered her service revolver, evidently satisfied that her men had the situation under control. "Because you are now under our jurisdiction. I am Captain Katana of the Rapid Scout Painted Lady. You are now clients of Swarm." "What if we'd rather not be clients?" "You are now clients of Swarm," Katana repeated, "and that's a spear point accent, if I'm not mistaken, which puts you considerably out of your depth." She nodded curtly at her men. "Take them to the ship. There's no fuel to be had here." "And the prisoners, Captain?" one of the men asked. "Which ones? Theirs or ours?" "The skulls, Captain. Do you want them executed or brought aboard as prisoners?" "We don't need any more ballast than we already have." "I'll have them shot then." Katana appeared to weigh the decision before answering. "No, we can spare the bullets tonight. Take their weapons and anything else useful they have on them, then let them go. They'll be dead by morning anyway. We don't need to help them on their way." Quillen wondered what it meant to be clients of Swarm, and suspected the answer was not going to be one he much cared for. The four of them were now being shepherded away from the Skullboys and the smoking, meat-spattered carnivores. Their hands were still bound. Two of Katana's men lingered behind at the scene of the shooting, with Katana and the other three escorting Quillen's party. Guns were present and visible. If they weren't exactly being marched at gunpoint, there was a definite sense that they had no option but to comply with their new hosts. They were no longer about to be fed to machines, so Quillen could not deny that their immediate prospects had improved. As to how temporary that improvement might be, he dared not venture an opinion. He knew precisely nothing of Swarm, and had no idea what it meant to be under its jurisdiction. "Who are these people?" he whispered to Maroka, blood still seeping from his mashed nose. "What is Swarm? I've never heard of it."
"That's because it doesn't usually come this close to spear point."
Until now. He was avoiding eye contact with her, not wanting her to see what was normally hidden behind his spectacles. "Lots of things changed last night." "So it would seem. I'll ask again. What is Swarm?"
Swarm is... Swarm. History isn't your strong point, is it?"
Medicine was enough for me. What did I miss?
"Long time back, we're talking centuries here, lots of centuries, Swarm was the military arm of Spearpoint, kind of its eyes and hands, letting it see and reach much further than it does now. Swarm could get halfway around the world and back, bringing supplies and news. Then some shit happened, something about an expedition gone wrong, and there was a split. Bad blood ever since. We don't talk about them, and they hate our fucking guts."
"How do they treat their prisoners, exactly?" "We don't take prisoners," Katana said loftily, for she must have overheard. "We take ballast instead. It's a subtly different concept. I'm sure your companion will be happy to explain." "I don't think that'll be necessary." "Do any of you need medical attention?" Katana said, glancing at his nose. "We have a surgeon aboard, Painted Lady." "I'll mend." "Your companion seems able enough, judging by her tongue. What about the mother and daughter?" "I don't know. We haven't been travelling together for very long." "That wasn't my question." "I don't know. They were being held prisoner by Skullboys. The Skullboys were ambushed and we did what we could to rescue the two of them." "Do they speak?" "Why don't you ask them?" "Please don't try my patience, Mr.—" She ended the sentence on a rising lilt, inviting him to continue. "Quillen." "Also a citizen of Spearpoint," Katana observed, "although there's something odd about you. And you'd be—" "Maroka." "What are you doing outside Spearpoint?" "Counting my fucking blessings. What do you think?" "Then you're not unaware of recent developments?" "It would be hard for anyone not to have noticed," Quillen replied. "Not if they've an ounce of humanity. There are 30 million people suffering in Spearpoint now, dying a slow and painful death through zone sickness." "And it hasn't occurred to you that there might be even more people dying a slow and painful death beyond Spearpoint? Sorry, I forgot they don't actually count, do they? They're not real people at all, since they have the misfortune not to live in your precious city." "Please don't put words in my mouth," Quillen said. "I'm against needless suffering wherever it happens. But let's not pretend that this hasn't happened before. People out here are tough and adaptable. They've had to be, to get by all this time. The zone shift, as bad as it is just one more thing they'll eventually get used to. Plus or minus a few million graves, I suppose. All I'm saying is, you can't expect Spearpoint to adapt as readily. It's a delicate mechanism, like an expensive watch. In other words, something that was just waiting to fall apart and stop working. Something too complicated, too fussy, too interdependent for its own good." Katana strode on, eating up the ground with her long legs. She wore riding pants and brown leather boots laced to the knee. She was tall and elegant and fiercely composed, the polar opposite of Maroka. "Face it, Mr. Quillen, it was a catastrophe waiting to happen. The wonder is that it didn't happen much sooner. And I suppose Swarm's utterly unaffected by the zone shift. Mobility and flexibility have always served us well. It's nothing we need be ashamed of."
At that moment there was a short burst of shooting, a single concentrated volley with no return fire. Quillen slowed his pace involuntarily. The shooting had come from behind them, from the place where they had left the Skull Boys in the hands of Cortana's other two officers. It had sounded very much like an execution. "What will happen to us?" Quillen asked. "I'm still short on specifics when it comes to what it means to fall under Swarm jurisdiction." "You'll be taken back to Swarm at the earliest convenience. There, your usefulness will be assessed. We're an inclusive society, despite what you may have heard, and we believe in giving newcomers a chance to prove their worth." Katana's tone became stern, almost as if she was addressing children. "But we're not gifted with limitless patience. We're well off by outzone standards, but that doesn't mean we can afford to go throwing our resources around." She gave Quillen a long, appraising glance, as if that was the first time she had paid real attention to him. "You're obviously an educated man, so I've little doubt that we'll find something for you to do. Of course, you'll be accorded all the usual rights of a Spearpoint citizen, which is to say you'll be assumed to be a spy, saboteur, or seditionist, until proven otherwise." "No holding on to old grudges, then," he said. They walked on into the roar of the engines, until the grey shape of Cortana's ship began to emerge from the night, hovering just above the ground. Her engines were angled up, propeller blades directed to provide downward thrust to counteract the static lift from her rigid envelope. Quillen was not at all surprised to see an airship, for he had spotted enough of them during the day, even if they had never been more than distant dots foraging just above the horizon. "Nice blimp," Meroka said. "You steal it from the Skull Boys?" Katana said nothing, but Quillen sensed that she was only ever one provocation away from doing something they might all regret. He willed Meroka to keep her mouth shut. That Painted Lady was a military craft would have been obvious to even a casual observer, for the airship's form was both purposeful and vicious. Her envelope was a slender cigar, spined with anti-fouling devices, barbed and bayoneted with jagged slicing edges, ramming spikes, and retractile cutters. Her stiff fabric, reinforced here and there with aluminium sheeting, had been patched and repaired so many times that the vessel's scars suggested to Quillen not so much vulnerability as the stubborn resilience of a very hardy organism, something that had evolved the ability to shrug off wounds that would have ended lesser creatures. Beneath the envelope, her single gondola was plated with angled metal sheets, lending her a chiseled, formidable look, as if she was expected to serve double duty as an icebreaker. Her few full-sized windows were protected by armoured shutters. Elsewhere, visibility was provided by cowled slits and swivelling periscope stations. Ball turrets were stationed beneath the front of the gondola, under the belly, at either side and at the rear, each sprouting the twin pipe-entwined barrels of air-cooled rotary machine guns. Another turret poked through the envelope to afford protection from above. She had wings, braced out from the side of her envelope on adjustable tension cables, the wings able to flex to provide both positive and negative lift, in much the same way that angels modified their own flying surfaces. Her propulsion outriggers, jutting from the gondola fore and aft, with two piston engines on each side, were edged to function as blades in the event of close action, ready perhaps to slice through another vessel's envelope, wing struts, control rigging, or even crew. She was grey and blue-green metal shades, save for a pink stenciled butterfly sprayed on to the envelope, the butterfly's faded bullet-riddled shape already eaten into by rectangular patch repairs. She had no number or other means of identification, nothing to mark her higher allegiance to Swarm. Two armoured and uniformed airmen were waiting on the ground, guarding the lowered ramp leading into the gondola's belly, the ramp flexing and scuffing against the ground as Painted Lady struggled to hold position. Katana raised a hand, and the airmen saluted back in the same fashion. "Keep right behind me," she told Quillen, ignoring the other three captives. "The updraft from those engines is enough to suck you right into the blades if you step anywhere under them. Trust me, I've seen it happen. Took all week to scrape the mess off the envelope." The inside of the gondola, the limited part that he was allowed to see, was all unpainted utilitarian metal, engineered for maximum lightness. The interior struts were perforated. The floor a metal grid over a service trough containing various pipes and amenities. There were storage lockers, rifle, crossbow and sword racks, shelves of battle-hardened instruments, stenciled instruction panels with terse admonitory warnings in old-fashioned angular stenciled script about such and such a procedure and how vital it was that Action A be performed before Action B, with dire consequences for deviation. There were curtained alcoves and doored-off compartments. There were speaking tubes and periscopes and complex optical-looking devices whose function Quillen couldn't even begin to guess at. All of this he was ushered past with maximum haste until they reached a small empty room at the back of the gondola, where it began to taper down to a fishtail steering vane. There was nothing in the room except two long benches, converging together at the room's narrow end, and only the narrowest slits of windows along either tapering wall. Some kind of gaslight burned in an armoured lamp, recessed into the ceiling. Their hands were untied. Meroka and Quillen took the bench on one side, Kalis and Nimcha the other. "Your coats, please," Katana said. "And that bag of yours, Mr. Quillen?" "Will freeze," Quillen said. The metal skin of the airship was icy to the touch. "I'll send down warm clothes and blankets. The bag, please. Now." "I'll be wanting my coat back," Meroka said, as Quillen handed over the medical bag. "Everything you owned is now the property of Swarm, so get used to the idea. In return you'll be protected and well looked after." "Until you decide we're spies after all," Quillen said, passing her the medical bag. "We're not savages," Katana said. "Many of our clients go on to become useful, productive citizens of Swarm. Unlike those men you had shot back there." Katana opened her mouth to speak, and for a moment he thought she was going to defend herself, pointing out that she had not ordered an execution. "They resisted disarmament," she said, voicing what could only have been a supposition, since she had not spoken to the other officer since ordering him to disarm and release the Skullboys. "What you need to understand, and understand fast, is that you're not in Spear Point now. We've always made our own law out here, and that isn't going to change any time soon." Katana left, closing the door on them. It was heavy, with a small grilled window in the top half. Quillen had no doubt that this compartment was routinely used for prisoner storage. The walls might be thin enough to let in the cold, but they were likely strong enough to contain unarmed men. Not that he had the least intention of trying to escape anyway. The airship loitered long enough for the other members of the landing party to return, and then they were aloft, the engines no longer fighting against the envelope, but providing forward momentum instead. The metal walls vibrated, the angle of the floor tilting as the craft nosed steeply into the sky. "At least you knew about Swarm," he said to Meroka. "I wasn't planning on coming into range of it. Frey likes to keep track of its movements as far as he's able. Normally it stays much further west. He'd have known if it was this close to Spear Point before we left." Quillen noticed that she was holding the Testament, the small black book he had leafed through in Horsetown, while Meroka was out of the room. "What is Swarm, exactly?" "You'll see soon enough, if that's where they're taking us." "At least it's a form of civilization." "They aren't going to open their arms to us, Cutter. Maybe to the woman and the girl, seeing as they obviously aren't from Spear Point. But you and me?" She paused, staring at him intently. "You've got weird fucking eyes. Anyone ever tell you that?" Quillen turned to look at Kalis and Nimcha again. They were huddling into each other, the shaven-headed mother with her arms around the straggle-haired daughter, still barefoot, still clothed in little more than rags. "Might I examine your daughter?" he asked Kalis. The woman tugged the girl closer to her, flashing warning eyes at Quillen. He raised a hand gently. "We all know what happened back there, Kalis." "Do we?" Meroka asked. "When the Vorg was about to kill Meroka, you said something to Nimcha. It sounded very much like 'do it' to me. I've been thinking about it ever since. What could you have been asking her to do? After all, she's just a girl. She had nothing on her she could have used. But even when you said it, I felt something." He glanced at the grilled window, making sure they were not being observed. He doubted that eavesdropping was a possibility. The noise of the airship was much too loud for that. It wasn't a zone shift, or even a tremor, Quillen continued, but it felt as if something was trying to happen. "What are you talking about?" Meroka asked, her tone insistent. Quillen rose from his bench. He steadied himself with one hand against the perforated strut spanning the ceiling. Before she could flinch away, he stroked the other hand across Carlus's mark. "I was right about this, wasn't I?" he asked her. "It's self-inflicted. You made this mark yourself, or got someone to do it for you, to make people think you were the Tectomancer. It's a good effort, I'll give you that, and it was obviously enough to convince the Skullboys. But it's not a true birthmark. It's a tattoo, and it wasn't done long ago." "You don't know anything," Carlus said. "And all that business since we met, that way you have of talking, the stilted madwoman things you keep coming out with, you're not mad at all. Or at least no madder than anyone would be if they'd been locked up, with a high likelihood of either being fed to the Vorgs or burnt alive. That would push anyone over the edge, even if they were already insane to begin with. But you weren't. You were wise and resourceful enough to know that there was only one way to protect your daughter. You had to divert attention from her. You had to become the Tectomancer, so no one would think it was Nimcha." "You feeling all right?" Meroka asked. "Maybe you should have taken some of those meds before they took that bag away." "I'm fine, thank you." He smiled tightly, a little bruised around the edges, but otherwise in adequate command of my faculties. "Might I look at Nimcha, Carlus? I promise no one else will learn of this. You've nothing to lose, since I'm already certain of the truth." "The truth of what?" Meroka asked. Carlus offered no resistance when he stroked his hand through the filthy mass of Nimcha's hair, parting it just enough to see the scarlet mark showing through the skin. Meroka had left the bench and was looking over his shoulder. "It's quite real," he said, glancing again at the grilled window. "This is pure pigmentation. I don't think it's tattoo, a scar, or brand mark. It could be a stain of some kind. But then it would have had to have been done when she was shaved, and yet it hasn't faded in all the time it's taken her hair to grow this long." "We talked about this," Meroka said. "Whether or not Tectomancers are real, she isn't one." "We're talking about the daughter now." "It's still fake." "It isn't, is it?" Quillen asked Carlus. "You know perfectly well that it isn't. She's had this since she was born, hasn't she? And you've always known how dangerous it was, how that mark alone could get her killed, regardless of any actual power that came with it. If the rumor got around that one of you had the mark, then at least you could deflect attention onto yourself, and if Nimcha's powers really did manifest themselves and drew attention to her, you'd be able to claim they originated with you." "If you speak of this," Carlus said, "I will kill you." "I'm not going to speak of it to anyone. But so far you haven't managed to keep the secret very well, have you?" Feeling he had spoken too harshly, he added, "Look, Carlus, I can't imagine what you've gone through to protect your daughter this far. Even when you were in that cage, you didn't let anyone know that she was the one they really wanted. That must have taken all the love a mother could give." Quillen shook his head. "No, I won't speak of it. None of us will. Right, Meroka?" "Nothing to speak of," she said. "Good," Quillen said. "That makes everything a lot simpler. But I'm serious, Meroka. It has to stay our little secret. They can't find out about her." "They?" Meroka asked. "Katana and the rest of her crew," Quillen said. "The rest of Swarm, for that matter." Meroka looked skeptical. "It took you a couple of hours to figure out what she is. You think you're going to be able to keep that from them forever?" "We'll just have to do our best, won't we? When the surgeon comes, he can't be allowed to examine the girl too closely." "I still don't get it," Meroka said, looking at Carlus. "Why couldn't you just act like a normal mother, instead of shaving your hair, marking your skin, putting on the witch act?" "She had no choice," Quillen said. "Someone out there must have had a shrewd idea one of them had the power. If Nimcha caused a local zone shift, that might have been enough to draw suspicion her way. What Carlus did may seem drastic to us, But she knew it was the best thing, the only thing she could do for her daughter. It bought Nimcha time. "Wake up call, Quillen. They were captured by Skull Boys. They were on their way to a burning." Nimcha might have been released, or at least spared execution. Happy endings all around. I'm not saying that. Just that from Carlus's perspective, this was the lesser evil. Quillen picked dried blood from his upper lip. I don't think we should be judging her. We weren't in her shoes. He paused, sifting through the jumbled memories of recent events. And we know she's real now, don't we? Carlus, when you implored Nimcha to act, I felt something. The zone responded. It didn't shift, but it certainly noticed. It was listening, and it tried to obey. It was as if she called out to it, but lacked the strength or focus to make it follow her will. Is that what happened? After a great silence, Carlus said, "I hoped that you would not feel it, or remember what I said. You're amongst friends, but we've got to know the truth and all of it." Deciding the direct approach was best, he added, "How long have you known about her?" Carlus's eyes darted between Quillen and Meroka, both of whom were still standing up. "Please," she said, nodding to indicate that they should return to their own bench. "Taking their sweet time with those blankets and clothes," Meroka growled. "She was one when the mark appeared," Carlus said. "It wasn't long after she learned to speak. She had hair by then, but one day she fell and hurt her head. I had to clean the blood away, and that was when I saw the mark." She looked hard into his eyes, forcing him to imagine the shock of discovering her daughter's nature. "It was then that I knew." "And you knew, just like that?" Quillen asked. "Of course. There have always been children with the gift, for as long as the world is old. Some combination of genes," Quillen mused, "out there in the general population. But it's only when they come together in the right combination that a child like Nimcha is born. How old was she when the power showed itself?" Carlus thought for a moment. "Nearly 3. She could read and write like any child of that age. That was when it came through." "As if it was waiting for certain brain structures to become sufficiently mature," Quillen said. "That's what this is. Not magic, not possession by demons. It's just something buried deep in the blood, waiting for the right set of circumstances to emerge. Much like an inherited disease, although obviously more complicated, and much rarer, since it can't depend on just a single gene." "It is not a disease," Carlus said. "But it may still be something medicine can understand, and help her with if need be." "She has no need of help." "If the power threatened her life, would you still say that?" Quillen asked. "It does not." "The power brought hatred down on you, caused the two of you to end up in a cage." "It saved us as well." "Perhaps it might have, had she been able to command it more effectively. I felt something, certainly. I'm sure all of us did. But it wasn't enough to stop the Vorgs or hurt the Skull Boys. It's an undeveloped talent, something that needs to be nurtured and shaped." "You misunderstand," Carlus said darkly. "Evidently. She was weak and frightened when the Vorgs came. The power is not always strong in her. Today it was weak, because of what she had already done." "She'd used the power already tonight." "Not tonight, city man. Yesterday, when the change came, when your city died, when you watched the angels fall." Carlus ran a hand through her daughter's hair, dirty fingernails parting filthy, grease-knotted strands, exposing the vivid crimson emblem of the baubled star. "Nimcha brought the storm. Nimcha brought the end of your world." He opened his mouth to answer, but the best he could do was smile and shake his head. "Told you she was crazier than a bag of snakes," Meroka said.
Chapter 11. A face appeared in the grilled window of the door. It was a man none of them had seen so far, grey-bearded, with an aquiline nose and narrowed hawkish eyes under heavy brows. He surveyed the four, then worked the lock. He entered clutching a medical bag that was only a little less scuffed and careworn than Quillen's. Behind him loomed another airman, burdened with blankets and clothes, and behind that man was a third, gripping a machine gun in shiny black gloves.
"Apologies for my tardiness," said the bearded man. "My name is Gamberson. I have the honor, the pleasure, of being the surgeon on this mission."
He wore a long leather coat, emblazoned across the chest and shoulders with what Quillen presumed to be various symbols of rank and distinguished service. The coat had been donned hastily, one of the buttons tucked through the wrong hole. Beneath it, Quillen could see a white surgical smock, not unlike the one he wore during his normal duties at the 3rd District Morgue.
"I've been instructed, commanded, to give each of you a thorough medical examination," Gamberson went on, "partly for your own sakes and partly for the security of Swarm."
"Because we might be carrying something?" Quillen asked. His eyes kept being drawn to the white tunic, stained here and there with the ochre of dried blood.
"Swarm, by its very nature, has to be cautious, vigilant, against infection. I'm given to understand that 2 of you are from Spear Point."
"That would be Maroka and me," Quillen said. "We're from Neon Heights."
"I'm afraid the internal details of Spear Point mean very little to me."
Gamberson's hawk-like features were turned fully towards Quillen, the surgeon's coppery eyes alert with observation.
"I was told you'd been hurt, hit in the face."
"My nose may have been broken. Other than that, there's no lasting damage."
"And you know this for a fact?" Gamberson asked.
"Being a doctor as well, yes."
"I had my doubts, suspicions. Rather an intriguing collection in that bag of yours to start with. A veritable cornucopia of drugs and surgical instruments."
The surgeon's breath was warm and smelled faintly of leather.
"I'm sure we'd have a great deal to talk about, Doctor."
"Quillen." He looked at Nimcha and Carlis, knowing that he must do everything in his power to protect the girl. His heart raced in his chest. He knew he was on the edge of something irrevocable, a point from beyond which there was no return. There is something, actually.
"Something?"
"I've been having a little trouble focusing, since I was hit in the face. I'm wondering if something didn't get dislodged."
"Let me see. Stand up, will you?"
Gamberson looked over his shoulder, perhaps making sure the other men were still behind him, and then produced a silver instrument from his medical bag. It had a delicate, precision-tooled look, with an elegant, knurled handle. "You've been dealing with injured men," Quillen said, in not much more than a whisper. "Where are they? Perhaps there's something I can do to help." Gamberson peered into his eyes one at a time, squinting into the eyepiece of his instrument.
"Be very still, Dr. Quillen."
"I can show you how to use my medicines to best advantage. I can also operate, if it comes to that." Gamberson lowered the instrument, frowning slightly, and rubbed one of its hinged lenses against his coat sleeve before raising it again.
"I must insist that you be still and silent."
He looked at Quillen's eyes again, but this time with a deepening frown, a recognition of wrongness. He pulled back sharply, as if he had seen his own death in those deep, dark pools of midnight blue.
"What are you, Dr. Quillen? What the hell are you?"
"Perhaps it would be best if you continued your examination in private," Quillen suggested. He was taken to another room, through a part of the gondola he had not seen before. As they passed through one section, a gloved and masked airman came down a spiral ladder descending from the ceiling, the open hatch offering a glimpse of the sepulchral vault of the airship's envelope. He heard the resonant organ-like throb of the air rushing by her skin, the droning skirl of her engines. The craft was larger than he had grasped on the ground. He could not guess at the size of its crew, even allowing for injuries. It seemed entirely possible that there might be many dozens of airmen aboard Painted Lady. "You know what I am," he told Gamberson, when the doctor faced him alone in the tiny chamber, which appeared to be little more than a walk-in medicine cabinet, or at the very least you have an inkling. Gamberson closed the door behind them.
"What you are is an impossibility, Dr. Quillen.
Nonetheless, you are standing before me, so I must accept your true nature. Have you ever seen anything like me? I've had the pleasure of dissecting angels once or twice. They were long dead before they came to me. How could they not be when they can't survive beyond spear point for more than a few hours? Nonetheless, their bodies may be collected and pickled and conveyed to those, such as I, who find amusement, interest in them. He had prepared a basin of hot water and was dabbing the dried blood from Quillen's face with a tenderness that bordered on the maternal. They were very old corpses, Dr. Quillen. They'd been dead for centuries, according to the provenance, which I have no reason to doubt. But angels don't change very much, if at all, and I remember the structure of their eyes very well. Would you mind removing your garments? Of course not. Quillen shrugged off his replacement coat, donned hastily from the pile before Gambison led him away from the others. He unbuttoned his shirt and removed his vest. He stood before Gambison, his own wraith-like image reflected back at him from the bottles on the shelving, a pale, hairless, attenuated thing with ribs like radiator bars. Gambison studied him expressionlessly. "Turn around, please, Doctor. I would like to see your—" He swallowed as Quillen presented his back to his examiner. "Wings. Might I examine them?" "Be my guest." Quillen felt Gambison's cold fingertips touch first his left and then his right wing buds. He kneaded them gently, exploring the underlying structure, the tiny bones and muscles that were struggling to assume functionality. "What are you?" he said again, softly this time. "You would have discovered my nature soon enough, Doctor. I saw no point in prolonging the matter. I am what you imagine me to be, but both more and less than that. I was an angel, once. I was born in the celestial levels, and I would have looked very like those pickled bodies you cut open. Then I was changed." "Why?" "For the purposes of infiltration," Quillen answered blandly. "There were 4 of us. We were altered, surgically and genetically, to make us look human, or pre-human, as angels would say. We were sent down to Neon Heights to live amongst normal men and women, to prove that it could be done. What would have killed unmodified angels was merely troublesome to us. With the right antizonals, we could still function." "Why didn't they remove your wings? Alter your eyes?" "They did. 9 years ago you'd have needed detailed blood and urine chemistry to tell I was anything other than human. Unfortunately, the infiltration exercise went wrong." "In what way?" "There was a disagreement." He smiled thinly as he glossed over Aroval's death, his own role in murdering the other 2 infiltrators. "I was left behind, stranded in Neon Heights. Eventually our specialized drugs ran out. I made do with what I could find. But while I was able to stave off zone sickness, I couldn't stop my underlying physiology from beginning to reassert itself. The circumstances I found myself in hadn't been anticipated. The best I could do was suppress the changes with chemistry and surgery." "There are scars under your wings." "They were cut back whenever they grew too obviously. It had to be done over and over again. There was nothing I could do about my eyes, so I concealed them as best I could. I had help from human friends in Spear Point." "They trusted you?" "We trusted each other. I'm hoping you and I can come to the same accommodation." "You lied to me about being a doctor, then?" Quillen turned around slowly. "No, that's the truth. Most of it, anyway. I am, or was, a pathologist. I worked in the 3rd District morgue, and before I was sent down to Neon Heights I was a kind of physician. There's very little I don't know about bodies, be they angel or human. My offer to help you still stands." He paused. "Would you mind if I dress again? I'm fully aware that I don't conform to the usual standards of aesthetic normality." "You're a master of understatement, Doctor." Gambison passed him his vest. "Why would you help us? And please don't give me any specious half-truths about moral imperatives." "It wouldn't be a half-truth. Besides, I want to convince you of my good intentions. and I hope if I do so, it will reflect well on my comrades. They don't have much else to offer. They know what you are, of course."
"No," Quillen said, buttoning his shirt. "They don't. Not at all. And for now, you would be doing me a very great favour if things stayed that way."
"Why haven't you told them?"
"The woman and the child were barely acquainted. The other one, Maroka, has excellent reason to hate the likes of me."
"She'll learn the truth eventually."
"I know. I'm just hoping I can earn enough respect for her not to throw me out of the nearest window when it happens. I'm sure she's capable of it."
"A firebrand."
"She has her reasons."
Gamberson pursed his lips. "For now, I would indeed like to keep you apart. There's a small holding cell, which I'm afraid is even less salubrious than the place where we're holding your friends, but you'll be comfortable, warm, and I'll make sure you're served a decent ration, such as we can spare."
"That would be kind, Doctor."
"I may wish to examine you some more in the morning. In the meantime, though, I'm afraid other patients call on my time."
"I can help," Quillen said.
"Your offer is noted. It will, of course, need to be reviewed by Captain Cortana. I can't promise that she'll see eye to eye with you. Many of us have a well-earned dislike of angels, over and above anything we might feel for Spearpoint."
"I understand."
Gamberson hesitated. "Your companions? Now that we're speaking candidly, as it were, as two medical men, is there anything about them I need to know? Any matters that have come to your attention?"
He shook his head as casually as he was able. "Nothing that I'm aware of. They could all use food, water, and a good wash. Beyond that, there doesn't seem to be much wrong with them."
"Even the mother and daughter?"
"They've survived on their own for long enough. They're stronger than they look." Quillen attempted to sleep during the remainder of the night, but his efforts were fruitless. The pain from his smashed nose was all but gone. What disturbed him was the profound unfamiliarity of his surroundings, the discomfort of the bench he was expected to use as a bed, the bucking and swaying motion of the airship, and the habit of the engines, just when his brain was beginning to adjust to their endless, monk-like droning, to subtly change tone and volume. That and the many worries circling his mind, chasing each other like the moon's two halves. It had been an impetuous decision to reveal his identity to Gamberson, one that he had barely had time to evaluate, but it had served its intended function. He had given the doctor, and by extension the rest of the crew, something other than the girl to puzzle over. He would be the object of their fascination now, Nimcha just a semi-mute child of only subsidiary interest. He was not so naive as to think he could protect her secret forever, but under the present circumstances a delaying action was the best he could offer. As to what would happen when Nimcha's true nature was eventually revealed, he dared not speculate. It scarcely mattered whether or not he believed Kalis when she said that Nimcha had caused the storm. That was not the way the world worked, or at least not the one he lived in. It was not that he refused to believe in tectomancers, and granted, she might have some mild, demonstrable power over the zones, but it could only be a local influence. Surely. To believe otherwise was to surrender every rational instinct he had ever cherished. No child could have brought about what he had witnessed happening to Spearpoint. What mattered, the only thing that mattered, was what everyone else would think when they discovered that mark on her head. How were the swarmers liable to take it? Not well, he suspected. They might have their airships and machine guns, but superstition wasn't something that went away just because you had engines and bullets. In his mind's eye he kept seeing a child's body tumbling through leagues of air, falling like a rag doll. One less piece of ballast. When at last he gave up on sleep, he went to the holding cell's narrow slit of a window and watched the sky lighten to orange. From his present vantage point he could not see Spearpoint, so he had no idea how far they had come or in which direction they were now moving. Beneath Painted Lady, the unlit landscape offered no clues. Fires burned here and there, semaphore towers stood motionless, but for all the sense these portents made to him, they could have been constellations in an alien sky. Once, when the sky had nearly brightened to dawn, he fancied he saw another ship shadowing them at a distance.
He had begun to dismiss it as a phantom when, a little later, Painted Lady changed course and the other ship came nearer. Maneuvers ensued, the engine drone rising and falling, and for one instant he heard a short, sharp discharge, a guttural rip of sound that could have been some ship-borne gun battery being deployed. Afterwards the airship resumed steady flight, and when he swept the sky he saw nothing but wisps and quills of morning cloud. Gamberson came to see him again shortly after sunrise. He was given another examination, more thorough than the last. Gamberson was cordial, but rebuffed almost all of Quillen's questions. In daylight, Quillen was struck by how much older the man looked compared to the night before. His beard seemed whiter, his eyes more wrinkled, his face more lined and drawn. Quillen wondered if he had slept at all since their conversation. "My offer still stands," Quillen said, when Gamberson was packing his instruments away. "It could never be that easy, Doctor. That you are a spear-pointer would be reason enough for most of our crew to distrust you. But an angel trying to pass himself off as human?" Gamberson shook his head in mock exasperation. "You seem the exception to this rule, Doctor." Afterwards he was taken not back to the others, but to another room in the airship. It had small shuttered windows, the shutters hinged open to admit stripes of wintry daylight. It must have been somewhere near the front, since the walls tapered slightly along their length. The room contained a large table, the kind that could be spread with charts, and the concave walls were lined with books and map rolls, secured in place with leather clasps. The cumulative weight of the books and maps must have been considerable. Quillen could only conclude that each and every one had been deemed essential to the airship's operation. Once or twice, strangely, he heard birdsong coming from somewhere nearby, as if a small aviary was located next door. There were 3 other people in the room, Gamberson amongst them. Seated next to the surgeon behind the chart table was Captain Katana. She also had the look of someone who had not seen much sleep lately. Her hair had been tied back, but a few lank strands hung down against her cheek. Her skin, which had appeared nearly black at night, was merely a rich brown, shading to yellow under her eyes, where she looked puffy and exhausted. Once again Quillen was struck by the elegant structure of her face, the bird-like delicacy of her features. She wore the same kind of side-buttoned tunic as the other airmen, although hers had been tailored for a woman. The tunic was unbuttoned to the breast, revealing a white shirt underneath, stained around the collar. Quillen couldn't tell if she was still wearing her service revolver, but nothing about her mood, impatient, ready to dispense summary justice and move on to the next item of business, seemed in any way intended to put him at ease. "Remove your shirt and vest," Gamberson said, before Quillen had been shown where to sit. "Show us what you are." Quillen did as he was told. He turned around slowly, bringing his wing buds into view. He could feel his audience staring, horrified and fascinated at the same time. "He says they'll keep growing if he doesn't cut them back," Gamberson said. "Eventually, if he's to be believed, he'll have a full set of wings, and the nervous system and musculoskeletal structure to use them. He could fly away from us without any great difficulty." "We could catch him, though?" Katana asked, as if his escape were not merely possible, but a distinct and looming probability. "He couldn't actually outfly us." "He'd have the edge in agility," Gamberson said, "just like Skullboy raiders, but that wouldn't keep him out of our gun sights forever, and even with thermals and gliding I doubt he'd have a range of much more than 50 leagues." "I was just thinking, we could always use some target practice," Katana said. "I think you'll have a weight on your hands before those wings are flight-capable. Quite a specimen, isn't he?" "That's one word for it, Doctor. Revolting's another." Katana snapped her fingers at Quillen. "Put your clothes on before I lose my breakfast, and take a seat." He was ushered, none too gently, into the waiting chair on the other side of the table. "Have you decided what you're going to do with me?" "There are a number of avenues open to us," Katana said. "First, it might help if I explained that we're at war. Actually, we've always been at war. War is sort of what we do when we're not grubbing around looking for the next fire sap supply.
The Skullboys don't go away, and there's only room for one dominant force in this airspace. Lately, though, things have been getting more intense. The storm's given the Skulls a chance to recombine, to aggregate together in serious numbers. They've no real chance of taking down Swarm. We're still too strong, too organized for that. But they can make life harder for us, interfering with our scouting and reconnaissance activities, forcing us to commit more ships to a given task than we'd ordinarily need, leaving Swarm less well defended. It's not just our problem either. Ground intelligence has it that they're also planning a move against Spear Point and the other surface cities, now that the storms made them so vulnerable. Quillen started to speak, but Katana raised a silencing hand. I merely state these things to clarify the difficulty of our position. Under other circumstances, we might be inclined to extend the hand of trust and forgiveness. But these are not such circumstances. The possibility of a saboteur on one of our ships, or a destabilizing element, cannot be tolerated. I'm neither of those things, Quillen said. Dr. Gamberson, your findings? She asked. Gamberson coughed before speaking. Nothing's changed since my earlier report. He's a human-angel hybrid. We've never seen anything like him before, and neither have the textbooks. His story is that he was surgically modified to look human, and that the concealment, camouflage, is beginning to wear off. Do you find this plausible? Confronted with a human-angel hybrid, a man with atrophied wings growing out of his back, I'd have to say that there are very few things I wouldn't find plausible. Gamberson scratched at the corner of his eye, finding something small and gritty lodged there. I have no particular reason to disbelieve him. Short of an autopsy, though, there's really no way to verify his story. All we can do is keep him under observation and see how he changes. If his angel morphology becomes more dominant, that will bolster his story. Is that your recommendation? Asked the other man present. Just let him stay aboard, observing him like a laboratory specimen. I see no immediate harm in it. You have no idea of his capabilities. Gamberson shrugged at the other man. Nor do you, Commander Spather. On the other hand, I've had the luxury of examining him. He's actually quite frail. One of your men could easily overpower him and probably break his limbs without too much difficulty. He doesn't weigh much more than a child. Angels need very delicate bone structure. They couldn't fly otherwise. He could be dangerous in other ways, Commander Spather said. Quillen thought he recognized him as the man who had been sent back to deal with the Skullboys, who had taken the four of them prisoner. He had a lean face with uncommonly pale, practically colorless eyes, his hair scrupulously parted and oiled. He was still wearing his tunic, but unlike Katana, he had it buttoned to the collar, and somehow managed to make it look as if the uniform was as stiff and fresh as the day it had been issued. Yes, he might retain the ability to walk through walls, or exert a hypnotic influence over us, despite being held captive, Gamberson said, not bothering to hide his sarcasm, but that could just as well apply to our other clients. I haven't eliminated them from suspicion either, Spather said. Commander Spather has a point, though, Katana said, with a hint of grudging concurrence in her voice. Do we know that Quillen isn't carrying something contagious? If he is, we're already exposed. That's a risk we entertain whenever we bring a prisoner, client, aboard. To settle your fears, I've seen nothing in his blood samples that indicates any kind of elevated immune response. Setting aside the residual effects of zone sickness, he appears quite well, considering what he is. If I knew I was infectious, I'd have told you, Quillen said. Your companions don't know what you are, Katana answered. She had her hands clasped on the table. Does that mean you lied to them? I've told them the truth, that I am Dr. Quillen, a pathologist from Neon Heights. That was your cover, according to Dr. Gamberson's report, said Spather. It's also what I've become. I've lived amongst humans for 9 years, and I was sent down to them with an overlay of ghost memories to help me blend in more easily. Where did those memories come from? Katana asked. The terminally ill, Quillen replied. When people are close to death, they sometimes traveled to the celestial levels. Ascension Day, they call it. They're scanned, their neural patterns recovered against the day when they can be put back into a living body. As a byproduct, memories are also extracted and stored. Katana narrowed her already fatigue-slitted eyes. Is it common knowledge that this goes on? No. Another untruth, then, Spatha said, making a note in whatever logbook or journal he had open on the table before him. I'm telling you now. But you've disclosed none of this to your companions, asked Katana. While my identity could be concealed, it seemed prudent to do so. They have reason to dislike angels. Dr. Gamberson tells us you volunteered your medical services, Katana said. Quillen nodded. That's correct. You've examined his belongings, Dr. Gamberson? The surgeon produced Quillen's medical bag and set it on the chart table. I've tested his samples, those I can identify, and the quality is at least as good as anything we have in our normal arsenal. He could have stolen the bag, Spatha said. I think he knows how to use them, Commander. Maroka, the city woman, had been given expert treatment for zone sickness. I've examined her. The residual effects were almost immeasurably small. The dosage must have been calculated with a degree of skill. Katana examined the bag as she spoke. Can we be sure Quillen did it? No, but it would have to have been administered relatively recently. Who else could have done it? What do you mean by normal arsenal? Quillen asked. What other kind is there? Commander Spatha stood from the table. He sauntered around to the back of Quillen's chair, polished boots creaking as he walked, and leaned down until Quillen could feel the cold rasp of his breath on the back of his neck. Let me make my formal introduction, he said quietly, as if he were sharing a confidence with Quillen, an amusing bon mot or dry aside. I am the security officer aboard this vessel. I have been tasked to safeguard Swarm from the activities of foreign elements. As such, it is my duty to attend to matters of counter-espionage, including the detection and interrogation of spies. Without warning, he grasped Quillen's bare scalp and tugged down hard, snapping his head back so violently that Quillen almost fell out of the chair. Whatever you think, he said, choking under the strain, I am not a spy. Then you should be careful how you frame your questions. If I was a real spy, don't you think I'd have been better prepared? Spatha yanked Quillen's head back again, and he felt something crick in his neck. He struggled for breath, feeling as if he was being strangled. He thought of Malkin, Frey's barman, the scar around his throat. Was this how it had felt? That's enough for now, Katana said warningly. You're not going to get much out of him dead. Besides, I'm sure Ricasso will find him fascinating. When Quillen was able to speak, he said, Who's Ricasso? Enough questions, Spatha said, emphasizing his point with another vicious tug on Quillen's scalp. I say we dump him now, he told Katana. Throw him overboard before he has a chance to sabotage anything. And the other three while we're at it? Katana asked, with the mildest tone of skepticism. The woman and the child aren't even from Spear Point, Quillen said, speaking through clenched teeth as Spatha yanked his head back again. You've no quarrel with them. And the other spear pointer? Spatha asked. Maroka's nothing to do with me. We only met a few days ago. She was just my escort out of the city. Maybe he's the diversion, Spatha said, a decoy to keep us amused while one of the others does the real work. We were going to die, Quillen said insistently. If I had serious intentions to infiltrate Swarm, do you think I'd have put myself in such a dangerous position that I had to be rescued from certain death? He has a point, Katana said. If we hadn't intervened, Quillen and his friends would have been Vorg meat within the hour. A ruse, Spatha said dismissively. For all we know, they were in collusion with the Skullboys. Katana glanced at her surgeon, some unspoken communication passing between them before continuing. I think that will be all for now, Commander Spatha. Your concerns are noted. Sparta released Quillen with a snap of his wrist, enough to draw a final grunt of pain from his captive. "Ballast," he said. "That's all you are. Useful until we need lift. Then you become useful in an entirely different way." "At least there's that," Quillen replied.
Chapter 12. They took him back to the others. He was only wearing the shirt and vest on his top half now, his coat still in the examination room. The door was opened and he was flung into the rear compartment, landing on his knees, his back to the ceiling. He could still feel Sparta's fingernails digging into his scalp, clenching into him as if his skin was soft, wet clay.
"What the fuck happened to you?"
Meroka said, stirring from half-sleep, with the testament still in her hands. He struggled awkwardly to his feet. Kalis and Nimcha were sitting where he had left them, partly wrapped in blankets. He wondered if they had slept any better than he had.
"They questioned me,"
he said, placing one hand on the ceiling strut to steady himself.
"Interrogated, more accurately. They're worried that I'm a spy. I tried to convince them otherwise, but I don't know." He wiped spittle from his chin. "I'm not sure they believe me."
"You don't look good," Meroka said wonderingly. "First time I've seen you properly in daylight, Cutter, without that hat and those glasses you always wear. You look like some baby bird dropped out of its nest. Not the cute kind, the hairless, shriveled up, ugly as fuck kind."
She kept staring at him, Quillen trying to avert his eyes without making it obvious that that was what he was doing. "Has anything happened while I was away?" he asked, hoping to strike the right note of easygoing nonchalance.
"Something not right about you, Cutter. Something definitely not right."
"How is Nimcha?" Kalis stared at him with lingering disquiet before answering. "She did not sleep well. Her dreams were troubled." "I'm sorry. They've taken my things. If I had them, I might be able to do something. Might I examine her all the same?"
"No,"
Nimcha said, recoiling into the blankets.
"I don't want him to touch me."
"I won't hurt you," Quillen said.
"You look like a dead man. I've seen dead men."
He looked around to make sure the door was closed and that no one was listening at the grill. "I hoped to draw attention away from your daughter, Kalis. To some extent, I think I succeeded. But the distraction's not going to keep working indefinitely. We have to think seriously about how we protect Nimcha's secret." "I did not think you believed," Kalis said. "I'm not sure I do." Quillen phrased his words with all the care he could muster. "I accept that Nimcha may have abilities that aren't easily explained. I've told you I felt something, and I won't deny that now. But what happened the night before last, the zone shift, that definitely wasn't her doing." "You know this?" Kalis asked. He nodded, glad to be on firm ground again. "Yes, I do. No one could be sure when it was going to happen, and it's either our good or bad luck that it happened when it did, but the storm's been expected for a long time. Even before I left Spearpoint, the men and women who are paid to worry about that kind of thing were getting nervous. They were making more checks than usual, scurrying around trying to make sure the city was ready for the change when it hit. Their instruments were picking up the precursor signals, the indications that the zone instabilities were growing larger, in anticipation of a major readjustment." He sighed, not wanting to humiliate Kalis, but at the same time keen that she should understand that her daughter's powers could not be as vast as she imagined. "This has been going on for a while," he added. "It's only recently that the rest of us have realized the authorities were getting nervous." "How long?" Kalis asked. What did it matter, he wondered, but nonetheless he tried to give her an honest answer, thinking back to what Frey and Meroka had told him. 2 years, give or take. Nimcha is 5 years old now. I told you that she was nearly 3 when her powers first showed. No, Quillen said, aiming to correct her gently. That isn't possible. Nimcha is just one girl. I can accept that she has some influence over the local conditions of the zone, here and now, in the place where she stands. That's not to say I understand it, but I know what I felt, and I must trust the evidence of my own senses. But to go beyond that,
To start believing that this one girl caused everything that's happened in the last couple of days? That she's been building up to it for years? I'm sorry, but that's simply more than I can credit.
She had to bring the storm,
Carlis said with surprising calm, as if she had not really expected anyone to believe her.
She knew that the Skullboys would suffer, and that we might be able to escape. You cannot deny that it worked. You found us. If she had not brought the storm, you would never have done that.
Crazy as a bag of snakes the woman may be, said Meroka, but she does have a point. I cannot accept that all this was the work of one little girl, Quillen said. It would mean that, just to escape from that cage, she had to plunge Spearpoint in darkness, eclipsing the one beacon of civilization left on this planet. Got the job done, Meroka said.
She did not mean to cause what happened, Carlis said suddenly. She only did what she had to do. Her power is strong, but her control over it is still not what it should be.
She looked down at the rumpled folds of the blanket still covering her legs.
But what had to be done was done. I encouraged her in this. She was the instrument. I was the one who guided her. You cannot blame her for what happened.
There's no blame to be attached to anyone, Quillen said forcefully. This was merely a coincidence of factors. You encouraged Nimcha to act, and at the same time the zone shift arrived. From your point of view, it was natural to believe that her influence had something to do with that. But that's not what happened. It cannot be what happened.
Why not?
Carlis asked. Because if Nimcha is what you think she is, then... He trailed off, struggling to articulate his thoughts. She wouldn't just be a child with unusual abilities. She'd be the single most important human being now alive, someone with the power to change everything.
And you do not think that this is possible?
I'll believe in anything when I see evidence for it, but evidence isn't the problem here.
What is, then?
This isn't the way it's meant to happen. It was not so much rage as a kind of wild indignation, a sense that he had been displaced from his proper position in the order of things, like a planet demoted to a lesser orbit. From the moment the angel arrived on his mortuary table, he had been under the illusion that he was the master of his own destiny, the main actor in a story of his own shaping. But if Nimcha was all that her mother claimed, then she had been the one shaping the story all along. It was Nimcha who had caused the instabilities that had led the Boundary Commission to suspect that the storm was imminent. The very instabilities that, it seemed increasingly likely, were behind the Angel's renewed interest in retrieving him from Neon Heights. It was Nimcha, in other words, who had been indirectly responsible for his fleeing the city. He felt now as if she had been pulling him towards her like a magnet.
I know what you're feeling, Meroka said. You're thinking this was my little adventure. It was all revolving around me. And now it's not. You're just a detail, swept up in the stuff she's making happen. Welcome to the way most of us spend our lives feeling, Cutter. We're just turds swirling our way down the pipe. She did not ask for this, Carlis said. She did not choose this path.
I don't envy her.
Neither should you pity her. Just understand. That is all I ask.
I'll do my best.
Turn around, Meroka said.
He looked at her, trying to feign honest bemusement. I'm sorry.
Turn around, Cutter, so we can see your back.
I don't see.
Turn the fuck around, now.
She rose from the bench and he saw, mesmerized by the chrome glint of it, that she carried a blade. For a moment the only thought in his head was the wonder of how she had kept it about her.
What are you, Cutter? I'd like to know.
Because you sure as hell aren't normal. Quillen stepped back, raising his hands defensively, not willing to give in to her demands quite so easily. I don't understand.
The others may not have seen anything like you before, Meroka said, but I have. Those eyes aren't something you forget in a hurry. No fucking wonder you kept them hidden so long. You knew exactly what I'd make of them.
This is not what you think.
Turn around. Ain't repeating myself.
Something in her voice commanded him to obey.
He presented his back to her, facing the door, holding his hands above his shoulders. He felt the clean whisk as the knife cleaved through the fabric of his shirt and the vest under it. The cold line of it arrowed down his spine. Meroka grabbed the torn fabric and ripped it wide. Callis let out a small, startled gasp. Nimcha's scream was pure, dire incomprehension. Meroka spat. He felt the gobbet impact between his shoulder blades. "Always had my doubts, Kata." "This is not what you think," he said again, less pleadingly this time, for the damage was already done. He could still feel the cold line traced by the knife, and he guessed that, for all her skill, she had drawn blood. He imagined the droplets racing down his back like a procession of scarlet beetles. She stepped closer. He felt an edge touch his throat. "Tell me what the fuck this means, in words of 2 syllables or less." Nimcha was still screaming. Her screams were becoming continuous and hysterical, as if she were in the throes of an unspeakably vivid night terror. It could not just be the sight of his wing buds. Meroka saw them for what they were, the mark of his true and secret nature, but to Nimcha they could only have been 2 slightly pendulous symmetrical lumps on either side of his spine. He was peculiar enough without them, but surely his emaciation wasn't enough to pitch the child into nightmares, unless it was just one strangeness too many. "Speak," Meroka said, increasing the pressure on the blade. "Frey knew what I am," he said, hardly daring to move his lips. "Frey trusted me. You trusted Frey. Isn't that good enough for you?" "Fuck Frey. Tell me what you are." "An angel made to look like a man. That's all. Not your enemy. Angels hate me as well. They want me dead. All of that was true." "What the fuck were you doing in Neon Heights?" "Trying not to die." "Don't get smart with me, Kata." "It's the truth. I was sent down to blend in with humans, to prove that it could be done, to prove that we could be modified both to blend in and survive the different zone conditions. I thought that was all there was to it. I was wrong. There was an agenda I knew nothing about." He tried to swallow, conscious of the blade pushing against his skin, eager to part it. "I rebelled. From that point on I became a fugitive. Frey helped me build a new life. He always knew what I was, and he always knew that I meant no harm. That's the truth, Meroka. Frey knew how you felt about angels. Is it any wonder he didn't want you finding out about me? You were supposed to get me out of Spear Point. That was all." Nimcha was still screaming, but the scream had a different quality to it now. It was beginning to break up into choked grunts and gurgling, as if she was starting to go into convulsions. "Tell her to shut up," Meroka said. "She cannot," Carlis answered. "Let me look at her," Quillen said. "Whatever you have against me, we can deal with it later. But for now let me examine Nimcha." Meroka released the pressure on the blade by the smallest increment. "You want this blue-eyed freak anywhere near the girl, Carlis?" Quillen spoke as calmly as he was able. "I won't hurt her. If I had anything against her, do you think I'd have insisted we rescue them? At least let me look." Meroka pulled the blade from his throat. "We're not finished, Kata. Not by a long fucking margin." He went over to Nimcha, Carlis supporting her daughter as best she could. Nimcha had stopped screaming now, but she was still convulsing. Her limbs thrashed constantly and her eyes had rolled back into their sockets. Drool was spooling out of her mouth in a continuous stream. Her skin was beginning to darken. "She's choking," Quillen said. She swallowed her tongue. "Support her head, Carlis. I'm going to try and reach in. Meroka, bang on the door and get them to bring either Gamberson or my medical bag." "You sound as cold as ice, Kata." "That's because I'm doing my job." The fingers on his right hand were still bandaged from where the skullboy had bitten him. He used that hand to force her mouth open, and the left to reach in and try to retrieve her tongue. Nimcha thrashed under him, making a difficult task harder. She was trying to bite him. He pushed his fingers deeper until he found the tongue. Not for the first time, he was paradoxically grateful for his slender fingers. As his bones elongated and thinned, so he became a better surgeon. "I have it," he said. "She should be able to breathe more easily now."
Nimcha began to calm almost immediately, her convulsions easing, her normal complexion starting to return. Her breathing was deep, her eyes now closed.
"It has never been that bad before," Carlis said.
"This happens often."
"Lately, along with the bad dreams. I fear for her. She has had the marks since she was young, but it has never made her sick."
The two might not be connected, but that was as much consolation as he could offer. If the convulsions were not linked to the mark of tectomancy, then the alternatives, epilepsy, a brain tumour, were no more reassuring. He was just about to ask her more about the bad dreams when the door opened. It was Gamberson, equipped with his own medical bag. An airman stood behind him. "I was told there was screaming. Is something the matter?" "We were just getting better acquainted," Quillen said, turning around so that Gamberson could see his slashed shirt and vest. "Maroka took it about as well as I'd been expecting." "Did she hurt you?" "No, I'm fine." He flashed a glance at Maroka, who was still regarding him with poisonous distrust. "I can't blame her for disliking what I am." "And I won't have our clients at each other's throats," Gamberson said. "Touch him again, Maroka, and I'll personally sign your death warrant. Is that understood?" "Whatever you say," she answered sullenly. "Take that knife from her," Gamberson told the airman, "and search her properly this time." Slowly his attention shifted to the child. Was she the one screaming? "She was disturbed by my wings," Quillen said. "It's understandable. She won't have seen anything like me before. It must have been quite upsetting for her." "Has this sort of thing happened before?" Gamberson asked Carlis. Quillen wondered if Gamberson detected the momentary hesitation in her answer. "No, this has not happened before, but she is resting now. I do not think it will happen again." "I'll do my best to reassure her," Quillen said. "I can examine her privately," Gamberson said. "There's no reason why she has to be treated like a prisoner." "I think we'd all rather stay together for now," Quillen said. Gamberson looked skeptical. "Even you, Doctor, given that your fellow clients, companions, now know everything about you?" "I think we can resolve our differences amicably." Quillen directed a querying glance at Maroka. "Can't we?" "Very well," Gamberson said, not bothering to wait for her answer. "It's probably just as well that you don't need my immediate attention. The captain's anticipating close action, I'm afraid. It could come at any time in the next day, but we must all be at maximum readiness." He paused and studied Quillen again. "I expect you'd appreciate a new shirt, Doctor. I'll have one sent down, and perhaps a pair of tinted goggles, so you don't have to go around explaining those eyes at every turn." "That would help," Quillen said. They were flying over water. To the south lay the same sparsely wooded, barely inhabited plains they had been traversing for many hours. The occasional hyphenated scratch of a long-abandoned road or railway line, the spindly remains of a disused semaphore tower, were the only tangible signs that civilization had ever reached this region. Yet just when the monotony of it was becoming unbearable, the plains had given way to precipitous cliffs, plunging away beneath Painted Lady to drop at least a league below the former ground level. It was impossible to tell how deep the water was. It was a cold and sullen sea, slug-black, flecked by ice, running in what Quillen judged was an approximately east-west direction. He could see the far northern side of it, where equally impressive cliffs staggered out of the waters, the dismal plains resuming beyond them. It must have been 50 or 100 leagues to those cliffs. At least an hour's flight. As the sun lowered, after noon, vast shadows bit into the cliffs, deepening from purple to black. He thought back to Maroka's map, remembering the black ink of the long gash and the old sea. Could they have come so far that they were already crossing those waters? "There are many names for that sea," Carlis told him. "We are on the eastern edge of it now. They say it is so deep and long you could hide your spear point in it if you laid it on its side. They also say it was once much larger, extending all the way to the Night Maze and the Three Daughters. That was before the world became colder and the seas started to shrink." She shrugged as if she placed no great faith in these tidbits of planetary lore.
I have seen none of these places, nor have I ever met anyone who has. I do not even know for sure that they exist, or that the world was once warmer."
"I don't know what to believe," Quillen said dispiritedly. "It all seems irrelevant now, doesn't it? If the world can change the way it just has, then anything's possible. The world could return to the way it was. The trees could come back and the waters rise again."
"If you think so," Carlis said doubtfully.
"You don't."
"If I were you, I would have stayed in my city. It will always be safer and warmer there."
"You've seen what happened to my city. I was lucky to get out when I did." He glanced at his surroundings. "If this can be considered lucky."
"Why did you leave?" Carlis asked.
"I had no choice. People wanted to kill me for something I did."
"Where were you going?"
"To Fortune's Landing. That was the idea, anyway."
"I have seen Fortune's Landing. It is not so great."
"I was told I could make a living there."
"Perhaps."
But he could see in her eyes how unlikely she regarded this proposition.
"You would have been better off in Soul's Rest, city man."
It looked a lot further away on the map.
"Closer now. If this is the Long Gash, perhaps they are taking us there."
"Have you seen it?"
She shook her head. "I have heard people speak of it. That it is much bigger than Fortune's Landing. That the city wall is twice as tall, decked in gold, and that the narrowest street in Soul's Rest would be a promenade in Fortune's Landing. That there are enough people inside the wall that you need never see the same face twice. That they have machines, electricity and television, as in Spear Point."
"Do you believe this?"
"I do not know. In some parts of the world, so I have heard, they say the same about Fortune's Landing."
"Ah."
"Perhaps Soul's Rest is bigger now. It is said that the two cities were once the same size, and that both are older than Spear Point. Did you know this?"
"I confess it had escaped me."
"It is said that they were founded at the same time, by two brothers who were also twins and also princes. They came from another land, a palace in another kingdom. This was before the moon became two."
"I see."
Carlis inhaled a measured breath. Her tone of voice told him that this was something she had recited many times before. The palace was made of purest silver, with two great towers, taller than any other in the kingdom. The king had built it as a tribute to his wife, who had died giving birth to his sons. When the king's enemies destroyed the palace, he was heartbroken, for it was as if they had torn the memory of his wife from his heart. Fearing for his sons, he sent them out into the desert to found two new cities. Thus was his heart broken twice, for he knew he must say goodbye to his beloved princes for all time. Yet before they left, he made for them 2 suits of silver armor, and that armor would bring them luck, because it was made from the same metal as the fallen towers, metal that the king had dug out of the palace ruins with his own fingers. And so the princes travelled, crossing land and sea, and when, after many months, they had grown weary of journeying, they set down their armor, gathered it into mounds, and on top of the mounds founded 2 new cities. The sons built new towers, taller even than the old palace, and at last climbed to the top of them, and then, using the last pieces of their armor, they held mirrors to the sun and flashed messages all the way back to the kingdom, so that the king would know that his sons were safe. And so the king, who was still heartbroken, was at last able to sleep peacefully, for he had lost everything except that which mattered the most. He died that night, but his heart was full of contentment, and before he slipped into death, he dreamed of his wife again, the 2 of them young and in love in the gardens of the palace. And so the cities were founded, and because one brother was named Spirit, or Soul, so his city became Soul's Rest. The other brother was named Fortune, or Opportunity, so his city became Fortune's Landing. And that is why those cities have those names, and why they are also twins. She paused and studied Quillen intently. "It is just a story," she added, as if there had been any doubt in his mind. "For bedtime. But because you had not heard it, I thought you would like to. Thank you, Quillen said. After all that you've said, I'd like to see Soul's Rest now, if only to find out if there's still a tower that might be older than Spearpoint. But I'm not sure that's where we're being taken. They've mentioned returning us to Swarm, but nothing about a ground city. They do not like cities, or those who live on the ground, Callis said. They don't much like spear pointers either, from what I can gather. We are all dirt rats to them, even you. None of the crew had given any guidance in the matter, but it seemed probable to him that Painted Lady was travelling directly westwards, following more or less the same trajectory that Meroka and he had been pursuing when the storm hit. The shadows were lengthening in the opposite direction from the airship's motion. Spearpoint was falling steadily away behind them, falling further and further out of reach. How fast do you think we're moving? Quillen wondered. 50 leagues an hour, I'd guess. We flew all through the night and we haven't slowed down once since this morning. If that's the case, then we could easily be more than 500 leagues from home by now. In 4 days we could circumnavigate the world. I never really grasped how small our planet is until now. He paused before continuing. Have you ever been this far west, Meroka? She did not answer him. He was not expecting her to. Meroka was still disgusted at Quillen, both for what he was and the way she had been deceived about it. She was also bitter about the loss of her testament, and blamed Quillen for that as well. Katana's men had found a recess in the book's spine where the blade had been hidden. What was clear, though he was careful not to speak of it in front of Nimcha, was that Painted Lady did not have the sky to herself. He had seen another ship at dawn, and during the day he had made several other sightings of distant, stalking craft. They were too far away for him to discern more than the skimpiest details, but from the efforts Painted Lady made to put space between herself and these other airships, Quillen thought it doubtful that they were other elements of Swarm. The close action that Gamberson had spoken of was still a possibility. There must, he was certain, have been an earlier skirmish, an engagement that had resulted in the injuries Gamberson was now tending to. The ship had appeared intact when he had seen her from the ground, but he knew very little about dirigibles. With the approach of twilight came a change in the weather. The cloudless day had given way first to a high layer of rib-like clouds, and then to a gathering cloud bank that was all but indistinguishable from fog. It thickened by degrees, white mist curling around Painted Lady like a glove, obscuring even those useless glimpses of the long gash. Quillen marvelled at the iron nerve of the navigators, still driving the ship forwards. But it was only by the drone of the engines that he could tell they were moving at all. He could hardly make out the whirling propellers at the ends of the outriggers, and it was only by concentrating all his senses on the task that he was able to judge that the ship was changing course with some regularity, swerving, veering and shifting altitude. None of this could be accidental, so he was forced to assume that the ship was engaged in deliberate maneuvers, either in pursuance or evasion of some stealthy, cloud-garbed enemy. The guns fired occasionally. The recoil of heavy airborne artillery felt through the gondola almost before their ears had registered their sound. The burst seldom lasted more than a second or so, suggesting to Quillen that the crew were opening fire on phantoms of light and shadow, loosing a few rounds before realizing their error. Katana must have authorized them to use discretionary fire, which could only mean that the danger was sufficiently grave to justify the expenditure of ammunition. He had been in the care of Katana and her crew since the moment of his capture, but it was only now that the significance of this was striking home. The fact that he was a prisoner would be immaterial if the airship ran into an enemy it couldn't outgun. Everyone sensed the same helplessness, or so it seemed from the mood of his fellow captives. Nimcha was silent, and most of the time her mother simply stared through the walls, fixated on something only she could see. Even Meroka had little to say, and nothing at all to him. The intermittent shooting continued, single cannon rounds and tooth-grating bursts of rapid fire, and then there came a volley that didn't end as quickly as the others had. The airship swerved violently, the engines roaring louder than he had ever heard them, and through the window he saw something loom out of the mist, a fleeting grey shape like a bloated whale, snatched away by cloud before his eyes had registered more than the vaguest of impressions.
All he was sure of was that he had seen another airship, that it had been very close, and that it had most definitely not been a phantom. The firing resumed. This time he had the sense that it was directed and disciplined, with Katana's crew trying to estimate the course of the invisible enemy through their intimate, hard-won knowledge of airmanship and aerial combat. Even above the roar of the engines, he heard shouted orders, the snap and crackle of small arms fire, and felt the drumming of booted feet on metal plates. Then he heard something different, a rapid series of metallic twangs, as if someone outside the gondola was hammering along its length. They were being shot at. Painted Lady steered hard once more. Her guns and cannon roared, and again something large and grey bellied out of the mist. This time Quillen had enough time to recognize weapons and armour and engines. The other ship was at least as large as Painted Lady, at least as fearsomely armoured and equipped, but it hadn't been some mirage-like reflection. The other ship made even Painted Lady's spikes and ramming devices look like serene accoutrements. The gondola was covered in barbs and crenellations of what was either actual bone, the remains of some vast and terrible animal, or wood that had been carved and sharpened to the same effect. The bonework extended onto the envelope, garlands of skulls and femurs and pelvises wrapping the toughened metal-plated skin. There was a grisly figurehead at the front of the gondola, a carved or mummified corpse in mortal torment, arms flung wide, ribcage pulled apart to expose glistening innards, gouged holes for eye sockets, mouth wrenched open in an eternal scream.
"Skullboys,"
Carlis said. Quillen nodded. I was hoping we'd seen the last of them. But Katana's made it this far. She must be used to dealing with them if they're in the air as well. The shooting continued. There was more shouting, a scream from somewhere, much too nearby to have been one of the Skullboys.
"That sound like someone in command of things to you?"
Meroka asked, the first word she had said to him in hours. Another round clanged against the gondola. This one punctured the metal, letting in a finger of grey daylight. Nimcha jerked back from the hole into her mother's arms, eyes wild and wide with fright. "You'd better get on this side," Quillen said.
"You think it's going to make any difference what side they sit on?" Meroka asked.
Guns roared fire into the mist. Quillen squinted into the swirling white haze, but he couldn't see any trace of the enemy now. He did not doubt for a moment that they were still out there.
"Nimcha can bring the change again," Carlis said. "Would that silence your doubts if she did it again?"
"She'd better not," Meroka said.
"If it helped us," Quillen began.
"It won't, trust me. A little while ago you wouldn't even credit her with those powers."
"Right now, I'm not prepared to take the chance that I'm wrong. Carlis, listen to me. If you control that daughter of yours, you tell her not to do anything, understood?"
"She has her own will," Carlis said.
"And I've got a pair of hands that are pretty good at strangling. The only things keeping us from those Skullboys are engines and guns, and we need 'em both."
"You're assuming it has to be a shift to a lower state," Quillen said. "What if she changes the zone so that more advanced technologies are available?"
"One way we lose, the other way we gain nothing."
Quillen turned to Carlis.
"She might be right. The risk's much too great."
An airman opened the door, carrying a service revolver which he was in the process of reloading.
"Quillen," he said, "you're to come with me. Dr. Gambeson's orders. He thinks it's worth taking a risk on you."
Quillen made to move from the bench. What's prompted that change of heart?
"Ask him, not me. You'll only ever be one mistake away from a bullet, so try not to slip up."
Quillen took the tinted goggles from his shirt pocket, ready to don them as soon as he had left the room. "I'll do my best."
"What about the rest of us?" Meroka asked. "We're supposed to just sit here and lap this shit up, right? We're sitting targets. If you're under attack, wouldn't it make sense to let us join in the fight?"
"Including the girl?"
"I can use a gun. You might want to mention that to your boss."
"Captain Katana's got a few things on her plate at the moment."
"Judging from all the shouting and screaming, she's not the only one. Wouldn't it make sense to use every skilled hand you can get?"
The man fumbled the last bullet into his revolver, snapping shut the cylinder and spinning it.
"I'll speak to her."
In the meantime, Quillen comes with me." He was taken out of the room and led through the narrow companionways of the gondola. They walked past the small medicine locker where Gambison had performed his first tentative examination. The door was open and most of the shelves were now bare of bottles and preparations. "How many wounded?" Quillen asked. 7 at the last count. We were already carrying 4 seriously injured men. I presumed there was an earlier engagement. This is the first close action we've seen on this mission, actually. The injured men came from a semaphore station. Swarms always maintained good relations with the signal guilds. It's the only way we can communicate when our fleet is separated. We were supposed to be delivering anti-zonals when the storm hit. The station was overrun with scalboys. Most of the signalmen were killed before we could get to them. We extracted 8 survivors, of which 6 needed medical attention. 2 died shortly afterwards, despite Gambison's best efforts. He's a very good doctor, but he's still just one man. So are you, Quillen. Do you really think you'll make that much of a difference? I'll do what I can. You rescued us. That places me in your debt. Half the crew still think you should be thrown overboard, along with the mother and daughter. People are beginning to wonder what you are. You think wearing those goggles is going to put an end to the scuttlebutt? If you know why I wear them, what's to stop you telling everyone else? Dr. Gambison asked me not to. It's that simple. When a man saved your leg, you do as he asks, but I can't speak for everyone else. We'll just have to win them round, won't we? Quillen said. Speaking personally, surviving to the end of the day would be a good start. The airman pushed doors open and led him through into the sickbay. Quillen reeled, momentarily unable to process the sight that greeted him. The shuttered room was much too small for the number of injured men that had been squeezed into it, their beds and bunks locked together like the pieces of a child's puzzle, with scarcely any room for Gambison to pass between them. The air reeked with chemical disinfectant, barely disguising an underlying stench of disease and decay. Yellow bandages, blood and pus-stained, littered the floor. Quillen's feet crunched on the broken glass of a bottle, a sticky brown residue of spilled medicine oozing from it. Bullet holes riddled the wall. Death was loitering in the room, Quillen thought, awaiting an opportunity to pounce. "Ah, Dr. Quillen," Gambison said, looking over his shoulder as he bent down over one of the men, inspecting a chest dressing. "Good of you to come." He gestured in the vague direction of a shelf. "I've had your bag brought down. I trust everything's still in it, and you, of course, have my authority to use any of our supplies as you see, fit. Might I rely on you to proceed without my direct supervision?" "Of course," Quillen said. "The gentleman in the furthest bed may be the one most urgently in need of your attention." Quillen collected his bag and went to the man. He had been shot in the arm, and judging by the amount of blood on his bandages, he appeared to have received only the most basic attention. "Mr. Cudgel," Gambison said, directing his remark to the airman who had accompanied Quillen, "you may leave us now. I'm sure you have more pressing business to attend to." "I was told to keep Quillen under guard." "And I'm countermanding that order, even if it came from Captain Katana herself." Gently he added, "I need hardly remind you that I have that authority, at least in the sickbay." "Ask the captain to let Maroka fight," Quillen said urgently. "I promise none of us will do anything to endanger the ship." "The doctor speaks good sense," Gambison said. "I believe we would do well to take him at his word." Quillen opened his bag and reached bony fingers into its black heart. Very quickly he was lost in the business of healing, all sense of time and his own needs eclipsed by the exigencies of the task. It was not the first time he had dug bullets out of people. Frey had occasionally called on that skill when his own men had need of backroom surgery. Then, as now, the work had called for a steady hand, scrupulous detachment, and a willingness to improvise with less than ideal instruments and supplies. Gambison's sickbay was at least as well equipped as Frey's backroom clinic in the Pink Peacock, the same room where Frey had cut Quillen's wings away, but it could never have been intended to serve this many sick and wounded. The fighting continued, although he was only distantly aware of it. The ship swerved, dived, and lurched. The engines roared and quelled. Gunfire sounded from just outside the gondola. from the defensive positions along the railinged balcony. Once, a pair of little silver-edged holes appeared in the metal walls on either side of the sickbay, neat as full stops. "It's not always like this," Gamberson said, looking up from his patient. "You don't have to apologize, Doctor. I'm just grateful for the chance to be doing something." "Your being from Spearpoint hasn't helped your cause, I'm afraid. Rightly or wrongly, there's still a good measure of animosity within Swarm. I wish it were otherwise. But people will be... people. Grudge-bearing is part of our nature." Gamberson had been careful not to mention Quillen's angel nature in the sickbay. "Spearpointers don't see Swarm in quite the same light," Quillen said ruefully. "Most of them haven't even heard of it." "Out of sight, out of mind. We've never had that luxury, Doctor. Even when we're halfway around the world, Spearpoint's influence is still present, even in the way we talk." "Your accent is unfamiliar, but we don't seem to have much difficulty understanding each other." "We shouldn't. What you call Spearpointish we call Swarmish, but in truth it's the same language. Spearpoint split from Swarm less than 1,000 years ago. That's really not that long, compared to how long some of the ground communities have been out there, going about their own business. The woman, Carlis, Swarmish isn't her first tongue. She can speak it, but it's awkward for her. The girl has a little more fluency. She's probably been in contact with the dirt rats, the surface communities that speak Swarmish, or a variant of it. Most of the signalling guilds use it, and their influence tends to spread out from the semaphore stations." "You seem well informed," Quillen observed. "Too many late-night discussions with Ricasso, I suppose." Quillen raised a nearly hairless eyebrow. "A name I've heard twice already." "He and I share similarly unfashionable interests. With Ricasso, it's the deep history of our world, its origins and ontological underpinnings. For reasons that I need hardly elaborate on, I've long been fascinated by the history of medicine, as practiced through the zones. There's no shortage of common ground." Quillen thought back to what had happened at the Skullboy ambush, which still doesn't tell me anything about Ricasso, or why he would be interested in a live carnivore. "Ricasso's the leader of Swarm," Gamberson said. "The closest thing we have to a king, I suppose. He's also Katana's godfather. Whatever she says, Ricasso takes as gospel. You couldn't drive a hair between those two. And if she doesn't think I'm trustworthy—" "You'll be lucky to see Swarm, I'm afraid." He glanced back down at the work his hands were doing. "There's no one I'd rather serve under than Captain Katana. She's the bravest woman I've ever known, and the best airship commander in Swarm. There's nothing she doesn't know about dirigible flight, but she'll do whatever she deems necessary to protect this ship and bring her crew back alive. Up to and including disposing of her clients. I've known her take far colder decisions than that, and not lose a minute's sleep afterwards. And she's right as well. Too much depends on us. There's no law out here except Swarm. We're all that's holding back the darkness." "There's always Spearpoint." "Just a city, Doctor, that's all. It may be the last city, but it's not the world, and the world is what's at stake now." "You make us sound like parasites, leeching away at a dying patient while Swarm struggles to keep it alive." "That's how most of us see it." "And you?" "I'm prepared to see things in a different light." Gamberson looked at Quillen with a thin smile. "I'll need persuasion, of course, rigorous proof. One doesn't take such things lightly." The doors opened and 2 airmen brought in another patient, cradling the slumped and bloodied form between them. The injured airman wore a heavy coat, a helmet and goggles covering most of the face. "Took a shot in the shoulder," one of the men said, lifting the lifeless form onto the only vacant bunk in the room, laying it on sheets that were still sodden and stained from the last patient. "Fell back against the gondola and knocked herself out." "It's Maroka," Quillen said numbly, as the helmet was removed from the unconscious form. Even from the other side of the room he could see that her eyes were closed and her breathing shallow. "Captain gave her permission to use one of the fixed-mount spin guns," the airman explained. "She was giving it hell, too. Took out at least 2 Skullboy gunners, from what we could see." "I knew she'd prove her worth," Quillen said. "Do you want to attend to her?" Gamberson said, tying off the bandage he was applying. "I can take over your patient now. It might be for the best if you look after her. She certainly won't thank me for touching her." "She won't know, either." Something shifted in Gamberson's expression. "In fact, I insist on it. You're my colleague now, Dr. Quillen. I authorize you to treat this patient."
Chapter 13. He could not have said precisely when the engagement ended, but there came a point when he realized that the airship had been flying smoothly for some time, and that it had also been some while since he had heard a discharge from any of her weapons. The cloying fog had dispersed, although it was now far too dark to see any surface features. "We're in the night maze now," Gamberson said, when he queried the other physician as to their position. "The captain knows this landscape better than the back of her hand, and she likes nothing better than the challenge of dead reckoning, nosing her way through canyons with only a map, gyroscope, and starlight for guidance. She's very good at this sort of thing. Mark my word, by morning she'll have shaken the skull boys off our tail." "Is that the last we'll see of them?" "For now. They don't usually come east of the Three Daughters, or west of the Long Gash. It's all too close to the Bane, which is about the only thing that frightens them." He was using the dregs of a bottle of sterilizing solution to clean his fingers. "You did well, Dr. Quillen. I'll personally vouch for the fact that you saved lives in this room." "I hope someone vouches for Maroka as well." "No need, I suspect. The crew will respect anyone who shoots down a skullboy, no matter where they're from. Taking a bullet won't have hurt her cause either." Maroka was still unconscious. The bullet had gone clean through her shoulder without damaging any major structures, but the wound had still been deep and required thorough cleansing. They would need to be on guard against sepsis now. He did not think she had suffered any serious head trauma after falling. It was just shock and exhaustion taking their toll now, but he was also quietly relieved that she had not yet woken. The engagement heralded a change in the status of the new clients. Quillen was allocated a bunk in one of the small storage rooms near the chart room. He was still not at liberty to wander the airship freely, but it was a definite improvement on the earlier arrangements. With Maroka still in sickbay, barring any other complications, she would remain there for the remainder of the journey. Carlis and Nimcha had the tail-end compartment to themselves. The battle damage had been repaired in a makeshift fashion, and when he visited them he found that they had been given extra clothes and bedding to fend off the cold. "I think we'll be all right now," he said, when he was certain no one was listening. "Maroka was hurt, but I'm certain she'll make a good recovery. As for the rest of the crew, they seem to be willing to accept that we mean them no harm." "They will not accept Nimcha if they learn what she is," Carlis said quietly, her daughter sleeping on the bunk, her form barely discernible under blankets. "Then we'll just have to make sure they don't," he said. "I've done my best to convince Gamberson that neither of you require any medical attention. Given everything else on his hands, I doubt he'll trouble you now." "And later?" He could only offer the truth, as disheartening as it was. "I have no idea what will happen to us when we reach Swarm. I don't even know exactly what Swarm is, or how they'll welcome us. But I can guarantee something. I'm always going to be the one who will draw their attention if it comes to that. Nimcha looks like an innocent girl. I look like a freak." She nodded slowly, perhaps wary of agreeing. "Will you be all right?" It was, as far as he was able to recall, the first time Carlis had shown any concern for his welfare. "I'm adaptable." "You have been kind to us, Cutter." He realized that she thought that was his name, after hearing Maroka use it so many times. "Quillen," he said, "and no, I haven't been kind. I've just done what any decent human being would do, even one with wings." He saw that part of Nimcha's blanket had slipped off and bent down to gather it up. She murmured something in her sleep, then turned slightly on the bench. She seemed restful, not at all in the grip of night terrors. He felt a gush of intense protectiveness towards her, but at the same time he sensed that he was close to a ticking bomb. She was just a girl, but if he had harbored any doubts before,
He now believed with the utmost conviction that there was a power in her head that could remake the world, and just as easily shatter it again. Somewhere near midnight he was summoned to Captain Curtana's private quarters. They were alone. She dismissed the attending airman as soon as he had delivered Quillen to her door. "Have a seat, Doctor. You can take those goggles off now. How you see through them I don't know, but Gamberson tells me you did sterling work." I'm glad he was satisfied. "I suppose I can't rule out some ulterior motive for saving lives, but I confess at the moment it's escaping me what it might be. You have my personal gratitude." There was a bottle of amber-coloured liquid on her desk, accompanied by a pair of small, wide-bottomed glasses. "Do you drink? It may seem a silly question, but I have no idea what kind of tolerance is the norm amongst angels, or whether such a tolerance would apply to one such as you." "I drink," he corrected himself, "or rather I may drink, for now, at least. Alcohol doesn't affect me, but I still have taste buds." She poured a measure of the liquid into each of the glasses, finishing the bottle. "To your health, then, Dr. Quillen." He took the glass and sipped at it. It tasted the way he imagined fire sap tasted, the aviation fuel that was distilled from some kind of wood secretion or resin, viscous and fiery, with a metallic finish. The room was very small. The desk was designed to fold back into the wall when not in use. He presumed there was a folding bed somewhere in the room as well, although for now it was well disguised. There were a few shelves, and a number of technical-looking books, their spines printed with the angular old-fashioned script that he now recognized as the written form of Swarmish. Almost no other signs of personalization, save for a couple of framed black-and-white photographs. Both of them showed the same man, though he was younger in one than in the other, his hair and mustache dark where the older man's were white. He wore an airman's uniform in both pictures, with many medals or signifiers of rank on the chest, almost as many when he was young as when he was older. In the earlier picture, he was standing on the ground with an airship looming behind him, most of it out of shot. In the other, he was caught in a stiff, overly formal posture at the wheel, looking distinctly uncomfortable at being the center of attention. Quillen ventured, "I think I recognize that ship. Was that man one of Painted Lady's former captains?" "You're very observant, Doctor. That's a useful trait amongst spies." "And amongst doctors." "Touché." She drank from her own glass, finishing it in one gulp. "Actually, I don't think you're a spy. A spy would do everything possible not to draw attention to himself, and he certainly wouldn't have gone to such involved lengths to get aboard my ship." "That's something of a relief." "Nor is it very likely that you're a saboteur. You've had opportunity, and you haven't acted. Perhaps you're saving yourself for some devilish masterstroke, but I'm inclined to think otherwise." "I'm not a saboteur, or a spy. You can eliminate my friends from similar suspicions while you're at it." "I don't need to. The fact that Maroko was last seen trying to kill you rather rules her out of suspicion, I think, unless it's all some incredibly cunning ruse to get us off our guard, but I don't think so." Katana smiled guardedly. "Now all I have to do is persuade Commander Sparta, and we'll be home and dry." "You're in charge of the ship, aren't you?" "Technically." "Then why do you need to persuade him of anything? Doesn't he have to listen to you, not the other way around?" "It's not as simple as that. Sparta isn't part of my regular crew. He's been foisted on me to keep me and my crew in line." Katana looked regretfully at the bottle she had poured from. "I probably shouldn't be telling you any of this, but you're going to find out sooner or later anyway, so you may as well hear it now. Swarm's undergoing one of its periodic spasms. For years there's been little or no challenge to Ricasso's rule, but that's all changing. Look, we're not a democracy, all right? Democracies are fine and noble things when you've got all the time in the world to make your decisions. In the air, not how it works. You need one hand on the wheel, someone you can trust absolutely. That's Ricasso. He was a captain once, and the other captains decided they wanted him to take all the big decisions. Just the captains, not the citizenry. When Ricasso says something, there's this thing we do called the show of flags. But it's not really a vote. It's a show of confidence. Actually, it's not even that, because it's more ceremonial, and it never, ever goes against Ricasso. Until recently. What happened? Some captains started getting ideas above their station, is what. There are about 20 of them all told. Ghost Moth is the figurehead, although Sparta, who isn't even a captain, is the one really pulling the strings. Together with the dissenting captains, it looks like they're trying to engineer Ricasso's fall from power. What have they got against him? Ricasso plays the long game. He's repeatedly shied away from direct confrontation with the Skullboys, saying we'd be better off consolidating our power, improving our flexibility, developing improved forms of zone tolerance before tackling them. They think he's too soft. Is he? They forget what an iron-spined bastard he can be when the cause is right. Truth to tell, so do I, sometimes. Ricasso's content to hold the Skulls at bay, picking off the odd one here and there instead of declaring all-out war. Whereas Sparta and the others don't agree. They've managed to draw concessions from Ricasso. He's still in charge, and he still has majority support, but the minority, the Ghost Moth dissenters, have chipped away at some of his power. Show of Flags is now binding on all decisions. It's not just some ceremonial rubber stamping like it used to be. Ricasso's been allowed to pursue his interests and not take Swarm into direct and deliberate confrontation with the enemy. In return, the dissenters have pushed through rearmament of dozens of ships, sticking guns and armor on anything with a gas bag and an engine. Everything's become more disciplinarian than it used to be. We used to be very lax about rank and uniforms. I mean, we took airmanship seriously. You have to, out in one of these ships. But that's not the same thing. Now it's all rigid command hierarchies, saluting your superiors, war readiness exercises, courts martial. She shook her head in abject disgust. I don't know where it's all going. What I do know is that anyone even suspected of having sympathies with Ricasso is now under special observation by Sparta and his dissenters. They've put security officers on our ships, spying turd-sucking scabs like Sparta himself. Katana looked momentarily rueful. I've said too much, haven't I? Merely clarified your feelings. I find it helps. Helps if you know which side I'm on, that's for sure. Here's the thing, though, Doctor. I very much want to believe everything you've told me. I want to be able to accept you for what you say you are. But I've got a tiny, nagging problem. Which is? Dr. Gamberson. He's been with me for years. Knows Ricasso like a brother. Isn't a man on this ship whose counsel I'd trust over his. And Gamberson tells me he's fairly certain that you're still lying about something. Is he? It was much too pat, the way you presented yourself to him. You could have kept your secret much longer, but you seemed in almost indecent haste to reveal it to us. It was almost as if you wished to provide a distraction, to deflect Gamberson's professional interest. You gave him a puzzle that you knew, or at least suspected, that he'd find impossible to ignore. I can't help what I am, Quillen said. No, and no one's saying you aren't an object of genuine fascination. But when Gamberson comes to me with a hunch like that, I am compelled to listen. And he tells me that he thinks you're protecting one of the others. She raised a finger, rebuffing any attempt he might have made to interject. His instincts may or may not be correct. He's also told me that he doesn't think you present an immediate threat to the security of either this ship or Swarm. In truth, I think he likes you, or at least would like the chance to spend more time talking to you. But understand one thing, Doctor. If deception is being practiced here, I will learn of it sooner or later. I need hardly add that I would act in any way that I saw fit with the full authority of command behind me. I would also not be responsible for any interest that Commander Sparta might choose to take in you from that point on. He's already showing interest. Believe me, you haven't seen the half of it. Quillen reflected on what he was being told,
There was, he supposed, an outside chance that this was all some psychological gambit cooked up between the captain and her security officer, designed to lull him into sharing everything with Cortana. His instincts, however, told him that she was being entirely frank. "I am hiding nothing," he assured her. "I hope that's the case, Doctor, for both our sakes." There was a lull. He wondered if this warning was the sole purpose of the conversation. "What will happen to us when we reach Swarm?" he asked cautiously. "You'll be evaluated. I've already told you that we believe in giving newcomers a chance to prove their worth. Dr. Gambeson's doubts aside, you could have done worse than you have. The same can be said for Maroka. She took a bullet for us, and I won't let that go unmentioned." "I'm sure she'll be delighted." "You're not defending her by any chance? The impression I got from Gambeson was that she was on the point of slicing you open." "Maroka was just making a point, that's all." Katana nodded as if she had just had some lingering prejudice confirmed. "In other words, you spear pointers will stick by each other to the bitter end." "Tell me the same isn't true in Swarm, Captain." "No, you're probably right." She conceded his point wearily, as if her appetite for argument had just run out. "You realize you'll probably never see it again, don't you? The God Scraper. Do you still call it that?" "Some of us, but I confess I haven't thought much further ahead than tomorrow morning." "Not unwise, under the circumstances. The fact is, though, that we very rarely come within 300 leagues of Spear Point, and we usually don't even venture into the same hemisphere. It has nothing to offer us, and we have nothing to offer it in return." "Things might be different now," Quillen said. "Because of a little storm? I don't think so. It's changed their world more than it's changed ours. When the zones shift, we shift with them. Spearpoint's fatal weakness is that it's never had that flexibility. It's an evolutionary dead end, a form that can't adapt. It's done well enough to last this long. Anyway, if Spearpoint moved, the Maya would move with it. Doesn't that rather exempt it from criticism?" "So what?" she asked disinterestedly. "The Maya has to be somewhere. All I care about is that it isn't here, getting in my way when I have a ship to fly." "I'm given to understand that you're very good at it." He looked at the photographs again, then back at Cortana, gauging the similarity of the face he saw in the images against the one opposite him. Like Cortana, he was dark-skinned, but the resemblance went deeper than that. He could see the same eyes, the same delicate features. "That man, is he by any chance your father?" "Was," she corrected. "He died 10 years ago. Got into an encounter with Skullboys over Sunburn Flats." "And he flew this ship?" "And his father before him, and his grandfather and his great-grandfather, all the way back to when they laid her keel. Been in the family for more than 10 generations. She's 150 years old. Not the oldest ship in Swarm by any measure, but one of the oldest. That's why I won't see her endangered. She'll go down in flames one day, but it won't be under my command." "I would have thought being on some long-range scouting mission qualified as hazardous in anyone's book." "That's what she was built for," Cortana said. "I'm talking about the danger from internal elements, such as people I can't be sure aren't lying to me." "I don't know what I can do to convince you of my good intentions." "I'm sure you'll think of something." Cortana seemed on the verge of dismissing him, when a thought occurred to her. She reached into a drawer under the fold-down desk and produced a small black volume that Quillen recognized. "We confiscated this from your friend, on the assumption she might have another weapon concealed somewhere inside it." "And?" "We found nothing. She may as well have it back." Katana riffled the translucent pages before handing the book over. "Are you a religious man?" Quillen shifted awkwardly on his seat. His wing buds were catching on the high, fretted back. "Not really." "That's one thing we have in common, at least. Frankly, I wouldn't have expected it of Maroka either. That tongue of hers." "She can't help it, I assure you." Something in his words or expression drew a smile on Katana's serious face. "Defending her again, Doctor?" He fingered the testament.
merely stating the facts. Ricasso thinks there's hidden wisdom in that book, truths smeared almost out of all recognition. He's not a believer himself. He doesn't hold with all that fire and brimstone, Myra's God's eye burning through the world stuff, but he doesn't dismiss the practical value of close study of the Testament. But then Ricasso believes a lot of strange things. That's another thing Sparta and the dissenters don't like about him. I presume you know him quite well. I don't have a lot of choice, Katana said. I'm his goddaughter. In the early morning he returned to sickbay. It was not as crowded as it had been the evening before, and some screens had been set up between the makeshift beds. Quillen had already been informed that one of the crewmen had died from unavoidable complications, while 2 others had been deemed well enough to be discharged as walking wounded. Gamberson was half awake, riffling through notes and the depleted remains of his medical rations. He had the caved-in, shop-soiled look of a man who had not slept in weeks. I'm told we should be back in Swarm by mid-morning, Gamberson said, pausing to scratch at his beard, which had grown progressively more unruly since their first encounter. Not a day too soon, in all honesty. We won't lose any more men, but it's been a close-run thing. You can take some credit for that, Doctor. He held a bottle up to the light, inspecting the thimbleful of medicine still inside, perhaps deciding that it was too precious to discard. I wondered how Maroka was faring. Much improved. I spoke to her earlier. She may be sleeping now, but if you wish to talk to her yourself, I won't object. You'd better clear another bed, Quillen said, steeling himself. You may have a new patient coming in. Gamberson made an effort to smile, but he was clearly much too exhausted for that. He nodded in the direction of one of the screened-off beds. Maroka had been moved since the night before, and was now next to one of the shuttered windows. Quillen parted the screens, certain that if Maroka was awake, she would have heard their conversation. She was. She had. We haven't got anything to talk about, Cutter. She sounded drowsy, the words slurred. He could see that the dressing on her shoulder had been changed recently. You hate me that much? I hate what you are, and the fact that you lied. That would mean hating Frey as well. My problem, not yours. I envy you, Maroka. It must be refreshingly simple to live in your world. Everything's so clear-cut, isn't it? Angels bad, humans good. No matter that the angels aren't all the same, and some of the humans have done far worse things to each other than angels ever have. You finished sermonizing? For now. Then get the fuck away from me. I hope you'll forgive me in time, Quillen said. For what it's worth, I enjoyed your company when you weren't convinced I was the devil incarnate. He paused and drew out the testament. I brought you this. Based on what Tulwa said, I'm assuming it means something to you, other than as a means of safekeeping weapons. He placed the testament down on her chest, where she could reach it with her good arm. Then he left before she could say a word. Later that morning they approached a high crater wall, castellated with notches, rimmed in amber fire by the ascending sun. Quillen was allowed onto the command bridge, and then onto the balcony that ran around the gondola, affording the best view. The airship was still maintaining a ground speed of 50 leagues per hour, according to the instruments he had glimpsed on his way through the bridge. That was faster than most trains, even the electric express service between Neon Heights and Circuit City, but there was little more than a breeze on the outside. He kept having to resist the urge to check that his hat was still jammed on his head. You were expecting it to be gustier, Sparta said, joining him on the balcony. Quillen prickled at the security officer's unheralded arrival. Are we moving with the wind? We'd have a much faster ground speed if that was the case. The air's fairly still today, but an airship's not like an aeroplane. Yes, we know about aeroplanes, Dr. Quillen. We don't use airships simply because we haven't grasped the possibilities of heavier-than-air flight. In this zone, and most of the airspace we operate in, you simply cannot build an internal combustion engine with a sufficiently high power-to-weight ratio to make it effective.
Dirigibles, on the other hand, can still be made to work."
"I never thought otherwise," Quillen said, though in truth he had given the matter no thought whatsoever.
"An aeroplane cuts through the air like a knife. An airship drags air with it like a glove. We're close enough to the envelope to feel the benefit of that here."
"Thank you for answering that question for me."
"We'll be at Swarm shortly. Once there, you'll cease to be under the specific jurisdiction of Painted Lady. I expect you think that's the last you'll see of me."
"I imagine that's not really in my hands."
"Come with me, Doctor. I'd like to show you something. I think you'll find it invigorating. You do have a head for heights, don't you? Of course. How could you not?"
"What would happen if I stayed here?"
"You might meet with an unfortunate accident. We're not overlooked by any part of the gondola here. If you were to slip over that railing, no one would notice."
"I might."
Sparta winked. "You could always try flapping those little wings."
Knowing he had no choice, he followed Sparta around the curve of the gondola to a gate in the railing. They were intermittently in view of the gondola's bridge and windows, but everyone aboard seemed far too preoccupied with the approach to the crater wall to care about what was happening outside. They were in safe airspace now, the sky empty of Skullboy marauders. Sparta opened the gate's latch. It led to one of the starboard engine spars, a narrow plank with a waist-high wire hand guide on the trailing side, the engine a distant snarling mass at the far end of it. The spar was supported by tensioned cables rising up to meet the top of the gondola and the brooding undercurve of the envelope.
"Walk it, Doctor,"
Sparta invited. "If you're going to kill me, why don't we just get it over with now?"
"I'm not going to kill you." Sparta sounded affronted and startled. "I'm just satisfying myself that you can meet one of the standard requirements for operational crew. We must all be prepared to go out on those engine spars when needs must. Things malfunction and need repairing. Propeller pitch can't be adjusted from within the gondola, only by someone out there. In the heat of battle, or when we hit an uncharted zone boundary, there isn't time to wait until a technician arrives. All crew have to be able to do it."
"I thought I was a client, last I heard."
"Let's just say that you've entered a transitional state."
Quillen knew there was no point resisting. He stepped out onto the spar, feeling the vibration of the engine through the soles of his shoes. There was nothing to prevent him from falling forwards, and only the thin guide wire to arrest him should he fall back. The wire provided more of a psychological than an actual benefit. He clutched it nonetheless. Sparta, who was not holding on to anything, nodded for him to walk further out.
"You can't reach the engine from here."
The gangway was only wide enough for one man to pass at a time. Quillen had not felt any vertigo when he had been inside the airship, not even when he had looked down at the ground sliding beneath her from the balcony. Now it arrived in full, paralyzing force. The terrain was beginning to rise up to meet the crater wall, but it was still an upsettingly long way to the ground. It was a fallacy that angels didn't suffer from fear of heights. Fear of heights was a very sensible phobia to cultivate, even if you had wings. But Quillen didn't even have wings. He just had the useless stumps of wings, confined under the fabric of his shirt.
"Further, Doctor. All the way out. Show us what you're made of."
Quillen could barely raise his eyes to the engine, let alone work out how far he had already come. The wind began to increase as soon as he left the airship's cocoon of still air. The plank trembled and thrummed, like a horse shivering to dislodge a mosquito. He kept inching along sideways, his back to the direction of motion, hands on the wire, sliding along it rather than letting go completely.
"Have you proved your point?" he asked, raising his voice above the engine and the wind. "Not yet. Carry on."
He risked a sideways glance. Sparta was right there, his arms folded, leaning into the wind, a grin of quiet amusement on his face, no less at ease than if he had been standing on solid ground. Quillen redoubled his grip on the wire and continued his shaking, fear-drenched advance. The wind dug its talons into him, trying to rip his coat from his frame. Now his hat really was beginning to loosen, but he could not bring himself to let go of the wire, not even with one hand. The hat popped off, and he felt cold air skim his scalp.
"Just a little further, Doctor. You're doing fine. For a spear pointer, we'll have you on engine duty in no time."
"I had you down as a xenophobic zealot," Quillen said. "I didn't realize you were also a sadist."
"We all have our hidden depths."
He must have been 2/3 of the way to the end of the strut. All he was conscious of was being suspended in space between two fixed landmarks, the engine and the much larger bulk of the airship. Now the terror of reaching the engine was beginning to ebb, to be replaced by the equally potent terror of returning to the airship. He continued his sideways progress, his heart beating too fast, his hands dead and cold on the wire. The engine was nearly in reach. He could feel the heat belching from its exhaust nozzles. The noise was savage, feral, like the world being torn in two.
"Reach out, Doctor. Place a hand on the cowling. That's all I ask for today."
He dared to let go of the wire with his left hand, leaning to his left to touch the engine. He gripped the wire as well as he could with his right hand, the one the skullboy had sunk its teeth into, and his feet were still firmly planted on the plank with its anti-slip coating. But even so, he slipped, or had his feet kicked out from under him. It was so sudden that he could not say which had happened. All he knew was that he went from reaching to hanging, holding on to the wire with his right hand, his wrist twisting violently as his body was sucked back under the wire into open air. Still the wind tried to rip him free. He gasped something, gulped in terror and shock, seeing Sparta standing over him, Sparta's boots still on the plank, Sparta's arms still folded. Quillen's feet were dangling into space. His left hand grasped at nothing. His right hand began to lose its grip on the wire. Sparta moved with startling speed. Anchoring himself with one hand, he grasped Quillen's sleeve with the other and hauled him back onto the plank.
"There you are, Doctor. I've got you now."
Quillen wanted to spit something back at him, but all he could feel was pathetic, shaming gratitude that he had not been allowed to die. His calm still unruffled, Sparta helped him to his feet. Wordlessly they began to work their way back towards the gondola.
"I think we'll call it a day for now,"
Sparta said eventually, when he had reached the gate. "You've made your point," Quillen said, forcing the words out between gasps for breath.
"I've not even begun," Sparta said.
But then Quillen saw something that rendered any possible reply superfluous. They were cresting the crater wall, slipping through one of the deeper notches, plunging cliffs of weathered rock sliding by on either side, seemingly close enough to scrape the propellers. Beyond, sheltered inside the crater, lay what could only be swarm. He could not begin to count the ships. There must have been 100, 150 of them at the very least. They were packed together densely at the core, more dispersed around the edges of the perimeter, and although the entire formation was holding position within the crater wall, the individual craft were in constant nervous motion. They were all imaginable shapes and sizes and colors, the sole constancy being that they were all airships, and that each craft had at least one propeller. Some had many more than that, and some, like Painted Lady, were augmented with wings and fins, scalloped and elegant and painted with dazzling designs in glorious heraldic colors. She was, now that he had something to measure her against, by no means the largest airship. Patrolling the edge of the formation, quartering back and forth, were ships of similar size and armament to Cortana's. Quillen guessed that these must be Swarm's scouts and protectors, fast, agile airships, tasked with guarding the weaker, slower ships. There were some with huge, multi-decked gondolas, large as skyscrapers turned sideways, pinned under enormous, sagging, slug-like envelopes, propelled by an absurd number of tiny, whirring engines. Some of these huge craft were even joined together, connected by bridges and ladders of swaying rope. Much tinier ships, little more than teardrop-shaped balloons with a single cabin tucked under them, buzzed through the gaps between the behemoths as if they were nothing more substantial than cloud banks. There were too many of the tiny ships to begin numbering them in the main count. They were, Quillen supposed, merely the ferries and taxis serving the aerial city that Swarm constituted. He couldn't see all the way through it. The ships were packed too densely for that, darkening into purple gloom as they robbed each other of sunlight. He was aware only that the very largest ships, fat, juicy maggots that were anything up to 1/4 of a league from nose to tail, were cloistered deep within the formation. He could see parts of them as the formation shifted, but never the whole thing. And then there was the sound, which he was only now becoming properly aware of. Even above the noise of Painted Lady's own engines, he could hear the cumulative drone of swarm. Not just 4 engines, but, he could easily believe, 4,000. 4,000 variable pitch air screws whisking the air, either to hold station or to maintain darting patrol patterns. 4,000 subtly different engine notes, not one tuned to exactly the same tone as any other, but combining, merging, threading, echoing off the crater walls to form one endless throbbing harmonically rich chorus that was utterly, shockingly familiar. The hum of the city. Part 2. Chapter 14. Painted Lady docked under the belly of a much larger dirigible, a dark green juggernaut that Quillen presumed was a dedicated repair and refurbishment facility for servicing long-range airships. She had a long, narrow central gondola, flanked by 6 berthing positions where entire ships could be locked into place, constrained by ropes, cables, and an arrangement of massive grapples. 2 other craft were already docked, one running her engines on a test cycle, the other with her envelope flayed open like a skinned carcass, exposing a lacy internal skeleton of metal stiffening hoops and lateral struts, the gas bags deflated so that she generated no lift of her own. Airmen of both sexes crawled over the autopsied form, industrious as beetles. Some of them were roped up for safety, but others were entirely dependent on hand and footholds, blithely dismissive of the possibility of falling. "Iron prominent," Katana said, nodding at the flayed-open ship. She was still standing at the control pedestal, having guided Painted Lady all the way in. "You can tell all of these ships apart?" Quillen asked. "I can tell that one." She was smiling for once. He could only assume that for one reason or another it pleased her to see the other ship. "Are you all right? You seem to be trembling." He decided not to speak of the business with Spatha for now, having yet to work out where Katana's sympathies lay. "I missed my footing outside. Almost slipped between the rails. Happens to us all, sooner or later." She paused to make some inscrutable adjustment to one of the brass-handled controls. "I flashed Ricasso about our arrival. He's aware that we're carrying new arrivals." "How much did you tell him?" "I told him he'd find one of them very interesting indeed, and left it at that. Frankly, he'll be at least as interested in his new toy." "Can I trust him?" "If you can trust me, you can trust Ricasso. He'll know all about you as soon as I hand in my journal anyway. What happened to your hat?" "The wind took it." "Take one of the airmen's caps from stores. You look like a baby bird, and not the cute kind." "What will happen to the others?" "Maroka will be transferred to the hospital aboard Purple Emperor until she's well enough to be assessed. Carlis and Nimcho will remain in quarantine, also in Purple Emperor. We're fairly well acquainted with the diseases in Spear Point, but dirt rats are a different story." "I examined them both myself. I didn't find anything." "On the other hand, you probably weren't looking for anything specific. It's just a precaution, that's all." "Who will be the examining surgeon?" She gave him an odd glance. "I don't know. It'll depend on too many factors. Why are you interested?" "Natural curiosity. I also thought it might be less traumatic for the mother and child if they dealt with someone they already knew." "Such as you?" "If it came to that. I've proven my adaptability, I hope." "I still haven't forgotten our little conversation last night, Doctor. I meant every word." "I never doubted it." After a moment she said, "Did you find time to visit Maroka and return the item I gave you?" "I did." "And how did she take it?" "We still have some fences to mend." Once the process of securing Painted Lady was complete, then began the business of unloading her. A rickety metal platform, a kind of aerial quay, was now in position along one side of the gondola.
It was already beginning to fill up with boxes, crates, and canisters, as airmen and stevedores worked in chains to liberate whatever hard-won cargo Katana had brought back. The sick were unloaded on stretchers. Engines were already being fussed over by armies of oil-stained technicians, clambering around the struts and wires with wild, death-defying abandon, as if the embattled ship was a prize for the looting. Meanwhile, the small airships, the ferries and taxis Quillen had noticed before, were jostling for parking slots on the other side of the quay, their envelopes bulging against each other like overripe fruit. Some of them, he now realized, served as ambulances, the sick being stretchered aboard with particular urgency. Katana, who was standing next to Quillen, watched all this activity with visible apprehension, breaking her silence to scold some hapless worker for being too careless with a spanner or stepping where he was not meant to. "How long will it be before you go out again?" he asked, keeping a firm hold on the rail as the quay swayed worryingly under his feet, the metal plates parting to reveal the crater floor, half a league below. "A week," she said, "maybe 2. Depends on how long they take to patch up all that damage." "I imagine you can't wait. This must be claustrophobic after being away so long." "Short time has its advantages as well, but if I didn't like having a lot of sky to myself, I wouldn't be captain of a long-range scout." She cupped her hands around her mouth and bellowed, "Be careful with that! Ricasa will have your hide if there's a scratch on his pet!" The stevedores were using a crane to winch something out of Painted Lady's gondola. It was a nailed-up wooden crate, as big as the cage he had rescued Kalis and Nimcha from. The key tilted alarmingly as the weight was transferred to it, buckling like a rope bridge on the point of snapping. No one around him seemed in the least bothered. "I don't suppose anyone's ever going to tell me what Ricasa wants with the Vorg," Quillen said, reaching up to secure his airman's cap, which did not quite fit him. "He likes tormenting them. You can't really blame him for that." "I'm not sure I approve of tormenting." "You can argue the point with Ricasa. That's him arriving now." One of the small airships was moving into dock at the far end of the quay. It was markedly different from the others, its black sedan-sized gondola painted to a high gloss and ornamented with gold relief work. In contrast to all the other ships, whose envelopes showed evidence of make-and-do repair work, this one was a seamless crimson. It completed its docking efficiently, and a stair-equipped door folded down. 2 airmen stepped out, both wearing ostentatiously impractical uniforms with white gloves and gold epaulets, and assumed flanking positions either side of the door. A figure emerged, a huge jocular-looking man with an enormous belly, a head of abundant white curls and a tiny white goatee beard. His uniform, such as it was somewhat less lavish than those of his guards. He wore black trousers and a black tunic, a red sash, the only sartorial hint of his evident status. The key shifted under his weight, despite already being burdened with several tons worth of crates and boxes and fuel cans. The work of unloading continued, but the airmen and stevedores were now all too conscious of Ricaso's arrival. It was obvious to Quillen that their every move was being conducted under his exacting scrutiny. Ricaso said something, but with engines still droning all around them, it was impossible to pick up his words. One of the stevedores pointed to the large crate, and Ricaso, outpacing his guards and with cavalier disregard for the swaying of the quay, strode eagerly over to inspect it. He called out something else, and one of the stevedores presented him with a crowbar. Ricaso levered off one of the planks from the side of the crate, wafted dust from his face and peered into the dark gap he had just created. "Very good, Katana," he called, his voice audible for the first time. "You've made a fat old man very happy. It's a fine specimen." "We had to shoot it," Katana said. "You did well to bring it to me alive at all." He handed the plank and the crowbar back to the worker, rubbed his palms on his knees, and strode over to the part of the quay where Katana and Quillen were standing, ducking nimbly as an entire engine, its propeller still attached, was craned through the air. "It's good to have you back." "Good to be back." He embraced Katana, all decorum cast aside. Up close, he was even larger than Quillen's initial assessment. He tried to estimate the man's age, but the clues were conflicting. His hands and wrists were age-spotted, but they were corded with muscle. His cheeks were plump and unlined, his hair thick but nearly white. Deep wrinkles surrounded his eyes, but they were eyes that sparkled with effervescent enthusiasm. In his 30s, certainly, perhaps even his 40s, but with the vigour of a man a third his age. "I feared we'd lost you when you were so late flashing in," Ricasso said. His voice was deep, almost impossibly resonant, designed for oration. "You must have known the semaphore networks were down, that we wouldn't be able to contact you until we were within heliograph range." "That's the thing. We knew almost nothing. Yes, that the storm had been worse than anything in living memory, that was obvious. Beyond that, it was all guesswork. We had no idea how extensive the loss of the semaphore network was, whether it was a local collapse or a planet-wide failure. All we knew was that one by one we were losing contact with our long-range scouts. We thought the worst, quite frankly. The Iron Prominent flashed in, and late last night we heard from Cinnabar. I hardly dared believe that Painted Lady might make it back as well, but here you are." "Bearing gifts." His tone turned gently reproving. "It wouldn't make a jot of difference if you hadn't brought me anything, Katana, as you well know." "Is Agraf all right?" "He's fine, don't you worry. I've had him aboard Purple Emperor since he got back, debriefing intelligence on the extent of the storm. What about your own crew?" "We've taken losses, but it could have been worse. You were flashed about our new guests, I take it?" "The survivors of the signalling station, yes, and the refugees." It was only then, it seemed to Quillen, that Ricasso became even peripherally aware of him. "This gentleman's one of the latter, isn't he?" "Dr. Quillen from Spearpoint," Katana said. "We picked him up along with 3 travelling companions." "They fled Spearpoint after the storm hit?" Ricasso asked, directing his query at Katana. "No, they were already outside. In fact, 2 of them aren't even Spearpointers, so far as we can tell." Quillen decided that if he didn't say something, he might never be asked. "I'm grateful to Katana for rescuing us. We were about to be killed by carnivores." Ricasso's gaze shifted onto him. "How did you come to be mixed up with Vorgs?" "We had the misfortune to run into Skullboys." It's a dangerous world beyond Spearpoint." "I noticed. Might I inquire about your interest in Vorgs?" "Is he normally this forward?" Ricasso asked Katana. "Actually, we were lucky to run into him. He's a surgeon. Well, some kind of doctor, anyway. Gamberson was stretched thin. He could barely cope before we ran into the marauders on our way back." "You volunteered your services, Doctor?" "It was the least I could do. I'm sorry that one of the men still died." "Gamberson says there'd have been more deaths if it hadn't been for Dr. Quillen," Katana said. "Trying to buy our confidence, Doctor." "If I imagined it might be bought, I'd give you everything I have. I've nothing to offer but my skills." "I normally like to see a man's eyes when he's talking to me." Quillen reached up to touch the goggles. "It's medical. My eyes have an unusually strong sensitivity to daylight. We can talk about it privately if it interests you." "It might," Ricasso said slowly. "This is the man I said you'd be keen to meet," Katana said. "I thought we might continue this conversation aboard Purple Emperor." "Discretion being the order of the day?" "Something like that. Maroka, the other spear-pointer, was injured, but Gamberson says she should make a full recovery. He has the other 2 under precautionary quarantine." "You can't take any chances with dirt rats, but there's no reason why they can't all be moved to Emperor, is there?" "None that I'm aware of," Katana said. "I want the Vorg shipped there immediately. Tell them to put it with the others, but keep it in the cage for now." Ricasso turned to Quillen. "And you, Doctor, can come with me." They were aloft, bobbing more than flying, the little gold-encrusted craft having more in common with a balloon than a dirigible. With 3 passengers inside, there was only enough room for the pilot and 1 guard. The swaying motion and the sumptuous plush seats conspired to lull Quillen into a pleasant drowsiness. Katana had already succumbed. She was asleep almost before they had undocked from the service airship, her forehead leaning against the window, snoring gently. "I'm not sure she's slept since we were rescued," Quillen said. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a rare mission when she doesn't come back pushed to the brink of exhaustion. I feel a duty of protection, of course. Ricasso sat opposite Quillen with his legs spread wide, his belly sagging between like a partially deflated gas bag. I knew her father very well. He was a superb man. Died defending us, of course. Skullboy incursion of 5273. In my darker moments I worry that she won't feel she served Swarm unless she meets a similar end.
She told me you're her godfather.
Quillen hesitated.
What should I call you, by the way?
Ricasso, like everyone else. I'm not a great stickler for formality, as you'll discover.
Do you run Swarm?
Technically speaking, yes. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. On a day-to-day level, not at all. I've delegated that kind of thing to my very capable administrative staff. Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time than govern. It's all rather tiresome.
I heard you're interested in scholarship.
Indeed. And yourself, Doctor? His face lit up with inquisitiveness. Are you perchance a man of letters?
I've studied medicine.
There's a hint in the title. I mean more generally. Do you have an interest in history?
No more or less than anyone else, I imagine.
Well, I hope that isn't the case, because most people, in my admittedly very limited experience, aren't interested at all, and you can't really blame them for that, I suppose.
You feel differently.
For my sins, most would consider it no more than a harmless, slightly eccentric diversion, something to keep a bored old man out of mischief. I'm perfectly content for them to keep believing that, but I know they're wrong.
There's a saying in Spearpoint, history is just the same card game reshuffled. Nothing ever really changes. Nothing ever happens that hasn't happened already, probably 1,000 times. So what's the point in studying the past? All it will tell you is that the future's going to be more of the same, like the weather.
You use the same calendar as us, Doctor. I mentioned the Skullboy incursion of 5273 just now.
Quillen grasped his seat's armrests as the little ferry performed a sharp swerve, far sharper than seemed possible for a dirigible, and plunged between two looming ships, skimming the envelope of one and just passing beneath the gondola of another. I failed to see the relevance.
If history's always been the same, if nothing's ever changed, why do we bother with a calendar in the first place? Granted, it makes the bookkeeping a little simpler, gives dirt rats something to scribe on their gravestones, but there's got to be more to it than that, don't you think? The mere existence of a dating system implies that something happened, something that was deemed sufficiently noteworthy to mark the commencement of things, something suitably epochal.
Katana, who had woken from her drowse, said, "Here we go."
"Humour an old fool, my dear."
They were in the thick of Swarm now, surrounded on all sides by airships and the ropes and bridges linking them. The sky and the ground were only intermittently visible. It was deceptively easy to imagine that these huge structures were fixed landmarks, like a city of toppled skyscrapers.
"From what little I know of the matter," Quillen said, "our calendar derives from the Testament. It says that the eye of God shone through the skin of the world 5,280-odd years ago. Before that there was just formless chaos, darkness without light. The eye of God being more or less synonymous with what, in more enlightened times, we would now refer to as the Maya, the chaotic origin point for the zones. Is that not correct?"
"No one really takes that seriously," Quillen said.
"Other than the many millions of people who still read the Testament, or one of the other major religious texts.
Even the most ardent of them don't take all of it literally," Quillen said. "They read it for moral guidance, comfort during hardship, not as a veiled history lesson about the origin of the world."
"And if they did?"
"They'd be deluding themselves."
"You sound rather sure of that, Doctor. Not even a glimmer of doubt. Come now, you can't be that close-minded. Not after everything that's happened recently."
"It's just a bad storm, that's all."
"And yet the Testament says, and I'm quoting from memory here, so forgive me if I don't get it exactly right, and in that time it is written that the powerful shall come, those who move the mountains and the skies, and the mark of the keepers of the gates of paradise shall be upon them, and they shall be feared." He smiled, pleased with himself, for it was undoubtedly an accurate recollection. The Tectomancers, in other words. No one's moved any mountains or skies that I'm aware of. We'll allow a little latitude for poetic interpretation. Keep in mind that the Testament's been passed down through more than 300 generations. Is it any wonder certain concepts have been muddied? More than muddied, if you ask me. So you don't believe in Tectomancers, despite all the scholarship to the contrary? Quillen answered as truthfully as he was able. I believe some individuals have certain very limited control over the zones. If that makes me close-minded, so be it. I'm not asking you to open your mind to all manner of nonsense, Doctor, merely to allow for the possibility of things you might previously have dismissed, or failed to give any consideration to whatsoever, such as the fact that the world was not always this way, and by implication doesn't have to be this way in the future. If the world was very different, Quillen said, there wouldn't necessarily be room in it for Swarm. Something that you no doubt think must have escaped my attention. Well, it hasn't. Truth to tell, Doctor, there's actually a purpose to my scholarship. I have a duty to evaluate any threat, any change in circumstances that might affect Swarm and its citizenry. Call it strategic thinking if you must. It seems to me axiomatic that you can't predict the future state of our world, much less plan how you're going to adapt to it, unless you understand how the world became the way it is.
And the fact that you enjoy nosing through dusty old maps and legends is entirely coincidental, Cortana said, with the long-suffering air of someone who had been through similar discussions more times than she cared to remember.
A happy marriage of desire and necessity, that's all, Ricasso said. He looked at Quillen sadly. I'm sorry, Doctor. My hopes were raised. It's not your fault, of course.
About what?
I hoped you might prove a suitable foil, a sympathetic ear for my more outlandish ideas. You're set in your ways, though, and I can hardly fault you for that. Medicine is a fixed discipline. It requires diligence, not imagination.
Quillen did not allow the barb to rankle him. Dr. Gambison told me you enjoy your conversations with him.
Gambison's the exception to the rule. Besides, as often as not, he's away from Swarm. I used to enjoy discussions with Cortana's father, but now that he's no longer with us...
I wouldn't want to give the impression that I'm completely closed to new ideas, Quillen said.
Of course not, Ricasso said reassuringly. I'm sure, in your own way.
It would still be good to talk privately.
Ricasso leaned over and patted Quillen on the knee, the way an uncle might reassure a small boy. I insist on it, dear fellow. I'm sure we'll find a lot of common ground.
The pilot lowered a grilled hatch to speak to her passengers. Coming up on Purple Emperor, sir. I'll bring us into the main docking port unless you have any objections.
That'll be fine, Ricasso answered. Take a good look, Doctor. Not many people get this close to her. Quite something, isn't she? Even for a spear pointer.
She's enormous.
There's no larger machine on the planet. Nearly 250 years old as well. That's almost prehistoric where airships are concerned.
They had punched through to Swarm's secret core. Purple Emperor nestled there like a jewel, ornamented with the lesser finery of smaller ships maintaining close, swaddling formation. She was by any measure a truly preposterous machine, vast and dark as a thundercloud, threatening in her very size, but at the same time conveying a sense of ludicrous ponderousness and vulnerability. Her envelope must have been more than half a league from end to end, twice the size of any ship Quillen had glimpsed so far. The main gondola, running nearly the whole length of the envelope, was a dozen decks tall, lit up with chains of golden windows, festooned with balconies and promenades. There were a dozen smaller gondolas linked to the main one by covered walkways. She had numerous outriggers, mounted in triple and quadruple layers, each supporting a dozen or more engines, the air screws ranging in size from mere propellers, no larger than those on Painted Lady, to slowly gyring blades as long again as a single airship. Ships at least as large as Painted Lady were docked at various stations,
and they resembled nothing more than opportunist parasites, nibbling the crusted underbelly of some tremendous, oblivious sea monster.
"I've never seen anything quite like her," Quillen said. "They should have cut her up years ago," Katana said. "She's too big, too old, slows down the entire formation, and keeps our best ships tied up feeding and protecting her like a big fat mewling baby."
"Never one for sentiment, our Katana," Ricasso reflected.
"If Swarm didn't have to spend half its resources protecting worn-out, bloated relics like Purple Emperor, we could really do something. Take on the Skullboys at their own game for once, instead of skulking around them. Become more mobile, more assertive."
"More like the Skullboys, in other words," Ricasso said.
"I didn't say that." "One thing I'm not entirely clear about," Quillen said. "What is it that Swarm does, exactly?"
"Everything that Spear Point does and more," Ricasso said grandly, "which is to say, Swarm endures. It provides shelter and comfort for its citizens. It clothes, feeds, and educates them and gives them work to do when they are old enough. If that was all, it would still be enough. Nobody requires Spear Point to be anything other than a city, do they? It's a thing unto itself, sufficient in that regard. So with Swarm. But we are much more than just a city in the air, and that is where we differ from the God-scraper. Spear Point's civilizing influence, if you can call it that, extends no more than a handful of leagues from its base. We are not like that. Swarm's influence covers the entire planet. There's nowhere we can't go, nowhere we can't extend our reach. Our shadow has touched every square span of the Earth's surface."
"Even the Bane?" Quillen asked, recalling the blank spot on Meroka's map.
"No one goes there. No one even lives there, so it doesn't count," Ricasso answered. "Elsewhere is what matters. Half the communities on this planet think Spear Point's a myth, but they've all heard of Swarm, and most of them know what we stand for."
"Which is?" "Self-preservation," Katana answered, before Ricasso had a chance to speak. "That's all. We grub around looking for the last drop of fire sap, or bully some hapless dirt rats into forging new engines or bullets for our ships. Funny how persuasive 400 loaded spin guns aimed down at you from the sky can be."
"We stand for more than just staying alive," Ricasso said. "We're the last beacon of enlightenment in a world where the lights are going out one by one."
Katana looked like she'd heard this one before. "Oh, please. We're just another semi-organized rabble. The difference is we have ranks and airships and the delusion that we're doing something noble and uplifting."
"If your father heard you speak—"
"He'd agree with me, and so would the Ricasso he used to know. We had a purpose once, I'm not arguing with that."
"Before Spear Point turned its back on us."
"I'm not talking about that. I mean afterwards, long afterwards, until recently, in fact. We were trying to make something better of the world, acting as, yes, I'll admit it, a civilizing force when none existed, helping the surface communities to better themselves, establishing lines of communication and commerce, offering guidance and support to towns and communities that dared stand up to the Skullboys, proving that it didn't have to be Spear Point or nothing, that there was an alternative."
Ricasso said, "We probably shouldn't bicker in front of our guest."
"He's got eyes and ears and a brain," Katana replied. "He'll have worked out most of it for himself. He did ask the question, didn't he?"
Quillen smiled awkwardly. "I didn't mean to reopen old wounds."
"You didn't," Ricasso said, leaning forwards to pat Quillen on the knee reassuringly. "Katana and I may have our differences, but fundamentally, look, you know what they say about your fiercest critics, how you should keep them close at hand. Well, there's none fiercer than Katana. Her only saving grace is that she thinks I'm still open to reasoned persuasion, rather than being jettisoned overboard." "Yes," Katana said, "I'm foolish enough to think he may not be a completely lost cause."
"And as foolish as it makes me, I'm proud to have her as my goddaughter," Ricasso answered.
They docked without ceremony, Quillen experiencing a disorientating sense of landing on solid ground as the little craft engaged with the rock-steady fixture of Purple Emperor. The landing door was lowered again, and almost immediately a uniformed man leaned in through the open hatchway.
He had a youthful, handsome face, pale and freckled, a light, downy growth of beard, flashing green eyes, and a head of reddish hair worn raffishly long. He nodded at Ricasso, but that was clearly just a formality for the benefit of the other observers. Katana rose from her seat and embraced the man without speaking. They kissed and descended the steps, still holding each other. The guard motioned for Quillen to follow them down onto the platform. They'd berthed next to one of the smaller gondolas, on the starboard side of the ship. Immediately Quillen was struck by how very much more palatial the surroundings were, compared to the business-like austerity of Painted Lady. Although there were other ships docked, there was none of the boisterous activity of the servicing facility. The deck was carpeted, and the attending airmen behaved more like hotel concierges, their uniforms as discreetly understated as their manner. Even the engine drone sounded muted and deferential. He was led indoors, and then through a long connecting bridge that brought them to the central gondola. The interior of the gondola was galleried and surprisingly airy, for all that the vast envelope loomed over it. It hummed with civic purpose. Staff, civil servants of various kinds, he supposed, seemed to be rushing everywhere on errands, clutching satchels and papers, conducting urgent hushed conversations with each other as they strode the long hallways. Quillen heard the chatter of typewriters through open doors. He heard the pneumatic whoosh of message tubes gliding along overhead service pipes. Aside from the absence of electricity, it was not so different from a busy administrative department in Neon Heights. It was just that he was up in the air, leagues above the ground. After descending to one of the gondola's lower levels, they came at last to a lavish stateroom, hemmed by many smaller offices and parlours. The stateroom was half lounge and half place of business, with a long table at one end and an arrangement of settees, armchairs, coffee tables and drinks cabinets at the other. Along one side was a ceiling-high sloping window, affording a spectacular view of the surrounding ships, with only shifting, furtive glimpses of sky and ground between them. The remaining walls were lined with bookcases and framed maps and charts, some of obvious antiquity. The engine drone was no more audible than the noise of city traffic in an air-conditioned office. Ricasso fixed drinks for his guests, then dismissed the guard. He ushered the party to the lounge chairs and bade them sit down in front of a low table. Something like a game of checkers appeared to be in progress, judging by the gridded board spread out on the table and the many black markers placed in various formations on the grid. "I won't keep you long, Katana," Ricasso said. "I know you and Airgraf have far more pressing matters to attend to now." The red-headed man blushed. "I think I've told you everything useful." "You were out on a scouting mission?" Quillen asked. "North of the Bane," Airgraf said, leaning against Katana in one of the settees, "trying to re-establish contact with an old fuel supply station we haven't used for years." He paused and looked momentarily worried. "Ern, this isn't a state secret, is it?" "You can speak freely in front of Dr. Quillen," Ricasso said. "If he learns anything we'd rather he didn't, we always have the option of throwing him overboard." "Fuel's a constant problem," Katana said. "Fire sap grows on trees, as the saying goes, but there aren't as many trees as there used to be. You probably noticed this in Spear Point. Great swaths of forest are dying back. It's the climate change, we think. The world's cooling. No one knows why." "Our atmosphere isn't stable," Ricasso said, sounding like a man about to veer off on one of his pet theories. "I've done the calculations. It's like a bucket with a leak in it. Someone filled it to the brim a long time ago, and now it's draining out. Earth's gravity simply isn't strong enough to retain a warm, breathable atmosphere over thousands of years. The atmosphere's thinning, and as a consequence it can't trap heat so efficiently." "I don't think anyone in Spear Point believes that the cold spell is going to continue," Quillen said. "Even as their wood supply chains extend further and further from the city? Even as the lights go out? Yes, we have our intelligence, Doctor. We may not like Spear Point, but we know what it's up to." "We rely on ground stations for our fuel," Airgraf said. "Not just the fuel, either. Also the sungas we use in our lifting cells, and the explosives we use in our weapons, and the food we eat. There's a limit to what you can manufacture and recycle up in the air, so we've always had to maintain good relations with the surface facilities." "Dirt rats," Quillen said.
Even dirt rats have their uses, Katana replied. Things have been getting worse during the last few years, Agraf went on. Stations that we used to rely on aren't there anymore. Partly it's due to the dying back of the forests, meaning that the raw materials just aren't as easy to come by. But that's not the only reason. The cold's hitting the Skull Boys as well, so they've been forced to become more aggressive. It used to be that we kept to our territories and they kept to theirs. But now we're coming into conflict almost every time we send out a ship. A number of our old ground facilities have fallen under Skullboy control. They've started to take the fight to the air now. They don't have our expertise, but what they do have is strength in numbers, and the willingness to die. Desperate times, Ricasso said, and that was before the storm came to stir things around even more, as if we didn't have enough to deal with. It's all verging on the auspicious, wouldn't you say? If I was superstitious, Katana replied. We've endured crises before, Agraf said. There's no reason why we can't get through this one. The boundless optimism of the young, Ricasso said, smiling fondly. I envy you that, I really do. But this isn't just some temporary bottleneck we'll pass on through and emerge the other side leaner and stronger. The world is changing. It's never done that before, at least not within Swarm's history. What will you do? Quillen asked. While the semaphore lines are down, we have to rely on scouts for long-range intelligence. There's a resupply facility to the north of the Bane. That's what Agraf was verifying for us. It was mothballed, but according to Agraf, is still serviceable. More importantly, there's a stockpile of useful fuel, so we can land and replenish very quickly. 2-3 days if the pumps work and the fire sap's still good. Equally importantly, the Skull Boys don't know about it. It's not a long-term solution, Agraf said, but it should stave off our worries for another 12 months to a year, depending on the volume and quality of the fuel in the storage silos. We didn't have time to do more than a few simple tests. We were waiting for one more scout to come in, Ricasso said. Brimstone is late, but we'll give her one more day. Then we move, heading for Agraf's fuel concentration depot. We'll take a different route so we don't run into the same marauding parties that caused Agraf so much difficulty on his return. If Brimstone is still operable, she'll have to maintain independent action until the semaphore lines are working again. Then she can re-establish contact with the main fleet. We don't do this lightly. Swarm never abandons one of its own, unless there's no alternative. In this case there is none. Our tanks are running perilously low. We must have that fuel. I don't doubt the severity of the situation, Quillen said. I suppose it will be a matter of concern to you to be taken even further from Spearpoint, Ricasso asked. My relationship with Spearpoint isn't as straightforward as you might think. Quillen reached up and touched the goggles, glancing at Katana for confirmation. May I? Go ahead, she said. He's going to find out sooner or later, no matter what you do. He removed the goggles, waited for his eyes to adjust to the brightness of the stateroom, and looked at Ricasso and Agraf in turn. It's quite a long story, he said, and the eyes aren't the end of it. I am anatomically distinct. Some kind of hybrid, Ricasso said, pausing only to refill his glass, as if he needed extra sustenance to deal with the apparition sitting before him. Yes, but I'm slowly reverting to full angel physiology. Very soon these simple disguises won't suffice. I already look odd. I'm only going to look odder. Agraf said, I can understand why you'd feel a little ambivalent about returning to Spearpoint. It's my home, but they were also trying to kill me. You'll appreciate me being slightly conflicted. People? Ordinary human beings? Ricasso asked. Angels. Not that ordinary human beings wouldn't have a go if they knew what I was. Katana bristled. Not all of us. No, you've been most hospitable, given the alternatives. I'm grateful. We managed to keep him a secret from most of the crew, Katana told Ricasso. They're good airmen, for the most part. They wouldn't be working under me if they weren't. But that doesn't mean they'd be ready to accept Quillen. They're superstitious and, well, she looked into her lap. No one much likes the Angels. I can understand Angels being disliked in Neon Heights, or anywhere in Spear Point that isn't part of the celestial levels, Quillen said. But why should Swarm's citizens care either way? Aren't Angels just another kind of spear pointer? It goes deeper than that, Katana said. There's bad blood between us and Spear Point, but there's extra strong bad blood between us and the Angels. Maroka said Swarm used to be Spear Point's military arm, Quillen said. Ricasso looked equivocal. More than that. Back then Swarm was Spear Point. You couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. What you call Spear Point was just Swarm's fixed focus, but administratively, politically, culturally, the city was diffuse. Its influence was much more widespread than it is now. It had true satellite communities, daughter cities, spread halfway across the world, bound by the same laws and statutes, the same civil rights. And then all that changed, Agraf said, sounding like a man warming to the topic. There was a zone storm, a big one, maybe not as big as the one we've just experienced, but big enough. The map shifted. Once things had settled down, we surveyed the changed boundaries and reported back to Spear Point. There are places we can't go, Ricasso said. Zones where nothing works. Not just machinery, but basic biological processes. The Bane's the largest of them. But there are others. After the storm, it appeared that a navigable path had opened up into part of the Bane. We called it the Salient. It was a projection of the existing zone into what had once been dead space. We could live in it, and more importantly, our ships and instruments could function there. It was possible for a ship to travel into the Salient and report back. But Spear Point wanted more than that, Katana said. They had intelligence, very shaky, dubious intelligence, that there was something important inside the Bane. It had been hidden until now. But with the Salient pushing as deep into the Bane as it did, there was a possibility of reaching it. There were tensions between Spear Point and some of its satellite communities, Ricasso said. They wanted more autonomy. Spear Point, under the influence of the celestial levels, wanted to strengthen its authority. After the zone shift, there were fears that one of these dissident states might try to stake its own claim on whatever was in the Bane, thereby altering the power balance across much of the planet. That, needless to say, couldn't be tolerated, and so Spear Point, or rather the Angels, decided that it was going to commit much more than just a small survey mission to the Salient. Fully half of Swarm was organized into a task force. We weren't just going to stake a claim, we were going to occupy and hold for as long as it took. What happened? Quillen asked. Swarm's captains had serious qualms, Katana said. They were worried that the storm might not have played out completely. If the zones underwent another adjustment, there'd be a chance that the Salient might collapse, or disconnect from its mother zone. Marooning the fleet, Quillen said. It would have been a death sentence, Ricasso replied. A slow one, but a death sentence all the same. It's no wonder the captains wanted reassurance. They got it, too, Agraf said. They were assured that the best analysts in the celestial levels had run computer simulations, which showed that the Salient was stable. On that understanding, they agreed to the expedition. But they'd been lied to. The Angels had decided that the Salient had to be explored at all costs, even if that meant placing Swarm in jeopardy. Quillen could see where things were heading. It collapsed, didn't it? Swarm was deep inside when the zones resettled, Katana answered. They were cut off. Didn't have a hope. Even then we were so naive that we didn't immediately assume there'd been any deception. What was left of Swarm regrouped. We couldn't do anything for the ships lost in the Salient. They were beyond help, beyond heliograph signaling range. The only thing left to them was death from zone sickness. But then, slowly, the truth began to emerge. The simulations that had been suppressed because they didn't show the results Spear Point wanted, the voices that had been silenced or discredited, our betrayal. As far as we were concerned, it was tantamount to a declaration of war, Ricasso said. So we took it as such. Spear Point had abandoned us.
so we abandoned it in return. We withdrew from protection duties. One by one, its satellite communities broke away from control. Over time, they all withered. Now they're not even remembered, and we claim the skies for our own."
"I cannot speak for Spearpoint," Quillen said, "but I'm sorry this happened."
"Justice has been served," Agraf replied loftily. "It's just a shame that we had to wait so long." "That's a pretty harsh judgment, considering no one alive in Spearpoint was responsible for the crime." "Collective responsibility doesn't end with the death of any single citizen," Katana said. "It goes on. The city betrayed us. The city still remembers, even as it tried to forget." She shrugged. "Now, it's getting a taste of its own medicine."
"Surely you can't wish death by zone sickness on anyone."
"Why shouldn't I? They brought it on us, and they wanted you dead, Doctor. Don't tell me your sympathies lie with Spearpoint now, after it forced you into exile."
"They're good people," he told her. "Most of them."
"Sometimes bad things happen to good people," Riccasso said. "That's just the way things are. You can't lose sleep over it, Doctor. I'd have thought a medical man would appreciate that more than anyone." Chapter 15. Swarm was moving north, uncoiling out of the temporary sanctuary of its crater like some black mass of hornets, belligerent and purposeful. Thousands of engines were revved to military power. The snarling, braying noise drummed off the landscape for leagues around. It was the sound of a city carving a path through the sky. Out on the balconies the sound was nearly unbearable, especially aboard Purple Emperor, which was never far from its flanking escort of sleek, weapons-barbed protector vehicles. A small army of airmen had to work outside all the while, tending to the engines, the demented cat's cradle of rigging and struts and torsion spars, the rip-prone envelopes, the finicky temperamental wind speed and barometric pressure gauges, the guns and cannon that needed continual testing, calibration and adjustment. The airmen wore goggles, helmets and earmuffs, rendering them all but indistinguishable from each other. If there had been something casual about Swarm while it loitered in the crater, the impression was now one of the unbending application of strict procedure. Swarm had owned the skies for centuries. Finally, Quillen understood something of the authoritarian discipline that had made that possible. It had saved his life and given his companions shelter. But it was still a thing to be feared, even as it went through the paradoxical business of burning fuel in the hope of finding further reserves of the same dwindling commodity. It was a creature that had to keep moving or die, and that made it both awesome and ever so slightly tragic. They had waited a day for Brimstone to come in. When no word of the ship had arrived, no distant flash of a heliograph sent at the limit of visibility, Riccasso had reluctantly given the order to move north, towards the fuel facility that Agraf had surveyed. Collectively, Swarm could only travel at half the speed of its fastest ships, maintaining little more than 25 leagues per hour, less if there was headwind. Swarm's strength at this point lay in numbers rather than agility, but it was also amorphous and adaptable, and, so Quillen was reassured, capable of rebuffing almost any conceivable attack. His status remained difficult to assess. Riccasso had allocated him generous quarters near his own stateroom, replete with every luxury one could reasonably expect aboard an airship. He shared his meals with Riccasso, Katana, Agraf, and, when his own duties permitted it, Dr. Gamberson. No topic of discussion was out of bounds, not even matters that Quillen would have supposed were sensitive operational secrets, such as the severity of the fuel shortage. He could only conclude that Riccasso and the others either trusted him completely or had absolutely no intention of ever letting him leave Swarm. The truth probably lay somewhere between those poles. But in other senses he was not at liberty to do as he pleased. He was confined to Purple Emperor, and only allowed to move around a very small part of her, effectively a self-contained section encompassing the stateroom and the infirmary, plus a short stretch of private balcony. Partly this was for his own protection, to keep his true nature secret from as many personnel as possible. But it also reinforced his impression that, regardless of Riccasso's fascination with him, he was still a prisoner. Meroka had continued to improve. She was out of the infirmary now, although still bandaged and sore. She was not yet well enough to be allowed near the guns again, even for training exercises. They were simply too heavy and cumbersome for someone in her condition. Instead, she was being schooled in navigation and swarm communications, skills that, for the airmen, were at least as vital as being able to load and aim a spin gun. He found her at one of the heliograph stations, practicing the transmission of test signals between Purple Emperor and other nearby ships, working the shutter with increasing speed and confidence. She not only had to learn the apparatus, but also the code system for ship-to-ship messaging. A female signals officer remained with her at all times, but it was clear that Meroka was anything but a slow pupil. He watched her for several minutes before she became aware of his presence. She was sending and receiving in bursts, alternately working the shutter and noting incoming flashes in a practice log. Through the windows he saw the stuttering mirror flash of the other sender, the shutter flicking open and shut only slightly faster than Meroka was able to work hers. "She's good, isn't she?" Quillen said, addressing the signals officer. "Better than your average dirt rat," the woman said, which he supposed was meant as praise. "All right, you can take a break now. It's hard on the wrist to begin with, isn't it?" "I'll cope," Meroka said. "Gamberson tells me you're doing well," Quillen said. "Good for Gamberson." "He's not the only one concerned for your welfare." "You wouldn't know concern if it bit you, cutter." Meroka eyed the signals officer. She was not one of Painted Lady's crew, and so was unlikely to know Quillen's secret. Quillen imagined Meroka having to bite down hard against the temptation to refer to his angel nature. "It's not in you. Not in any of you. You're colder than snakes. I learned that the hard way." "I know what happened," he said softly. "Tulwa told me. All I can say is I'm sorry. You deserved better treatment, both of you." "Sorry? That's the best you've got?" "If I could undo what happened, I would, but it would never have been in my power." "Guess that gives you a clear conscience, then?" "I didn't say that." "This isn't about making me feel better, Cutter. It's about atoning for your sins. Sorry, but I can't lift that particular burden. Got enough of my own." She paused and looked at the signals officer. "Break over. Can we get back to the lesson?" "You're wrong about me," Quillen said. "And you're wrong about me if you think there's some forgiveness deep down inside if only you can find it. Truth to tell, Cutter, there's only more hate. That's what I am. Clinical-grade hate all the way through. Keep digging. You'll only come out the other side." "I don't believe you." "Then you're in for more misery and frustration than you realize." Without another word, Meroka returned to the heliograph, grabbing the shutter lever and initiating another send, all the anger and fury of her life working its way into her wrist as she wrenched the mechanism back and forth. Quillen took his leave. "The girl was convulsing again," Gamberson told him, when they were alone in a side room off the infirmary. "Her mother says it's normal, but I'm not sure she isn't hiding something." He looked at Quillen inquiringly. "Are you certain they haven't been taking antizonals? It could be a side effect." Where Carlis and Nimcha were concerned, he had to tread even more carefully than with Meroka. Katana still suspected he was hiding something, but he hoped that the gyro needle of her suspicion wasn't zeroing in on the mother and daughter yet. Perhaps she still thought Meroka was the one he was most likely to be protecting. Carlis and Nimcha, after all, were both dirt rats, not spear pointers. Dirt rats, as far as he could judge, were not considered to be capable of much more than nuisance action. They brought disease, parasites, and moral laxity. Sabotage and espionage were deemed to be beyond their remit. But still, Katana's suspicion wouldn't fixate on Meroka indefinitely, and then it would have nowhere else to go but the mother and daughter. Quillen craved the chance to speak to them in private. But he could not risk displaying an undue attachment, and was therefore obliged to show no more than the plausible concern of one traveller for his companions. "They refused the drugs I offered, so I can't see any reason for them to have taken any illicitly," Quillen said. "They just have unusually robust tolerance, that's all." "It's not uncommon amongst surface dwellers," Gamberson mused, "and, at least out here, the zone shift hasn't been too severe. We've been flying through stable conditions ever since the storm, keeping well away from boundaries. But that only makes the convulsions even more of a mystery. I suppose you think us terribly primitive, lacking X-rays and brain imaging devices? You can hardly be blamed for living somewhere where machines like that won't work. It's not for want of trying, believe me. There are some basic electrical systems in Swarm, but the crew spend more time repairing them than using them. Building complicated medical equipment is quite beyond the bounds of possibility. The zone simply won't tolerate it. The cellular grid doesn't have the necessary resolution, as Ricasso would say. We all have to make the best of what we have, Quillen said. I've seen the medical care you offer on this ship, and I've been impressed. Granted, you don't have much in the way of clever machines to help you, but you've compensated by being superb physicians. But it would need more than a superb physician to look inside that girl's skull and see what's making her ill. Perhaps we were right to quarantine her after all. It could be viral meningitis or something similar. I don't think it's anything like that. I believe Carlis when she says the convulsions aren't a cause for concern. She's the girl's mother, after all. If anyone's going to know, it's her. And you're satisfied that the mother isn't a cause for concern herself? Quillen tried to look puzzled by Gambeson's line of questioning. The mother? She's as strong as a horse. I was thinking more along mental lines. You've seen that mark on her head. It's just a tattoo. Skirting dangerously close to the truth, he added, someone did it for a cruel joke, or so they could pass her off as a tectomancer. It's not as if she did it to herself. I just wondered what persuaded someone to persecute her in that fashion. She's hardly the most normal person I've ever met. The way she stares, her entire manner, it's discomforting. I wouldn't be surprised if she drew some of that persecution down on herself. She's been through a lot. Enough, perhaps, to destabilize her, to push her over the edge? She seems rational enough to me, Quillen said. Uneducated, certainly. Swarmish isn't her native tongue, and she's unfamiliar with your culture and technology. She's probably illiterate, but she isn't stupid. She has an excellent command of oral history, and she's managed to keep herself and her daughter alive out there. In my book, that makes her neither deranged nor irresponsible. She cares for the girl, that's not in doubt. I just hope there isn't anything seriously wrong with either of them. I suppose if I spoke to them I might be able to tease something out, Quillen said. You don't sound very keen. Good, Quillen thought. That was the idea. They've already asked for you, actually, Gambeson continued. Provided you respect the terms of the quarantine, I've no objections. Shouldn't I be quarantined as well? I was in contact with both of them. The quarantine's mainly a sop, a concession to the captain and her officers, but since it causes no harm and may even do some small good, I am willing to indulge them in that. I'll be brief. He went to see Carlis and Nimcha, closing the quarantine door behind him. The room was Spartan, but warm and clean and infinitely preferable to the conditions they had been forced to endure aboard Painted Lady. There were separate beds with clean sheets and pillows. Mother and daughter were wearing swarm clothes, utilitarian and slightly too large for both of them, but a considerable improvement on the rags he had found them in. A wind-up gramophone player had been provided, together with an assortment of cylinders, but there was no sign that Carlis had played them. The cover was still on the box. Nor was Nimcha showing interest in the pile of child's picture books she had been given to read. Quillen leafed through them and understood why. The illustrations and texts were predominantly concerned with romanticized airship-based adventures, the ground little more than a smudgy abstraction. Clearly nothing of interest ever happened on the ground. Mother and daughter, in any case, seemed much more interested in the view through the room's single large window. They were standing at it when he came in, their backs to the door. As the escort ships jockeyed around Purple Emperor, the view shifted constantly, the sky and the land showing through the packed mass in furtive glimpses. "Where are we?" Carlis asked. "North," he said. It was as accurate an answer as he could give. They were a day out from the crater now. The air was chillier than it had been at the equatorial latitudes of Spear Point and the Long Gash, so much so that even with coat and gloves he could only tolerate brief bracing spells on the balcony. The airmen never stopped their work, which only became more taxing as the cold took its toll on fabric and machines. Once, with a sense of dreamlike unreality, he had watched a lone airman stumble from a spar and drop into the rushing air, the sound of the engine stealing any exclamation that the man might have made. Snatched away by Swarm's motion, the airman tumbled off the envelope of one of the escort ships moving behind and below Purple Emperor. Then he was gone, and it was as if nothing had happened.
"Where are we going?"
Carlis persisted. He had been given no guidance as to what he was and was not allowed to discuss with them. There's a refueling point somewhere ahead of us. That's where they're taking Swarm.
"We will return to Spear Point?"
Carlis asked directly. It was an odd question because Swarm itself had never been near Spear Point, not since the Sundering, and even Painted Lady had not come closer than a day's ride from the base of the structure. If anything, Swarm will take us even further away. I don't think they've got any plans to go anywhere near Spear Point. They don't like it very much.
"The further we go, the more ill she will become," Carlis said. "She dreams of it now. The dreams make her sick."
You told me of bad dreams. Are these the same ones?
"She dreams of a dark tower and the eye of God burning inside it. It draws her nearer. Only she can close the eye. When she cannot do this, she becomes sick."
"The tower wants me to make it better," Nimcha said.
Quillen took a deep breath. "You're saying Spear Point is the thing causing your bad dreams and convulsions?"
"She has told you," Carlis said. "Why would you doubt her?"
"I don't know." He lowered himself into a high-backed white chair. "I don't know anything anymore. I accept that Nimcha has powers over the zones. At least, I think I do. Does that mean I should automatically accept that the Maya, the Eye of God, has power over Nimcha? Perhaps you're right, and I should just take this as the natural order of things. Or perhaps I'm going quietly insane."
"The zones begin and end in the Eye of God. Nimcha speaks to the zones. Therefore the Eye speaks back to Nimcha. Is this so hard to accept?"
"Let's deal with the practicalities for now. I've told Gamberson that the convulsions aren't a cause for concern. But if what you tell me is correct, then my reassurance was premature. But on the other hand, I can't exactly tell him the truth." Carlis said sternly,
"No one must know."
"You realize this puts me in a bind. Gamberson only wants to do the best for Nimcha, but he can't be allowed to examine her too closely."
"You must keep him away,"
Carlis insisted. "There's a limit to how long I can deflect him. If he was a poorer doctor, he wouldn't care so much."
"You must make them go back to Spear Point," Nimcha said. "Then the dreams will end, and I won't have the pain in my head any more."
"They won't go back," Quillen said. "They just won't. I'm sorry. I wish it was some other way. But you can't grasp the amount of hatred they have for that place."
"She will get more and more ill,"
Carlis said. She left the rest unspoken, but he knew what she was implying. Nimcha could easily die if the convulsions worsened. "I don't know what I can do. I can't tell them why we have to return to Spear Point, because that would mean telling them about Nimcha, and I won't be able to talk them into it unless there's a reason."
"What if you gave them a reason?"
Carlis asked. "Just like that, against the grain of everything they believe in. I'm barely more than a prisoner, Carlis. They have no reason to listen to anything I say, much less to accept that we should return to Spear Point."
"Then we must leave Swarm,"
the mother decided, "and survive out there, somehow, on our own, even if they agree to let us go. We're thousands of leagues away from where we were picked up. It would take a year to cross all that land on foot, assuming we somehow manage not to get ourselves killed on the way. Our record's not too good in that regard. We barely made it out of Spear Point's shadow."
"You will find a way,"
Carlis said, as if the mere act of commanding him was enough to make the thing possible. "I don't think you understand the difficulties."
"You will find a way," she repeated, "and it must be soon."
"I can close the Eye of God," Nimcha said. "I can put things back the way they used to be."
"Before the storm?" Quillen asked, half humouring her, half believing every word the girl said.
"Not before the storm,"
Nimcha answered.
Before everything.
Ricasso, as was his usual habit at the start of their evening meetings, stood at the stateroom window, one hand behind his back and a slender-stemmed glass in the other, charged with whatever pale spirit had taken his fancy, his attention on the visible portion of the fleet. With the lowering of the sun, the envelopes, engines, and gaily painted empennages of the airships turned dark, save for the illuminated parts of their gondolas. Collisions, always a liability when swarm moved in tight formation, were now even more of a hazard. Ricasso obviously had supreme faith in his airmen. But he seemed to feel that his own vigilance was a necessary component to the enterprise, as if by watching the bobbing, shifting gondolas, he too helped to keep them from straying too close. "Night's always been a double-edged sword," he said quietly, as Quillen was let into the stateroom. "It gives us cover from the Skullboys and other enemies, but there isn't an airman alive who wouldn't rather navigate by day."
"Have we far to go?"
"We'll reach the fuel tomorrow, by noon if all goes well. We'll spend a day or two replenishing the tanks. Depending on the stocks, we'll either suck the wells dry or leave a ship or two behind to safeguard them until we're next in the area."
"And then what?"
"We think about where we're going to get our next fuel from. We can't ever rely on one facility. That's how it is, Doctor. It never ends." Ricasso turned from the window and worked the slats, closing them on the darkening view. "Don't pity us. It's what we're used to. We wouldn't have it any other way." Quillen still knew very little about Ricasso, beyond what Cortana had told him. He didn't seem to have a wife or partner or any immediate family. He had been a captain, like Cortana, like her father and grandfather before her. His ship, Quillen had learned, had been Cinnabar, and he was said to have flown her over the snow-cap of the Mother Goddess, higher than almost any captain had ever taken a ship before. He had gained the respect of a majority of his serving colleagues, and by dint of that had been elected, was probably the wrong word, put forward as Swarm's de facto leader. It wasn't democracy, as Cortana had already pointed out, but it was as close to it as Swarm was likely to get. Quillen had seen the show of flags when the decision was taken to move north, each airship dropping a string of brightly coloured banners from its gondola. The imprimatur had been near unanimous, but that was only because there was, this time, no practical alternative. When the decision was less clear-cut, unanimity could not be counted on. Ricasso had been close to Cortana's father, and he clearly looked on Cortana as something more than just another captain. All the same, Quillen doubted that favouritism had played much of a role in her ascendancy. Her father's genes might have had some bearing, but she was clearly a superb and much-admired captain in her own right, and woe betide anyone who thought otherwise. She had her differences with Ricasso. Cortana hadn't quite concealed her exasperation at the amount of time he spent on his scholarly interests, but at the same time she left Quillen in no doubt that she considered Swarm under Ricasso to be vastly preferable to the alternative. She was a captain of a fighting ship, but she saw her duty as the protection of an essentially pacific entity, rather than being one cog in an ever more belligerent war machine. "All this travelling from one fuel supply to the next, though," Quillen said, "it could be considered something of a futile existence." "You've distanced yourself from that remark, so I'll take no particular umbrage with it. But is living in a city any different? Spear Point exists only to keep existing. A city's only ever 3 hot meals away from anarchy. We're just the same. The difference is, we get to see a bit of the world while we're waiting." "I suppose." "You sound sceptical, Doctor." Ricasso touched a finger to his forehead, as if some revelatory insight had just struck him. "Doubtless you're thinking of all the great art and music Spear Point gives to the world, its endless cultural achievements, things that transcend mere survival. Well, we have our own art. It might not be to your taste, but it's still art." "Do airships feature in much of it?" "I see you're already acquainted. That doesn't make it any less worthwhile, though. I'm willing to bet streets and buildings featuring quite a lot of yours." "You're probably right." "We make music as well. You might like some of it. Granted, living with the background noise of several thousand constantly functioning piston engines does tend to colour one's appreciation of harmony. I'm informed that, to the unschooled ear, our music sounds very mechanical and droning,
almost like lots of engines being run at the same time. Quillen smiled. He couldn't tell if Ricasso was teasing him. And our music? The music of Spear Point, or the part of it you come from? I'm not sure. All I know is that the piece I once had the misfortune to hear sounded like many vehicles trying to squeeze into the same place at the same time, all frantic and cacophonic, with horns and squeals and elements that sounded like metal being scraped with sharp fingernails. I think I know the very piece. Do you care for music, Doctor? Ricasso had perambulated to a drinks cabinet and was in the process of preparing something for Quillen, chinking coloured bottles together like a boy with his first chemistry set. Not really. Or rather, I was brought up with the music of the celestial levels, and anything else can't help but sound rather flat and uninspired by comparison. He paused. It was lovely. But I think I needed a head full of machines to get the full effect. When they took them away, they also took away a large part of my ability to appreciate music. All I really have left now is the memory of having appreciated it, like waking from a dream filled with a sense of exaltation, but being completely unable to recall exactly what it was about the dream that was so delightful. Ricasso directed Quillen to take one of the lounge chairs. He passed him the drink he had just fixed, which was a chemical green colour. When you're not listening to music of unspeakable beauty, do angels ever give much thought to why they exist in the first place? Only angels could survive in the celestial levels. Undoubtedly the case, but not what I was asking. Ricasso paused to move one of the black markers on the checkerboard game that was still in progress on the table. Consider this, Doctor. Could angels have come into existence in any other zone, and then colonized the celestial levels? I don't think so, Quillen answered carefully. The machines inside us couldn't function anywhere else. That's why they had to be removed before I could descend to Neon Heights. My body is reverting to angel physiology, but without the machines I'll never become exactly the way I used to be. These machines, then, how are they made? Who designs them? No one. The machines make themselves. They copy and self-repair endlessly. Angels are born exactly the same way that ordinary humans are. Their blood just contains machines inherited from the mother. So you understand the basic nature of these machines, enough to make use of them, enough to remove them without killing the host, but you couldn't make them again if you had to. Quillen had the sense that he was being steered into a trap. I suppose not. But then why would you need to? You've had the machines inside you for thousands of years. They haven't let you down yet, and they probably won't let you down in the future. But someone must have made them once. And I suppose there's a passage about it in the Testament? Ricasso's smile was one of self-recognition. Actually, this time there isn't. Or if there is, it's so freighted with metaphor that even I haven't teased it out. But the point still stands. Angels are merely people with some highly technical modifications. They appear uniquely suited to life in the celestial levels, but maybe that's just the way it looks to us now after thousands of years. There'll have been a degree of adaptation, to be sure, but not enough to produce creatures such as you out of whole cloth. There must have been something like angels from the very beginning, before the zones formed. Before, as the Testament informs us, the gates of paradise were closed, and the angels were effectively locked into the celestial levels. The Testament also tells us that people were once like children, and lived to be twice as old as we do now. I don't claim to have fathomed all the mysteries, but I do have a theory about the angels. Once they were very common. They may even have been the dominant form. There were two kinds of people, those who lived on the ground, who looked much like myself, and who were biologically much the way we swarmers are now. And there were those who had augmented themselves to fly, and to make use of machines that allowed them to tap into a realm of the senses mere humans will never comprehend. Perhaps it was a matter of personal choice whether you became an angel, or stayed with the old anatomy. Or perhaps choice had nothing to do with it. Perhaps it was even a punishment or penance to be remade as ordinary men and cast down to the ground. But one thing is clear to me. Even if the angels owned the skies, even if they dared to traverse the airless spaces above the atmosphere,
Most of them would not have been able to survive when the zones formed. Just as an angel could not exist here, in the zone we now inhabit, so most angels would have perished when the zones came into being. Only a few would have been fortunate enough to find themselves in a zone that could still support the kind of being they had become, and so they thrived, or at least did not die, while all the others dropped from the sky like stones. And that is why there are angels in the celestial levels now, not because of some unique convergence of function and form, but because they were lucky.
It's a theory, Quillen allowed.
It's more than that. In our travels, we occasionally come into contact with surface traders who specialize in artifacts of an antiquarian nature. I have a particular fondness for old bones, as it happens. In fact, I've made it a minor hobby of mine to collect the skeletons of fallen angels. There is no part of the earth where they cannot be found. It's as if they were everywhere, until the zones killed most of them. He paused and took a gulp from his drink. I apologize if this is distasteful to you. I mean no offence. All that really interests me is the nature of our world. The angels are a part of that mystery, so I've naturally applied myself to the question of their origin with some considerable vigour. But I'm just as interested in the origins of Spear Point, or Soul's Rest, or the Carnivores.
I know about your interest in Vorgs, Quillen said.
Do you, Doctor?
I saw one of them being captured and put in a crate for you. I saw it being unloaded from Painted Lady.
Then you know all my innermost secrets.
Ricasso hesitated and looked at his watches. For all their animosity, Quillen reflected, the wearing of watches was at least one thing that spear pointers and swarmers had in common.
It's not too late. Would you like to see my monsters?
As long as they don't try to suck my brains out.
Very little chance of that, I assure you. They pose no danger now. I'm even hoping some small good could come of them.
They finished their drinks and left the stateroom. Ricasso whispered something to the guards, and they were escorted away from the part of Purple Emperor Quillen had begun to become at least moderately familiar with. Ricasso bustled ahead, flushed with enthusiasm at the chance to show off. They descended to another level. They were surely near the bottom of the gondola now, and through a series of dark, echoey storage rooms, lined with stacked towers of lashed-down crates holding, so Quillen was informed by the yellowing labels, various consumable supplies and replacement parts. Some of the crates near the back walls looked dusty and neglected, as if they hadn't been opened in years. It was a measure of Purple Emperor's vast size that all this dead tonnage could be tolerated, even forgotten about. At length they came to a room near what Quillen estimated must be somewhere near the rear of the gondola. Ricasso opened the impressively armoured door with a hefty key, and then repeated the procedure with another door just beyond the first.
"Can't be too careful," he said. "They couldn't do much damage even if they did get out, but it wouldn't reflect well on me."
"I thought you were in charge."
"I am, but there's no shortage of dissenters who'd snatch at every chance to dethrone me."
He affected a high, whining tone of voice.
"Neglecting his responsibilities, wasting his time with pet distractions, tinkering when he should be running Swarm."
You get the idea.
He grunted and shifted back to his normal register.
"The fact that I'm doing all this because of Swarm escapes them entirely."
He led Quillen into what at first glance appeared to be a kind of airborne dungeon or torture chamber. Cages ran along one side, benches along the other, littered with all manner of tools ranging from delicate and precise to brutal and frightening. In the absence of windows, the room was lit by a series of pink-tinged lanterns, suspended on chains, which were already illuminated when they entered. From somewhere came the thudding pulse of an internal combustion engine. Above the benches, wheels and cables and shafts spun endlessly. Rubber belts transmitted this power to the waiting tools and devices.
"This is my laboratory," Ricasso said proudly, doing a little about-turn on his heels. "It's where I attempt to do what I like to call science."
He paused meaningfully, studying Quillen's reaction.
"Are you familiar with the word?"
"I don't think so."
"Frankly, I'd be surprised if you were. There's not a lot of it about these days."
Quillen smiled tightly.
He had snatched a sidelong glance at the contents of the cages and was unnerved by what he had seen. "You'll have to enlighten me." "We conduct applied science, Doctor, all of us. We live in a world surrounded by technologies, and we know how these technologies work, and, equally importantly, we know when they won't. We train people to make the best use of them. We put them in guilds and military organizations. Some of them we put in hospitals and morgues. We place absolute unflinching faith in their abilities. We, generally speaking, can repair or rebuild or duplicate almost anything, from a flintlock pistol to piston engine to an electric train or television set, a neural imaging device or energy discharge weapon. It allows us a lustre of competence, but that's all it is, scratched beneath our superficial understanding, and all you'll find is a yawning void of ignorance. We don't truly understand any of it. It's all just toys we've been handed down to play with. It doesn't seem to be doing us any harm. Yes, or we wouldn't be here. But that's only because the world has been stable for thousands of years, so we haven't been tested. We've been let off the hook. But now the world is changing, and we haven't got a clue as to how it works, or what we can do about it, and what worries me most of all is that there isn't going to be much time to get back up to speed. Hence, science, he said, with a small gestural flourish at his surroundings, or at least the pathetically small area of it to which I am able to make some tiny, trifling contributions. I'm still not quite sure I understand. I want to make sense of the world, Doctor. I want to undo the screws, take off its elegant face, glimpse the glittering movement, poke around in the gears, and then decide if it's broken or not. Then I want to know if there is anything we can do to put it back together again. There may not be, but at least we'd have the satisfaction of knowing. We'd be satisfied by our own impotence. We don't know unless we try. Riccasso stroked his hands against an assemblage of glassware, a thing of spiral tubes, cone-shaped retorts, and slowly dripping filters. Something thick and clear and resinous was building up in a catchment flask, drop by laboured drop. Look, it's not as if I blame us for not taking much interest in science. Intellectual curiosity will only get you so far. The zones, by their nature, place bedeviling restrictions on what we can hope to do. Every workable device has already been incorporated into our arsenal of useful gadgets. We've worked through the permutations over and over again. There's no point speculating about what you'd do if you didn't have to work under the constraints of the zones, because we do, and that's God-given. Or so it appears. One of the caged things stirred predatorily. You think otherwise. The zones aren't stable. We know that. But what if the zones are radically, catastrophically unstable? The storm's already plunged Spire Point into squalor and darkness. It's already shaken up the Skullboys and made our existence more precarious than it was before. Everything we've seen to date, though, may be nothing compared to what could be on its way. For now, people are able to survive almost everywhere on the planet. But there's no reason that has to be the case forever. What if the bane swelled to encompass the territories that are now habitable? We'd move, Quillen said. Until we couldn't move any more. And then what? Just give up and die like the angels did? There's no reason to expect anything like that's going to happen soon. I hope you're right, Doctor, with every atom of my existence, whatever atoms are. But that's not the only danger we face. The zones might stay the way they are now, and we'd still be in trouble. The world is cooling, the atmosphere thinning, the forests dying. That's got nothing to do with zones or storms, but it narrows our options just as effectively. And your solution? I don't have one. Yet. Riccasso started towards the leftmost cage, but I'm directing my efforts in that direction. It seems to me that however you look at it, it's a problem of zone tolerance. If the zones change, we need to be able to withstand whatever fate throws at us. And if the world becomes progressively less habitable, we have to find a way to survive without it. He read something in Quillen's face. You think I'm joking? Where do we go if we don't have the world? Somewhere else. We've done it before. We can do it again. The Testament tells us that we were once allowed through the gates of paradise. Beyond the gates, it also tells us, lay numberless gardens, each with its own sun and moon. Other worlds, Doctor, other planets like our own, but elsewhere in space. That's one interpretation. Some of the older ground-based cultures maintained that Spear Point was once a bridge, or ladder, to the stars, before it was decreed that the stars were not for us. It's easy to laugh at such beliefs, but what is Spear Point, if not a very tall structure that pierces the atmosphere? It's situated almost on the equator. You know that, don't you?
I suppose, Quillen said. What bearing does that have?
It might be telling us something very useful indeed. To construct a cosmic funicular, you must first— Quillen almost laughed.
A what?
You've been up there, Doctor. You know that even the celestial levels are only the start of it. It goes on and on, rising into the airless void. No one can live up there, so there must be another reason for its existence. What is to say that men did not climb up the tower or ride up it by means of a winch and launch themselves into the gulf between the worlds? Common sense? Ricasso shook his head in gentle disappointment. You're too much a prisoner of your times, Doctor. You can't see through the prism of the present. I don't blame you for that. I was much the same once upon a time, but you have to train yourself to see further. Ricasso paused and smiled. Enough speculation. I've undoubtedly said too much. Let us instead deal with something inarguably concrete and practical. He touched the side of the cage, and the thing inside stirred languidly, metal grating on metal like a steel chain being gradually unwound. The Vorg had been relieved of its rear limbs, but it still maintained a degree of ambulatory prowess by virtue of its blue-clawed forelimbs. The elongated tapering head had locked onto Quillen. It was tracking his movements. The segmented metal tail scraped the ground, swishing from side to side. It smelled of burning oil and rotten meat.
Give brain, tissue, Vorg. Vorg want feed. Vorg make good drug. Vorg help.
Wouldn't it be safer just to kill it?
It would, but they're useful to me and potentially vital to all of us. They used to be robots, I think. Perhaps they were our slaves, before the zones came. Mechanical workers serving human and angel masters. They were obviously given a degree of cleverness, so that they didn't have to be told how to do everything, and perhaps a measure of adaptability and self-repair, so they weren't always breaking down. After the change, some of the robots were able to keep on as they were. Others stopped working more or less immediately, because they ended up in zones where complex machines simply couldn't function. And some were on the border. They didn't die out immediately, but their circuits didn't work as well as they used to, so they adapted. They found that they could incorporate organic matter into their mechanisms, using living tissue to bypass systems that no longer functioned. It was probably only a small substitution to begin with, but it allowed the Vorgs to operate where other machines couldn't, and where humans found it uncomfortable. So they kept altering themselves, until they ended up in the way we see them now, half machine, half flesh, flesh that's almost always dying and decaying, so they have to keep replenishing. So they became carnivorous cyborgs, or carnivores. You can't tell me there's some good in these horrors. Only in the sense that they're rather adept at chemical synthesis, Ricasso said. Feed them what they need, and they'll make almost anything for you in return. It's how they trade. They were making something for the Skullboys. A kind of antizonal medicine, Ricasso said. They can do that, certainly, but that's not what we need now. We need something better, something more potent and long-lasting. An antizonal's only effective until it wears off, and even then it has to be tailored carefully to the patient, the change vector, and the zone conditions. Is that not so, Doctor? It's true enough. And we accept it, because it's what we've learned to accept. Most of us keep to our zones. We cross over occasionally, but very seldom with the intention of staying. Antizonals suffice. They let you leave Spear Point. They allow us to take Swarm through zone changes, when we're forced into it, which I assure you is not very often. Your city, your Spear Point,
is structured into districts by virtue of the zones. There's an entire economy dependent on what can and can't be moved from zone to zone. Sure, the zone boundaries shift around sometimes, but can you imagine the wonderful unholy chaos if people didn't have to obey them anymore? If people could live where they wanted to, instead of where they've ended up as an accident of birth? I'd like to see it happen, Quillen said. I wouldn't necessarily want to be there when it did. Chaos, undoubtedly, but that doesn't change my larger point. A drug that allows us to ignore the zones would be of enormous benefit in the future. Even if the zones don't alter, the world is still changing, and the zones prevent us from leaving. We need that drug, whatever happens. I don't disagree, but I'm afraid there's no such thing. There soon will be. That's what I've been working on down here. I'm very close, Doctor. Quite spectacularly close. Quillen noticed now that there was a fine transparent line reaching into the cage. It plunged through the Vorg's metal ribcage, into the glistening mass of organs that enabled the semi-living entity to function. Something pale and watery oozed along the line into one of the glass retorts, drip, drip, dripping through a filtration device. You milk them? Something like that. They produce secretions. I refine and analyze the secretions. We're on the 16th batch now. I call it Serum 16. It's a slow, painstaking process, getting anywhere near a useful drug. The Vorgs aren't clever enough to work out the molecular formula of the compound they need to synthesize, so it's a question of trial and error, working through the permutations. Ricasso scratched the white hair on the back of his neck. It takes patience, and a ready supply of Vorgs. And they just do this. They don't have much choice. If they refuse, I kill them. Then I dismantle them and feed their remains to the other Vorgs. They're not fussy about a little biomechanical cannibalism. Even so, they have a highly developed survival instinct, so they don't particularly want to die. I keep them alive and they give me the drugs. It's a very equitable arrangement. Secretly, they harbour fantasies of taking over the ship, of course. They imagine they can assemble a fully operative Vorg from the partially dismembered versions I have captive. Needless to say, it isn't going to happen. Quillen was glad to move away from the cages. How do you test the drug? On rats and zebra finches mainly, although anything with a reasonably developed nervous system will do. I mean actual rats, Doctor, not people from the ground. They have to come from outside our own zone, of course, or else they're already too well adapted to be useful subjects. I place one control group on normal antizonals, another on no drugs at all, and I test the third group with the serum. And? The results are encouraging. There's still work to be done, but there's no doubt in my mind that the project will succeed. Within 12 months I hope to test it on my first human subjects. Within a year I hope to begin widespread production and dispensing of the end-stage serum. I'll need many more Vorgs, of course, but that's not an insurmountable problem. Freed of dependence on antizonals, there'll be almost nowhere Swarm can't reach. I could help you with this, Quillen said. The testing of the batches must be laborious. Wouldn't you appreciate a second pair of hands down here? We barely know each other, Doctor. You know me well enough to show me all this. All I'm talking about is lifting some of the work from your shoulders. It's not as if you'd need to teach me any medicine. You seem very keen. Of course I'm keen. Something like this could help the whole planet, not just Swarm. I don't disagree. Equally, I see the need for caution and strict control. It's both a cure and a weapon. We can't go racing into this. If the Skull Boys got their hands on it, there'd be nothing to contain them. But maybe they wouldn't be Skull Boys anymore, if they had access to drugs that didn't turn them into murderous, drooling lunatics. An experiment you'd be willing to sanction, Doctor? Ricasso's tone showed that he had no great inclination to wait for an answer. No, it'll need to be dispensed with care. It's chemical wildfire, or it will be when I reach the production batch. What happened to the previous runs? They just didn't work out, Ricasso said. You don't need to worry about them.
Chapter 16. From a distance, the fuel concentration depot was a dismal rusting thicket of skeletal docking towers. It looked like a huddle of skyscrapers that had been flayed of glass and chrome and masonry, leaving only an armature of iron bones. They pushed up from a forlorn mouse-grey landscape, a rugged, boulder-strewn steppe almost entirely denuded of vegetation. Only a few low-lying hills sheltered the towers from distant observation. Some had fallen, toppling onto the buildings and storage tanks below. Others were leaning so precariously that it would have been brazen madness to bring an airship anywhere near them. That didn't stop some of Swarm's captains from doing just that. One by one the heavy tankers were brought in, engines droning against the prevailing wind, until they mated with the towers. Guy lines were not usually sufficient to stabilize the ships in favorable conditions. Here the towers flexed and swayed unnervingly under the varying loads, rivets popping free, and girders springing away like flicked playing cards. Airmen scrambled down ladders to reach the pumps and valves on the ground. Some of the machines had been tested when Agraf visited the site, but many had not been activated in years. They were iced over and seized tight with a thick caking of rust. Hammers clanged and flame guns roared as the airmen tried to coax the petrified mechanisms back into something resembling serviceability. Even when it began to flow, the fuel came desperately slowly, the aging pumps barely able to lift it to the airships. The smaller craft could get in lower, nosing between the towers, but the tankers were much too big for that. Even now no one was exactly sure how much fuel remained in the tanks, or how much of that was not contaminated beyond the point of recovery. What was certain was that Swarm was not going anywhere for 2 or 3 days. All the while, the airworthy escort ships maintained a perimeter patrol, surveying the horizon for signs of enemy craft. This was a watering hole, and watering holes drew the hungry as well as the parched. It was a predictably nervous time. Painted Lady was still undergoing repairs, so she was not one of the ships tasked with protection duties. This chafed at Katana almost as much as the fact that she had not been given permission to command another vessel in the interim. Quillen sensed her bristling impatience whenever they were together. She was glad to be with Agraf, who was also grounded aboard Purple Emperor while his ship was patched back together. But she was also itching to get away from Swarm's hustle and bustle, back to the gin-clear skies where her hand was on the wheel and her authority total. When she wasn't talking or listening, Katana stole appraising glances through the nearest window, as if judging the meteorological conditions. He liked both of them. Agraf was opinionated, hopelessly wedded to Swarm's rightness in all things, but at no point had Quillen sensed even a speck of animosity in the man concerning his own nature. Agraf didn't like spear-pointers, that was clear, but it was a general prejudice and he was perfectly willing to make exceptions in individual cases. When Katana or Ricasa or Gambeson were not around, Agraf gave Quillen long and enthusiastic lectures on everything from the properties of high-altitude, noctilucent clouds to the functioning of navigational gyroscopes and the business of aerial cartography. "I'm a good captain," he confessed to Quillen once, "but she's better than me. Always will be. That's no condemnation of my own abilities, though. It's just that she's Katana and the rest of us aren't. There's only one Mother Goddess, and there's only one Katana. The rest of us are foothills." He smiled quickly. "Not that I'm putting her on a pedestal or anything." "How much of that is natural talent, and how much did she learn from her father?" "Anyone's guess. All I know is that ship listens to her hand on the helm like it wants her to command it. I've taken her out once, Painted Lady, I mean. She fought me all the way. Oh, I got her under control eventually, but it was more brute force than airmanship. Then Katana takes over and it's like she's soothing an animal. That was when I knew I'd never have what she has." He said this in the relieved tones of a man who had not only abandoned an impossible goal, but realized that there was no humiliation in doing so. By way of consolation, Quillen offered, "I'm sure it would be the same if she tried to fly your ship." "That's the point, though. I've seen her take command of Iron Prominent. That's my ship. She's got her own quirks, her own temper, and Katana just shrugged and took the reins, and she was flying almost as well as if I'd been at the helm. Not as well, but damned close. She's born to it, Doctor. She's a creature of the air, like yourself." He shook his head in marvel and wonderment. "We're lucky to have her. We're lucky we even live in the same century she does. You don't mind the time apart?
We make up for it. Agraf hesitated. They were on one of the balconies, watching the refueling operations from what was either a generously safe distance and a perilously close vantage point, depending on Quillen's vacillating state of mind. The air smelled charged and flammable, waiting for a spark, a mistake, a moment's inattention. What about you, Doctor? Was there anyone in Spearpoint? There was, once. I don't even know if angels have lovers, or whether the sexes come into it. It's rather complicated. As I suspected. We have sexes. There are male angels and female angels. We have other sexes. We have reproductive organs, and we look different from each other, at least in our own eyes. But those differences are subtle enough that a human physician wouldn't necessarily see them. We're aerodynamic. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Agraf gave an uncertain smile. But when you came down to Neon Heights, I was human enough to pass close physical examination, yes. Now I'm in a state of transition. I'm not sure if I'll ever look exactly like an angel again. But I will certainly look unusual. And this other angel, was the angel a woman? Her name was Aruval. I loved her when she was an angel, and I loved her when we had both been changed to look human. We were sent down together, part of the same infiltration party. He swallowed, conscious of a sudden dryness in his throat. Below, one of the airships was undocking from its refueling point, pushing back like a pollen-laden bee departing a flower. Aruval didn't know the whole truth about the infiltration program. Nor did I. We thought the purpose was merely to prove that it could be done, and then leave it at that. But our masters wanted to go much further. They wanted to engineer an army of infiltrators, an invading force that could sweep through Neon Heights and the rest of Spearpoint. The cosmetic modifications were almost an irrelevance. What really mattered was our enhanced zone tolerance. Aruval found this out. Almost by accident. The other two were in on the secret. Aruval grew suspicious when she caught them concealing extra drugs and weapons that we knew nothing about. She revealed her fears to me, but neither of us was ready to act until we knew more about what was going on. Then they killed Aruval. They tried to make it look like an accident, of course, and perhaps I'd have believed them if she hadn't already confided in me. But by then I knew. How did they kill her? The three of them were off on a mission. One of our drug supplies had become tainted, so we needed to obtain more stocks. Fortunately, it was one of the less complicated drugs, and there was a close commercial analogue in Neon Heights. They went to break into a pharmaceutical warehouse in the 2nd District. I stayed behind in the safe house, as I usually did. I was the medical specialist, you see. I'd been closely involved in the infiltration program all along, working with surgeons, the machine programmers, and the drug developers. I knew what had been done to us, and I knew what we all needed to stay alive. I monitored the others, and myself, of course, and made tiny adjustments to our therapeutic regime. Quillen took a heavy breath of cold, faintly toxic air. Anyway, Aruval was pushed down a lift shaft in the warehouse. They said they'd run into security guards, had to make a quick exit, become separated, and Aruval had mistaken a service door for the open lift shaft. They were supposed to go back the next day and recover the body, or at least burn the warehouse down. Anything to prevent Aruval from ending up on an autopsy table. But I knew the truth. I also knew that once I'd helped with the disposal of her body, I'd be next. They were preparing to go deep, and I was a very conspicuous loose end. So that night I informed them that I needed to correct a slight imbalance in their medication. They submitted, as they always did. They had no reason to presume I suspected a thing. That may seem strange to you, but you must bear one thing in mind. Our faces were not our own. We had complete muscular control of them, but they were not the faces we had been born with. Nor did we have a lifetime's experience reading nuances of expression or hearing deception in each other's voices. It was easier than you'd think to lie to each other. Quillen looked down at his gloved hands, tight on the railing. I murdered my colleagues. I mixed fatal doses. I administered them. It was not a good way to die. You had no other choice. That made precious little difference when they started dying. And afterwards? I attempted to hide the evidence of their crime, and mine. I was only partially successful. A man, a good man, came after me. He was a policeman, and he knew only that at least one murder had taken place. He had no way of knowing that this was an internal matter amongst the angels, so he pursued his case with a certain dogged relentlessness, and it led him to me. His name was Frey. I guess he didn't turn you in. We came to an arrangement. I always wondered if he might betray me, but he never did. It was not his fault that I had to leave Spearpoint. In fact, I'd have been dead if he hadn't helped me escape. So I don't hate all humans. I don't even hate most of them. I guess you're wondering what's happened to Frey, and anyone else you left behind. It's crossed my mind. There'll have been emergency provisions, Doctor. Spearpoint isn't Swarm, but it still has governments and committees and civil contingency plans. I'm sure of it. I didn't see much evidence of civil contingency plans taking hold after I left. I saw what looked like a city taking its terminal breath. Then you were lucky to get out when you did. So was Maroka. Strangely enough, that's not quite how it feels. Quillen reached up to steady his airman's cap, which a freak gust had threatened to dislodge. Day by day, even the cap seemed to fit him less tightly, the bones of his skull contracting. But I don't suppose I should be surprised. I can't be the only exile who's ever felt like a traitor, and I doubt I'll be the last. Incoming, Agraff said quietly, as if it was a response to Quillen's statement. I'm sorry. Incoming, he repeated, and directed Quillen's attention to an almost invisibly small dot on the horizon. Is it one of ours? Of course, Agraff said, mildly affronted. It's not on fire. The new ship was Brimstone, and Brimstone brought news. She had caught up with Swarm, having returned to the earlier rendezvous point a day after the other ships had departed. A tethered balloon had been left in the crater, loaded with a coded message informing Brimstone of Swarm's intentions. Like the other returning scouts, she had seen close action. Her envelope, gondola, and control surfaces were peppered with bullet and shell holes. Half her empennage had been torn bloodily away. She was down one engine and had been forced to thrash the others to stand a chance of making this rendezvous. Injury and sickness had depleted her crew, taking her captain and senior officer, as well as many hands. Months of work would be required to return Brimstone to operable condition, assuming she was not retired and recycled, and her name attached to some newer, if not markedly superior, craft. None of that was of any particular consequence, however, compared to the information she conveyed. The intelligence was twofold. Partly it concerned improved data on the new zone patterns. Brimstone had surveyed change boundaries across several thousand leagues, and had detected that the habitable zones now pushed some way, possibly all the way, into what had once been the Bane. Much was still unknown, the global charts largely useless, but it was a start on remapping the world. Across Swarm, cartographers were busy inking in the new boundaries, solid where they were certain, dashed where they were questionable, a series of dots where they were little more than conjecture. Hatched lines and inked shades indicated the probable conditions within each zone, annotated with symbolic summaries of what would and wouldn't work. More crucially, Brimstone had intercepted a semaphore transmission. Far to the east of Swarm's present position, at least one signalling chain had resumed, or perhaps never entirely ceased, transmission. The guilds on Radial 9 were keeping the Skullboys at bay, at least for now. A number of repeating stations had been lost, but when atmospheric conditions were favorable, messages could be leapfrogged across twice the usual distance. The towers were therefore not sending at anything like their usual rate, but they were working, and something like news, albeit scrappy and disjointed, was flowing along the chain. The direction of transmission was almost entirely away from Spearpoint, to an even greater extent than before the storm. Even if that news had been indecipherable, it would have confirmed that someone was still alive, someone very desirous of communicating with the outside world.
But the news was decipherable, and the news was not good. Spearpoint was in agony, just as Quillen had suspected. The only saving grace was that it hadn't died yet. Across the structure, the old zones had shifted convulsively, making a mockery of the old districts, the old certainties. It was pointless now to speak of any difference between Neon Heights and Steamtown. Steamtown Zone had swelled and now encompassed a much greater volume of Spearpoint, both up and down. The former zones of Neon Heights and Circuit City had shrunk, and what had been the celestial levels was now distended, stretched to the point of rupture, its frayed extremities reaching much further down. Horsetown had fractured, meaning that there was no longer a low-technology moat surrounding Spearpoint, no longer any effective barrier to mechanized incursion. Already there were reports of skullboys massing around the base and beginning to launch raids onto the low-lying ledges, 1 or 2 turns up the spiral. By the same token, angels, or creatures very like angels, had been reported descending beneath the old limit of the celestial levels. They were pushing into zones that ordinarily would have proven lethal. They weren't dying, yet. But the city was dark and almost without power, amenities and transportation. Systems that had been highly tuned to one zone no longer functioned. For all that the angels were descending, the celestial levels were devoid of light and the flickering indicators of ceaseless soul-catching computation. Electrical generators lay silent and smoking in the former Neon Heights, the trains and slot cars and funiculars deathly inert. The steam stations lower down were still theoretically viable, but there was no ready supply of wood to feed them, and their workforces had been decimated by crippling zone sickness. Against this background, the civil contingency scheme stood little chance of being implemented according to plan. Even if there were stockpiles of antizonals secreted around Spearpoint, it was all but impossible to organize their efficient distribution and dispensation. The very people who were supposed to coordinate the effort were themselves victims of the storm, and the hospitals and clinics, where the drugs were meant to be doled out in orderly fashion, were now little more than dank, terror-filled asylums, crammed with panicked, dying, or hallucinating citizens, the staff and patients all but indistinguishable from each other. Unsurprisingly, those precious stockpiles of drugs were being pilfered enthusiastically. There was no central authority operating in any of the former zones, no effective police force or martial law. In this power void, criminal elements were seizing what they could and leveraging themselves into positions of local influence, however tenuous and short-lived it might prove. They were intercepting antizonals and fuel. No one dared guess how long Spearpoint had before the drugs ran out, and zone sickness took its inevitable toll. Spearpoint might endure for weeks, maybe, depending on certain barely known variables, months. It was almost certainly not going to see out the winter. Sooner or later, Radial 9 would succumb. Sooner or later, there would be no one capable of transmitting from any of the sender stations in Spearpoint. Until such a time arrived, there was only one rational thing left to do. It might be pointless. It might be in vain. It might be a shout into uncaring silence. It might be an abnegation of centuries of proud independence. Still, it had to be done. Spearpoint was doing the one thing it had never done in its existence. It was asking for help. Later that day, while the refueling operation was still underway, Quillen was called to Ricasso's stateroom. He had been asking after Maroka, gladdened to hear that her progress was continuing, disappointed that she still did not wish to speak to him. It was earlier than they usually met, and he wondered exactly what Ricasso wanted to discuss. Even as he ruminated over the possibilities, sifting through the many questions he meant to ask Ricasso, he felt a stirring tingle of disquiet. Nothing about the atmosphere in the stateroom seemed calculated to dispel his unease. Ricasso stood at his usual window, but there was a tension emanating from his portly figure that Quillen had not detected before. He conjectured that Brimstone must have brought some other news, something so utterly, viciously demoralizing that it could only be shared at this level, between people already bound by one secret. Then he saw that the room also contained Katana, Agraf, Dr. Gambison, and Commander Spatha, and also a seated Maroka, who did not look at all happy about having to be within 10 spans of him, and he began to suspect that Brimstone had very little to do with his problems.
Sit down, Doctor, Ricasio said, failing to turn from the window. It was nearing dusk, and the ships were still gathering around their feeding points, the operation even more fraught than it had been during the hours of clear daylight. Worse, a milk-white fog was curling in from the northwest, pushing exploratory fingertips over the surrounding hills. It would be on them soon. That probably accounted for some of Ricasio's mood, but not all of it. "Is something the matter?" Quillen asked, sinking into his customary seat. The furnishings had not been altered, but the chair felt noticeably less accommodating than before. "Tell him," Katana said. "We know about the girl," Dr. Gamberson said. "We know about the mark on her head, and we know what it means." "A tectomancer," Ricasio said, drawling the word out, syllable by syllable. "Can we take it as a given," Gamberson went on, "that this was the matter you were so keen for us not to discover, Doctor? So much so that you placed your own life at risk by revealing your own nature in the hope that it would distract us?" "I don't know anything about the girl," Quillen said. Sparta walked around to where he was seated and leaned in until his breath was warm in Quillen's face. "Let's skip this part, shall we? The bit where you feign ignorance until you realize how futile it's going to be? You examined the mother and the girl, Quillen. You can't have missed the mark or failed to realize its significance." "He saw the mark," Meroka said, speaking for the first time since Quillen had entered. "He just didn't take it as seriously as you stupid dumb fucks are taking it." Something like a smile twitched across Sparta's face. "Then why did he hide it from us?" "Because he knew how you'd react." Despite her bandages, Meroka sat with her arms folded across her chest, looking as if she was ready to pick a fight, and continue it, and probably win it, with anyone in the room foolish enough to make eye contact with her. "I took a bullet for you idiots, all right? I helped defend your piece of shit blimp. But that doesn't mean I don't think you're all a bunch of superstitious, hypocritical fuckheads. You've got your guns and your clever gyroscopes, but you're still only one scary little birthmark away from wetting yourselves. Me and Cutter, we don't have much to say to each other right now. But I'll give the lying, treacherous bastard this much. He knows you better than you know yourselves. Reason he protected that girl wasn't because he believes in all that witchery hokum. He did it because he knew you wouldn't be able to stop yourselves, and he didn't like to think what you'd do to her." "Oh, we're a bit more educated than that," Katana said, "and incidentally, they're dirigibles, not blimps." "Whatever you say, little Miss Sky Princess, but I'll tell you one thing. Where I'm sitting, I'm seeing a lot of scared, fidgety swarmers." At last, and with imperial slowness, Ricasio turned from the window. "I take it you're not a believer, Meroka." "Are you?" "I don't believe," he paused theatrically, "in anything. I question. I doubt. I doubt and I doubt consistently and systematically. It's called thinking scientifically." "I hope you understand what the fuck that means," Meroka said, "because I sure don't." "I wouldn't expect you to, my dear. The world isn't exactly conducive to scientific thinking, not in its present condition, but it's changing, and so must we. Those of us who can, anyway." "Still doesn't answer my question about tectomancers," Meroka said. "Whether the girl is a tectomancer or not," Sparta said, "she cannot remain in swarm. She'll be a destabilizing element." "I thought I was the destabilizing element," Quillen said. "Or are you planning to throw all three of us overboard now?" "Tell them, Cutter," Meroka said. "Tell them she's harmless, that they don't have anything to fear." "It's not about whether she's harmless or not," Sparta said. Quillen glanced at Ricasio, his mind spinning as he tried to correlate everything he had learned about the man so far. Fragments of conversations, impressions of the personality beneath the bluster and political effrontery, swelled in and out of focus. Ricasio was worried about Nimcha's effects on Swarm, but he was also a man driven by curiosity, a man who would not easily let a puzzle slip through his fingers. Quillen hoped so, anyway. He was putting more than just his own fate in Ricasio's hands. "She's not harmless," he said. "She's anything but." "Cutter?" Meroka hissed. "Think very carefully about where you're going with this.
I'm telling the truth. I'm sorry, Madoka, but there's no other way. They have to know what they're dealing with here. They have to know that she's an instrument of